If you had the power to control any living being, what would you do? Would you hire cute animals to cuddle? Or wild beasts to protect you? How about a group of women to start your harem? It's a pity that imagination is so different from reality. Am I the only one who can see their existence? Since no living being is willing, I will forge an untrodden path. I will make a contract with myself. This time, regardless of what it takes, everyone who wishes to harm the world will die by my hands. We begin our narrative with a hand being crushed, the hand of our protagonist. He was a paramedic in his past life, but unfortunately died in a work accident. After his death, he was reborn into a fantasy world inhabited by awakened and mutant beasts. In this new life, he is also an awakened. At one point, he was holding a brilliant emerald artifact in his hand when the system announced, "Contract gem, consumes vitality and mental energy to materialize a contract gem. Once the target voluntarily consumes the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness will be completely bound to the summoner's will." Although this seemed like an incredible power, there was a small flaw that he noticed, which made him remain silent while still holding the crystal. "Hey, Ping, what are you doing?" asked a female voice approaching. He turned around sheepishly, showing the crystal, and replied, "Nothing much. Want a candy, Su Jingyao?" The girl looked at him suspiciously and commented, "Get lost, as if anyone would want to be controlled by you, weirdo." Ping claimed it was just a joke as he threw himself down the stairs. The biggest prank of this contract was that the target had to be fully informed and willing to form the contract. Otherwise, nothing would happen, even if they consumed the jewel. Ping smiled as he thought, the original owner of this body got so frustrated with this power that they almost died of anger. Good thing I'm here now. My old life taught me a thing or two about dealing with stress. Jingyao frowned, trying to cheer up her friend, stating that he shouldn't give up so easily, as this world is vast and surely there must be someone out there who would accept being controlled by him. However, besides himself, who else would say yes to that? With this line of thought, he had an idea. Wait, me? He thought, until he said out loud, "Right! Why didn't I think of that before?" Ping got up and immediately put the gem in his mouth, leaving Jingyao surprised, not understanding what he was doing, and questioned him. Suddenly, an emerald green energy began to circulate all over his body and around him, surprising him with the first manifestation of this ability. When everything dissipated and returned to normal, Jingyao asked apprehensively, "Are you okay?" And he, smiling, replied, "I'm great." The girl sighed in relief and asked him not to scare her like that again. Descending the stairs, she informed him that she needed to return to the dormitory as it was getting late. Then she turned to him and said, "I have to report to the city guard tomorrow morning. You don't have to wait for me." He put his hands in his pockets and asked, "You're really going through with this, huh?" The girl looked at him, and at that moment the wind blew strongly as she stated, "I have learned everything they can teach me here. It's time to gain some real combat experience to improve even further." He knew it made perfect sense, as joining the city guard to protect their homeland had always been her dream, and now she would finally have the chance. With a smile and a slight blush, she asked him not to be upset, as when he became strong enough, maybe they could work together one day. The protagonist, with an awkward expression, scratched his head, thinking about his useless ability, and informed her that it was time for him to go to the farm. At that moment, he thought, "Oh well, we probably won't see each other much after this. Still, it's kind of sad to say goodbye like this. Even though she is technically the childhood love of this original body, I really want to give her a hug." It was then that suddenly a green shadow entered his body, and he hugged her, leaving the girl surprised. As the girl allowed herself to be carried away by the hug, she screamed, "Ah!" The green shadow had her hair standing on end and her heart in her mouth. Did my body move on its own? He thought. The girl, stunned, could only stammer, I have to go," pulling away from the warm hug. She ran, distancing herself more and more from our protagonist, who waved goodbye, saying, "Take care." She gave one last look and instructed him to do the same before leaving. Ping looked at his hands, trying to understand. Speaking of which, did my body hug her on its own? Did I just subconsciously command myself to hug her? He stood for a long time, reflecting, and then asked himself, was that a coincidence? I need to find out how much control I really have. At that moment, he imagined various things, even flying like Superman, but ended up face-planting on the ground. He ordered himself to climb an iron mountain and spin in the air, and his body obeyed. This whole situation left him exhausted and face down on the ground. Ping lifted just his head and began to think, okay, so I can definitely make my body do practically anything, as long as it's within the realm of what's humanly possible. No flying, no transforming into another species. But here's the crazy part. I can even copy movements I've never physically practiced before based on my memory. So, theoretically, if I can imagine it, and I have the physical strength to do it, I can master any martial art, any fighting style. All I need to do is increase my physical abilities and I'll get stronger. He got up, pushing himself off the ground, and stated, but there's one more thing I need to test. The next day, our protagonist was beginning to recognize the place he was in. He looked really exhausted, as if he hadn't managed to sleep, and in his mind he thought, where? The cafeteria? A sharp pain hit him, causing him to scrunch up his face. My legs are killing me, he thought. His legs were shaking and aching until he remembered, that's right. Before going to sleep, I ordered myself to run in the morning. So, my body followed these orders even while I was unconscious. But then the pain turned into satisfaction. Great, it worked. My body can follow commands even when my brain is unconscious. He looked around desperately, happy that no one was paying attention to him. All the attention was focused on Luo Shiyu, who was entering the place, graced by everyone due to her beauty. She was the queen of the campus, and our protagonist wondered why she woke up so early too, until suddenly he heard a noise that made him turn around. In the next moment, his eyes widened and beads of tension started dripping rapidly. What the hell is this? What's going on? He saw a huge monster with sharp claws devouring a human in front of everyone. They can't, he thought, still paralyzed by the situation. The creature was chewing on one of the girls who had been adulating her, while the others only smiled and waved. Terrified by the situation, Ping could only think, that's not Luo Shiyu. The monster grinned, its mouth full of teeth, eyes glowing red. Behind him was the kind girl saying, classmate Jiang Ping, you look a little pale. Are you feeling all right? What he saw was a completely different form, a horrendous creature, resembling a mix between a rabbit and a wolf. Its enormous claws gripped our protagonist's shoulder, and he ordered himself to stay calm. A bit embarrassed and with a trembling voice, he replied, yes, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. Anyway, class is about to start. He stood up, informing her that he needed to go. The girl stood there, half monster and half human, questioning herself. That smell of fear, is it just me? As he walked through the academy's corridors, Ping thought, why is there a mutant beast in our school? Has no one noticed them? Am I hallucinating? He decided he needed to tell a teacher about it, so he entered a room ready to reveal everything when suddenly, something completely surprised him. A monster almost identical to the one he had seen before was devouring a person. He ran out, frightened. Sitting on a bench trying to get his thoughts in order, our young protagonist looked desperate, putting his hand on his head and saying, something's wrong, totally wrong. Is this place a hell? He clutched the green crystal and analyzed it deeply, until he said to himself, damn it! In hindsight, I started seeing these things after I ate that contract gem. Whatever is happening, I need to get out of this. Jiang Ping immediately placed the gem in his mouth, and the greenish energy enveloped him once again. What? He said, surprised, as he heard the system inform, analysis in progress. When the analysis was completed, the system reported that reproduction had begun. At that moment, one of the creatures appeared on top of him, covering his entire face and making him scream, but it didn't last long and soon everything dissipated. A literal reproduction of the rabbit. Ping looked terrified, gasping while wondering, did I just awaken some kind of analysis ability? As Jiang Ping looked at his hand, he noticed that his vision had changed. His fingerprints appeared as if his vision was systematic. A status panel opened and informed him, Invocation Jiang Ping, Master Jiang Ping, Race, Level 1 Human, Growth Potential, 3 stars, Ability Level 1 Contract Gem, consumes vigor and mental energy to materialize a contract gem. Once the target voluntarily consumes the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness will be completely bound to the invoker's will. Absolute command. You have complete dominion over your invocation. Every command of yours will be obeyed without question. Absolute obedience. You are obliged to obey every command of your invoker, executing them with unwavering loyalty. Basic analysis grants access to your own detailed status and the ability to analyze targets. The success rate depends on the power difference between you and the target. Our protagonist was still confused by everything he was experiencing these days and wondered, how did that second gem do this? It didn't take long for Ping to be in his classroom, rolling a pencil between his fingers and thinking, okay, let's analyze this. 1, I have become my own invoker and invocation. 2, the only one in control of me is myself. No external influence can mess with my body or mind, which means 3, illusions no longer work on me. That's why I can see through the disguises of these mutant beasts. 4, they are all celestial foxes, high-level foxes, and I, at my level, am no match for them. He remembered encountering one of them who was playing football while the system informed him that it was a mutated level 26 celestial fox beast. Its main ability was to manipulate the perceptions of its targets, making them completely oblivious to any anomaly. So the 5th analysis was, this cognitive distortion thing, it's a complicated ability. A celestial fox could devour someone right in front of you, and you would think you were just seeing a group of students chatting. He concluded that this was exactly why no one else could see them. Ping took a deep breath, scribbling in his notebook while still wondering, if it's a mind control ability, Su Jingyao's powers are also mental. She's from the psychic class. Maybe she can help. Time passed, and soon after school, Ping was walking in the middle of the street. His emerald eyes were activated, and he couldn't believe that the disguise was not just at school. He saw a happy couple pass by him when, in fact, one of them was a disguised creature. How many of them are out there? He asked himself as he passed the couple. He had finally reached the headquarters of the city guard, a huge and majestic building. He entered and was soon greeted by a beautiful young woman who asked how she could help him. He replied, I'm here to see someone, Su Jingyao. She should have enlisted today. Ping needed to maintain total control over his emotions. But suddenly, the woman transformed into an even larger monster than he had seen before, acting as if her disguise was still intact. Sitting in the lobby, Ping was amazed and disturbed by the fact that even the monsters were part of the city guard, and that even the high-level awakened ones could not see through the illusions. Jingyao approached, calling out his name and asking what he was doing there. She was accompanied by another woman. He stood up, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, I just wanted to make sure you were settling in well. You know, I was just worried about you. Jingyao smiled, assuring him that she was doing well, and then introduced her team members. Everyone has been great to me, she said happily. Her expression showed a little dejection, but Ping thought it was good that she was fitting in. Jingyao approached, clenched her fists, and said, I'll get stronger, strong enough to hunt down the beast that killed my parents. He also clenched his fists, thanked her, and she, making a joke, commented that they were short on members at the moment and asked if he could make a good recommendation for him in the city guard. But he stated, No, I'm not cut out for that. My power is useless. I'd be more useful on a farm somewhere. Then he left, saying goodbye and telling her, Well, I'm glad to see you're doing well. I won't bother you anymore. His smile soon faded, and he bit his lips, bothered by it all. When he turned around, we began to understand why. Behind them, there were 4 huge figures, all mutant foxes, staring at him as he left the place. I'll see you around, Su Jingyao, he thought, full of anger. Outside, he could only think, You've got to be kidding me? The city guard shouldn't be the strongest in Pearl City? How have they all fallen? Su Jingyao just joined today, and yet... His veins were visible from the sheer force with which he clenched his hands, head bowed. Suddenly, he paused for a moment and continued to think, The celestial foxes. They've not only infiltrated the school, but the entire city as well. Everyone in Pearl City... Livestock in their twisted game. Our protagonist began to investigate with his analysis ability and discovered that most of the celestial foxes are of medium to high level. Ranging from 1 to 9, they are low level. Between 10 to 19, they are medium level. 20 to 29 are considered high level. And lastly, 30 is the pinnacle of levels. However, even the city guard, which had many high-level awakened ones, was unable to defeat these monsters. With this in mind, Ping thought, What killed Luo Shiyu? That thing was on another level. My instinct tells me that if I try to analyze it, it will know exactly where I am. The queen of the campus, that thing was apex level, maybe even king level. And any celestial fox capable of fighting against awakened ones above its class, that must also have been the work of this thing. Unlike most mutant beasts, the celestial foxes are intelligent, very intelligent, and they are masters of disguise. They can blend in easily, but it's all an act. Their primary targets are usually the most powerful or high-profile figures. He walked the streets, immersed in his thoughts, wondering, and the rest of us, we're just livestock, the food they're saving for later. Confronting them head-on is suicide. But I can't just stand by and watch innocent people die. If I were only stronger. A week had passed, and our protagonist had woken up at 3:54 a.m. yawning. He said to himself, I'm waking up earlier and earlier these days. I guess that's what happens when you push your body to the limit. You need less sleep. He had trained a lot in the past few days and had leveled up. In addition to the training, he had tried to create more jewels to eat in the hope of awakening something new. However, since he awakened the analysis ability, all the jewels he created were colorless, and upon consuming them, they had no effect. But that day, he managed to make a colored one. A glowing purple crystal shone in his hand. It didn't take long for him to swallow that crystal. "It's not exactly appetizing, however. Let's hope it works this time," he said. A strong glow began to emerge from his trunk. "Wow, what's this feeling?" he said, looking at his body. In front of him, a status panel appeared. He had already reached level 2 and gained an additional star, along with the abilities. Level 2 Contract Gem, with the effect of awakening a new ability upon leveling up. Absolute Command, Absolute Obedience, Basic Analysis, Basic Nightwalker, which grants night vision, significantly reduces his presence at night, increases movement speed, reduces weight, and makes people completely invisible in the shadows. Excitedly, he said, "It worked! I have a new ability! Now I can really investigate at night, and the contract gem leveled up. Maybe it's tied to my level. Does this mean that every time I gain a new power, I level up? If that's true, I'll be unstoppable." He stood up, activating the Nightwalker ability, and a shadow began to emerge, covering him in a translucent dark manner. With a confident smile on his face, he said, "No time to waste, it's time to train. Maybe it's best to test this new ability." Outside, Ping ran along a racetrack, his vision better than during the day. Suddenly, he came across a fallen ring on the ground that completely caught his attention. He stopped, knelt down, picked up the ring, and tried to use his analysis ability, but all his attempts failed. The system described it as Assassination Ring. When used, all living beings will subconsciously ignore the bearer. High level awakens and above are immune. His eyes widened when an image projection started coming from the ring out of nowhere. Two figures were staring at each other for a brief moment. A masked man was facing a fearsome creature. "That's the imposter Luo Shiyu, and that other guy. He must be the owner of the ring, but he was definitely seeing Luo Shiyu as a human. Does that mean he's her enemy?" he thought, seeing the man raise his sword, ready to attack, revealing the ring. He charged at the monster, which destroyed him with a single blow. This seemed impossible to Ping, who thought, Luo Shiyu was an orphan. She would never make enemies like this. So there is only one explanation. Besides me, there are others in Pearl City secretly fighting against these monsters. Suddenly, one of the creatures jumped over the wall, shouting, "Who's there?" The moment Ping saw it, he quickly hid. The creature threw itself on the ground, searching for the ring, and realized it was gone. Looking around, it wondered, "Someone must have been here, but there's no trace of their presence. How is that possible? Whoever it was, they are at least a mid-level awakened. I need to inform His Highness immediately." Ping remained hidden, watching the creature leave the area, and believed this was their game, that they had left the ring on purpose. He looked at the ring again and thought, returning it now would be even more suspicious. I'll have to keep it for now. It was already 5:36 in the morning and the sun was beginning to rise. Our protagonist was still looking at the ring. It was still dark. The Nightwalker ability and the ring must have made me completely invisible. So, strength isn't just about your powers, it's about the equipment you can get too, he said, recalling what had happened earlier. In the next moment, footsteps could be heard getting closer and closer. A soft voice was calling his name. He stood up startled, asking who was there and who was speaking, but all he could see was a bluish energy materializing like smoke, bringing with it the voice. "Hide. They are here." These words froze our protagonist, as the smoke took the shape of a person who seemed to want to warn him. The creatures invaded his dormitory, alarmed. As they searched the room, all they found was the open window and the clock showing 5:40, with Ping's sleeping body before them. One of the creatures grinned, revealing its sharp teeth, and said, "Isn't it him?" Then it concentrated a red, malevolent energy in its hands, aiming at our protagonist and shouting, "Die!" She had hoped that Ping would react in some way, but all she saw was him snoring deeply, drooling. Not a glimmer of emotion. If that useless one was really the one who escaped, he would have fought for his life. Besides, the ring is not reacting, she thought, keeping her claws close to her face. One of the creatures approached. "Your Highness, why don't we kill him? This human runs every morning, but not today. Something is wrong." She turned and stated, "It's not him. He is just worthless food. Let's not waste." The other two creatures bowed respectfully. Some time passed. Ping woke up sweating, opened his eyes and got up. He took the ring out of his mouth and sighed with relief. "Just in time. I completely forgot that I run every morning." He stared intently at the ring, thanking for having ordered him to sleep, avoiding suspicion. But when he remembered the figure in human smoke, he thought, "Wait, I heard Zhu Jingyao's voice before. Or was it my imagination? Why am I so sentimental? I need to get stronger, strong enough to avenge her. For now, I must pretend normality so as not to raise the suspicions of the celestial foxes. In the cafeteria, Ping was passing by two girls who were chatting. He heard one say, "Hey, did you hear? The guard found a body cut in half near our academy today. It was the famous Black Death Star guy, the main assassin of Pearl City. He wounded the old lord of the city. The wounds never fully healed. He died young, they say." Upon hearing this, Ping thought, cut in half. Could it be that white-robed person? He reflected on the images in the ring. If she defeated such a notorious assassin so easily, Luo Shiyu's strength is more terrifying than I thought. Why are they displaying the body this time? It must be a warning to those who oppose the celestial foxes. Surveillance will increase. I need to get equipment to protect myself. I'll check the blacksmith shops after class. And he headed in the opposite direction to the cafeteria. Outside, some people were circulating the area. Our protagonist was passing by a shop where one of the creatures, with a megaphone, was calling customers. The analyses on the creatures were flawed, and Ping thought, it seems that all the blacksmith shops in the city are controlled by the celestial foxes. After several frustrated attempts, Ping was surprised when an analysis was successful. In addition to obtaining a more accurate analysis, his skill level increased to intermediate, allowing him to see the growth potential of his opponent. Observing one of the blacksmiths, the status screen indicated, Mutant Beast, Intermediate Level Celestial Fox, Level 15. Skills: Cognitive Distortion, capable of manipulating perceptions, making targets oblivious to anomalies. Growth Potential, 1 star. With his gaze fixed on the creature, she said, "Come in, young man, take a look at the shop." Ping waved his hand negatively, refusing, leaving the blacksmith silent. What he really needed was to find a shop not controlled by them. After much walking, he spotted a shop called Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop. From inside, he heard someone say, "This is a sword of the highest quality. Look at the craftsmanship, the shine." Upon entering, he saw a man wielding the sword alone and saying, "It seems you'll have trouble. If you want to sell, I'll give you the lowest price, even if it hurts." The old man sitting in the chair laughed while smoking a pipe, finding it rude. He puffed the smoke towards the man and commented, "Did you just say that my daughter is waiting for me to eat her?" The man coughed, surprised. "Old man, are you deaf or something?" He then slammed the counter defiantly. Suddenly, Ping grabbed the sword, catching the attention of the blonde man, and began to analyze it, touching it with curiosity. The man shouted, "Who is this brat?" Irritated, he fiercely advanced towards Ping, saying, "Hey kid, how dare you steal my things?" The analysis system informed, "Magnificent one-handed sword, quality, common. A weapon that looks good but is useless. It has been broken before and poorly repaired." Ping frowned, asking the boy to wait, but the weapon unexpectedly broke in half, leaving the three in complete embarrassment. With a faltering voice, Ping said, "Will you want?" The irritated man began to transform, energy bolts running through his body as he shouted, "You ruined everything! Do you have any idea who I am?" The bolts started firing in all directions. Exploding, his clothes tore as if he was transforming into the Hulk, and he stated firmly, "I am the direct disciple of Master Ma from the Xingyi Martial Arts Academy. Prepare yourself." Uncontrollably, he rushed towards Ping, repeatedly firing his powers like a pinball surrounding Ping on all sides. Finally, Ping gave him a hard slap and said, "Ask to leave." With the man on the ground and a red cheek, Ping asked, "Is that it?" The man thought Ping was playing dirty, and at that moment, Ping's analysis ability activated, revealing the man's name as Liu Baoguo, a human with 1-star growth potential, at a low awakened rank level 1. When Ping turned around, the man still challenged, "Get out of here while you can." But Ping didn't take it seriously given the situation he was in. "Now's my chance, surprise attack," the man thought, advancing towards Ping. However, his attempt was futile, as the next moment he was already on the ground, Ping's hand emitting smoke. "Trying to attack me by surprise. Who's playing dirty now?" Ping said, while the old man just watched. Suddenly, a woman approached Baoguo's body, who had a black eye and a large swelling. She commented, "I stepped away for 5 minutes and the place got lively." She looked up, snapping her fingers, and continued, "Are you going to leave on your own or do I need to show you the door?" Baoguo quickly retreated, apologizing repeatedly, while Ping thought about leaving the shop. "Better look at other shops." When Ping tried to leave, a hand cornered him against the wall, making him stop with a nervous smile and cold sweat. "You stay! We need to talk!" she said, trapping him like a rat. For the curious only. In the versions of our protagonist, there were changes in the drawings indicating the increase in level and additions to his abilities. The celestial fox, represented by the campus queen, Luo Shiyu. Everything about her is unknown so far, except that she may be around level 40. In the foxes, The face is covered with human skin, which easily helps with cognitive distortion. The City Guard is one of the 3 main organizations in Pearl City. It is responsible for maintaining order and security, currently annihilated and occupied by celestial foxes, mutated beasts. They are creatures that originally existed in this world, generally having low intelligence. Humans built the city walls to resist them for their survival. Most mutated beasts reside outside the city walls. There are no officially confirmed cases of mutated beast activity within any city. However, an anonymous man claims that a large number of highly intelligent mutated beasts known as celestial foxes have infiltrated the city, awakened. Only a minority of humans can awaken abilities. In general, the awakened manifest their abilities before adulthood. The schools provide guidance on career paths based on the results of ability analyses. About the contract gems. First use of Jiang Ping's contract gem, level 1, formed a contract with a target. Second use of Jiang Ping's contract gem, level 1, activated the level 1 effect, awakened a new ability in the summoned one. Analysis. Note 1. Each level of the contract gem grants only one effect. Once an effect is used, the gem becomes inactive until it is leveled up. Contract gem, level 1 effect unavailable, inactive, colorless. Note 2. Contract gems can level up when the summoner levels up. Third use of Jiang Ping. Contract gem, level 2, activated the level 2 effect and awakened a new ability in the summoned one, Nightwalker. She approached him very closely, even making him blush as she said, "I am just a maiden working hard every day to survive. I also have to take care of my uncle who became distressed after his daughter disappeared. Looking at you, your body is good and your personality is not bad. How about..." Without knowing what she meant by that, he was grabbed by her and pressed against her breasts. With a smile, she spoke, "Stay here to become a blacksmith. Take care of old Liu Tifeng and also take care of the shop. Of course, food and accommodation are included, as well as a salary." He reflected, "If I can learn forging skills, I can save a lot of money on equipment in the future. Also, this shop doesn't seem to be under the control of the celestial foxes." His daydreams grew even greater as he began to imagine himself all-powerful. "Okay, I am the man who will become the king of blacksmiths." The affectionate woman gave him a hard slap on the face, making him bleed, and said, "Good boy. As expected of someone I have my eyes on." Our protagonist was lying on the ground, with less than 999 life points, a smile on his face, blood dripping, and tears in his eyes, thinking, "I must try to survive under her hands first." A few days later, in the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, a voice said, "Use a little more force, little brother Jiang Ping." Our protagonist was showing all his upper muscles, sweating as he said, "Cho Chang, is it really right for us to do this?" In response, the girl asked him not to worry, assuring that no one would come there. She put her fingers in her mouth, appreciating it all, and said, "Very good. Don't feel too bad. This is our exclusive skill, forging kneading technique. You need to let the different materials melt, as if you were kneading dough." Ping was struggling against a highly hot wood-fired furnace. Chiang turned seductively, asking him to wait there for a few moments, as she would go to the warehouse to get the mold. Before leaving, she also instructed him, "The fuel is in the bucket next to it. Don't let the fire go out." At first, he remained calm, but when he noticed the word fuel, he became desperate, looking around and wondering, all this fuel? In one bag was the scarlet snake scale, and in the other, the charcoal. Damn, the fire is almost going out. He grabbed the equipment he was operating, cursing as he positioned it in another corner. "Finally, throw it into the furnace to keep heating," he said, throwing it into the live fire. Suddenly, an explosion formed, lighting up the entire environment. The fire intensified until it circled his body in ashes. Our protagonist, who seemed dejected after this incident, thought, "Am I dead?" Something in the place of his heart melted into his body. It was the image of a snake that opened its mouth and sucked the smoke and fire into itself. Ping seemed unable to withstand all that power that was forming. His eyes and chest were almost exploding, until everything seemed to dissipate. He coughed incessantly in the gray room, saying, "Why did the fire go out?" It seemed something had happened to his heart, and feeling it heat up even more, Ping put his hand on his chest, saying it was very hot. Then he asked the system for an analysis. In response, the system showed his skills and the status panel. He realized that his growth potential had increased again. He still maintained his contract gem, Nightwalker, and analysis skills at the intermediate level. But then he saw that a new skill had been awakened, the Fire Devourer, which at the basic level was capable of devouring flames and converting them into elemental fire energy, storing them within his body. He could also discharge this stored energy. Thus, Ping concluded that as long as he continued to awaken new skills, his growth potential could be infinite. He continued to think, But I remember that everyone has a limit to their growth potential. Am I the only one who can awaken multiple skills? Examining his skill well, he knew it was what had devoured everything just now. He crossed his arms, thinking, well, if I stop to analyze, I've already reached level 3 this morning and consumed a level 3 gem. His daydreaming was interrupted when she returned, saying, what happened? How did the house end up in this situation? She ran towards him, approaching. Wait, did you throw the scarlet snake scale into the stove? That will cause an explosion. It's my fault for forgetting to tell you. Embarrassed, Ping put his hands on his head, wanting to apologize for the damage to the house, but she soon informed him, what are you saying? Everything is fine if you're well. But how did you put out the fire? A fire that burns with the scarlet snake scale is not so easy to extinguish. Still awkwardly, he just mentioned that it was a long story. Next, she looked at the material he was working on and was surprised by what had come out. Oh, the fusion of the materials was really successful? Such a result requires extreme temperatures to be achieved. She picked up the material, positioning it in the mold, and stated, you are really talented. The school is truly blind. With your current performance, it's more than enough to enter the 3 major organizations. As she hammered the equipment, Ping took the opportunity to ask, Sister Chang, everyone always mentions the city guard and the investigation team of the 3 major organizations. So, what is the 3rd organization? She was silent for a moment, put the dagger to cool where the smoke was coming out, and analyzing her work well, she replied, the City of Pearl is indeed part of this 3rd organization. However, what the name of the organization is, what it does, no one knows. That's right, little brother Jiang Ping. Weren't you trying to buy equipment earlier? If you don't mind, you can take this. She handed him the dagger she had just created, and he was surprised by the quality, even questioning if it wouldn't be too expensive. The system informed that this was the Tear of Beauty, of excellent quality. It was made of cold iron, able to easily cause damage to mutant beasts that are at the medium level, between 10 and 19 or below. As she said, based on the market rate of the materials, it will cost around $100,000. Our young man was amazed, as this meant 3 years' worth of salary. He was shocked, shouting, damn, someone like me who has a monthly salary of only $3,000 can't even afford this? Chang started laughing, stating that he could accept it as a reward for his progress. She then left, bidding farewell. I still have a mission. I'll go first, but will you be okay if you don't go back to school? Ping just replied, don't worry, I've already completed the early graduation procedures. Then with a smile, she asked him to take care of old Liu, stating that he was a bit unstable at the moment, and instructing him not to let the business open. Ping stood thinking, although this blacksmith shop has not been targeted by the celestial foxes because it is not open for business, but with the great commotion that just occurred, this may attract their attention. Since it's already night, I'll use the Nightwalker skill to check the surroundings. Some time passed, a girl calmly swung, enjoying that moment. However, as appearances can be deceiving, she was also a disguised level 3 celestial fox. Seeing her, holding a dagger in her hands, Ping thought, this is the first time I've seen a celestial fox at such a low level. Her level is the same as mine. I'm also strengthened by equipment, so I should be able to defeat her. Although the city guard is completely fallen, the investigation team outside the city should not be affected. He kept his gaze fixed on the girl while still thinking, if I deliver the corpse of a celestial fox to them, maybe I can attract the attention of the high administration. Suddenly, something interrupted him. An ice crystal pierced his body as someone said, are you planning to attack the child? Making him completely frozen. Don't even think about attacking, said the woman whose body was formed by translucent blue crystals. Jiang remained motionless, thinking, this woman, she is much stronger than me. My Nightwalker ability and assassin ring are useless against her. She can see through them. Approaching his face, she declared, meet me at the orphanage training ground if you don't want to die. As beads of sweat ran down his face, our protagonist thought, the orphanage training ground? She disappeared? As he turned, he noticed that she had disappeared behind him, leaving only a few traces of blue clouds. It seems she is not with those celestial foxes. Otherwise, I would already be dead, he thought, observing the now empty space. Later, in front of the iron gates of the orphanage, Jiang thought, I grew up in this orphanage. I spent my childhood practicing my mediocre fighting moves in that little park across the street. Does this woman know me? How else would she know my secrets? As he entered the place, he crossed the garden full of trees and stones, observing the surroundings. Not only that, but she has also been watching me the whole time. That's why she stopped me back there just when I was about to act. She must have brought me here for some reason. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a large red-skinned animal approaching. A four-legged being with scaly, hard, reddish skin, full of spikes and claws, looked at him with fiery crimson eyes. A mutant beast? Here in the forest? our protagonist thought, and quickly activated the analysis. The system responded saying, Mutant Beast, Armored Rat with a Poisonous Tail. Level 5, Ability, Poisonous Tail, has a venom sac that can deliver a powerful toxin through bony spurs at the tip of the tail. Observing the mutant in silence, he thought, it's 2 levels above me, so I should be cautious. I should be able to evade by slowly retreating. Should I go back? Then, taking his weapon called the Tear of Beauty, a blue-bladed dagger with a golden hilt, he thought, no, I can't. If I don't take care of this now, the children of the orphanage, what if they wander through the park tomorrow? It's just a low-level mutant beast. Our protagonist then assumed a fighting stance and thought, with this weapon that Sister Chiang gave me, I can win. And he advanced with a determined look to take down the mutant. Running towards the beast, he continued to think, in all those web novels I read in my past life, the main character always becomes an expert in combat the moment he acquires his powers. Total nonsense. I may not have any combat experience, but I can order the summoned beast of Jiang Ping to fight. However, his reasoning was interrupted when the rat beast leapt, spinning quickly in the air like an armadillo, coming at him at high speed. If he were hit, it would be like being hit by a tire that came loose from a speeding truck. Huh? I didn't expect this move, he thought, surprised. Then raising his dagger, he activated the full defense mode, blocking the creature's attack. Sparks flew as the friction was generated, and Jiang gritted his teeth, putting all his strength in his arms to prevent the advance. The armor is too thick, the Tear of Beauty can't pierce it. I need to be smarter than him, he thought, and in a quick move, he managed to break free, causing the creature to be thrown back. The armadillo rat raised one of its paws and concentrated its energy, creating a series of green spheres. As if I was controlling a video game, but it's me, our protagonist thought, recognizing the attack patterns of the creature, which was launching the green spheres in his direction from the top of a rock. He dodged, predicting, up, down, left, right. At one point, Jiang started to have fun and even laughed, dodging the deadly attacks, jumping and doing somersaults, even doing a handstand. Then he devised a strategy. The eyes! It's the only part not covered by the armor. It must be its weak point, but when it curls up into a ball for defense, it gets a bit complicated. I need to find a way to break its posture. Then raising his hand, a flame ignited in his fist, and the system informed him. Fire Devourer Basic, capable of devouring flames and converting them into elemental fire energy, storing them within your body. You can also discharge the energy until the stored fire energy in your body is depleted. Current elemental fire energy, 0 out of 100. Smiling, our protagonist thought, got it, first technique of the Pearl Fist, Destroyer style. Jiang again adopted the fighting stance with the Tear of Beauty in hand, saying, I never thought those boring history lessons about Pearl Fist would actually be useful. This technique is about crushing the enemy with brute force, perfect for crushing small opponents. Jiang rushed towards the rat at high speed, dodging the green spheres being launched. A decoy attack first, he thought, spinning the dagger, and then declared with his flaming fist. Let's go, little rat. The rat curled up again like an armadillo, spinning around itself. Jiang was already expecting this and, burning his fist with more intensity, smiled, increasing the flames and thinking, time to crank up the heat. And then he said, no hard feelings, right? Jiang buried his fist in the mutant, setting the creature on fire, which grunted and spun. Now's my chance while he's defenseless. Attack his weak point directly, he thought, grabbing his flaming dagger and burying it between the mutant's eyes. A loud explosion was caused, creating a cloud of dust, and amidst the fire, the mutant was taken down. Jiang took a deep breath, still with steam coming out of his clothes as the dagger was embedded in the rat's eye and the dust settled. He gained points in resistance, strength and agility, and also leveled up. Real combat really evolves faster than training. Come to think of it, it's strange that this poisonous-tailed rat appeared. It's as if it had been planted here. There shouldn't be other mutant beasts within the city walls except for those celestial foxes, he thought, getting up. Then a purple cloud approached him from behind, trying to gradually dominate him. What's happening? He shouted as the smoke enveloped him, trapping him in a black whirlwind. Our protagonist fell into an unknown location, a bright blue dimension, where he heard a voice say, I'll give you 5 minutes. A hand manipulated his energy, lifting Jiang into the air and making him float surrounded by blue energy. Desperate, he thought. That voice, it's the woman from before. The mysterious woman who had approached him earlier appeared again, this time fully formed. She had futuristic glasses, long white hair, and a white dress. She was holding an icy shard sword, which she pointed at Jiang, saying, Prove that you are human. Jiang was completely immobilized within a cocoon while the girl pointed the ice sword at him. Prove that I'm human? He thought, confused. And then he rolled his eyes, suspicious. But I am human. How should I? He remained thoughtful, watching the woman standing in front of him with the sword raised in his direction. Prove that I'm human? Could it be that she has noticed that there are also mutant beasts hiding within the city, but couldn't identify them? So she's asking me to prove that I'm myself? She may have already suspected me when I was about to make a move on that little natural order fox. Could the poisonous-tailed rat also have been a test of hers? Smiling in a friendly way, Jang asked, "Can you give me some hints?" To which the girl simply replied, 4 minutes left. Jang repeatedly tried to use his evaluation technique to determine who that woman was, but the system continuously showed the following message: evaluation failed, evaluation failed, evaluation failed. 2 minutes remained. The evaluation attempts had already failed 999 times. It was then that the system showed the following message: evaluation technique, intermediate level, has been promoted to evaluation technique, advanced level. Evaluation technique, advanced level, capable of evaluating the faction to which the target belongs. Successful evaluation. Then, finally, the girl's status window appeared. It read, name, Liu Sishan, level 28. Faction, Purification Squad. Talent, water element manipulation. Able to store elemental water energy by drinking water, and can manipulate the elemental water energy in the surroundings and within the body. Jang soon thought, she's strong. She's at level 28. No wonder she was difficult to evaluate. And the Night Wanderer and the Assassination Ring were useless for her too. Her faction is the Purification Squad? I've never heard of that. Could it be the third main organization besides the Patrol Squad and the Investigation Squad? The girl then declared with a frown and an unreceptive expression. You have 1 minute left. Our protagonist then hurried, saying, wait, if you're calling this little park a training field, that means you're from the same orphanage as me, right? However, he thought, but I don't remember anyone called Liu Sishan from the orphanage. If she's from that place, she must have changed her name. Then, desperate for his life as the ice got tighter and colder, he began to say the names of several children he had grown up with. Are you Liu Turen, Liu Shesheng, Liu Yishu, Liu Xingyu, Liu Sisi? The last name mentioned caught her attention and made her divert the sword strike. That doesn't prove you're human, she declared, approaching him. Judging by her reaction, she must be Liu Sisi. She is 3 years older than me, and when I enrolled at the Pearl Academy, Liu Sisi had already graduated and joined the investigation squad. If there is something that only she and I know, he thought, remembering a conversation he had with Sisi when he was just a child. This move is called Sisi's Invincible Devastator Fist. Make sure to learn how to do it, the white-haired girl with pigtails said, punching the air. Ah, okay, he replied behind her, trying to imitate her. So our protagonist laughed and imitated the movements on the ice, saying, First form, ha, second form, hee-ha, third form, ha-hey-ha, Sisi's Invincible Devastator Fist. The girl remained silent, disbelieving and awestruck. Are you really Sister Sisi? Then you, he asked, but was soon interrupted by the girl who stepped forward and said, Second question. Based on the Academy's information, your ability is the contract gem and you are useless, considering that you are unable to meet the requirements to activate it. Well then, what were you doing during that period? Jang proceeded to answer. 2 weeks ago, I consumed the contract gem and became a summoned beast, and now I can be controlled by myself. This allows me to be immune to the illusions of mutant beasts and expose their disguises. And, based on my recent investigations, there is a large number of natural order foxes hiding in the city. I suspect that the entire tribe has infiltrated the Pearl City. The common talent they possess is called cognitive distortion. Anxiously and in an emergency tone, Sisi approached him, grabbing his shoulders and asking, Are you telling the truth? Zhang promptly replied, In the Happy Commercial District, the female boss of the Wanshang breakfast shop, the owner of the Juan Furniture. In the Dragon Pearl District, the 3 blacksmiths in the Long Lance Weapons Workshop, and that little natural order fox that you prevented me from attacking. They are all low-level natural order foxes. You can verify them yourself. Sisi turned and walked away, saying, Wait here, I'll be back soon. Jinbo, do you think this information is reliable? She asked, clicking on a communicator she was carrying in her hands. In another location, a boy in a yellow jacket and hood responded along with a group. First of all, we can confirm that mutant beasts like natural order foxes have never been discovered near the Pearl City. But there have been reports of the cognitive distortion ability appearing, and it matches Jiang Ping's description as well. I've already sent people to secretly capture 2 of the closest ones. They should be back soon. Jinbo was holding a small blue sphere that he used as a communicator, until a loud explosion interrupted the conversation between the two. Jin quickly turned around, seeing the heat and light emitted. "What happened?" he asked, and two other members of the faction came running towards him. "Leader, it's that female boss of the breakfast shop. She went berserk and broke free as soon as we left the city and started attacking us," one of them shouted while running, being chased by a girl dressed in a waitress uniform with a red dot on her forehead. The waitress jumped towards Jin, raising her hands. The boy looked at her impassively and remained calm, then clenched his fist, concentrating his energy into it and saying, "Die!" He delivered a powerful punch to the girl, hitting her squarely in the chest. The waitress was knocked back with a hole in her stomach, steam rising from her body, while Jin's fist still emanated energy. "What arrogance!" he declared, seeing the damage. Gradually, she disintegrated into dark energy. Her body was dissolving in purple flames and transforming into an armored fox. "It seems the information is legitimate. We finally managed to understand who our enemies are. Inform the other team. Have them eliminate the target immediately," he declared, pointing to the team who, in unison, bowed and responded, "Understood." At the Pearl Academy, Luo Shiyu was resting on the balcony, lying in a lounge chair. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Sitting up abruptly, she startled her assistant. "Master," the assistant exclaimed. Shiyu levitated from her balcony towards the sky, wearing a yellow bikini and a transparent beach cover-up. "Yueju is dead. Someone killed Yueju outside the city. Another one died in the Happy Commercial District, capable of killing us instantly and suppressing their presence immediately afterwards, avoiding my detection," she thought. Her eyes ignited in purple flames. Her purple aura expanded, and she cursed. Her demonic form appeared behind her, a large fox with bones and muscles with red eyes and long claws. "Who the hell is this person?" she asked, her voice dripping with hatred. Back in the dark space where Jang had been left, our protagonist was conversing with Cece. "Did you verify it?" he asked, now able to move freely. "Yes, but we can't be sure. This sudden ability to see through the illusions of celestial foxes. What if it's a trap? What if they want you to see? That's why you'll be our eyes and ears. I'll protect you in secret for now. If you find anything, contact me at night," the girl responded, standing in front of him. "Protection and surveillance? Okay, as long as we can deal with the celestial foxes, it's fine," he said with a smile on his face while massaging his shoulder. "Here, take this," she said, throwing something at Jang, who quickly stretched out and caught the object in the air. "This jade pendant comes in pairs. This one is called Cold Jade. Its companion is Hot Jade. If you find yourself in danger, simply cover the cold jade with flames, and the hot jade in my possession will heat up. This will alert me to your situation, and I'll be there as soon as possible. That said, I still recommend that you strengthen yourself. When it comes to safety, never rely entirely on someone else." The girl had her arms crossed and her back turned to him as he warmed the jade with some flames in his hands. Our protagonist, who was just an ordinary person, scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I was thinking of learning martial arts. Maybe enroll in a school, but the tuition fees are no joke." The girl then, handing him a martial arts scholarship form, said, "I'll request a subsidy from the organization. In the meantime, see if you can find a suitable martial arts school." Excited, the boy said, "Really? Thank you, Sister Cece." Without responding, she walked away, waving to him. Our protagonist walked through the streets in the daytime, when the sun was shining brightly, thinking, "There have been far fewer celestial foxes around here lately. The purification squad must be doing its job. She didn't tell me her identity. I guess she doesn't trust me that much. If it weren't for the sudden upgrade in my analysis, allowing me to identify someone's faction, I would never have imagined that she was a member of the purification squad. But how did they know the Pearl City was being infiltrated by those things in the first place? Never mind. As long as I can help eliminate the celestial foxes, nothing else matters. And giving me 10,000 pearl coins up front, that's quite generous." Next to him, a pink-haired girl was announcing, "Learning martial arts? Anyone interested in learning the Fist of the Beast King?" While passers-by avoided her, rejecting the offer. This caught his attention, and Jang approached her, saying, "Let me see that." The girl smiled and replied, "Of course." With the paper in his hands, he declared, "Wow, this isn't cheap. And who knows if it's right for me?" The vendor opened an enthusiastic smile and replied, "I guarantee it's worth every coin. Our Fist of the Beast King techniques are famous throughout the Pearl City." Then she approached him, standing just a few inches away with a flushed face, and said, "If you don't believe me, I can give you a demonstration." Our protagonist remained silent and sweated a little. The girl stepped back and adopted a fighting stance for the demonstration. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jang activated the learning mode and focused on her movements. The first three forms of the Fist of the Beast King are the Monkey King style, the Giant Crocodile style, and the Phoenix Claw style. As he observed her, Zhang thought, the Fist of the Beast King techniques, both the movements and the footwork, they are much more advanced than the Pearl Fists. It's truly a good martial arts set. Jumping into the air with a martial kick, the girl declared, the Monkey King style has many variations, without a fixed style. She alternated between the three forms, but Zhang soon came to the conclusion, it's just that she clearly isn't trained enough, not even scratching the surface of what the Fist of the Beast King can truly do, he thought, as he saw the girl fall face first to the ground after jumping to kick the air. It was then that two bullies appeared before her, blocking the sun. Who authorized you, Fist of the Beast King clowns, to distribute flyers here? One of them asked with his arms crossed. Are you okay? Zhang asked, kneeling in front of her and taking her hand. The girl got up and smiled shyly, scratching her head. I'm sorry, I didn't know I couldn't distribute flyers here, she said. Soon, one of the men who had approached declared, gesturing, Fist of the Beast King, please. That technique is trash. I suggest you come to our Xingyi Fist School instead. Zhang looked surprised, his eyes shining, and then declared, wow, the guy with the 5-part lightning knees. The man, consumed by anger, shouted, it's the 5-part lightning attack, and it will be you who will be on your knees. You'll also have to pay for what you did at the blacksmith shop, and it seems now is the right time to do it. Zhongda, Zhong-er, get him, he ordered the two bullies by his side. The girl stood in front of him and declared, I won't let you intimidate him, with a determined expression on her face. The two bullies activated their abilities, making red lightning cross their bodies. Their muscles swelled, and their eyes turned red. Get out of the way, little girl, unless you want to get hurt too, the boss declared. Zhang activated his analysis and opened the status window of the two bullies. Both were humans and level 4, but what caught his attention was their ability. Flesh Fortification decreases intelligence by 70% in exchange for enhanced physical strength. Maximum upgrade, 30%. Shocked, Zhang exclaimed, Intelligence for strength? Are you sure that's a real ability? The two roared, consumed by a pulsing rage, salivating. At that moment, they were two beasts waiting for the battle to begin. Then, he turned his eyes to the girl and read her status window. Name, Wang Gemin species, human. Faction, Fist of the Beast King Martial Arts School. Level 3. Ability, Diligent Willpower. Decreases learning ability by 90%, but any skill can be improved through consistent practice. Each day of practice increases the growth rate by 10%, up to a maximum of 1,000%. Admired, he thought. Wow, her potential is so high. This girl, Wang Jiamin, she's blossoming late, a powerful talent in development, but now she's just looking for trouble with this strength. Zhang then took all the flyers and placed them in the girl's hands, who held them confused. Pushing her aside by the shoulders, he said, This is my problem. I'll take care of it alone. They have 3 people. You'll only suffer defeats like this. The bullies continued to pose in the background, while the girl simply accepted that she wouldn't be participating. Zhang raised his hand and activated his energy, his eyes shining in an intense cyan blue, and he said, Don't worry about this. You just showed me how to do the Monkey King style, didn't you? These guys arrived just in time for me to practice a little. One of the bullies jumped up shouting, You arrogant brat! With his hands raised and lightning covering his body, the giant advanced, but Zhang skillfully dodged and struck his neck with his hand, declaring, First form! The other bully advanced towards him with a charged punch, and our protagonist prepared to retaliate. Burying his fist in the opponent's belly, he generated a strong impact that pierced through his body. Second form! Exclaimed Zhang. The boss then entered the fight, activating his 5-part lightning ability. His body was covered in yellow lightning that emanated from him and expanded around him. Zhang appeared, kneeing the man in the groin, who screamed in pain. Third form! Declared Zhang, striking again. With the man bent over in front of him, protecting his private parts with his hand, Zhang mocked, Too bad. It seems you're 2 people short. How does it feel? Having your precious 5-part lightning reduced to just 3 kneeling? The man did not respond, remaining completely confused and stunned on the ground. Zhang then approached the girl and said, Come, take me to the Fist of the Beast King Martial Arts School to enroll. Excited, she asked if he was serious, and he replied that yes, he was. She then said, That was amazing. You learned the Monkey King style just by seeing it once. If there's any movement I don't understand in the future, can you teach me? Jang replied. Of course. The girl made a thumbs up with her flushed face and continued. Really? Incredible. With your help, I can become strong in no time. Looking at her tenderly, Jang thought, you have a 7-star potential. You may even become a high-level awakened one. Maybe one day I'll need your help. At the King of Beasts martial school, someone asked, has anyone seen the instructor at the market? Another exclaimed, what? The instructor has returned. The students gathered desperately, unable to believe it. It was chaotic. Time to pay for having relaxed, losers. One of them laughed, mocking his classmates. Wow, I thought the instructor wouldn't be back for a few days, said another. What are we going to do? I haven't even learned half of the Monkey King style moves, said another, putting his hands on his head in complete despair. Hey, earth to the lazy ones, get up, said one, trying to revive a classmate who had fainted and was sleeping silently. Why are you all so afraid of this instructor anyway? Asked Jang. Jimin soon replied, hiding her face in her hands anxiously. Instructor Bai Day is legendary for his thoroughness. Anyone who has not completed their tasks will be severely punished. Jang then asked, and what about you? Have you been punished before? With a certain doubtful pride, the girl replied, only every other day. I've been here for over a month, and I still can't even do the basic moves right. Confused, Jang looked at her and wondered, is that something to boast about? The doors of the training hall opened, and a male figure emerged in the daylight. Instructor, sir, they all said, lining up in front of him. Quickly, get into attention position, Jimin said to Jang. Attention, anyone who is sloppy will run 50 laps. Don't even think about slacking off, the instructor declared loudly. He was a middle-aged man with a beard and white hair, well-muscled, the famous DLF. Our protagonist analyzed him, and the system showed the following. Name, Bai D level 25. Ability, mimetic hunger. By consuming a creature, Bai D can temporarily assume its physical form. The number of forms he can store depends on his level. Current forms, running wolf, furious lion warrior. In unison, they all responded, yes, sir. Jang watched him attentively, thinking, he's strong, level 25. He's practically on the same level as Sister Cece. Instructor Bai was drawn to Jang's attention and approached him, saying, you're the boy who took down those Xingyi clowns yesterday, aren't you? Our protagonist looked at him with his chin raised and replied, and what if I am? With his teeth clenched by the audacity, Bai closed his fist and said, oh, all right, boy, let's see what you're made of. Jang tried to break free from the attack, shouting, wait a second. While dodging the instructor's continuous attacks with mastery, Jang asked, you're going too far. What's the point of attacking a novice like me? The instructor replied, still attacking. A novice? Then why have I heard that you learned the Monkey King style just by watching a single demonstration? Bai advanced towards him with flaming fists. Damn, no time to dodge, Jang thought, as one of Bai's fists approached his face. The sweat ran down and he clenched his teeth as he realized he was about to be hit. Suddenly the flame stopped, and the instructor started to caress his head suddenly, smiling. I didn't believe it either. Until now, he said, laughing. Jang looked at him without understanding anything at all. You have talent, boy. It's a shame that the person who showed you the Monkey King style was a mediocre practitioner. Some of the moves are completely wrong, the instructor said, while Jiamin gestured awkwardly, biting her tongue in silence. Thank you, instructor, Jang replied, bowing. Don't worry, I'll teach you the correct technique later. Personally, Bai said, touching Jang's shoulder. Then he turned with a deadly gaze at the students, who trembled as he said, now then, it's time to see who has been slacking off in training. Raising his voice, Bai expanded his aura and said loudly, line up! Each of you will train with me. Anyone who doesn't meet my standards will do 500 push-ups followed by a 10-mile run with a weight vest. With an awkward smile, Jang thought, as expected of a master with a body enhancement ability, even his training is brutally simple. Suddenly, Jang felt someone poking him and turned around quickly, asking, what's wrong? Jimin was standing behind him with a shy expression and a flushed face. She brought her hand to her face and said, about the instructor, he really doesn't teach me much, so after he shows you the right way to do things, can you teach me in private? Jang replied immediately, of course. Meet me later at the Iron Soul blacksmith shop after class. I'll be your training partner. Jimin reacted brightly, excited. Really? I thought you would definitely say no. That's when he remembered the girl's status window. Diligent willpower. Learning ability decreased by 90%. This girl's ability is basically designed to torture anyone who tries to teach her. I guess I understand why Instructor Bai D doesn't have much patience with you. Nevertheless, he kept a smile on his face and a receptive posture as she bowed and said, I'm looking forward to your guidance. A few days later at the Iron Soul blacksmith, Jang's voice could be heard saying, wrong again! Jimin in turn replied, sorry. The girl redid the movement. and again Jiang declared, "Still wrong, again!" Jimin fell face first to the ground, and Jiang touched his forehead in frustration, thinking, I've divided the Monkey King style into manageable little movements. Having her practice each movement individually, it's somewhat effective. Then clenching his fist and concentrating his energy into it, he thought, but this King of Beasts fist, actually, it has something to offer. After practicing non-stop these past few days, I feel my level may be increasing. It was then that Chiang's voice came, calling him, Jiang Ping, my little brother, I'm back. He quickly turned around and said to Jimin, It's Sister Chiang, keep practicing. I'll go see what's happening. The girl got up with difficulty and nodded in agreement. Outside the blacksmith, Chiang was leaning against the counter. Dude, it was close. For some strange reason, there are hardly any wild beasts or mutants around here. We had to advance further into the northern forests. And to make matters worse, we encountered an entire pack of wolves. Storm wolves, all of them, she said, turning to Jiang, who stood behind the counter. What? Are you okay? He asked. The long-haired, red-headed girl answered, I'm fine. We managed to hide using my excavator shovel. The wolves couldn't find their prey and attacked the nearby wild ones instead. I waited for my chance and got something good from the wolves. Extending her hand, she showed an item, a small greenish sphere. Jiang looked at it and the system analyzed it, informing, Wind gem. Quality, rare. A rare and valuable biological crystal. It can store elemental wind energy. When channeled by the user's mental commands, the gem can release its stored power in the form of wind blades, storms, and other similar attacks. Still offering the gem, Chiang said, Here, hold this. It's not every day you see one of these. Jiang carefully took the small sphere in his hands and said, This is a wind gem? The girl laughed and said, You have a good eye. This little beauty can make even a scrawny little boy conjure wind blades and storms. Suddenly, Jiang was enveloped in a strong blue aura of energy. Chiang hurried and said, My brother, it's still daylight. Not here. Stop this. No, let me handle it myself. Seeing that he was activating the gem, Jiang wondered, What is that sound? Chiang realized the gem had been activated and decided to guide him as the great energy surrounded him, saying, Fan family sword style, first form, crossed swords with chi. Now follow my voice. The birds above sing a joyful melody, a symphony of love between the jade green hills. However, a new voice interrupted his thoughts, saying, Yue Ershi is dead, damned humans. It seems I'll be eating 2 of them today. His ability window opened, and he could see a clear change, as well as a new ability. Reading all of that, Jiang declared, It's really a new ability, similar to the last time with the Fire Devourer ability. I guess the contract gem operates with a delay. The dark voice remained, now with a companion. Yue Liu, there are 2 humans in that shop. The girl, Wang Jiemin, and that guy. I think he's the one who got us in trouble with His Highness back in the academy dorms. The dark voices said, What was that? A celestial fox? Jiang said, quickly turning around. They look delicious. I'll have them for lunch today, said one of the foxes. I'll take the boy. You can have Wang Jimin, declared the other, making Jiang think, Are we being hunted? Cece was in the bathroom taking a shower when her jade stone suddenly glowed a vivid red. She quickly removed the towel from her hair, looked at it, and exclaimed, This is not good. Jiang Ping is in danger. With her aura activated and ready for combat, Jiang thought, It's been a while, so why hasn't Sister Cece arrived yet? I can feel that those 2 natural order foxes are getting impatient, and they're going to come in here any moment. Chiang looked at him dissatisfied, asking, What happened? Are you all right? With a serious and focused expression, he thought, Both are intermediate-level natural order foxes. I won't be able to win against them even with Sister Chiang's help. Then he turned and smiled, saying, Oh, by the way, Sister Chiang, did you visit Uncle Liu when you came back? Why don't you go upstairs and take a look at him? I'll go buy some ingredients to cook for you. He gestured, walking towards the back. The girl smiled, patted his shoulder, and replied, Okay, be quick. It's been a while since I tasted your cooking. Besides, I'll take the wind gem with me. Without objecting, he responded, Of course. Jiang waved goodbye as he walked away, thinking, I'll take Wang Jimin away from here for now. Otherwise, Sister Chiang and Uncle Liu will be dragged into this. Chiang bid him farewell, saying, Don't keep me waiting in the courtyard of the workshop. In the blacksmith's courtyard, Jimin continued training. Seeing Jiang approach, she said, Jiang Ping, take a look at my stance. Am I doing it right? The boy grabbed her wrist and pulled her, saying, Stay quiet and come with me for now. Not understanding, the girl followed him with difficulty, asking, What's going on? Until suddenly, the foxes appeared in front of them. Where are you 2 going? Said the first one. One of the foxes had long blonde hair, and the other had short blonde hair as well. Both exuded a strong energy with a red aura that expanded before Jiang. Our protagonist soon thought, "This is bad." Placing himself between the girl and the foxes, he shouted, "Don't come near them." Jimin, on the other hand, smiled and asked, "Mom and Dad, why are you here?" Then she turned to Zhang, saying, "Zhang Ping, they are my parents. It's all right." With his assessment, Zhang gained access to the status window of the foxes, which read, Mutant Beast Natural Order Foxes, Species Mutant Fox, Classification Intermediate Level Mutant Beast, Level 16, Talent Cognitive Distortion, can change the cognition of the target living being, causing the target to not perceive abnormalities. In Jimin's eyes, standing before her were only her father and mother, with her father confused and her mother smiling. Her father, with a worried voice, asked, "Who is this person by your side? Why does it seem like he's afraid of us?" Jimin promptly replied, He's a friend of mine from the martial arts school." Zhang continued with his arm raised, preventing Jimin from advancing and maintaining a safe distance between them. Then, the ground around them began to be taken over by a dark substance. Seeing that a dark energy was rising around him, Zhang smiled, thinking, "A dark space, this is great." Jimin, on the other hand, didn't know what was happening and frightened asked, "What is this?" The female fox then exclaimed, "This is not good. They are escaping." And they jumped, trying to reach them before the space closed completely. "Mom, Dad?" Jimin asked, seeing the strange behavior of her supposed parents, who had jumped and were attacking the two. The vortex of energy was almost closing, and Zhang hugged the girl, saying, "Forget them, hold on to me." The space opened, and they sank into the dimension, but the foxes were faster and entered as well. The large beast stretched out, trying to reach them, while Zhang hugged the girl, trying to curl up. "This is not good, they've entered with us," he thought. One of the foxes hit his back, causing a cut. "Zhang Ping!" Jimin cried, seeing that her companion had been injured. They continued to fall in free fall until, upon hitting the ground, Zhang did a somersault and drew his dagger. "Zhang Ping, are you okay?" Jimin asked worriedly. "I'm fine," he replied, still kneeling. The two beasts watched them from a distance. "Dad, why?" Jimin cried desperately. "Don't come near. They are mutant beasts," Zhang warned. "Oh, he can see through our disguise," said the female fox. "Then we can't let you live any longer." The male fox charged ferociously towards Zhang. Our protagonist raised his dagger, blocking the creature's attack as sparks flew with the friction. "They're fast. I can't even dodge their attacks. This is the difference in level," he thought. "Minmin, my good daughter." The female fox advanced with her crimson eyes and stretched her claws towards Jimin, who remained standing in shock. "This is bad. The other one is going after Wang Jimin," our protagonist thought. Still not understanding or not wanting to believe, the girl repeated in front of the creature, Mom, putting all his strength to block that attack. Zhang thought, "No, I can't hold on much longer either." It was then that Cece's voice finally emerged, saying, "Zhang Ping, get out of the way." Cece delivered a blow, creating a gust of ice that grew and impaled the female fox in front of Jimin. The ice spikes advanced and pierced the male, also throwing him up in the air. In despair, Jimin cried, "No!" refusing to see her parents being killed. Zhang called out to her, "Sister Cece," but it was ineffective. The girl carried out an attack, breaking the ice spikes and shattering the foxes, which broke into 1,000 pieces. "Are you two all right?" Cece asked. Jimin responded by shouting, "No! Why? Why did you kill my parents?" In front of her, all the girl saw were the lifeless bodies of her parents lying on the ground. Zhang approached her and said, "Wang Jimin, they are not your parents. They are just natural order foxes who wore the skin of your parents." Jimin held her head as tears filled her eyes with despair, saying, "Impossible! You're lying to me. They are obviously my parents." Embracing the girl in his lap, Zhang asked, "Sister Cece, why didn't the natural order foxes return to their true form?" Jimin clung to him, crying profusely, "You're lying to me." Cece then replied, "There may be a king-level natural order fox in the city that is refining their illusion talent. So even those of a lower level were able to deceive a high-level awakened one. The ones we killed could return to their true form because we killed them outside the city." Zhang approached the bodies while thinking, "If that's the case, then maybe I'm the only one capable of exposing their disguise." Gradually removing the skin from the fox's face, vapor rose, and Zhang declared, "Wang Jimin, these two mutant beasts killed your parents, and then they disguised themselves as them. This is the truth." On the ground, it was now possible to see the true form of the fox, its long claws and the vapor of blood rising. Still crying and in a state of denial while remembering her parents, Jimin asked, "How can this be? 9 of us, dead in a single week. It seems the humans have discovered a way to counter our illusions," Luo Shiyu declared, seated on her throne at the foxes' meeting. Your Highness, why don't we exterminate them all and take control of the city? One of the foxes proposed, to which another, who was sitting gnawing on a bone, responded, And then what? Are we going to eat grass for dinner? Shiyu raised her voice and ordered, Silence! Then she replied to the first fox, Fool! Eliminating the humans is inefficient and a waste of food. Our top priority is to lure those who are lurking in the shadows and then eliminate them one by one. Our esteemed deputy mayor, do you have any suggestions? The deputy mayor bowed reverently beside Shiyu and said, Your Highness, perhaps it is time to attract other species to the city, to stir things up a bit, reduce the herd, and then it will be easier to catch the strongest ones. The leader then asked, How can you be so sure that those strongest ones are still in the city? The deputy mayor then replied, There are 3 main organizations besides the city guard and the investigation team. There is one more. The lord of the city was severely wounded by the king and fled. I suspect he is hiding within that organization. I'm sure he hasn't left the city and is still waiting for us to show weakness. One of the foxes approached and said, Your Highness, I think bringing in other species is a good idea. The other agreed, saying, Right, I could use a change of flavor. Shiyu assumed her original form and declared, Very well, but remember the king is still asleep. You may have earned our gratitude, human, but step out of line, even for a moment, and I won't hesitate to end you. Don't forget your place, Huang Zeming. And she walked out of the room with her long claws. The deputy mayor hurried to say, Of course, Your Highness, I would never do that. This humble servant has dedicated his life to serving the Pearl City, but it's a pity the previous mayor was incompetent. The city stagnated under his weak leadership. I only hope that Pearl can be dominated by the strong. Still in the dark space, Jiamin remained in shock. She crouched down trembling and touched the blood-stained ground, tears running down her face. Father, Mother, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. If only I had known, she said between sobs. Cece approached and said, Even if you had known, what could you have done? And Zhang interrupted, saying, Please, Sister Cece, don't say that. But Jimin raised her voice, declaring, Enough! This is all my fault. I'm too weak. I can't even master the simplest martial arts techniques. Why did this have to happen to my parents? Why wasn't it me who died? She cried out in complete despair, tears streaming down her face. Zhang rushed and knelt down, embracing her tenderly, and said, Listen to me. This is not your fault. I also lost someone important to me. She was murdered by imposter celestial foxes in the city guard. I still think about it every day. If I had prevented her from joining the city guard, that tragedy could have been avoided. But I know, deep down, even if I went back in time, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Joining the city guard was her dream. No one could have stopped her from doing it. We can't change what is destined to be. The death of your parents, it's not your fault. But we can fight for a better future. We can become stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone we care about. I'm sure your parents are watching from heaven. I'm sure they would be so proud of you. Still sobbing and with a red face, Jimin thanked him. Then our protagonist declared, As for those monsters in the city, I promise I will eliminate each and every one of them. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, he coughed up blood on Jimin's face. The two were incredulous and screamed, Zhang Ping! Jimin declared, No way, I didn't realize he was so severely injured. Zhang, already losing consciousness, thought, I ordered my body to resist, but I didn't expect it to last only a short period of time. Sometime later, his vision became slightly blurred and he slowly regained consciousness. He's awake! Thank goodness! Jimin said, smiling next to Cece, the two of them waiting for him to wake up. How long was I out? Zhang asked, sitting up. Don't move. Be careful not to reopen the wound, Cece said. Zhang Ping, I've decided. I'll get stronger. Once I'm stronger, I'll help you eliminate those celestial foxes, Jimin declared, making a determined gesture to him. Zhang looked at her and smiled, replying, I believe in you. I know you can do it. Next, Cece called Wang and said, Your home is no longer safe. It's better if you stay here for a while. It will be easier for me to ensure your safety this way. However, the voices the protagonist was hearing did not cease. He could hear the chief's last words. The king still sleeps. Remember your place, Huang Zeming. Immediately, he recognized this was Luo Shiyu. He then commented to Cece, I have a clue about the celestial foxes. Shocked, she immediately asked what it was. A few moments later, Cece had the image of the mayor in her head as she said, Huang Zeming. He is the deputy mayor of Pearl City. He appeared in a conversation with the celestial foxes and referred to himself as a humble servant, which means he has probably betrayed us. And the king they mentioned, the one who can amplify their illusions. Illusions strong enough to deceive even apex-level awakened ones. That must be the true king of the celestial foxes. If their king is out of action, this may be our chance to counterattack. Jiang Ping, we need your help to identify these celestial foxes. This was what he wanted to hear, so without even thinking twice, he affirmed, I'm in. Meanwhile, the old uncle in the blacksmith shop was smoking his pipe while saying, I'm starving, and the woman just replied, just a little longer. Jiang Ping should be back with the groceries soon. Poor them. Already at the base of the purge squad, 3 women were walking down the corridor. One of them said, first, she needed my help to activate the secret chamber. Now she needs help to activate the celestial curtain. Cece certainly knows how to boss people around. This was Meni, a blonde girl. The other, with a bored expression and green hair, was Chen Luowei. A third woman accompanying them pointed out, hey Meni, want a coffee? This might take a while. The cheerful girl said she was fine and had just had one. Then she stepped into a magic circle that lit up, completely enveloping her. Shujie raised her hands and said, okay, let's begin. Solar charge, complete. The 3 remained within the circle, which was intensifying more and more. Black curtain, complete. Distortion of light and shadow, complete, they said, each giving their best. Then, that energy covered the sky of the city. After working together for a while, the purification team finally decided to reveal some of their secrets. They are the most secret organization in the city of Pearl, and for good reason. They have sworn to defend the city from any threat, purifying it of all corruption. As the city's secret weapon, they often carry out covert operations. A dedicated branch within their ranks, known as the Barrier Team, supports these missions. Cece had said they have 3 main members. The leader is Meni, whose ability is the Black Curtain. That pocket dimension, the dark room space that he had entered several times before, was her work. Then there's Shujie, whose ability is the Solar Charge. She absorbs sunlight and channels it to her team members, keeping them charged for extended battles. And finally, Chen Luowei, whose ability is the distortion of light and shadow. She can manipulate light and shadow to render herself or anything else completely invisible. Together, the 3 can create the illusory celestial curtain, a veil that drags any being below the king level into the pocket dimension, a world of their own creation. They can even transform the environment to confuse their opponents. This is the ultimate weapon of the Barrier Team. Since the celestial foxes use illusions to discreetly kill people, they were going to defeat them at their own game. 2 people were walking together, looking around while whistling. One of them said, hey, Yuer, what if we captured some of these humans and brought them back? No one could say who they really were. In fact, they were also monsters. One of the beasts replied, the city has been tense lately, it's better to prevent than to cure. The other mocked, stating that she didn't recognize her that way, full of fear. Suddenly one of them stopped, while the other turned to her, confused. The girl looked up at the sky, feeling something strange, and asked if her companion didn't have the same feeling. In response, she said, there's nothing wrong, you're just being paranoid. Shortly after, she widened her eyes in surprise, because now that she had mentioned it, she noticed something. Then she asked, where are all the humans? Around them, there was no one else, only the void. A golden, energized hand appeared, delivering a punch aimed directly at those 2 foxes, who, without expecting anything, were nearly hit by a powerful force that shook the entire ground. That power came from a man who had descended from the sky and, still enveloped in that energy, said, what a pity, I couldn't knock you down with just 1 punch. The fox only cursed, shouting, so it's you who has been massacring my companions in the city of Pearl. The women revealed their true form as they said, attacking us so boldly, aren't you afraid that we'll call for reinforcements? The man had electricity in his hands, and with a confident smile replied, by all means call them. I'll be waiting. This was Jinbo, level 32. In his thoughts, he reflected, according to Jiang Ping's information, these 2 are only at level 25. I should be able to handle them. The women rushed towards him fiercely, thinking that young man was just an arrogant fool. One of them struck him, but he managed to dodge it easily. However, something hit him, and this was completely unexpected for him. Then, the other fox was already too close, and he put his hand to block her, but again felt the impact. He thought, I clearly blocked that attack. The 2 kept hitting him, and he crossed his arms to try to minimize the blows. They mocked. Is that all? Seriously? Is that all you've got? I really don't know how the other fools were defeated so easily. The smile on the foxes' faces was erased when he received a well-energized punch that crushed his entire face. Throwing him away, Jinbo replied, now you know. Irritated, the other fox rushed towards him saying, you bastard, you'll pay for this. Without even moving in coldly, Jinbo was able to understand clearly. He held the fox's hand, finally comprehending the reason he was being hit even when he dodged, and said, I may not be able to see your true form, but I've discovered your size. This ability is strong for surprise attacks, but in a direct fight, you're nothing. He completed his words by completely twisting the fox's claws, who screamed, Yue Yi, help me! Your help was coming from above, preparing to attack him. But Jinbo looked sideways, let his eyes energize, smiled satisfied, and said, Here comes another one. Then he pushed the fox that was with him against the other one that was coming from above, making them collide with each other. Take that, he said. Quickly the two were on the ground. Approaching them, he heard one say, Why can't we feel any of our... The other was already accepting that both had fallen into a trap. Not satisfied with just listening to them, Jinbo charged another powerful punch full of energy and warned them, Here comes another one. This left them completely surprised. No more. Anything but that. But the end was clear. The energy could be seen from afar. Several golden rays circled the area along with a strong explosion. From afar, our protagonist was there with Cece, amazed by Jinbo's incredible strength. Cece replied, Yes. After all, Jinbo is the leader of our combat division. Ping smiled, remembering the blonde boy, and couldn't help but comment, But this outfit, it's giving off huge Super Saiyan vibes. This ended up surprising Cece, as she hadn't watched Dragon Ball and didn't know what he was talking about. Back in the real world, people were walking calmly as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Cece heard someone say on the phone, Liu Shan, it's sure by. We have a situation. Mutant beasts are gathering outside the city. They seem agitated, as if something is provoking them. If they invade the city now, it will overload the celestial light illusion curtain. Go evaluate the situation outside the city. However, she was apprehensive, which was evident in her voice, and this made Sure Bai continue. If you're worried about Jiang Ping, take him with you. It will be good training in real combat skills. As for the celestial foxes that Jiang Ping marked, they are already on our radar. I'll have the combat team deal with them. She immediately understood the instructions, while Ping thought, Those storm wolves that Sister Jiang found, I wonder if there's a connection. Cece turned and said, Let's go, Ping. We're needed outside the city. I'll send some people to watch over the blacksmith shop. He accepted her instruction, laughing, and asking if it was some kind of big shot on the phone. And then Cece affirmed that he was the boss of everything, and that he would soon meet him as soon as the mission was over. It's the first time I've been outside the city walls in a long time. What plants are those? Jiang Ping asked, walking alongside Cece during an apparently harmless sunset. No, Cece said, stopping him from advancing and stepping on a flower that was blooming with red petals, releasing a luminous liquid. The liquid rose and exploded in the air into 1,000 green particles, and Cece declared, Those are called hydrochloric acid grasses, also known as rosinha. As you can see, now is the time when their fruits are ripening. The ripe fruits explode like fireworks. The hydrochloric acid grasses spread their seeds this way, so be careful where you step. Then Cece pointed down and said, There's a certain mutant beast that feeds on this grass. Consider this your first opponent. On the ground was a small white rabbit with red eyes. I'll investigate the situation with the mutant beasts. Don't stray too far, she declared. Jiang used his analysis skill and opened the creature's status window. Name, caustic aqua rabbit. Species, mutant rabbit. Classification, low level, mutant beast. Abilities, aqua sig. Highly corrosive jets of acidic projectiles from the hidden glands in its ears. Level, 9. Jiang ignited his flaming dagger, thinking, This rabbit seems harmless, but its level is higher than that of the armed poisonous rat, as long as it's not paying attention. Jiang threw the flaming dagger towards the rabbit, shouting, First attack! The animal instinctively jumped, dodging the attack, and taking advantage of the opening, Jiang declared, Pearl Fist! Igniting his fist in flames with crimson eyes. The rabbit frowned irritably and shot a green substance from its ears at Jiang while running. Our protagonist used the dagger to defend himself, dodging the attacks while saying, Can it shoot from that distance? The small creature began to hop away, and he cursed, Damn! The hydrochloric acid grass has been activated. Several acid spores exploded from the spot where the rabbit had jumped, bursting like green fireworks above him. Dodge the acid! I need to analyze the situation while my body is on autopilot, he thought, facing a rain of acid. This rabbit has incredible senses and reflexes. My stealth attack was useless against it. It can perform long-range attacks, and it's immune to acid, of course. It's cunning, spraying acid to prevent me from getting close and then leading me to where the fruits are ripe, fast, smart, and deadly. This won't be easy, Jiang thought, dodging each drop of acid while running to a safe point. So he looked at his hands and wondered, Wait, why didn't that acid burn me? I know I blocked it. It's a water projectile with my bare hand. Then he raised his hand with the active flaming fist and said, Oh, it's because of the flames, isn't it? The small rabbit let out a squeak as if to say, "Drink my acidic soup," and started shooting several acid projectiles in his direction. Jang dispelled all of them by intensifying the flames and creating a trail of fire that washed away the acid. As expected, the acid evaporates when exposed to flames. "So that's why Cece was fine with me going against something above my level," Jang declared, observing the result. The small rabbit transformed into something demonic with sharp teeth and vibrant red eyes, flames on its body, and a devilish expression. "He's wasting all my acid. Why isn't he melting?" the rabbit thought amid its screams. "That familiar feeling. Even low-level beasts have second phases," Jang thought as the beast advanced fiercely toward him. Jang maneuvered his dagger, slashing side to side at an absurd speed. Then in a moment of carelessness, he felt 2 cuts appear on his shoulder. Worried, he saw blood flowing from the wound and thought, "The claws, they're covered in acid too," he declared. "You little sneak. So you realize that ranged attacks don't work, and now you want to get close and deal damage personally? All right." Zhang then activated his Devouring Fire Flame Reserves ability. Standing in the midst of the flames with his dagger raised, he thought, "To avoid melting, I need to keep my body covered in flames. But I'm burning through my reserves too quickly. I need to finish this fast. I'll surround him with my flames." He then charged toward the target with his body ablaze. "Do you think you're the only one who can set traps, Bunny?" he said while running and initiating a series of strikes. The rabbit dodged, jumping stealthily, and Jang followed up with acrobatic slashes in the air. "There's nowhere left to run now," our protagonist said, cornering the beast with fire and raising his dagger. "Die!" he shouted, seeing that his flame reserves were already close to 0, and plunged the dagger down. However, his weapon hit the ground as the rabbit jumped. "Dodged!" he exclaimed, and silently smiled, thinking, "But that's exactly what I wanted. Activate Fire Devourer. Absorb the flames." The ring of flames around him began to shrink. The flame reserves increased. Jang covered his face and said, "Let's see how you can dodge in mid-air." He threw his dagger again, and the rabbit screamed, now caught in the flames being consumed. After some time, he breathed heavily, hands on his hips, and said, "That was exhausting. My stats didn't increase, which means it's still alive. I need to finish it." Jang approached the body of the small rabbit and stabbed it several times. Then, observing his status window, he said, "Considering what's expected from a base level 9, maybe one of those with just 2 points in each stat. What a shame my level didn't increase." The higher your level, the harder it becomes to level up. That's why it's better to focus on training and defeating enemies without actually gaining a level. The system then gave him a notification saying, "Fire Devourer has reached full flame absorption, upgrading from Initial Flame Devourer to Intermediate Flame Devourer. Maximum flame reserves increased to 300. Zhang looked at that and happily said, "Even my Fire Devourer skill leveled up. This little expedition was more rewarding than I expected." And wiping his dagger with fire, he smiled. However, something caught his attention. He slowly turned, and from within a vast darkness, he could see thousands of small, malevolent red eyes approaching. Gradually, thousands of demonic rabbits emerged, coming toward him. "Shit!" Jiang Ping involuntarily declared. "Before we continue with this battle, let's take a moment for some trivia about the universe of I Contracted Myself. Don't forget to leave a like and a comment, as it really helps the channel and motivates the team." So folks, Princess Yue, the Master Fox, doesn't like to eat males. That's why she didn't attack our protagonist, Jiang Ping, earlier. Besides that, some of the high-ranking celestial foxes imitate Princess Yue and exclusively consume female humans. We won't make any jokes about that. We'll leave that task to you. Now back to the battle. "Damn, I'm almost out of flames, and there are so many of these hairs," Jiang Ping said, surrounded by the demonic hairs and seeing his flames nearly extinguished. The hairs snarled, drooling as he reached into his clothing and said, "All right, that's enough to activate the pendant." Then the hairs charged at him together, and our protagonist made the wisest decision of all. He turned to flee, shouting, "Discretion is the most important part of bravery. Sister, Cece, help!" With the cord in hand, already with the jade aflame to alert Cece. More hairs appeared in front of him, blocking his advance. Jiang turned and saw that the hairs were also surrounding him from behind. He found himself cornered, surrounded on all sides, and said, "No way. Are they coordinating their attacks? Flanking maneuvers? This is bad." The hairs launched thousands of green acid projectiles toward Jiang, who simply curled up on the ground, thinking in despair, "I have no choice but to use my clothes as a shield to withstand the first wave of attacks." But before the projectiles hit him, a large wall of ice rose up between him and the acid. "That water ability, it must be," he thought, glancing out of the corner of his eye. "Sister Cece, you came," he said, getting up and seeing the girl walking toward him. Get back, she said, with blue smoke emanating from her hand. Cece raised her arm and with an intimidating stance declared, "So, the bullet hares are getting angry too." A large wall of water rose, and the hares stood still, watching the wave form and then crash over them, drowning and sweeping them away. Until, with a snap of her fingers, Cece froze the water, petrifying the hares inside the large pillar of ice that had formed. Incredible. I barely took down one of those things, and I was giving it my all, Jang thought, smiling and astonished. Cece looked at him and asked, "I was gone for just a little while. Where did all these things come from?" Jang shrugged and replied, "I don't know either." Suspicious, she said, "This doesn't seem like the end." Then a new horde of demonic hares appeared. Summoning her ice sword, she said, "No matter how many there are, they're all the same." It was then that she noticed the behavior of the hares jumping toward the ice pillar. "They're not attacking us? Is it because of that alpha? But it should be dead by now. They don't even care about what's happening around them. As if they're totally fixated on something." Taking advantage of the opening, the girl said, "In that case, I won't hold back." And with her sword, she leaped, cutting the creatures one by one with a clean strike, spilling blood and causing ice to grow from their wounds as she spun in the air. Cece moved from hair to hair, tearing their bodies apart and creating a composition of white fur, red blood, and blue ice. Then, about to deliver the next blow, she declared, "Last one," and a strong impact arose as Cece buried the sword into the final hair. Facing the large demonic hair that seemed to incite the others, she thought, "This alpha, if I'm right, the answer must be somewhere inside its body." Then she stretched out her hand, touching the ice, and declared, "Release." The ice shattered, breaking into 1,000 pieces. Cece knelt among the bloodied ice blocks and finally grasped what she was looking for between her fingers. "I found it. It's a spirit-controlling pill. It really is." Between her fingers, she held a small blue sphere. Jang knelt beside her, resting on his knees, and asked, "Spirit-controlling pill? What is that? It smells kind of nice." Still kneeling, Cece replied, "It's a pill made by some organization to control mutant beasts, the Jew clan which tames beasts." So they finally showed their hand. The spirit-controlling pills are said to emit a unique aroma. Only low and mid-level mutant beasts can sense it. It attracts them, makes them want to eat it. It's very different from your gem contract. The beasts that consume it lose their minds, becoming completely submissive to whoever controls the pill. But how the Jew clan actually controls these beasts, that's still a mystery. This thing won't be digested. If we leave it here, more beasts will end up becoming puppets. Cece closed her fist around the sphere, squeezing it tightly until it broke. Then she began to walk, pouring the contents onto the ground as Jang followed her. "There's definitely a connection between these pills and the beast attacks. I'll report back to HQ. Whether the Jew clan is responsible or not, before the investigation is over, you'll train with me outside the city walls." Jang saluted her, saying, "Yes, ma'am," and she laughed, responding, "That's the spirit." Behind some trees, a masked person in a long hood was watching them hidden. Cece suddenly attacked, startling Jang, who merely stepped aside as she threw her sword, cutting the tree in half, revealing no one. "What's going on all of a sudden?" Jang asked, confused. And Cece replied, "Nothing." However, she thought to herself, was it just my imagination? A week later, in the Hall of the Celestial Foxes, Princess Yu was receiving everyone in a meeting while sitting on her throne. "Your Highness, all the Celestial Foxes living around Artisan Street are gathered here," her subject declared. "Good," she said. Outside, it was a dark night, and she continued to think, the attacks by mutant beasts are becoming more frequent. Could this be the work of Jang's Dong? In any case, I can't rely on him. It's time for me to make my own move. Then, in her human form, she stood up, and all the foxes remained prostrated while she spoke, exuding a strong, malevolent aura. As you all know, humans have discovered a way to break their own weakness, mind control, causing severe casualties among our people. In recent days, I've noticed that most of our feral brothers have been operating near Artisan Street. You, my brothers, who reside in that area, are highly likely to be their next target. I need you to create a scene. You might stumble upon something important. We will make them think you are fleeing. Force them to act rashly. I need to know exactly who we are dealing with." She unleashed her fox claw, creating an intimidating aura. The servant foxes exchanged glances and quickly responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Back in the valley where our protagonist trained, Jang jumped, burying his dagger in the air and attacking yet another innocent rabbit that just wanted to eat acidic grass in peace. His dagger cut the rabbit, igniting it and causing the others to flee. With a cold look, Jang thought, "After a week of just grinding rabbits, I've finally reached level 6. Not only that, but I've also completely mastered their attack patterns and weaknesses." The rabbits attacked together, launching acidic projectiles in his direction, and Zhang created a vortex of fire around himself. Step 1. Neutralize their long-range attacks, dealing damage and really making them nervous, he thought, leaping over the rabbits who were now in their second form, already planning. Once they are enraged, they will launch a close-range attack. The acid is flammable, but it burns too quickly to be lethal. Zhang continued cutting and hitting them with one hand, while charging crimson scales with the other, throwing them toward the targets. But if I used the scarlet serpent scale as fuel, the flames would never go out. The scale exploded upon hitting the rabbit, consuming it in flames and neutralizing it. Zhang observed the great pillar of fire that formed from the explosions and thought, I will call it Fire Devourer. True fire of 3 flavors, although, thinking about it, it's a very cringe name. Crossing the pillar of flames, which contained a rain of carbonized rabbits, Zhang continued to think, I've only collected this amount of serpent scales during this time, and I've already used them all. This amount of deaths at once. It has to be enough for another level, right? He then activated his analysis skill and opened his status panel. As expected, I leveled up. The system displayed in the translucent blue window, level increased to 7. All stats increased by 10. Due to the defeat of dangerous enemies above your current level, all stats increased by an additional 10. The contract jewel increased to level 5. With a satisfied and open smile, he thought, wait, the contract jewel also leveled up? I thought it was tied to my own level. In his hand, the jewel appeared, a glowing blue crystal that floated. But even when I went from level 4 to 6, nothing happened. The contract jewel stayed at level 4. So it's not about my level. The contract jewel is just harder to level up. I wonder what kind of power will be unlocked this time. Hopefully something related to combat. While our protagonist was thinking, a small rabbit that was supposed to be dead emanated a dark and malevolent purple energy. Suddenly, the creature opened its eyes and jumped, intensifying its aura. That little one is still alive? Come as many as you want. I'm not the same easy target anymore, Zhang said, activating his flames, dagger in hand, and his eyes burning with fire. The rabbit, covered by a black aura, jumped towards him and he said, Oh? Coming straight at me? He spun the dagger to parry. However, the rabbit created spiritual tentacles that wrapped around his hand, almost disarming him. What the hell is that? Did I kill so many rabbits that they came back as vengeful spirits? He wondered, seeing the large black spirit in front of him. Zhang threw his dagger up, seeing that his hand was trapped. Ghost demon, vengeful spirit, whatever you are, die! Then, grabbing his weapon with the other hand, he struck the rabbit directly, creating an arc of energy, cutting into its core and making the rabbit fall to the ground, defeated once again. The shadows evaporated from its body, and Zhang observed it, saying, Since when do bullet rabbits have a technique like that? Don't tell me it's being controlled by spirit powder. Zhang crouched down and cut open the rabbit's body, pulling out a small, glowing purple mass. There really is something, but it doesn't look like controlling spirit powder, he said, puzzled. Zhang then activated his analysis skill, but it failed. It failed again and again and again. I haven't seen something so resistant to analysis in a long time, he thought, observing the object. Finally, after much persistence, the awaited response came. Analysis successful. Nether mist essence. Quality. Unknown. A powerful essence stored in the glands of a nether mist black goat. Consumption will result in unexpected consequences. Intrigued, he repeated, Huh? Goat? Sitting by the campfire, Zhang continued his attempts at analysis. Repeatedly, the analysis failed, while the fire burned and the purple mass glowed in his hands until it finally worked again. He then activated the playback function and revisited the memory of the creation of that artifact. A skeletal goat covered in muscles with large horns and a dense malignant aura stood before several beasts. The beasts charged toward it, and the goat ran using all the power of its spirit. The boar leading the charge headbutted it, piercing through, and the spirit of the goat roared in attack, until the boar turned, with red eyes and sharp teeth, sinking its fangs into the goat's skeleton. The goat infiltrated the boar's body and then expanded into 1,000 spikes, exterminating both itself and its enemy. Then, the skeleton of the goat fell to the ground. Zhang began to wonder, did they both die? That orb? I have a feeling it's something rare like that wind jewel, but how do I activate its effect? Direct contact didn't work. Unlike the last awakening, do I really have to swallow this thing? Zhang lay on the ground, manipulating the purple mass in his hand and looking up as he spoke. The truth is, this thing came from the black goat. It's quite disgusting if you think about it. That's when memories of previous confrontations against the foxes came to his mind. The confrontation where Jimin saw his parents attacked and where he had to say goodbye to Su Jingzhao. Then he sat up and said to himself, You insignificant and weak insect, think you have the luxury of choice? Our protagonist shoved the purple mass into his mouth and swallowed. What followed was a guttural scream of pain. Zhang held his head, screaming and thrashing, his memories intertwined, his childhood best friend in his arms still alive, and then being turned into a puppet by a celestial fox, bleeding, Zhang kneeling, prostrated, while she struggled to speak. Zhangping, promise me, no matter what kind of situation you face, you must survive. The girl looked up, crying blood tears, and our protagonist gritted his teeth with a crimson gaze, saying, "Don't worry, Su Jingyao, I'm not dying," and clenched his fists, supporting himself on the ground. "Not before I kill every last one of those damn foxes," he declared, and the system finally informed him. Successful analysis. Zhang Ping, species human, level 7, contract gem level 5, nether mist body, basic, ability, absorbs the fear of living beings and converts it into controllable nether mist. Current 20 out of 100. Zhang knelt and opened his hand in front of his chest while a blue flame burned. A combat skill that focuses this time on both attack and defense in one. It seems that the power depends on how much nether mist I use. My growth potential has jumped 3 whole stars. The nether mist body is so powerful. Zhang then began to laugh, and tears ran down his face. Damn, am I crying, regret, joy, anxiety? Who knows? Anyway, soon I will have the strength to avenge Su Jingyao. Zhang was so immersed in his words and tears that he didn't notice a group of workers approaching. "Hey, kid, are you okay?" one of them asked. "Let's go, it's not our business," another said. "Yeah, let's hurry to the city. There are some dangerous monsters around here." However, the first one insisted, saying, "Kid?" Zhang then slowly stood up, surrounded by a dark blue aura and mist, and turned with an intimidating look, saying, "I'm fine." The men retreated, running in fear at the sight of Zhang enveloped in smoke, all shouting, "Ghost! It's a ghost!" Zhang stood confused, observing, and noticed that his nether mist reserve had increased from 20 to 35. "Oh? I can absorb the fear of others and convert it into nether mist? This doesn't look like ordinary mist. It doesn't even count as energy, but I can shape it however I want," he said, then transformed his hand into a black claw wrapped in mist, his eyes turning purple. He then created a dark blue dagger that floated in the palm of his hand and said, "I wonder what its powers are. Let's try the least damage." He threw it, creating a slicing arc toward a tree and dealing 1 damage. It was enough to make a clean cut and fell the tree in one go. "I used only 1 point of nether mist and it's already this strong," he exclaimed. Then he continued cutting in an intertwined manner as the trunk fell, slicing it into 1,000 wooden cubes. "Interesting," he declared, standing amidst the shower of wood fragments. He then raised his arm and created a shield with the nether mist, smiling as he said, "Cutting through things like butter, blocking attacks. This nether mist is quite versatile." Zhang smiled with his eyes glowing in a menacing purple and said, "If used correctly, the nether mist body will be my trump card against even high-level mutant beasts." And to himself he thought, "For now, let's continue growing secretly and getting stronger with the help of the purging squad." Suddenly, Cece came running towards him, shouting, "Zhang Ping, did you find a nether mist mutant beast? Where is it?" She immediately invoked her powers, preparing for battle and placing herself in front of the boy to protect him. Zhang gave a sheepish smile and scratched his cheek, thinking, this scene gives me deja vu. It reminds me of Sis Chiang." He then confessed, "Sister Cece, actually, here's what happened." He recounted everything that had occurred. In shock, the girl asked, "What? You ate a nether mist essence?" She then confronted him, raising her voice and stepping closer. "Zhang Ping, do you want to die? Ingesting something you don't know what it is. Have you realized how close you are to the door of death?" She turned away, crossing her arms, sulking with her back to him. He maintained a sheepish smile, thinking, "It shouldn't be like this. I checked with analysis." He replied, "It's all right. If there's a problem, I can just make myself vomit." Still irritated, the girl declared, "Ah, and what if you can't think of that? What if it's a parasite?" She then turned with her ice crystal in hand. Zhang touched his chest and said, "Sister Cece, are you saying that what I ate could really be dangerous?" With a serious look, Cece said, "Nether mist beasts are creatures of unknown origin. They don't have a specific form and usually reside within other creatures. That black mountain goat and that bullet rabbit you mentioned, they were probably puppets controlled by a nether mist beast, and when the host dies, they burrow into one of its organs, waiting for the next host. The key point is that nether mist beasts can control their infected hosts." Shocked and wide-eyed, Zhang thought, nearly panicking. "So does that mean the nether mist has latched onto me?" He began to analyze. "The intense pain I felt when I swallowed the nether mist essence? Was that the nether mist trying to take over my body? He then said, "Since I'm fine, does that mean it failed?" Cece turned and said, "I don't know. You are unique. Maybe it's because there's no nethermist beast inside you. Something pure protected you. Or maybe it's because you can exert absolute control over yourself, so you're not affected even if you are parasitized. But if you undergo any mutation, I'll have to cut you." Jang shouted in fright and apologized, saying, "I'm so sorry!" Behind him, a spider was weaving a web as it descended from the tree, looking at Cece with a "surprise, you little rascal" expression. The girl panicked, grabbed her sword, and shouted, "Aara! A spider! A huge spider!" She started swinging the sword frantically and flailing her arms. Then she ran into Jang's arms, hugging him and saying, "Get it away from me! Get it away from me!" Jang embraced her back with a smile, thinking, "Still terrified of insects, I see. Just like when we were kids." A memory came to his mind. When he was little, he ran toward her carrying something, shouting, "Sister, sister, look what I found!" The little girl in a dress who was reading something turned and asked, "What is it? Let me see." And upon seeing that it was an insect, she started screaming, "Get that thing away from me!" Suddenly, the insect flew away, and little Jang looked sad, saying, "Ah, the new friend I just caught. You scared it away." Cece comforted him, now smiling calmly and stroking his head. "Silly boy, you have so many friends back at the orphanage who can be your friends. Why would you want an insect as a friend?" Jang looked down sadly and replied, "But they're going to leave the orphanage someday. What will I do then?" Little Cece hugged him, and with a flushed face and the genuineness that only a child can have, said, "Zhang Ping, I promise, no matter what happens, I will always be your friend." He smiled and said, "Really? No backing out." She replied, "Pinky swear." Zhang hugged her tightly with a gentle smile while remembering everything, and the girl blushed, realizing the situation. Then she pushed him away, saying, "Why are you hugging me so tightly?" Cece turned her back and said, "Zhang Ping, remember this. In nature, never underestimate the danger of something you don't recognize. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You may have been lucky this time, but you should never let your guard down when encountering similar items in the future. Never forget that." She then smiled and fixed her hair. He smiled, seeing her concern, and thought, "I thought she had become distant and cold after joining the purification team. I guess I was wrong. She's still the same Cece, always looking out for me, even if she doesn't always show it." Cece's communication jade lit up, and the girl immediately answered. "What's wrong?" "Okay, got it," she said. And then, as she ended the call, she started walking with a serious expression, saying, "My investigation mission and your special training are temporarily suspended. We need to return to Pearl City." Zhang then asked, "What happened?" Cece continued walking and replied, "The leader of the Jinbo team was severely injured by the crystal lights. I need to go back and provide support." Zhang tried to follow her and said, "He was injured? Wait, why don't we call for backup? What about the other investigation teams outside the city or in other cities?" The girl walked ahead as she spoke. "We can't risk altering our presence. Besides, things are complicated outside the city walls. I'll explain along the way." On the way, Cece told Zhang about the situation outside the city. No one knows when this started, but since the crystalline lights began, many people have disappeared, and the city does nothing to protect what little remains. Traveling is so dangerous. Mapping the outside world, Zhang became aware of the state of investigations and a growing number of independent awakened individuals. According to the latest information from the investigation team, the area around Pearl City has the highest concentration of mutant beasts in some villages, and farther away is the sea, due to the presence of elevated levels. No one explores this area, and we don't know if there are other cities beyond it. So, just like Eren Yeager, everyone wondered, what lies beyond that sea? "What's the situation within the city walls these days?" Cece asked, walking alongside a teammate who was updating her on the latest events. "We're using the celestial curtain of illusory light to monitor all of Pearl City. There have been no unusual activities from the celestial forces, at least not until last night. The low and mid-level forces from the officer chamber went out. We confronted them, but it was a trap, and the enemy leader was there too. Team leader Jin Bo was seriously injured while covering our retreat. The captain wants you to take responsibility for Jin Bo and ensure the team's safety. Keep Pearl City secure." Cece continued walking beside him and replied, "I understand." And Zhang was snacking while following them from behind when he asked, "Need any help?" The girl replied, "No need, go back to the blacksmith shop. I'll find you when I have some free time." Zhang agreed, and the girl waved without turning around as she continued walking. Our protagonist watched her walk away, thinking, "Stay safe, brother Jin Bo and sister Cece." As she walked away, Zhang stretched and said, "Finally, it's time to relax. These last few days outside the city have been exhausting." Walking through the streets, he passed by a food stall where a customer was saying, "I'll take this," casually choosing his snack, while Jang remained submerged in his thoughts. I wonder how Wang Jimin is doing in the Beast King art training. That's when a sudden wind caught his attention towards the people in the snack bar. Why aren't these people moving? He wondered, noticing they were frozen. Then a voice emerged beside him. A mysterious person said, "Hey kid." Startled, Jang asked, "Who are you?" and activated his analysis ability. However, after failing several times, the status window appeared containing the following message. Target is using the skill Hidden Identity. Name, unknown. Species human. Faction, unknown. Level, unknown. All other statuses were the same. What's up with these statuses? Jang wondered, confused. The middle-aged man with white hair tied in a ponytail, bright purple eyes, and text underneath a long coat replied, "You can't see them, can you? And here you are talking to no one. Still, I must congratulate you. Even a high-level analyzer can use their skills less than 10 times a day. However, you don't have those limitations." With a worried expression, Jang thought, "I command my body to forcibly analyze, so of course I can use it indefinitely. How does he know that?" A drop of sweat ran down his temple. "Old man, can I help you with something?" Our protagonist asked, trying to stay composed. This old man, even with his serene expression, the aura he emits sends chills down my spine, he thought. Then the old man expanded his energy, saying, "How about we have some fun?" Jang then crouched, getting into a combat stance, and thought, "Here comes trouble." The old man looked at him now with crimson eyes and asked with a smile, "What? Aren't you going to do anything?" Still holding his dagger, Jang replied, "I have no reason to fight you." And the old man responded, "Do you need a reason to get stronger, or was that vow to avenge Su Jingyao just talk?" Jang advanced fiercely towards the old man with a cold gaze and a murderous intent. "Say that again," he said, striking with his dagger to cut the old man's throat, leaving a trail of fire in the air. But in front of him, time shattered, and the man disappeared. "Spatial rift? No, it's a teleportation ability. He's behind me," he thought, then turned and ran towards him, burying a punch that was easily intercepted by the man, who held his fist in the air, saying, "Your speed still needs work." With a mocking voice, Jang said, "Oh, really?" The man looked uncertain, as if he sensed something was missing. With his other hand behind his back, Jang concentrated a flame, and then launched it at the man's face from close range. But he reacted faster and created a shield, blocking all the damage and enveloping himself in translucent energy. Something's not right, Jang thought. Then the man spoke while slowly adopting a spiritual appearance. "You had your fun. Now it's my turn." And behind him, another person appeared. A residual image? Jang wondered, seeing the true version of the man emerge behind him, walking in his direction and throwing a water dagger that passed over his shoulder. Water element now? Damn, how many abilities does this guy have? He's just a monster, he thought, realizing that his only alternative now was to dodge the attacks. Several water daggers were thrown his way, and he danced to evade them, until invoking the black and purple mist in his hand, he thought, "There's no more option now. I have to try that move." He then created a black shield, spending 5 of the 18 available nether mists. The man continued throwing daggers, and Jang planned, first a feigned attack to create an opening. Then, spending the remaining 13 nether mists, he launched a large beam of black energy in his direction. The man dodged, and seeing the movement, he thought, "So, seize the opportunity, and by minimizing defense, make a stealth attack." The man smiled and said, "Clever, but what a pity you're still not strong enough." In an explosion of intense light, he trapped Jang in the air, throwing him away. "But having so much power at your level is impressive," he said, walking towards our protagonist, who was pinned to the ground by the pressure, thinking, "I can't move. Telekinesis too? This is just unfair." The man then released him and turned, saying, "Now, how about we have a little chat?" Jang sat up, thinking, "I can move again. He went through all this trouble just to test me. I, who am a completely different power compared to Jimbo and Cece." The man slowly disappeared, becoming translucent, and Jang wondered, can he even be invisible? The only one in the city with this kind of power? It's the captain of the purification squad. Jang quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "How should I address you, sir?" The man sat at a table and looked at him, saying, "Playing games now, are we? Names are meant to be used, boy. Call me whatever you want, or have you really forgotten my name?" Jang approached the table, thinking, it seems the purification squad has already figured everything out about me. But why would Mr. Situ Shubai reveal himself like this? What is his purpose? He then sat down asking, "Mr. Situ, what brings you here, sir?" Situ turned his cup, taking a sip of tea while saying, "Jang Ping, it's better if you don't think too much about it. You've learned to block others from reading your mind." Jang was taken aback. frightened as the man continued. In the 2 centuries since I arrived, Pearl City hasn't seen any users with unlimited level abilities. Until now. How could my curiosity not be piqued? Intrigued, Zhang stirred, saying, "You're saying that I'm an unlimited level awakener? What does that even mean? I thought the peak level was the highest an awakener could reach. The same goes for abilities." And calmly, as the leaves flew around them, the man replied, "No matter how powerful an awakener becomes, they are limited to a single ability throughout their life. But unlimited level awakeners can break those chains. They can remove the limit on the number of abilities and continuously awaken new ones." Then, with eyes shining a cyan blue, he said, "There's something I'm curious about. Something I need to know. Tell me, Zhang Ping, can my unlimited level ability, Path of Others, copy your unlimited level ability, Contract Gene? Of course, I won't ask you for this for free. Whatever it is, I'll give you something as a token of gratitude, and I will answer any questions you have." Zhang then asked while still seated, "What if I refuse?" The man replied, "You're welcome to, but perhaps you'd like to see my gift first." He then placed a box on the table containing a shining golden bracelet with arcane inscriptions. "This bracelet is called the Golden Treasure. It's a piece of equipment I used a lot back in the day. It contains an ability within it, storage. I trust you understand what that means." "Enchanted," Zhang declared. "Mr. Situ, you are very generous." And looking at the bracelet that shone brightly, he thought, "A storage space is exactly what I need right now." Situ extended his gloved hand, glowing blue, and said with a serious look, "Extend your hand." Zhang obeyed, and Situ enveloped his hand with an intense blue flame. The man remained silent for a few moments and then sighed, releasing our protagonist's hand, who, confused, asked, "Is that it? Is it done?" while rubbing his wrist. Situ replied, "Yes, it's done. I can't copy your ability. Even those derived abilities of yours, I couldn't copy any of them. You are truly special." Situ then placed his hand over the box containing the bracelet and pushed it towards Zhang, saying, "Well then, I suppose this is yours now." Zhang then said, "Thank you, Mr. Situ." He extended his hand, but upon touching the bracelet and bringing it closer, a dark and ominous aura enveloped him. Overwhelmed by the feeling, he began his process of analysis and reproduction. What he saw next was pure horror. A woman tied up with numerous ropes, bloodied, screaming while suspended in the air. This could be the process they used to make this bracelet? He wondered. The next images were of a hooded figure pouring a bucket of molten gold over the still living woman. She howled in agony as someone transformed her body, merging it with the gold in the bracelet. They used human lives to craft these special items? Such actions. This is simply too cruel, he thought as he watched the reproduction in his mind. He then lifted his gaze and asked, "Mr. Situ, is it true that all special equipment is made in such cruel ways?" Drinking another cup of tea, Situ replied, "It has been this way for 2 centuries. Although it is now explicitly forbidden, there are still criminals who secretly sacrifice people for objects. I originally wanted to destroy this bracelet, but perhaps in your hands, maybe you can use it to bring justice to those who deserve it, so that the lost souls used to create this bracelet can rest in peace." Zhang then continued the conversation. What was Pearl City like 200 years ago? Were all treated this way? Their lives thrown away so casually? Situ placed his cup back on the table and replied, "Yes, 200 years ago. The Zhu family who tamed beasts ruled Pearl City with an iron fist. Everyone was a slave to their whims. There was no future, no hope. Men worked day and night for scraps of food. Women, if they had any beauty, were selected as servant slaves for the Zhu family, becoming toys for the young masters. From the moment they were born, children were indoctrinated, forced to swear loyalty to a family that saw them as nothing more than tools, and the elderly who could not work were used as food. Food for the Zhu family's domesticated and mutated pets. And if someone awakened with an ability, they were either enslaved or became ingredients, sacrifices to feed the creation of equipment. Because of the many crimes of the Zhu family, some capable individuals quietly gathered and eventually overthrew the Zhu family's rule. Zhang picked up the cup and poured another serving of tea, saying, "I understand." The man then asked, "Any more questions?" Handing the hot tea to the man, who extended his hand to take it, Zhang said, "Mr. Situ, you are incredibly powerful. So why not deal with this Princess Yue yourself? Why not free this city once again?" The man then, with a serious expression, said, "It's not that I won't, it's that I can't. It's that..." He then activated his ability, encrypted communication, and continued speaking while looking at Zhang as the steam from the tea rose. "You might have the impression that Pearl City's defenses are weak, that we were caught off guard by the Celestial Fox's incursion, but that is wrong. A fatal error. The defenses of Pearl City are, in fact, incredibly robust. Our investigation team tracks and drives away mutant beasts in the jungles around us. We have the purging team stationed near the city gate, secretly handling mutant beasts. Investigation team, and beyond that we have the King's Divine Artifact, Sun Pearl, and the Moon Pearl inside. Within the range of the Sun and Moon Pearls, all living beings are suppressed, their power limited to level 40. But as things stand, that said, even if a king-level mutant beast invades, it will be downgraded to peak level. He then stood up and turning his back said, "And I am, without a doubt, the strongest peak level that exists. But as things stand..." Suddenly, Jang stood up and slammed his hand on the table in frustration, saying, "Elder Bai, are you saying that we have a traitor among us?" The man turned slightly, responding, "Smart. With the city lord still missing, except for me, the only ones who could control the artifact are the remnants of the Jew family, those who have hidden in the shadows after the end of their reign of terror." Clenching his teeth in anger at this new conclusion, Jang declared with the foxes in mind, "So the Zhu family disabled the Sun and Moon Pearls artifact, and then opened the door for the celestial foxes, and this recent wave of mutant beast activities? This is all they're doing, isn't it? Why didn't we eradicate those scoundrels completely when we had the chance?" C2 sighed deeply and replied, "After overthrowing the Zhu family's rule, we have been trying to eliminate the remnants. But how can one remove all the weeds? Probably because they have operated in Pearl City for hundreds of years, with deep and extensive underground roots." To himself, Jang thought, "Right. This celestial fox invasion, nothing about this makes sense. What is the true objective of the Zhu family? Is the city lord dead or alive? Why instigate a revolt of mutant beasts? What kind of power does the king of celestial foxes possess?" Filled with anger, Jang clenched his fists and teeth, then relaxed a bit and continued thinking. Without answers to these questions, Situ Shibai must act with extreme caution. Otherwise, if he falls into the enemy's trap and dies in battle, Pearl City will truly be doomed. Just like the wars in my past life, nuclear weapons were merely a deterrent, to be moved only in critical moments. Even if Princess Yue continues to provoke and kill, anyone can be impulsive, except Situ Shibai. With his back turned, Situ declared loudly, "I may not be able to copy your abilities, young man, but we still need you." He then turned and approached our protagonist, extending his hand, saying, "Zhang Ping, are you willing to join the purging team?" Gripping Situ's hand firmly and proudly, Jang responded with conviction, "Of course." Back at the blacksmith shop, Jimin and Chiang could be seen talking through the window. "Sister Chiang, what's up with you and all this equipment repairing lately?" Jimin asked, sitting while Chiang worked on some footgear, responding, "I'm just trying to make the most of my free time." With a sad expression, Jimin said, "It's been a few days. I keep wondering when Zhang Ping will come back." The red-haired girl laughed and said, "What's the problem? Missing him already? No wonder you've been so distracted lately." Lowering her head against the back of the chair, Xiamen said, "Well, it's just that I don't have anyone to guide me during my training these days, so I also wonder how he's doing out there. Is he going to encounter any danger?" Chiang approached with a mischievous smile and teased her, saying, "Look at you. You're practically his little wife and still say you don't miss him every day." The girl covered her ears, embarrassed, and replied, That's not, Chiang pulled out the knife she had just forged and said, all right, I'll stop teasing you." Then dipping the blade of the knife into the water and letting the steam rise, she declared, "Actually, the areas of the villages and the dangerous mutant monsters outside the city have already been marked. As long as Zhang Ping doesn't enter those areas, he should be safe." Jimin raised her gaze, still leaning against the back of the chair, and said, "Are there villages outside Pearl City?" The red-haired girl laughed, saying, "Of course there are. These villages are often isolated, backward, and xenophobic. Many of them actually worship mutant monsters as gods. If you're traveling in the jungle and come across one of these villages, just keep moving. Trust me. Otherwise, you might get captured and become a slave or a sacrifice." Jimin was taken aback and exclaimed, "They're all human, right? Shouldn't we be able to communicate with them?" Chang decided to tease the girl again, and with an intimidating look, leaned over her, saying, "They can hardly be considered human. In nature, the problem isn't the mutant monsters, but these savages. Some of them like to wear strange masks and watch you silently. You won't even notice they're getting closer." Behind her, a blue smoke rose, taking the form of a terrifying being with yellow eyes and teeth. "Like him?" Jiamin screamed in fright, and Chang turned calmly and replied, seeing the masked being with now red eyes, "More or less like this." As soon as she realized what was happening, she stopped and was in shock. Inside the nethermist, Jang was wearing a mask and striking a scary pose, trying to frighten the girls. Jimin turned around and screamed with tears in her eyes, While Chang snapped out of her shock and kicked Jang hard between the legs, Jang turned pale from the blow and froze. Moments later, they acted as if nothing had happened. "Ow! Sister Chang, that was just mean," Jang said, still wearing the mask with teeth and horns. "Who are you?" she asked, with Jamin hiding behind him. "It's me, Zhang Ping," he replied, trembling and holding his groin. Both girls placed their hands on their hearts and took deep breaths. Then Chang approached him and grabbed him by the neck, ruffling his hair, saying, "You little rascal. You come back without warning and try to scare us with your scary act." Jang laughed and said, "Well, I'm back, and I heard you talking about the savage villages. I thought I could lighten the mood a bit. Never thought you'd turn around and kick me." Chang then let him go and went straight to the door to grab her jacket while saying, "So is your training over?" Zhang replied, "Yeah, I think I'll spend some time within the city walls and work on my skills." The red-haired girl put on her jacket and responded, "That's perfect. I just found a clue about Shanshan today. I was planning to leave the city too. Please take care of Uncle Liu for me." Zhang then asked, "Why the rush?" And Chiang, giving a lesson on how not to be a cockblock, replied, "Let's just say someone is waiting for your return and I don't want to get in the way." Jamin shrank back, blushing and silent, while Chiang left the room. Zhang was left confused, not understanding. Then suddenly the pink-haired girl hurriedly said, "It's getting late. I'm going back to my room to rest." She ran toward the door but stopped before leaving, turning with a sweet smile and saying, "Zhang Ping, I'm glad you came back safely." Zhang looked at her, returning the gentle smile, and thought, "You know, since I arrived in this world, this is the first time I've really felt at home." He waved at her. His uncle suddenly appeared behind him and, with his hands behind his back, said, "She left a while ago. Why are you still smiling?" Zhang jumped like a startled cat, and his uncle approached, saying, "Listen, the first thing in the morning, you need to find Cho Chang and tell her I'm really sick. Don't let her leave the city." Zhang then asked, "Uncle Liu, what are you—" His uncle tapped his pipe against his head and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not senile and I'm certainly not sick. It's all an act." Zhang rubbed his head and replied, "So Shanshan has been missing for so long, she probably found something unfortunate." Your uncle walked over and sat down in a chair, continuing to speak. "I know very well the strength of my daughter. Xiao Qiang wants to investigate Shanshan's whereabouts, but I am worried that she might also encounter misfortune. So I have to act as if I am uninformed, not giving her the time to take risks." Zhang looked at him while he smoked the cigarette and said, "Uncle Liu," he continued, "that girl is deeply loyal. Once her heart is set on someone or something, she becomes even more cautious. She won't easily take risks if it comes to that." Zhang smiled and replied, "I appreciate what you are doing, Uncle Liu." Then Uncle Liu tapped the cigarette against the wood and said, "You have a true talent for forging, Zhang Ping, but Xiao Qiang is not very good as a teacher, and honestly, she has never had a passion for forging. There are many gaps in her knowledge. So, for the next few days, I will teach you the true hammering technique. Although this technique may not be a great secret, it is still a unique skill of the Liu family, so you'd better pay attention." Zhang then clenched his fist tightly with passion and declared, "Yes, sir, I won't disappoint you." It was then that a familiar voice emerged. "Zhang Ping, Zhang Ping." A blue smoke and celestial glimmers appeared. The face of Jing Yao, surrounded by clouds, appeared in his mind. "Continue. I am waiting for you." "It's me," she said. And our protagonist thought, Su Jing Yao. In front of the blacksmith shop, a small shining blue feather surrounded by stars fell from the sky, floating and touching the ground. Just as Uncle Liu wished, Sis Chang stayed in the city and, as promised, began to secretly teach the true forging technique. Uncle Liu looked at Sis Chang and said, "I think I have lung cancer," exhaling smoke after taking a drag from the cigarette. "Then stop smoking right now," replied the irritated red-haired girl. "I've been using the forging technique with my neo-thermist. I can control it much better now and shape it into much more precise forms. It's a different kind of strength, but I'm definitely getting stronger. Wang Jin has mastered the first 3 styles, including the Blind King's style." That night, I swear I heard Jing Yao's voice. It was familiar. I needed to be sure. I contacted the purification team. Zhang brought the communicator to his mouth and asked, "Captain, are you sure there are no celestial foxes disguised as humans in the blacksmith district? I could swear I heard something." Captain Situ brought the communicator closer to his lips and replied, "Zhang Ping, we have already swept the entire area. There's no way a celestial fox is there." Zhang continued to think. If it wasn't the whisper of the winds that caught that sound, then what was it? Unless, what if Su Jing Yao isn't dead? What if she is still out there somehow? For revenge, for answers. I will rip that mask off the celestial fox disguised as Su Jing Yao myself. 3 days later, a mysterious figure approached a residence in the middle of the night, sneaking through the streets. He walked silently to the room of a girl who was sleeping deeply. The man smiled wickedly and reached out to her, pulling the sheet that covered her. Out cold. I think my little medicine worked perfectly. They said the daughter of the Su family is a true beauty. With curves in all the right places, they say she is as clear as the moonlight. Tonight I will try and see if the rumors are true, he said, tracing a line on the girl's arm with his fingers. Zheng Xiaofan, a voice called from behind him as a dark blue cloud filled the room. Who's there? The man turned around startled and asked, with a mask covering half of his face with a pink flower on his forehead. Zheng Xiaofan, also known as Little Bear, 1.50 meters, a face only a mother could love. The voice spoke with a dark, mocking tone. Show yourself, who's there? The man, Zheng Xiaofan, repeated in fear, looking around as the mist spread. Despised by women, more twisted and perverted every day. You have constantly hurt countless women over the last decade? Am I wrong? The mist spoke again, taking the form of a man behind him. Who the hell are you? Xiaofan asked again, terrified. I come bringing a command to take your life, the being declared with a crimson and dark gaze. Xiaofan began running in terror, thinking, the entire Su family should have been drugged by me. So what the hell is that? A human? A ghost? The mist spread, extending towards Xiaofan's body. A shadowy blue spike pierced his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. The mist formed a small vortex and rose up. You want to keep fighting, don't you? The ominous voice declared, as the fear points fed the Nethermist reserve. No, stay away! The man cried, trembling and sweating, his eyes filled with tears. It wasn't as easy to be brave in front of someone who was going to confront him as it was to be brave with an unconscious woman. Xiaofan lost control of his bladder and fainted from fear in a puddle of urine. I thought serial killers were supposed to be tougher, and here this guy is, falling so easily. Zhang walked up to him and kicked him, thinking, I guess this makes my first official mission a success. Then, removing part of his mask, he extended his hand and said, It's time to bring this trash back and deal with him. Our protagonist extended his hand and activated his analysis ability, displaying the man's status window. Name, Zheng Xiaofan, species human, faction, none, potential. 2, classification, mid-level awakened, level 13. Abilities, pharmaceutical mastery. Can analyze and identify the medicinal properties of any substance and use this knowledge to create potent drugs. Zhang observed this and said, using such a useful ability for evil, what a waste of potential. What a loser. Then Zhang took the subject's mask, and a flashback began. Our protagonist saw a woman crawling, begging, Please, I beg you, don't touch my daughter. The killer, Xiaofan, kicked her, sitting at the table with his hands in his pockets, smiling and said, Still so disobedient even after taking my medicine? You can thank your dead husband for that. If he hadn't died so early, I wouldn't have focused on both of you. A member of the city guard, always talking about defending Pearl City. Now he's really dead, how ironic. But I must thank him for leaving you two for me. The girl crawled, calling for her mother, and then the man grabbed her by the neck, choking her and licking her cheek. Don't worry, you'll join her soon, once I've had my fun, he said, looking at her. In his mind, he saw a pile of women in despair. You are nothing but my toys. The man spoke, choking each of them and violating their outer bodies. Zhang finished the flashback completely in shock and stared at the mask in his hands. The killer woke up and muttered curses under his breath, then quickly turned around, throwing a small bag of powder at Zhang's feet. The small bag exploded, creating a huge cloud of smoke, and lightning struck the sky. Where did you come from, kid? How dare you interrupt my fun? This drug powder is enough to knock out large mutated beasts. Once you're asleep, I'll torment you thoroughly. The man spoke loudly, but Zhang had covered himself with a layer of nether mist, preventing him from breathing in the powder. Our protagonist clenched his fists and looked angrily, saying, You are dead meat. The killer was terrified again and exclaimed, What? Why isn't it working? He then began to wonder. Is it because of the rain? But before he could continue thinking, a purple blade pierced his arm, amputating his hand in a clean and swift cut. The man howled in pain, and a lightning bolt descended from the heavens. This blade is for the mother who gave her life to protect her daughter, Zhang said, raising his hand. The man curled up, holding his severed hand. This blade, Zhang began to speak, concentrating more nether mist in his hand with a dark look submerged in hatred, is for the girl who preferred to die rather than submit to you, Zhang declared, and the man was pierced by several spikes, screaming and thrashing. This blade is in memory of the heroism of the city guard. Zhang gathered the spikes and cut him again. The man howled once more as the blood flowed. This blade is for the just detective. Let this knife engrave the memory of that nameless awakened one who fought for justice deep in his soul. With each cut, the man screamed louder, more blood gushing and mixing with the rain. Xiao Fan began to crawl, crying, covered in blood and rain. "Crazy, you are completely insane," he murmured with his 2 legs amputated. Zhang approached him, shrouded in nether mist, with a dark aura of pure hatred. "With today's technology, you can still be saved if you receive treatment in time. I will give you a chance. As long as you can make it out that door, I will spare your life," Zhang declared, pointing to the door and thinking, "Zheng Xiaofan, I will make you experience the same despair, the same terror you inflicted on those innocents, 100,000 times more. Remember, this is your last chance," Zhang declared, pointing to the door, shrouded in a purple aura as the rain poured heavily over them, with lightning and thunder crashing in the sky. The man smiled with foolish hope in his eyes and began to crawl pathetically, thinking, "Once I recover from this, I will kill you, kid. I will peel the skin off your body." Slowly, he crawled like a worm in the rain, leaving a trail of blood and smiling malevolently, thinking of his victims. "I can't die here. There are still so many women out there that I haven't played with yet. Almost. Just a bit more." As he neared the door, he raised his gaze, thinking, "If I can just open this door, I can escape this." He raised his only hand, trying to reach the handles, but like a slug before its disgusting trail, he stretched out without half his legs and could only tremble. "Come on, just a little more," he kept repeating to himself, trying to reach pathetically, until he realized he wouldn't succeed. His body had been reduced to the same despicable shape as his soul. Then, in a fit of rage, he began to pound on the door and curse, "Shit! Shit! Shit! Shit!" Zhang began to walk slowly toward him, saying, "You can't even open the door. You had your chance and you blew it. You failed, Zheng Xiaofan." Our protagonist raised his hand, creating a sphere of raw energy that expanded into a large blade. "No!" the man screamed, seeing his executioner approach in despair. Zhang declared, "Scum!" and cut with his blade, slicing the man who gushed blood, screaming in pain and agony. In pain. The system then informed Zhang, "By defeating an opponent above your level, all stats have increased." Our protagonist remained silent as the blood of the assassin ran down his face along with the rain. I thought eliminating the celestial foxes would be enough to bring peace back to Pearl City, that it would be enough to save everyone. But does someone like him deserve to be saved? He wondered, then looked up at the sky, thinking, "Save my ass. Don't be ridiculous, Jiang Ping. Scum like this deserves to die. No need to get all sentimental." It was then that a voice emerged. "At the Hanai Academy, are you sure? Today is a special day. Find the right opportunity, and take care of it." Zhang looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "What is this? Another Zheng Xiaofan?" he wondered, then searched for his communicator and brought it close to his lips, still with a grim expression. "Captain, the rapist situation has been resolved, but I picked up something else with the whisper of the wind. There's a disturbance at the Hanhai Academy. It seems they are planning to kidnap someone." "Back at the Purification Squad headquarters," Captain Situ responded. "Hanai Academy?" The blonde girl Manny was behind him, eyes closed, touching her forehead with some kind of active spell, a blue aura surrounding her and emanating from her forehead. She opened her eyes again and said, "Nope, I can't sense the situation there. There's some kind of barrier in place. I can't even see through it. They're not playing around." The captain then turned and declared, "Jiang Ping, go there and report the situation in real time. I will contact Liu Sishan immediately. Don't initiate anything until backup arrives. Understood?" Zhang took off running toward the academy and replied, "Yes, sir." At the Hanai Academy, it was raining heavily. Inside the building, a group of 3 mysterious hooded figures walked through the corridors carrying lanterns. "Damn! 15 minutes searching and still no sign. Where the hell is Chen Shuiying hiding those girls?" complained the boy with white hair who was leading the way. "Boss, we have a problem. Someone just hit the barrier," declared the one in the middle with green hair. "What? Have we been discovered?" asked the chubby one with thick lips who was last in line, worried. "Don't be stupid. We have double protection with the Dragonstone and the lanterns. There's no way anyone can detect us," replied the one in front. "Even so, if Chen Shuiying's intrusion alarms go off, we'll be in trouble. Even if we camouflage our presence, there's no way to get someone out of here with him nearby," the leader thought, continuing to walk. "Hurry up, we're running out of time. No matter what, we must find her," he ordered, heading towards a staircase. "Yes, sir," the other two responded in unison. Zhang watched from outside the building under the rain, with lightning and thunder erupting. "What is this thing?" he wondered, seeing a stone embedded with a black dragon coiled around it right in front of the academy. He initiated his analysis skill, but it failed repeatedly until the status window finally appeared. Dragon Domination Stone, East. Quality Epic. 4 Dragon Domination Stones, when placed at their corresponding cardinal points, generate the dominant dragon battle break barrier. This barrier is capable of concealing its users while simultaneously destabilizing and nullifying most barriers. Jang was alert and thought, an epic level item. Touching the stone, he initiated the flashback. A series of people screaming in despair surged in his mind. A bloodbath spilled over a mold until the eye of the dragon formed the stone. Jang's eyes widened and he thought, the dragon domination stone was also created through human sacrifice, but these things have long been forbidden to possess. They don't seem to be members of one of the three great organizations. Could they be remnants of the Jew family? The Jew family, beast dominators, the root of all this chaos. What are the Jew family's motives for allowing the celestial wolves to enter the city and gather these hordes of beasts? This operation at Hanai Academy will provide valuable clues about their objectives, Zhang thought as he approached the entrance of the academy. Zhang Ping began to open the door but quickly turned to the side, thinking, someone is coming, I better hide. He activated Nightwalker mode. The three saw the door close and jumped through the window, carrying someone over their shoulders. The one with white hair led the way, watching the stone and looking around, thinking, what entered the barrier? It's already gone. The other, carrying a girl dressed in green, walked up to him. It should be fine now. Turn off the lantern. Conserve the little energy we have left. We're going to need it, the leader said as the last one jumped through the window. I'm going to get the dragon domination stone. We can't leave any trace, he said, heading towards the stone while the others turned off their lanterns. Inside, Zhang watched everything hidden, peering through the window. He activated his analysis and turned on the communicator. Confirming enemy forces as the Jew family, one level 20 with analysis skill, one level 17, and one level 15 with hypnosis skill. On the other side, the captain responded, understood. Zhang activated his analysis again, and the status window for the lanterns appeared. Nightingale lantern, masks the presence, scent, and information of the user. He thought, so that's how they hide their presence, but it seems to be almost out of energy. The next target for analysis was the girl they were carrying. This girl, is she the target of their kidnapping? He thought, and then her status window appeared. Name, Chen Junting, species human, faction Hanai, level 13, intermediate awakening, potential 12 stars, abilities, blood of the saint, possesses blood that enhances affinity with living creatures, can pacify and befriend any mutant beast, inspiring unwavering loyalty. As the skill levels up, it can be activated passively and affect a larger area. Note, those who drink the blood of the saint will lose their abilities and suffer continuous misfortunes. Zhang was impressed and thought, this potential is extraordinary. And her ability, it's like an improved version of the contract gem. Who is the Jew family planning to control with her? Whatever it is, this girl is innocent. I can't let the Jew family take her. Outside, the three walked through the rain as lightning crackled in the sky. Suddenly they disappeared, leaving only a small cloud of smoke where they had been. Analysis interrupted. As soon as the system displayed this screen to Zhang, he ran out of the academy, speaking into the communicator. They're gone. Manny, where did they go? Can you track them? Manny was at the squad's base with his glowing blue aura alongside the captain. I can sense them heading towards the outskirts of the city. At this rate, Cece won't be able to catch them in time. Zhang then replied, I'll delay them. The captain quickly intervened, saying, Wait, Zhang Ping, don't be impulsive. Ensure your own safety first. Zhang looked at the streets as a lightning bolt cut through the sky and replied, The Jew family is behind all this. I can't let them escape. I may not be able to defeat them, but my nether mist can buy enough time for Cece. The three continued running through the rain quickly, arms back in a Naruto style. Suddenly the leader stopped, sensing something approaching. A massive wolf with sharp claws and teeth made of dark blue clouds leaped towards him. A nether mist beast here in the city. Inside the wolf, Zhang thought. Thanks to the forging technique, the nether mist camouflage is holding up well, but I can't risk being detected by that level 20 analyzer. The white-haired leader activated his Byakugan from Shopi, the veins around his eyes bulging as he thought, this wolf looks strong, what level is it? But Zhang interrupted the analysis, launching a series of spikes in its direction. Damn it! I got cut! The leader cursed inwardly, dodging. The beast leaped towards the man, opening its enlarged mouth, ready to swallow him whole. He stopped in shock, and then jumped instinctively, shouting, Huang-san, hypnotize it now! The other awakened shouted, activating a purple aura around him. The chubby guy with thick lips lit up his eyes with neon purple, and brought his hands to his face, saying, Stop! Zhang's beast became paralyzed, tongue out, as if it were out of its mind. There, it worked! The boy declared, seeing the beast. Inside, Zhang was wearing his mask, thinking, My mental energy is infinite. Of course, mental attacks are useless against me. Let's use this to our advantage. The beast remained still as the awakened one began to walk slowly towards it, hands raised and purple energy emanating, saying, "Stay still, stay still." Jang planned, "Let's make him think I'm under his control so I can get close enough." The awakened stretched his hand near the beast's mouth and said, "Don't move." Suddenly the beast jumped, slashing him with its claws and roaring, while Jang thought, "Now! Surprise attack!" The boy threw himself back, saying, "Huh? It moved?" The beast approached with its mouth open and then sank its teeth into the boy's neck, biting him with all its strength. The boy screamed as his blood gushed out. "Boss, help me!" he shouted as he was torn apart by the beast. "Huang-san!" the leader shouted, and the green-haired boy carrying the girl raised his hand, creating a yellow energy and saying, "Get out of here! Get off him!" Then he threw the beast away with his telekinesis. Jang hit the ground, but at that moment, he gained experience for having taken down the other awakened, and his level rose to 9. His stats increased, as did the level of the gem. The wolf got up as Jang thought, "Yes, I did it. Now, if I can hold the other two." Huang lit up his hand again with golden energy and declared, "Telekinesis, crushing gravity." This time, even within the nether mist, Jang was affected. He felt a pressure fall upon him, forcing him against the ground. The beast fell with its legs spread, breaking the ground beneath it, completely surrendered to the invisible weight. "Damn! I can't move!" Jang cursed inwardly. The two approached, and the analyzing leader obtained his analysis and said, "Zhang Ping, level 9 low-level awakened, affiliated with both Iron Soul of the Blacksmith and the Purification Squad. Unknown abilities." Jang realized they had discovered his identity. The boy raised his hand with a grim look and said, "You're just a human, and a mere level 9 novice. Do you think you can play the hero against us?" Still trapped, Jang thought. That gravity trick. C2 Shirbai used that on me last time. The two approached, the gravity sinking Jang even deeper into a crater, and the white-haired one said, "Since you are one of Shibai's people, you won't leave here alive." The storm continued, and the skies lit up with thunder and lightning. Jang sank deeper into the crater while the two remained at the edge, watching him. Even though the analyzer doesn't have offensive abilities, his special weapon is a bit problematic. Another type of epic weapon, Jang thought, as one of them launched a yellow bolt towards him, dissipating the nether mist. It seems that the family's strength is based on this equipment. Luckily, even though my body is restricted, it doesn't affect the activation of the nether mist. Jang then activated his mist again, creating a series of spikes that expanded towards them, attacking them. The two dodged, jumping from their spots. Jang was puzzled and wondered, "Huh? Why isn't he using his powers to reflect my attacks?" The leader pulled out a bow and shot a golden lightning arrow at Jang, who created a shield with the nether mist but was still thrown back. The arrow exploded, creating a display of lightning, and the leader said, "Let me guess, your ability consumes energy, right? Let's see how long you can hold out." He knocked another arrow, with lightning illuminating the bow. Jang knelt down and thought, "Wait a minute, he isn't choosing not to dodge, he simply can't." The boy then released the arrow towards him, saying, "What are you waiting for?" The arrow sped directly towards Jang with precision. Our protagonist created a small shield again, blocking the golden lightning arrow and thinking, "Time to test my new move." He stretched his other hand back and concentrated the nether mist. His reserves at that moment were at 25 out of 100. Using 15 of his nether mist, Jang shot a set of daggers in the direction of the two. The leader blocked the daggers, deflecting them with his bow. "Taking advantage of your last moments of resistance?" He spoke with authority, but then the attack ceased. They stayed alert, waiting for Jang's next move, who rose up, supporting himself on his knees, saying, "You can't block my attacks, because you need to move your hands to use telekinesis." Before he finished speaking, they realized that the mist had wrapped around their arms. "What?" they wondered, confused. "Huang!" the leader exclaimed, seeing Jang rush swiftly towards the boy. "Just as I thought, if I bind their hands, the ability will be useless," Jang thought, preparing his attack. Huang saw him approaching and thought, "He's fast." Jang used another 10 of his nether mist, creating a dagger and then burying it in the boy's abdomen. "I can't move," Huang thought, terrified. Suddenly, seeing he had no choice, he declared, "Telekinesis, self-inflicted." The boy began to move with the dagger embedded in his belly, his eyes shining an intense yellow, binding Jang's hand with his energy. "He's using telekinesis on himself?" Jang thought. The boy then pulled the dagger from his abdomen and grabbed Jang's wrist with his hand, saying, "Nice try. Good thing I forced my right hand to break free from the immobilization." The restriction of the nether mist dissipated from both of them, and the leader turned, smiling, saying, "Well, well, Looks like you're out of energy. Huang smiled at Zhang and said, Do you think you can take my hands? How about you lose yours? Did you really think that would work? That pathetic attempt to... The boy's speech was interrupted by a sudden fire. Flames engulfed the area, consuming everything, even through the rain. Zhang had activated his devouring fire ability. The fire expanded around him and Huang screamed as he pushed away, fleeing from the flames emanating from him. You bastard! He cursed. Zhang slid away, but soon after a lightning arrow came towards him. Damn! Our protagonist cursed in thought. The arrow hit his chest and Zhang let out a groan of pain, falling to his knees with one leg still bent. The two approached, the rain pouring heavily on them. I didn't expect their clothes to be fireproof, Zhang thought as the two gestured, saying, You have a few tricks up your sleeve, but this is where it all ends. They raised their hands with bow and telekinesis, preparing the final attack against Zhang. It's about time, Zhang said with difficulty, touching his own chest. You mean the time of your death? The leader mocked, laughing. Zhang then looked up determinedly and replied, No, I mean it was about time I could stop stalling you. Beams of water appeared in front of Zhang and quickly crossed the battlefield, cutting through both of them. One of the beams struck Huang in the chest, while the other managed to dodge. What? Huang exclaimed, confused. The leader pulled back and shot his lightning arrow, saying, Still talking even on the brink of death? The arrow traversed the space, and Zhang read its trajectory, repeating to himself, To the right, right, right! Launching himself to the right, he managed to partially dodge it. The arrow passed, slicing his arm, and he fell to the ground. Cece appeared behind the boy with her ice sword in hand, ready for a final strike. Reinforcements? The leader wondered, turning around to see his companion on the ground, bleeding and unconscious. That woman, did she defeat Huang in one move? He thought, still in disbelief. All he could see was Cece's sword leaving a trail of ice as she approached. The cut got closer and he jumped, trying to break free. Who the hell are you? He shouted, but Cece didn't respond. She remained silent and advanced for the next attack. She struck with her sword multiple times from different angles. The man merely dodged, trying to keep up. Sweating and realizing he was getting cornered, he gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn, that kid has bought us too much time. There's no way, I have to use this. He then pulled out a small, shining yellow object, a golden ring. He slipped it onto his middle finger and raised his hand. Cece looked intrigued as he extended his hand, invoking a large golden lightning bolt in front of him. Stop! She shouted, running toward him. The lightning exploded the stones on the ground, creating a crater and throwing them into the air along with the light. A whirlwind of smoke erupted as yellow bolts burst at that point. Thank goodness Zhang Ping is safe, Cece thought at another point, after picking up her friend's body and taking it to a safe location. The man retreated, taking advantage of the explosion as a distraction. As the lightning ceased, Cece walked alongside Zhang and said, What a shame we couldn't capture any of the remnants of the family. Our protagonist remained unconscious beside her, completely exhausted. It was then that Manny's voice echoed at Cece's point, saying, Cece, come quickly and bring Zhang Ping back. The girl soon asked, What happened? And the answer was, the illusion curtain was breached. Luo Shiyu watched the city from the top of a building, holding an umbrella as the storm continued. Your Highness, you called for me? Is something wrong? Vice Mayor Huang asked, approaching through the rain. How are the preparations for gathering the mutant beasts outside the city? She asked without turning around. Everything is ready, Your Highness, Huang replied, bowing. A golden lightning bolt fell from the skies, erupting with thunder and flashes. What was that sound? The fox leader asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Huang panicked and thought, That is the call of thousands of thunders? Ju Zejun got into trouble? And of all people, this fox had to notice. He then tried to disguise it, saying, Probably just a lightning strike, Your Highness. Luo Shiyu turned, revealing part of her original fox aura, and asked in an intimidating tone, Did you see anything unusual? The man replied, stammering, No, Your Highness. Luo Shiyu fully manifested her fox aura, intimidating him even more. Then, why are you so nervous? She inquired as her shadow stretched into the shape of a fox. The man bowed deeply and said, Your Highness, your humble servant has been afraid of thunder since childhood. The fox retracted and laughed, saying, Useless coward. Then observing the distance where the lightning might have struck, she thought, The sound came from inside the city, but I can't see anything now, just like before. When that man was on the brink of death, certain he was going to die. But around the corner, he somehow disappeared without a trace. To think they managed to escape so boldly right under my nose. Thinking now it must have been some kind of high-level illusion. The fox jumped, still holding her umbrella, and began to levitate through the skies with her red eyes in the form of Luo Shiyu, thinking, human illusions cannot affect our kind, but they can use them in our surroundings to deceive us. Perhaps this entire city is just a facade. Her gaze intensified and she exclaimed, a very clever plan. Then, with a familiar phrase for fans of jujutsu, she declared, domain expansion. A huge red tail expanded from her, cutting through the skies. Cece looked up as the blue energy barrier was touched by the red tail. Where did that girl from the Hanai Academy go? She wondered, and then said, I don't know what happened, but the illusion veil is definitely disappearing. Trembling and struggling, Jang began to speak while still on the ground. Cece, use that, and pointed to one of the lanterns that had fallen beside the body of the chubby, awakened one who had died first. The Nightingale lantern? Cece asked. Hurry, grab it, Jang insisted, still struggling. The fox's red tail split into tentacles, cutting through the skies. A massive cloud of dark crimson aura enveloped the city, and thousands of fox eyes opened in every corner. She searched all around until she finally declared, I found the rat. The survivor of the Jew clan was running through the city with the girl in the green dress over his shoulders, still unconscious. I almost forgot about the Holy One amidst all this chaos, he thought, running until a voice called out to him. Leaving the city at this hour? He immediately froze and cursed in his mind. Shit! She found me! Luo Shiyu advanced, leaving Vice Mayor Huang behind. He watched her leave, shouting, Your Highness, wait! Then seeing that she was already gone, he clenched his fist, saying to himself, Damn it, I couldn't stop her! A voice echoed from the communicator of the cloaked members of the Jew clan. Urgent report! Urgent report! The Purification Squad has an undercover agent in the city. His name is Zhang Ping. He stumbled upon our operation tonight. Huang San and Huang are dead. The Purification Squad has sent reinforcements, and I had no choice but to use the call of thousands of thunders. The group listening exchanged glances. Brother, are you saying that Zhang Ping is still alive? The other replied through the communicator. Yeah, but I researched him. Besides the police, he has connections to a place called Iron Soul, a blacksmith workshop. The leader of the group then declared, Understood. For now, focus on extracting the saints from the city. Before they could end the call, the other began to scream, Luo Shiyu, what are you doing? The man looked at the jade communicator in his hand and asked, What was that? Then there was only a scream of horror followed by silence. What is happening? Report! Juzejun, report! He ordered, but no one responded, until Vice Mayor Huang appeared beside them, saying, Idiot, stop screaming! The plan, it didn't work! Juzejun was killed by that fox! The man threw his communicator to the ground in anger and shouted, Damn it! Have we lost all these years for nothing? The vice mayor then replied, No, the Holy One is still alive and she is the worst nightmare for the celestial forces. Princess Yue knows she can't kill her, so she will definitely take her back to the city lord's mansion. The vice mayor rubbed his chin, and the man approached him excitedly, saying, What are you suggesting? Without the Holy One, how can we control those foxes? The vice mayor then responded, There's a secret passage in the city lord's mansion that leads directly outside the city. I'm the only one who knows about it. You can send the mutant beasts through the mansion's passage, causing trouble for the foxes. Then, I will take advantage of the chaos to take the Holy One out of circulation. One of the boys in the group sitting on a wall spoke up, saying, Ah, that's easier said than done. Princess Yue is guarding the mansion, and with the little we've managed to gather in mutant beasts, what can we possibly achieve? The vice mayor then replied, That's why we need to use Zhang Ping, the undercover agent of the Purification Squad. Princess Yue is monitoring the entire city, and any movement will make her act personally. We just need to send our elite men to attack Zhang Ping's blacksmith workshop. This will attract both the Purification Squad and Princess Yue for a confrontation. While they are fighting, we will release the mutant beasts in the city lord's mansion, catching them completely by surprise. The other boy protested again, but doing this would mean completely severing ties with the celestial forces. Therefore, we must succeed. Failure is not an option. The vice mayor then added, And make sure not to reveal my identity during the operation. One of them approached him and said, Excellent. As expected from a true descendant of the Jew family, we will continue to help you play the role of the vice lord of the city. The fate of the saints is in our hands. Juzeween. Zhang opened his eyes slowly. As his still blurry vision cleared, he saw Cece in front of him. Are you awake? How are you feeling? Is something off? Cece asked. Zhang sat up on the stretcher and asked, Where am I? The girl, still leaning beside the stretcher, replied, This is the HQ of the Purification Squad. Things got urgent earlier, so I had to bring you here first. Looking to the side, a few stretchers away, Zhang saw Jin Bo bandaged, lying on one of them. Team leader Jin Bo, was he hurt this badly? Zhang asked. Cece replied, I heard it was Luo Shiyu who did this. She's moving personally now. It seems they have already detected our presence. It was then that a woman appeared at the door, with brown hair, a smile, and wearing green clothing. You're awake. I see you're recovering well. Considering you faced 3 opponents with levels higher than yours, and managed to take one down. How did you do that? It's practically certain death if the level difference is greater than 5. She approached, standing beside the stretcher. Cece gestured toward her and said, This is Xu Jie. As I mentioned before, her ability is solar charge. She was the one who treated your wounds. Zhang turned, thinking, since I'm new here, it's better to keep a low profile. Then he laughed and said, I was just lucky. They say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so I'm not worried. I think I owe one to Sister Xu. Without you guys, who knows how many times I would have died already. Zhang then thought, I heard Sister Xu is quite strict, but she doesn't seem like that. The woman looked at him and replied, It was nothing. And I'm not keeping up the illusion curtain anyway. Well, enough joking around. Since you're awake, how about you meet everyone? We need a more complete explanation of what happened last night. Zhang immediately thought, I take back what I said earlier. Accompanied by her green-haired friend who was slumped in a chair sleeping, Manny was sitting at the table going through various files. Is this paperwork never going to end? Captain, I'm requesting a leave of absence, the girl said, throwing herself onto the table exhausted. The green-haired girl raised her hands and turned in the chair, saying, I agree. Manny immediately perked up with shining eyes and exclaimed, So you were awake the whole time, Xiao Wei? Come on, help me with this, will you? Instantly, Xiao Wei threw herself back in the chair and pretended to be asleep again, snoring with her mouth wide open and everything. Manny looked at her irritably, squeezed the papers tightly, and losing her composure, started punching her friend repeatedly, shouting, Get up, get up, get up! Xiao dodged each punch, still pretending to sleep, moving only the chair and her arms. The girl stood up and continued dodging, still pretending to be asleep. Captain Situ entered the room and saw the chaos. He burst out laughing and said, Sorry, our headquarters is seriously understaffed, so please bear with us for now. Both girls stopped. Manny turned alert, saying, Captain! And Xiao threw herself back in the chair, pretending to sleep. Manny then ran over, jumped into Shu's lap, and hugged her, exclaiming with a smile, You came! Shu returned the hug, saying, I just thought I'd brighten your day a bit. Manny smiled and said, Sister Shu always takes care of me. Captain Situ then took the floor, serious, saying, Let's get straight to the point. We were operating under the assumption that the Zhu family and the Celestial Foxes formed an alliance to eliminate their common enemies. But now I believe they are not actually working together. The fact that the Zhu family raised a barrier with a shielding effect, a barrier that interferes with our supplies, indicates that they are aware of the existence of the luminous light celestial curtain. However, they did not inform the Celestial Foxes about this, which means they are trying to use the illusion curtain for something. Submission is not the Zhu family's style, but at this moment, they are not strong enough to confront the Celestial Foxes directly. This brings us to the girl they took from the Hanai Academy last night. Perhaps she is the key to defeating the Celestial Foxes. Shu then picked up one of the reports and said, The director of Hanai Academy, Chen Shueli, has only one son, Chen Haowen. Records indicate that he passed away 4 years ago. He was never married and had no children. However, that same year, Chen Xuan suddenly announced that he had a granddaughter named Chen Junting. According to our investigation, this girl has no blood ties to the Pearl City. It is very likely that she is from one of the outer villages. And it seems that Chen Xuan has been very protective of his granddaughter, keeping her away from everyone for the past 14 years. Her citizen file is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. There isn't even a record of whether she is an awakened, or what her ability is. It was then that our protagonist stepped forward and said, I know what her ability is. I analyzed her before. Her ability is called Blood of Sanctity. Captain Situ lowered his gaze, deep in thought. From outside the village, holy sanctity. Don't tell me it's an ancestral ability. No, it can't be. What a coincidence. Zhang continued. What this ability does is, and explained the details. Meanwhile, the girl in the green dress was having afternoon tea with the fox in the luxurious residence of the city lord. This place is huge. Sister, have you always lived here? The girl asked, biting into a donut. The fox, Liu Shiyu, did not respond, remaining serious. The girl then asked, You seem worried. Is something bothering you? Liu Shiyu replied, It's nothing. The girl then stood up with a bright smile and said, I know what will cheer you up. Grandpa always says you should eat something sweet when you're feeling down. Sister, drink some tea. Reaching her limit, Luo Shiyu expanded her aura in a wild attack, saying, "Die!" Her aura spread across the table, throwing the girl's head back and enveloping her in red energy. Luo Shiyu's eyes shone crimson until the girl's eyes lit up in a bright gold, and she regained her posture, returning to the starting point and acting as if nothing had happened. "Aren't you going to eat anything, sister?" she said, smiling broadly, and then shoved a sweet into the fox's mouth, saying, "I just tried the cookie. It's really good." Confused, the fox wondered, "Why can't I force myself to attack?" Seeing no choice, it swallowed the biscuit and pretended to smile. The girl clapped her hands and smiled. "See, I tried to tell you they're really good." Luo Shiyu looked at her thoughtfully. "Suddenly I feel bad for attacking her. What? Why am I feeling bad for the human?" The girl took a sip of tea and then spat it out, saying, "Ew, this tea is awful. Was the person who made this water an idiot?" Luo Shiyu smiled shyly and said, "I'm the idiot." The girl then made a disgusted face, wiped her mouth, and said, "No wonder sister is annoyed. I'll make you a new one. Wait here, okay?" She got up, carrying the kettle in her hands. The fox remained seated at the table, thinking, "Something is wrong. What's happening to me? Why do I feel guilty? I am the princess of the Celestial Races clan. I can't have any defects. It's this human. There's something wrong with her. Who is she?" In the training room of the Purification Squad, Cece and Jang were training, fiercely advancing towards each other. "Your nether mist and my water element are very similar. You can control it with your mind, change its shape at will, but there's a key difference. My water element is renewable. I can use it repeatedly," Cece declared, launching a series of ice spikes in his direction. Jang deflected them all with his dagger, creating lines of nether mist, while the girl continued to speak. "But your nether mist is single use. That's because you haven't figured out how to convert tangible nether mist back to its intangible form. If it were like water, able to change between solid, liquid, and gas, that would be useful." Jang sighed, laughing for a moment as he thought of Gara. "Well, there are some advantages to nether mist being intangible. I don't need to carry a bunch of gourds to store the stuff." It was then that Cece appeared in front of him, quickly approaching while shouting, "Focus!" and delivering a blow to his chest that sent him flying backward. Jang concentrated the nether mist in his feet, creating a slime to slow down by planting his feet on the ground. "Good thing I can use nether mist to cushion the blows," he thought. Cece floated near the ceiling, launching several ice spikes at him again. "It's lucky that you can convert fear into nether mist. That somewhat compensates for the lack of durability." Jang jumped from side to side, dodging the attacks, replying, "I can still dodge attacks of this level, you know," until suddenly the spikes melted, liquefying. "Damn!" Jang cursed, seeing his body immobilized by the water enveloping his feet and arms. "My attention was completely focused on the ice thorns above," he thought, struggling. Cece immobilized him standing, arms outstretched, and walked towards him, water forming in her hand, saying, "If your opponent isn't afraid of you, then your nether mist won't last long." Jang looked at her with a purple gleam in his eyes and replied, "Maybe, but as long as my attack is strong enough, one attack will be all I need to take down this opponent." A dagger drenched in nether mist flew towards Cece. She created a water shield around her, saying, "Then show me how strong your attack really is." The shield around her transformed into a sphere protecting her, while the dagger flew swiftly with more tendrils of nether mist, until, surprisingly, the projectile pierced the barrier, leaving Cece stunned, thinking, "He broke my water prison?" The dagger stopped inches from her face. "Looks like I won, little sister," Jang declared, still trapped on the outside. Cece dissolved the barrier and said, "It's impressive that your nether mist can surpass my defenses, despite the level difference. Perhaps those nether mist creatures descended from some king-level mutant beast. They might have inherited some special trait that allows your nether mist to inflict damage beyond its level. You still lack real combat experience, though. If this had been a deathmatch, you'd be toast." She walked towards him as she spoke, and he asked, confused, "Toast?" That was when Cece boiled the water holding him, creating bubbles and making him scream for help, saying, "Ouch! Since when can you boil water?" Cece released him and turned away, crossing her arms. "Understanding the nature of your abilities is important. You should spend more time studying them." Jang knelt down, frantically blowing on his arms. "Ouch! Hot! It's hot!" Until he slowly turned to her with a small blob of nether mist in his hands, asking, "Like this, little sister?" The girl's eyes widened. She jumped back screaming and shot a jet of water in his direction. "A spider! Get that away from me! Get it!" Jang's reserve of nether mist increased, and he was hit by the jet of water, swallowing some by accident. Realizing that the boy had swallowed it, she turned alarmed and ran to him, grabbing him by the neck and shaking him. "Spit that out. My water element is pure water. It's highly toxic." Coughing and dizzy, Jang replied while being shaken, "Even if the poison didn't get me, you suffocating me definitely would." She released him, apologizing. Jang, still dazed, said, "Something feels off. My body feels limp, like I can't control it." They both looked down, seeing that the lower part of his body had transformed into water. "My hand?" he screamed, horrified, along with Cece, who also didn't know what to do. "Don't tell me I awakened another new ability," he thought, dumbfounded, watching his hand made of water. Jung activated his analysis, revealing his status window, where 2 new abilities were listed. Omnivore. After consuming unique substances, you have a 0.01% chance of acquiring a corresponding unique constitution. Pure water body. Basic. Your body can transform into pure water, granting resistance to all physical attacks. He then thought, the effect of the level 6 gem awakened 2 abilities this time. I get the pure water body thing, but what the hell is Omnivore? What kind of ability is that? Our protagonist reflected, touching his chin, while his entire body except for his neck and head was translucent. Much of it had already lost shape and was completely liquefied. "Jang Ping, are you okay? You're not melting, are you?" Cece asked, concerned, watching him. "No worries. I should be able to revert. I just need some time to adjust," Jang replied, smiling. Then he concentrated, closing his eyes and thinking, if the nether mist body and the pure water body have things in common, then maybe it works like the transformation ability of nether mist. I just need to focus, feel my body. The water in his body began to stir, and gradually, it transformed until... "It worked!" he shouted, now completely transformed into a puddle of water. Cece watched him with slumped shoulders, frustrated. "It worked!" he shouted again, this time transformed into a flattened water doll. "It worked!" he shouted a third time, now as a slimy water monster. Until finally, "Sister, look! I'm back to normal!" Cece looked at him, blushing, realizing he had returned to his original body, but this time completely naked. She immediately turned her back, touching her forehead and saying, "You might want to put on some clothes first." Jang panicked when he realized he was naked and ran to get dressed. While he was dressing, Cece asked, still facing away, "What exactly happened to you just now?" Getting dressed, he replied, "Well, it seems that because I accidentally drank the water you created, I awakened the pure water body." She responded, incredulous, Pure water body?" Turning around slowly, still in disbelief, she thought, Jang Ping's growth rate is so fast, especially in this pure water form. It's a power that water element users can only dream of. Still, he awakened it so easily? Is this what it means to be an unlimited level awakened? She found him still blushing and putting on his pants. "Sister, are you okay?" he asked, also blushing, turning his back. I'm fine," Cece replied, quickly turning her back again. The awkward situation was interrupted when Cece's communicator Jade began to glow. "What happened?" she asked, answering and bringing the stone to her lips. On the other side, they responded, "Reporting to the leader. Iron Soul is under attack, requesting immediate reinforcements." Cece then replied, "Deploy all available units in the vicinity. I will follow shortly." The response came back, "Yes, ma'am." Jang approached, determined, and declared, "Wang Jiamin and the others are in trouble. I have to go too." Cece tried to dissuade him, saying, "You can't go. It could be a trap." However, Zhang smiled and transformed just his hand into water, saying, "Don't worry. I just awakened the pure water body. If things get bad, I can turn into water and escape." Cece began to run, responding, "I can't beat you. Just stay close to me." Jang followed her, saying, "Understood." The purification squad arrived at the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, along with Cece and Jang. "Where did all these assassins come from?" Cece exclaimed upon seeing several hooded figures defeated on the ground. She turned to the team and ordered, "You, set up defenses in case there are more assassins. You, take a team and search for survivors." As she spoke, Jang ran ahead, and the others responded, "Yes, ma'am." Outside, behind the shop, Jang shouted as he searched for his friends, "Uncle Liu, Wang Jiamin, Sister Chang," until a weak voice approached. "Jang! Jang Ping!" It was Chang, leaning against the walls, speaking with difficulty. "Sister Chang!" he exclaimed, running toward her. The girl was injured, with scratches and bruises on her arms. She turned and pointed to another spot, saying, "Quick! Uncle Liu, Wang Jiamin, they are hurt." Cece appeared as Zhang supported Chang. "I'll check on them. Stay here and take care of her." Zhang grabbed some bandages and wrapped Chang's arm where her hand used to be, now lost. "Sister Chiang, your hand," he said, looking at the blood-soaked bandage. "I'll be fine. Losing an arm won't kill me," she replied, struggling. The medical reinforcement team arrived with a stretcher, and as they took the others away, Cece ordered, "Take the injured back for treatment." back for Zhang leaned over the stretcher where Jimin was being transported, unconscious, and said, Wang Jimin, seeking a response from her. Cece smiled gently, touching his shoulder, and said, Don't worry, they are just superficial wounds. She is unconscious, but she'll be fine. The medical team took the injured inside, with Cece guiding them to the door. Zhang followed until they took Chang, who, lying on the stretcher, commented, As long as they are okay, I feel relieved. But you need to be careful. Those assassins were after you. Zhang Ping, did you do something to make powerful enemies? Zhang smiled and replied, Don't worry about me, sister. Just focus on healing. The team took her along with the others, and as they watched them leave, Cece said, It's no longer safe in the city. The purification squad will take them to a safe shelter outside the city for treatment. Zhang then clenched his fists, irritated. Damn it, this is all my fault. The Jew family, the beast tamers, they are the only ones in Pearl City who want me dead. Cece replied at his side. I'll arrange for someone to investigate immediately. The whisper of the wind brought a voice to Zhang Ping's ears. The energy fluctuation came from this area. So many of my kind were massacred nearby. Are these two humans involved? Surprised, Zhang thought. That voice, it's Luo Shiyu. The voice in the whisper of the wind is crystal clear. She must be nearby. The whispers continued. In times like these, it's better to waste food than to let any threat go unnoticed. Suddenly, he felt something approaching rapidly, and as he turned, he jumped, embracing Cece and pulling her away, shouting, Watch out! At the exact spot where they were, a massive explosion occurred. A fissure opened in the ground, but the two fell safely a few meters away. Impressive! You really felt my attack, didn't you? Luo Shiyu declared, floating higher with her eyes burning a vivid red. Are you okay? Zhang asked, standing up. I'm fine, but this operation was supposed to be top secret. How could she get here so quickly? Cece replied, already standing beside him. I think she was already watching the whole city, he answered. Luo Shiyu noticed that he had taken a few steps forward and called out to him, intrigued. Zhang Ping? Well, hello, classmate Luo Shiyu. It's been a while, Zhang said loudly, repeating to himself, Stay calm, analyze. He tried several times, but after repeated failures, Cece took the lead, saying, Get out, I'll hold her! Summoning her water element, Cece created blue flames in her hands and unleashed a snowstorm toward Luo Shiyu. Ice shards flew as Cece attacked with all her strength. Damn! The distance isn't enough for me to analyze properly, Zhang thought beside her. Luo Shiyu raised her red energy shield, blocking the shards while thinking, She didn't hesitate to use a lethal blow against me. It seems my identity has been exposed. As if floating above the house and creating a fissure in the ground with an attack wasn't enough of a revelation, right? So you are the ones responsible for all this after all, she said, creating a vortex of dark red energy and launching it toward Cece. Cece raised a snowflake-shaped shield to protect herself, but the shield shattered and she jumped back, covering herself, thinking, She broke my defenses with a single blow? Luo Shiyu's strike hit the ground, exploding beneath her. The fox smiled and touched her lips, thinking, Even if she knows who I am, she still can't see through my illusions. She's just reacting to the changes in the cold air around my attacks. Nothing more. Then Luo Shiyu turned, posing, and launched another strike, saying, Let's see if you can dodge this. Various red tentacles surged rapidly towards Cece, who released cold air, trying to locate where the attack was coming from. She became confused, looking from side to side. Over there, from there too. The tentacles seemed to be coming from all directions until Zhang's voice shouted, Sister Cece, above and to your left, revealing where the real attacks were coming from. Good thing Zhang Ping is here, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on, she thought quickly. She jumped and followed his instructions, dodging and twisting her body as he indicated the directions. At 1, 2, and 11 o'clock, Cece jumped and drew her sword, cutting the real tentacles, following Zhang's guidance. How does he know? Could it be? The fox wondered, suspicious. Luo Shiyu then directed her attack straight at Zhang, who immediately thought, Dodge with everything you've got, seeing Luo Shiyu's sharp tail approaching rapidly. Just as I thought, he's dodging all the attacks perfectly. So Zhang Ping is the one who can see through our disguise, Luo Shiyu thought, her gaze filled with hatred as she watched Zhang expertly dodge without anyone needing to guide him. She raised her hand and shouted, I should have killed you from the start. Let's see how long you can sustain this. While Luo Shiyu was still dodging in the air, she saw new attacks heading towards Cece. Damn, I can't dodge and guide my sister at the same time, Zhang thought. Giving his all to execute the movements, he spun, dodging the attacks while shouting, 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Zhang landed beside Cece. Zhang Ping! She turned, asking as she saw him crouch behind her, touching the ground and creating a nether mist barrier around the two. Right on time, he thought, smiling. Hey, Luo Shiyu, you seem a bit upset today. Did you get rejected recently? Jiang teased, mocking the fox. Luo Shiyu laughed, showing her sharp teeth, and replied, Interesting. Jiang Ping, you've hidden well. We've tested you repeatedly, and you've always managed to escape our grasp. But this time, there's no escape. You might be able to handle 3 tails, but can you handle 3,000? She launched her 3,000 tails toward the barrier. Her attack power is very high, Cece commented, creating a sphere around them to strengthen the barrier. The impact occurred, and Jiang's nether mist reserves began to deplete rapidly. 50%, he thought, gritting his teeth from the extreme effort. 0.1 seconds passed. Jiang was sweating, maintaining focus. 0.3 seconds, and the reserves dropped to 30%. If you can last until 1 second, consider it a victory, Luo Shiyu declared with a slight victorious smile. 0.6 seconds. The reserves were at 6%. Cece gritted her teeth, holding the barrier as best she could. 0.9 seconds, and the reserves hit 0%. I released 100% of my nether mist at once, and not even that was enough to slow her down. Is this it? Is this where it all ends? Jiang Ping wondered, when suddenly a voice emerged. The image of Captain Su shone in a golden projection, saying, Boy, listen carefully. I can only create this opportunity for you once. Jiang turned, sweating, and thought, the captain's projection. The 3,000 tails pushed with all their might, concentrating energy on Cece and Jiang's barrier, until a golden lightning bolt appeared, creating golden clouds around the battlefield. What is this? Luo Shiyu questioned, as she saw the shining golden clouds surrounding her. Now, Jiang Ping, Captain Su's voice echoed, and Jiang gathered all his strength, rising and shouting, Yes, sir! Exploding the barrier with the energy emanating from him, Jiang managed to send the tails flying away. He grabbed Cece's wrist and pulled her. Cece, let's go! He said as they both ran away, enveloped in an aura of nether mist flames, while the golden clouds surrounded the fox. You won't escape, Luo Shiyu declared with a look full of hatred. Raising her arms, she unleashed her aura and revealed her true form. Break! With a single command, she dissipated the barrier of clouds that was suppressing her power. Furious at realizing that Jiang and Cece had disappeared from her sight, her aura ignited with blazing red flames. Projecting her true fox form into the skies, she commanded the celestial foxes, Listen to my command, everyone! Find Jiang Ping! Don't let him escape! The foxes lifted their snouts and followed Luo Shiyu's command. Moments later, in the Purification Squad's shelter outside the Pearl City, Qing was lying on a stretcher in the infirmary. So, you're telling me you're now part of the Purification Squad, and the Pearl City has fallen into the hands of those damn foxes? Almost that. They are still hiding, but the city is no longer safe like before. I'm sorry, all of this is my fault, Jiang replied, standing beside her with a sad look. Hey, it's just an arm, right? I'll live. Besides, I owe you one for saving old Liu and the others, Qing replied, trying to cheer him up. Cece was leaning against the door, waiting while the two talked. I'll find a way to get the blacksmith shop back, I promise. Until then, I'm afraid you'll have to stay hidden outside the city, Jiang declared to his sister. He has grown so much without me realizing, Cece thought, remembering the battle. That little girl is waiting for you, you know. Don't let me stop you from what's important, Qing said with a slight smile on her face. Jiang turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. Sis, did you need something from me? He asked affectionately. What did you call me? Cece replied, crossing her arms and pouting like a spoiled child. Ah, Sis, Sister Cece, Jiang said, correcting himself, laughing awkwardly. This is all Sister Chiang's fault for calling her a little girl. Now I've made a point of ruining her name. I was calling her big sister to be polite, but now it sounds strange, especially after everything we've been through. After all, I've lived 2 lives and I'm much older than her, he thought, sweating as he realized the situation he had gotten himself into. It doesn't matter. It's just a title anyway. Call me whatever you want. Come with me for a moment, Cece declared coldly, changing her mood and leaving Jiang confused and scared. As they walked down the corridor, she continued speaking. Your identity has been exposed, so you probably can't return to Pearl City for a while. Wait for the captain's orders. Further ahead, Cece extended a small tube containing a golden liquid to him and said, The information you provided about the saint was very valuable, and we can't forget about that mission with the rapist. You handled it like a professional, so think of this as a small reward from the Purification Squad. Jiang took the small vial and brought it closer to his face, saying, This is golden blood? Don't tell me it's... Still walking through the corridors and arriving at another room, Cece explained, Golden blood from Jinbo himself. He needs to extract and store it periodically. It has immense healing properties. Normally, we use it to treat our injured or extend the lives of our most esteemed veterans. Try consuming it here in the training field. Let's see if you can inherit some of his power. Oh, and one more thing. Golden blood is a lineage-based ability, which means there's a chance it could be passed on to your descendants. Just so you know, I don't want you to be targeted by exploiters. Zhang walked to the center of the room, holding the vial, deep in thought. It's just a chance, not a guarantee. Besides, who knows if I'll ever have a wife? Why think so far ahead anyway? Come on, omnivore. Do what you know how to do. You've worked with nether mist and pure water bodies. Don't let me down now. He drank the golden blood, and soon after, Cece asked, "Well, what's happening? Did you gain any abilities?" Zhang looked at his hands, noticing no immediate reaction, and said, "It doesn't seem like anything has changed." Until something began to happen. Blood started to flow from the tips of his fingers. In fact, his own fingers began to transform into blood. He ordered an analysis, asking, "Did it work?" The new ability appeared. Pure blood body. Your body can now take on a pure blood form, allowing you to merge with the target's body and rapidly accelerate the healing process. Zhang observed, smiling, and thought, "So omnivore is also an unlimited level ability? This pure blood body. It's as if I can precisely sense the target's condition just by being near them." Cece saw the blood flowing from his hand and worried, said, "What's wrong? Your hand." Zhang turned to her and replied, "Cece, that scar on your face." She touched her face as if wanting to hide it and answered, "It's nothing. Seriously, don't worry about it. So, is there any other change besides this?" Zhang listened to her suspiciously, thinking, there's more to that scar than meets the eye. His aura shone blue, and with his eyes closed, he said, "In this form, I can feel the life force of all living creatures around me, and I can merge with them, heal their wounds. Of course, this includes scars too." Cece smiled excitedly and exclaimed, "Then you can also heal Cho Chiang's severed arm." Zhang clenched his fist, smiling, and said, "As long as there's enough blood, theoretically I could even reconstruct an entire body from a single piece of skin." While he thought, pure water body for defense, pure blood body for healing others. Cece, excited, went behind him and started pushing him, saying, "Well, what are you waiting for? Go help Sister Chiang." Zhang walked slowly, glancing at her with a smile, and said, "All right, I will. Sister, can we have a proper conversation later? Not as comrades, but as old friends?" She paused for a moment in silence and replied, "Sure." Meanwhile, in the wildlands outside the city, everything seemed calm for the animals, like deer and others, until a flock of birds announced an imminent danger approaching rapidly. Various mutant beasts were fiercely advancing toward the city, leaping with ferocity. Manny passed by Captain Su, who was going through the squad's files while holding one of his usual drinks. "Records from the Sacred Ancestors Village. Captain, what is this for?" the blonde girl asked, interested in the paperwork he was handling. You may not remember this. Although they committed many heinous acts while in power, initially the Zhu family who tamed beasts was considered heroic. To help everyone survive the great calamity of winter, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Qiang, merged with the sun god bird. He flew to the sky every day, bringing light and warmth to the people. He persisted like this for 10 years until he died from exhaustion, Captain Su replied. "I know. After Zhu Qiang's death, he was buried in the Sunset Mountains, outside Pearl City. The survivors from outside the city honored him by guarding his tomb. Centuries later, these people married and had children, gradually forming a village now known as the Sacred Ancestors Village. But what does this have to do with the village now?" Manny asked, putting the straw in her mouth. Captain Su responded, "Every 100 years, a saint appears in the Sacred Ancestors Village. The lineage of the saint can protect the village from any attack by mutant beasts." Manny dropped the straw and exclaimed, No, it can't be. Are you saying that Chen Junting is the saint of the Sacred Ancestors Village?" The captain turned to her and said, "The Zhu family must be planning to use the saint to control the Celestial Fox clan." Manny touched her chin, deep in thought, and asked, "But why did the saint appear at Hanhai Academy? And how can the Sacred Ancestors Village stay silent with something like this happening?" Captain Su turned to her and said, "What if it's intentional? If they claim that the saint is being kept prisoner inside the city, the Sacred Ancestors Village could use this as an excuse to launch an attack against Pearl City." Manny felt anxious upon hearing the plan and asked, "But why would they do that?" The captain then explained, 150 years ago, Pearl City had a tyrannical ruler. To prevent the Zhu family's mistakes from repeating, the Purification Squad listed her as the most wanted criminal. In the end, they managed to expel her from the city with the help of the current lord of the city. Later, somehow, she became the leader of the Sacred Ancestors Village. Perhaps she never gave up on retaking Pearl City. Maybe she is just waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Manny listened, absorbed in the story, sipping her drink through the straw like someone glued to a movie. The purification squad set up many safe shelters outside the city. They are well hidden, some built into rocks, others concealed underground or even in the trees, the captain informed. In shelter number 003, which looked like a large boulder from the outside, were Cece, Jang, and their friends from the Iron Soul shop. That noise. Is it the Jew family again? I better take a look, Cece thought, approaching the door upon hearing a sound from outside. But if this place is discovered, the injured will be in serious danger, leaving Jang Ping in charge. He's the only one who can protect everyone. Can I really do this? Cece wondered, looking at him while the others lay on the cots. It worked, Jang exclaimed joyfully as he lit a lantern using nether mist. What worked? Wasn't that lantern out of power? Cece asked as the boy spun the lantern above his head. It was, but I thought it would be a waste to just throw it away, so I decided to try recharging it, Jang replied. He tried using his flames, controlling water, even bending blood, and finally used the energy from the nether mist. A small purple flame ignited inside the lamp, but it was enough. That was the ghost lantern. It concealed odors and prevented others from identifying user information within a defined radius. I finally managed to make it glow a little by infusing it with nether mist, and its effects are even stronger now. What a stroke of luck, he said, placing the lantern next to Jiamin on the bed and walking over to Cece, who was at the door. If we use the lantern to hide the safe shelter, we can go out safely for reconnaissance. From a higher point outside, they could see something resembling a stampede, but of mutant beasts. Cece observed silently, and Jang said, "Aren't there a lot? Since when did the Jew family gain control over so many mutant beasts?" Cece quickly brought her jade communicator close to her mouth and said, "Headquarters, this is Liu Sishan. We have a situation near shelter number 003. About 10,000 mutant beasts are heading toward Pearl City. They aren't very strong, mostly forest wolves and rabid rabbits." Jang looked more closely and commented, "Strange. Why are these mutant beasts running so fast? It doesn't seem like they are heading to a specific place. It's more like they are fleeing from something." It was then that Jang saw something that shocked him. "Cece, look over there," he shouted, pointing urgently. The girl also looked horrified and gasped. "Correction, a massive horde of zombies is also heading toward the city. Their number is approximately 50,000. The zombies walked with twisted bodies, red eyes, and worn skin. 50,000? Captain Su exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table upon hearing Cece's statement. 10,000 mutant beasts, 50,000 zombies, and both the celestial foxes and the remnants of the Jew family are still inside the city. With our current manpower shortage, we can't fight so many enemies at once. Do I have to intervene directly? No, there's still one last option, the captain thought, with a serious and determined look. Then he turned to his team and ordered loudly, "Manny, Chen Luowei, Shu Jie, get ready to activate the celestial curtain again." Confused, the girls began to question. "But hasn't the celestial curtain already been—" Manny started. "Captain, what are you planning to do?" the other one asked. "Yesterday I temporarily suppressed Princess Yue to cover Jang Ping. Her power hasn't fully returned yet. We can't rely on the city guard or the investigation team. But there are still many powerful fighters in Pearl City. We will carve a message in the celestial curtain warning everyone about the zombies. Once all the awakeners gather in the city, we will blend in with them. This way we can protect Pearl City while avoiding the surveillance of the celestial foxes. Let's go." The message that would appear in the sky would be zombies approaching. The girls then understood and responded in unison. "Yes, Captain." The captain turned back to the communicator and said, "Switch to multiple channels. Liu Sishan, Zhang Ping. I order you to hold the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city as much as possible. Buy time for the city to gather reinforcements." On the other side, both responded, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, at shelter number 5, "This is the branch, Captain. Your orders." One of the awakened replied, "Quickly head to the vicinity of shelter number 003. You must provide immediate support to Liu Sishan," the captain ordered. "Understood." A young man with a sword on his back, accompanied by a girl and another awakened, replied. "Let's go, let's go, let's go!" The short, chubby blonde awakened exclaimed, cheerfully walking behind them. The leader followed with 3 floating green swords above his hand, saying, "Come on, our time to shine has arrived." In another part of the city, at the city lord's mansion, Vice Mayor Huang walked pensively. The invasion of the blacksmith's shop should have gone smoothly. Taking a communication jade from his pocket, he said, "Confirmation that Princess Yue is not at the city lord's mansion, we can proceed to the next stage." On the other side, they responded, "Sorry, we had some problems." Confused, he asked, "Problems?" The voice replied, A horde of unidentified zombies appeared out of nowhere outside the city. They scared the mutant beast, and now they're out of control. We don't know who's behind this. Irritated, the vice mayor retorted, "Less talk, more action. Contain this mess immediately. If this plan fails, we're all screwed." Filled with rage, he thought, "Useless incompetence. There's no other choice. I'll find the saint first and extract her when the opportunity arises." Suddenly, he noticed some people walking toward him. It was the city guard, Squad 1. "City guard captain, Linky D, why is he here, and with so many people?" Huang wondered, watching the group approach. "Well, look who we have here. Captain Lin, what do we owe the pleasure of your company today? The city lord hasn't returned yet, but I'll be happy to relay any urgent matters." He spoke, addressing the bandaged-faced, red-haired captain. However, everyone continued walking without even looking at him, moving straight ahead. "He ignored me, huh? Does he suspect something?" Huang pondered. The group opened the doors at the end of the hallway, revealing a bright light. What is this? What's happening here?" Huang wondered as he saw inside where a ball was taking place. Couples danced to soft music, their long dresses swirling gracefully. And there, in the middle of it all, was Chen Junting, extending her hand to welcome them. "We have new friends joining us. Come play with us." Captain Lin was drinking a glass of wine when suddenly he stopped and realized. "How did I end up here?" he wondered. "Her Highness asked us to—" Then, spitting out the wine, the image of Jiang came to his mind and he remembered. "Ah, right, capture Jiang Ping." Junting walked up to him with a gentle smile, holding a napkin. "Seriously, uncle, you're so clueless." He turned, confused, trying to understand. "She summoned my people to this place? This feeling? It's just like being near the king of my clan." She approached him, wiping the wine he had spilled on his chest, and said, "Grandpa says we should never let anything go to waste, okay?" Captain Lin bowed, kneeling, and replied, "Yes, Lady Saint." She was surprised and said, "Why is everyone calling me that? I consider everyone here as friends. Oh well, let's dance." And she pulled him to the center of the hall. Huang watched everything in silence, thinking, "Lady Saint? The saint can only influence mutant beasts. Could Lin Katie have been replaced by a celestial fox as well? This issue is so important, and that fox didn't tell me. It seems she still doesn't fully trust me. It could be that there are no more living humans in the city guard. In fact, everyone here may have turned into celestial foxes, but it seems everyone is being controlled by Chen Junting, and she herself hasn't realized it yet. If I can persuade her to work with us, the plan could move directly to the next phase." He then approached the girl, a smile on his face, and said, "Having fun, little sister Chen Junting?" The little blonde girl looked at him, still dancing, then opened a smile and replied, "Yes, I was just looking for some new friends to play with. I didn't expect Sister Luo to throw such a big party for me. By the way, why hasn't Sister Luo come back yet?" He gestured and smiled broadly, saying, "Maybe she has something else to take care of," while thinking, "Silly girl, you were the one who called all these friends in the first place." It was then that he made a mistake. Pulling her by the wrist with a threatening expression, he said, "This uncle knows an even more fun place than this. Want to come and play there?" The girl, scared, pulled her wrist back and replied, "No, I'm not done playing here yet. And besides, I don't even know who you are. How do you know my name?" Everyone present, who were celestial foxes, stopped dancing and turned their serious, judgmental gazes toward him. He was in great danger. Meanwhile, near shelter number 003, Cece was summoning a large amount of water, which exploded around her. "Sister, I gathered them all! Freeze them!" Jiang declared, his nethermist aura extending to the beasts. "Understood," she replied. Launching her attack, she froze the creatures in a large glacier of beasts, but seconds later, the beasts themselves broke through, shattering the ice and the wall formed. "Not enough! There are too many!" Cece shouted to Jiang, who jumped, responding, "I'll hold them off!" Projecting a multi-headed beast made of nethermist, he charged fiercely, thinking, "Those mutant beasts gave me tons of fear. Now I can use nethermist as much as I want." Jiang pushed the nethermist to its maximum potential. Purple tentacles wrapped around him as he ran, a purple light shining in his eyes and his teeth clenched. "Now, unleash your maximum potential, nethermist, full yield. No stopping," he thought, releasing a nethermist dragon, a flying beast of black energy that soared through the skies toward the beasts. "I have to hold out until reinforcements arrive," he thought, flying in the form of the dragon. "All I see is an endless supply of nethermist energy and experience." Jiang used his dragon claws to tear through the beasts as he flew. The nethermist and experience points increased more and more as the beasts soared through the air. "Just a few more hundred of these guys and I can boost my stats or even level up," he thought, watching the speed of the slaughter. "Everyone scatter! Avoid the dragon!" one of the beasts shouted in its own language. They split up, veering off in groups to either side and spreading out. "Oh, quite clever, I see," Jang said, observing the beasts' movements. "These mutant beasts are only focused on escaping, with no intention to fight," he thought as he watched them. The beasts continued to run at full speed. One of the leaders announced, "Brothers, there's no dragon in sight." However, they were struck by ice spikes that erupted from the ground, piercing them. "I'll take care of those stragglers," Cece declared, aiming at those who had fallen behind, driving her ice spikes into the rabid rabbits and other beasts. "You lied," one of the beasts complained. "Cece, good job," Jang said, thinking. "If only there were a system to track how many of these things I've already taken down." Cece continued floating with water and glaciers around her as she replied, "Stay focused. Here comes another wave." More beasts appeared, charging fiercely. "Damn! They keep coming!" Jang cursed, ripping them from the ground with his claws, while some managed to rush past. Suddenly, fireballs and ice began to cross the skies toward him. His dragon was hit squarely by a massive fireball. Confused, he wondered, what just happened? Then his gaze met the sources of the attacks. "Those are zombies?" he exclaimed upon seeing zombies manipulating elements. "And they can use magic? I thought zombies just bit people. I guess stereotypes don't work very well in this world," he thought, incredulous. Using his analysis skill, he read the data on the zombies. "The village of the sacred ancestors?" he exclaimed as he saw them leaping toward him, trying to reach his neck and casting spells. "I need to find a way to relay this information to headquarters as quickly as possible," he thought. He then shouted, "Get out of the way!" The dragon shook, spinning and throwing the zombies away. "The zombies don't feel fear. At this rate, I'll run out of nether mist," he concluded, assessing the situation. A wave of water surged, sweeping the zombies off him. "Zhang Ping, keep your distance from them," Cece shouted. "Understood," Jang replied, grabbing some zombies with his claws and saying, "Let's try this move. Take off." He flapped his wings, rising into the air with some zombies in his hands, and said, "Sorry everyone, things are about to heat up a bit." He then set the zombies on fire, gaining more experience points. "Go, zombie fireballs," he shouted, throwing the flaming zombies toward the others like they were living bombs. Jang received a buff for this creative feat and thought, "Perfect. Now my stats are double those of other awakeners at this level." Meanwhile, Cece was dealing with the zombies in her own way, using the good old blade. Cutting with a trail of water, she said, "Sword technique, blade waltz." She danced among the bodies, taking down each enemy, until more zombies appeared, armed, jumping in from behind her. "Damn!" But then Jang appeared, stomping on the zombies with his giant dragon foot and said, "Take this, Cece's invincible kick, capable of destroying the heavens and shattering the earth." Unbalanced and confused, the girl asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" Zhang replied shyly, "Nothing." He released the dragon, returning to his human form, and declared, "That's the first wave of beasts and zombies defeated, about 1,000 in total. The second wave should arrive in about half an hour. By the way, how can these zombies use abilities?" Putting away her sword, Cece replied, "They probably were awakeners when they were alive. Such despicable methods. It must be the Jew family's doing again, I bet," Jang retorted. "No, I just used my analysis skill on these zombies and they belong to the village of the sacred ancestors." With the communicator active, Captain Su declared, "Exactly. Although the Jew family is ruthless, they see beast domination as a form of cult. They wouldn't stoop to using something as twisted as controlling zombies. Our intelligence suggests that the village of the sacred ancestors is likely connected to this incident. Zhang Ping's analysis confirms this even further." Cece then exclaimed, "Village of the sacred ancestors? In other words, it's that bitch's doing." A green mist began to appear. Sensing the smell, memories flooded Cece's mind. Someone had left her in a room, covering her eye, kneeling and turning to walk away. A woman with jades in her hair and earrings. "Zhang Ping, hold your breath. This gas is toxic," she said, covering her nose and shaking her head. Zhang raised his hand as if he could touch the gas and thought, "Hold my breath. That smell. Where have I smelled this before? Smell of rotten eggs? It's hydrogen sulfide. I encountered a large fire caused by hydrogen sulfide when I was on the rescue team. If this gas really contains hydrogen sulfide, it must be flammable." He then guided Cece away and said, "Cece, be careful. This could explode." Still holding her breath, she replied, "What are you planning to do?" With a serious and determined look, Jang said, "No time to explain, just trust me." Cece nodded and kept her distance. Jang then ignited a flame on his finger, unleashing his devouring fire skill, creating a massive blaze. Flames and fire consumed everything around. Zhang ignited the devouring fire, with the flames consuming everything around him, while Cece took shelter within her water shield. The flames spread and dissipated the poisonous mist surrounding them. "The second wave of zombies is already here!" Zhang exclaimed after disabling the flames. "Didn't you say we would have half an hour?" Cece asked, moving closer. "Wait, what is that?" Zhang exclaimed upon seeing monstrous figures forming on the horizon. He activated his analysis skill, but got no results. "So they managed to neutralize that old man's zombie poison. It seems these two youngsters have some potential," said a muscular man with a beard and jade eyes, sitting atop a massive red giant body. "It's strange. I was able to analyze our captain back then, but as Luo Shiyu, I'm failing to analyze this person. Is my skill not strong enough for high-level targets at a distance?" Zhang thought, touching his chin as he realized his analysis had failed. "In that case, order. Analyze all visible zombies in the field at once." Upon issuing this command, all units within his line of sight had their status windows revealed. The smaller zombies posed little danger, mostly being level 6 and of low rank. However, the larger unit, the muscular man riding the giant body and wielding a sword, was a different story. His status was only revealed after 16,888 advanced analysis attempts. What the analysis revealed made Zhang's eyes widen in shock. Name: Zuo Xiangming. Species: Zombie Fallen. Faction: Sacred Ancestral. Classification: Apex Level Awakened. Mutated Toxic Zombie. Generates a poison that turns humans into zombies under the user's control. The zombies retain their previous abilities and share a collective life force. The user cannot be killed unless all zombies are destroyed. The zombie leader Zuo gestured thoughtfully. "As much as I would love to deal with this personally, this old man has more urgent matters to attend to." Then he ordered the zombies beside him. "Go, bring them to me, dead or alive." Zhang turned to Cece and worried revealed, "The analysis shows that this guy is a fallen level 39. Cece, what does fallen mean?" The girl was in shock for a few moments, the words echoing in her mind. "Level 39? Then she responded, "The abilities of an awakened change over time depending on how they are used. Eventually they evolve into a form that best suits them. But if their mental energy isn't strong enough, they can be consumed by their own power. They become slaves to their abilities. And we call these people the Fallen. And most of the Fallen are incredibly powerful." The zombies were getting closer, moving in unison. "Here they come," Zhang shouted. "We're in trouble." The zombies attacked, their purple inhuman skin on display. Zhang formed a sword with his nether mist and sliced through the creatures. As they fought, a new adversary emerged, a giant green creature, a different type of zombie. "Kill, kill, kill," the creature repeated, swinging its axe. Cece struck with her sword, pulling away from it, and grabbed her communication jade, saying, "Headquarters, this is Liu Cece. A fallen awakened has appeared, riding a huge zombie, and I don't have the strength to stop him. He is leading a horde of zombies towards the north part of the city. He is level 39. I repeat, this is a serious threat." In front of him, Zhang analyzed the monstrous approaching zombie. Status window: Species Zombie. Faction: Sacred Ancestral Village. Potential: None. Classification: High. Level 29. Zhang raised his fist, concentrating his nether mist on it, forming a vortex of purple energy. "Let's see if I can control it first," he thought. He launched a stream of nether mist towards the creature, wrapping and binding it. But soon the zombie roared, breaking the chains and freeing itself. "No, this zombie is on a completely different level from the previous ones," Zhang said, feeling his body being thrown back by the creature's roar, which seemed to have learned from Shrek. A piercing sound echoed, drawing the attention of Zhang and Cece. They turned, thinking, "The sound is coming from Pearl City. Have the enemy forces already reached the city gates?" Meanwhile, at the north gate of Pearl City, beasts were already approaching the city entrance. But one man stood his ground, his fist ignited in flames, striking the beasts away. "Feng Lixian, master of the Beast King's martial arts school, is ready. Today no one shall pass." He inhaled deeply and clenched his fist, joined by other fighters. "Let's do this! We can't let these monsters take another step!" Captain Situ shouted, fists raised. They all charged towards the zombies and beasts, taking them down with brute force. It was then that something caught Feng's attention. "What is that?" he wondered, seeing a different zombie advance. Leaping towards him with a green aura, the zombie threw a punch that Feng blocked with his forearm. "Stop right there! I noticed your movements earlier. You are different from the other zombies," Feng said as the zombie's punch pushed him forward, causing blood to gush from his arm. This was definitely not an ordinary strike. The zombie shoved him, releasing its aura and sending Feng flying away. "That move, the Beast King's fist, Monkey King style? Who the hell are you?" Feng asked. trying to raise his guard as the zombie advanced with red eyes and energy concentrated in its fist, thinking, "My foolish younger brother." Feng advanced, dodging one of the zombie's strikes, and then attacked, launching both arms forward and concentrating all his strength in his fists. He jumped, lifting the zombie into the air and then smashed it between his fists with all his might, throwing the body to the ground. Feng landed with his aura ablaze and activated his ability, Indestructible Body of the Emperor, Hyper-Regeneration. The zombie remained motionless in a small crater formed in the ground, while beside it lay a shiny object. "This fell from that zombie. Why does it look so familiar?" he murmured, picking up the small object. As he read it, he saw it was written Lin Benshi and exclaimed, "This is my older brother's emblem. He uses the Beast King's fist technique and carries the emblem. Older brother, tell me it's not true. You are the Lin Benshi who disappeared 30 years ago?" The zombie rose with an evil look, thinking, "Foolish younger brother, surrender to your hatred, to your anger." Feng watched as Lin Benshi's zombie approached and said, "Back then you left the city to investigate the case of the missing awakened ones, but mysteriously disappeared. I never imagined you would become a zombie and face this fate." Feng prepared his fist to counterattack, and the two began a frantic exchange of blows, where ordinary eyes could only see quick shadows. "Only you can stop me," thought Lin Benshi's zombie. "The older brother I knew, is he really gone?" Feng wondered, still hesitant. In his memories, he recalled the times when, as a young boy, he trained with his brother. "Faster, faster," Lin would say as he struck him. "The style of the Monkey King flows freely, unrestrained by any rigid form," his older brother declared, punching him in the chest and throwing him to the ground. "Although the master never had high hopes for you, you are clearly improving quickly. Come on, let's practice a bit more." Lin smiled, reaching out to his younger brother who was sitting on the ground in front of him. "When I teach you everything, we'll wipe that arrogant look off the old man's face," he added, believing in his brother's potential. Back in reality, Feng's eyes filled with tears. He held his brother's fists and said, "Older brother, your fists. Since when did they become so slow and weak? Do not dare to dishonor the Beast King's fist. Do not dare to dishonor your older brother." With a shout, he hurled the zombie away. Then he tore his shirt with his hand, placing it over his chest and shouted, "Whoever did this to you, I swear I will find them." Feng ignited his aura, becoming completely enveloped in flames. A sun appeared above his head as his eyes, hair, and mustache turned to fire. He walked towards his older brother saying, "Everyone fall back or you will be caught in the crossfire." Feng then leaped to deliver a finishing blow like a messenger of the sun, striking the zombie Lin's chest repeatedly with his fiery fists. Time after time, his fists hit the zombie as tears filled his eyes. Following Rengoku's teachings, Feng ignited his heart and delivered one last strike, bringing down his beloved brother, the one who had taught him everything he knew and believed in him. Light and fire crossed the battlefield, and as he faded away, Lin thought, "You've gotten stronger, younger brother." His body fell, completely defeated, missing one of its limbs. "Rest in peace, older brother," Feng declared, turning his back and walking away. "To think my masterpiece would be reduced to this state. It doesn't matter. You will make a good substitute," Zhuo said, smiling. "You? Were you the one who turned my older brother into a zombie?" Feng shouted upon hearing his words, reigniting his aura with even more intensity. The fire surrounded him as Zhuo stood up, towering over the giant zombie. "That's right. Any objections? You insects really believe you can face my army?" he declared, as an army of zombies approached, marching toward the city. In the sacred ancestral village, a group gathered around their leader. "Everyone is here, sect leader," said aloud a man with green eyes and black hair, representing the group, as he knelt before the woman with long gray hair. She turned and said, "Good. Listen carefully, all of you. Your mission is to assist the low-level zombie horde in sowing chaos within the city. You may loot some supplies and spread our teachings along the way, but once the Jiaoshi brothers successfully extract the saint, you must retreat immediately without delay." The others responded in unison, "Yes!" and then they jumped to fulfill their mission. However, the representative remained kneeling in place. "Sect leader, if you don't mind my question, that mutant beast King Vel inside the city, won't he interfere with our plans? Also, what's the point of retreating after we recover the saint? Haven't we declared war?" he asked the woman with gray skin and hair, wine-colored lips, and yellow eyes. "Are you talking about that old fox? He awakened some time ago. He's just waiting for Shibai to reveal himself," the leader replied. "So, wouldn't we be in great danger if we attacked now?" he asked, raising his gaze. The leader smiled and revealed her plan. "Rest assured, although the saint hasn't fully awakened yet, she is a force to be reckoned with. Even a king-level mutant beast cannot easily undo her influence. The celestial foxes won't lift a finger until she's out of the picture. To take Pearl City, besides that fox, the greatest threat to us is Shibai and his purification team. That's why I arranged for an informant to open the city gates early, to create enough chaos inside the city. First, we use the Saint as a pretext for war, and let the zombies enter the city. And to deal with a large-scale invasion, the purification team will have no choice but to activate the Sun and Moon Pearl. Once Shibai uses the Sun and Moon Pearl to purify all the low-level mutant beasts and zombies in the city, he will reveal himself, and the purification team will too. As for why we retreat, without the Saint to restrain the foxes, and with the purification team exposed, we can expect the foxes and the purification team to wear each other down. Wouldn't it be easier to attack Pearl City after that? The representative listened attentively and asked, "But Master, according to our spies, it seems the Jew family is also after the power of the Saint. What if they try to interfere with our operation?" The sect leader turned and took a few steps forward, smiling and looking at the horizon as she said, "I've already sensed their presence. The Saint is still disoriented, lost in her own mind. The Jew family has no chance of manipulating her in this state. The reason I sent the Jiaoshi brothers to recover the Saint is that their bodies carry the blood of the Saint, which allows for direct telepathy and communication with her. Moreover, it seems the high-ranking members of the Jew family are keeping their distance from this situation, probably trying to cover their tracks. If those few members of the Jew family in the city try to capture the Saint by force, they will be no match for the Jiaoshi brothers." The representative finally understood and declared, "You are wise, Master." She then began to walk, saying, "Come on, we must depart as well." The representative got up and followed her, responding, "As you wish, Master." On the battlefield, Jiang and Cece continued to face the beasts and zombies, cutting and slicing as more and more creatures piled up. "There are too many! At this rate, this will never end," Jiang declared. He then noticed something. Behind him near Cece, one of the zombies raised its axe, ready to strike. "Cece, watch out!" he shouted, alerting her. The girl heard just in time and managed to create a shield strong enough to mitigate the damage. Even so, she was thrown back by the impact. The zombie jumped again, raising its weapon, and lunged at Cece, who lifted her sword in an attempt to defend herself. "Damn, I'm almost out of nether mist," Jiang thought, trying to create something with his mist, but finding himself unable as zombies wrapped their arms around his body. The zombie was about to hit Cece when he shouted again, "Watch out, Cece!" Like a miracle, a shield appeared in front of her, blocking the entire attack. "Grandpa's shield isn't just for show," said a burly young man, laughing as he wore his armor, wielding a sword and placing a large shield in front of Cece. "You're Zhang Shuzhong?" Cece asked, recognizing him. Translucent blue swords flew across the battlefield, slicing through the zombies holding Jiang, hitting them squarely in the face. Ghostly swords? Reinforcements? Zhang wondered, seeing the projectiles cross the air. More zombies began to fly across the battlefield, being thrown into the air by a girl dressed in red clothes and boots, who knocked them down with her powerful kicks. "Sorry for the delay," she shouted. It was Chen Shuijia. The blue swords flew toward the zombie with the axe, crossing the space in front of Xu Zhang and converging on the creature under Chen Ming's command. "Has your sword skill rusted?" Chen Ming, a man with short blue hair and a sword on his back, asked as he stopped next to Cece. "Shut up," she replied, leaning on her ice sword on the ground. "Don't let your guard down. Physical attacks don't seem to work against him," Jiang warned as Ming's sword struck the zombie, whose wounds quickly closed, cauterized by steam. "I think I know how to defeat him. Senior, keep him occupied for me," Jiang declared, walking toward the group. "Understood," Ming responded, keeping his swords moving, creating a barrier of constant attacks around the creature. Ming advanced, continuing his assaults, and struck with the sword on his back. The zombie retaliated with its axe, blocking the attack and getting distracted, giving Jiang the opening he needed. Jiang appeared behind the zombie, reflecting. That fallen guy I analyzed earlier controlled these zombies with toxins, and that toxin can be ignited. So if I ignite the toxin inside this zombie, he conjured a massive hammer of nethermist and shouted, "Eat my crimson serpent scale." He then struck the zombie's back, creating a hole in it. The scale is lodged inside. Now comes the fun part, Jiang thought, pulling out his dagger and igniting it. "Devouring fire of archive bind," he declared, activating his ability and launching the flaming blade into the creature's body. The strike exploded, sending the zombie flying with a massive gash in its back, crashing to the ground. "Finally dealt with these guys. They're really tough," Shuiji said, stretching as she walked. "No, the really strong ones have already arrived at Pearl City." Zhang corrected, sheathing his dagger and extinguishing the flames. Senior, there are still some injured at Safe Shelter 003. I'm using an item to hide their presence, but I don't know how long that will last, he said, approaching Ming. Captain Situ updated us on the situation. We will take care of the injured. We've seen what you're capable of. Go, the city needs you. We'll handle them, the senior replied, arms crossed with his sword already sheathed on his back. Then I leave them in your care, Senior Chen Ming, said Jiang as the senior turned away. Seeing that Jiang had left and Cece was still in the same spot, Ming turned and declared, Liu Xishan, you should also return to the city. We have enough people here. Cece promptly replied, understood, and ran after Jiang, shouting, Zhang Ping, wait! As they both headed toward the city. Meanwhile, at the north gate of Pearl City, the battlefield continued, with zombies emerging from all sides, while Feng burned in the center. What a pathetic group, he exclaimed, with his hyper-regeneration ability activated, and the flames of his body constantly burning, starting his recovery. Seeing that his master had activated his ability, Bai Day, in his wolf form with red eyes, leaped, tearing apart the zombies with his claws and shouted, The great master is recovering, cover him with all your might. Moments later, another one in white wolf form shouted, Retreat, upon noticing the end of the recovery. A fireball was shot by Feng, cutting through the battlefield and crossing the space between the two wolves, who retreated in time, clearing a path. Is this all you have? Come on, show me what else you can do, Feng challenged, while Zhuo observed everything calmly, holding his chin and reflecting. Originally, the efficiency of this toxin was highest for creating zombies, but why do I keep encountering fire-type awakened lately? Feng advanced, his fist ablaze, shouting, You really underestimated me. You will pay for what you did to my brother. He struck the old man in the stomach, sending him flying, engulfed in flames. It's not over yet, Feng shouted, increasing the intensity of the flames and commanding, Explode! His fist exploded against Zhuo's chest, creating a hole. Zhuo's body fell to the ground with a gash in his chest, while Feng landed beside him, still on fire. Eliminate the leader, the zombies will, he began to say, but upon turning around, he realized the zombies were still fighting and advancing. What's happening? Why are they still moving? He asked, confused. Then before he could react, Zhuo rose and thrust his fist through Feng's belly, piercing his spirit with the skill corp's usurpation, zombie toxin. What? Feng screamed, still engulfed in flames, incredulous. Did you really think you could kill this old man? Zhuo mocked, laughing with a malevolent look. The ability used by Zhuo was corpse usurpation. Zombie toxin sacrifices the life of a controlled zombie to revive oneself. The old man jumped back, retreating. He came back to life? Feng then felt something in his chest, a strange sensation, something that hadn't been there before. A purple, malevolent substance spread through his body, staining his skin. What did you do? He asked, touching his chest. You've noticed, I injected a bit of zombie toxin directly into your system, and once it spreads, you'll become one of my zombies, Zhuo replied, laughing. You dare? Feng shouted, exploding with rage. He then activated his ability to the maximum. Indestructible body of the Crimson Emperor, second phase, blazing aura form. Body temperature 1000 degrees. Strength, endurance, and agility increased. His body was engulfed in flames, and he tensed all his muscles. Zhuo, however, laughed and retorted, You're trying to burn the toxin from the inside out? Don't waste your energy. The type of toxin you're trying to burn is just the most basic. The toxin I use to control these zombies isn't just one. These powerful zombies around you have been blessed with multiple toxins. As long as the toxins exist, they won't die. His companions, watching from a distance, shouted, Master Feng! But he replied, Don't worry about me, and continued to keep his body aflame. Near Safe Shelter 003, the giant zombie with the axe rose again, healing the open wound on its back. It was already getting up, saying, Kill, kill, with a bloodthirsty look, leaving the group shocked, not understanding how it had recovered. Let's see how long this rebellion lasts, Zhuo declared, ordering his strongest zombies to attack. Even my senior brother? Feng asked, seeing his brother's zombie also getting up and running toward him, saying, Junior brother, stop me! Feng received the attacks with his body on fire and shouted, I will make you pay for this, no matter what happens. Zhuo extended his hands, manipulating the zombies with a sadistic smile, saying, It seems you still don't understand the situation. If you miss your senior brother so much, why don't you join him? The giant headless zombie, where Zhuo had been seated earlier, joined the battle. Feng continued to fight as best he could, but between blows, he thought, I need to end this now. The giant zombie threw a punch in his direction, and Feng held it back with another punch. Gritting his teeth with all his strength, he threw the creature away. However, Feng began to gasp, and his arm slowly turned increasingly purple. The toxin is spreading fast, he thought, looking at his arm. It's not enough. The energy I need to activate the final form of the indestructible body of the Crimson Emperor isn't enough. If this continues, I'll also turn into a zombie. If I lose here, the North Gate will fall. Will this be the end of Pearl City? He thought, observing the chaos around the battlefield. Suddenly, Cece and Zhang appeared running. Intelligence base of the barrier team, the master of the Beast King school is in trouble. Rescue him first, Cece ordered, while she began slicing through the zombies around her. Zhang advanced, signaling that he understood, striking the zombies in front of him to reach Feng. Who's there? Feng thought, gasping, already at the last remnants of his energy. Hang in there, senior, Cece shouted. As the two attacked the zombies, Feng noticed something. An opening! He exclaimed and reignited his fist, using his last strength to launch the zombies into a spiral in the sky with the skill, adamantine explosion of Brist. Come back, young one. It's dangerous here, said Feng, seeing Zhang approach after landing. Don't worry, senior. I came prepared. Let me heal you. For a moment, Feng tried to protest. But my wounds... But Zhang transformed and entered Feng's body, catching him by surprise. A pure-blooded young man, thought Feng. Don't worry, senior. This is my healing method, Zhang declared, calming him. What a peculiar method. Not only did you heal my external wounds, but you also restored my stamina. You really have some skills, young man, Feng commented as his body began to burn with more intensity. Unfortunately, I can't completely neutralize the toxin. The best I can do is suppress its spread, Zhang said, still inside Feng's body. You can suppress the toxin? Good, that's enough, declared Feng. Zhang opened his analysis, displaying Feng's data at that moment. Name, Feng Lixian, species human. Faction, Beast King Martial Arts School. Rank, peak level awakened. Level 38. Abilities, indestructible body of the Crimson Emperor increases healing speed of wounds by 200%. Grants control over heart rate when activating Crimson Blood Ignition. Generates intense heat and enhances all physical attributes. When body temperature reaches 6,000 degrees, he can enter solar fire form, increasing strength tenfold, healing all abnormal states, and evolving the fiery flames of the Crimson Emperor into true fire. Feng then reignited his flames, now with a determined look, and declared, Just give me some time, kid. I'll take care of that abomination, once and for all. How can you speak so casually? You know you're dealing with a fallen one, right? You'd better check the strength of the Great Master just in case, Zhang thought from within Feng's body. Submit to me. Become one of my zombies, Zhuo declared as his zombies surrounded him. Never, Feng replied, igniting his body and shouting. His aura expanded and the flames intensified once again. He propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking due to the force exerted by his feet. And then he swiftly advanced across the battlefield, reaching Zhuo and saying, Old Grump, as he buried a punch into the man. The blow exploded, and from within Feng's body, Zhang spoke. Senior, I analyzed him. His life force is linked to the nearby zombies. If we want to kill him for good, we need to eliminate those zombies too. Zhuo leaned in, grabbing Feng's arm, and laughed with a sadistic look. You can't kill me. The zombies around him leaped toward Feng, and he ignited Zhuo, creating a fireball attached to his arm. He spun on his axis and set the zombies around him ablaze, creating a fiery inferno that sent bodies flying into the sky. It's not enough, young man. Is there a way to quickly raise my body temperature? Feng said, standing in the middle of the battlefield. My flames can't reach temperatures as high as yours, senior. I'm afraid it won't help much, Zhang replied from inside him, until something occurred to him. Wait, this might help? He then extended a hand out of Feng's body and handed him some small embers. Why didn't you use those crimson serpent scales before? Feng asked. Well, you didn't ask, Zhang replied. Feng then took the embers in his hands and swallowed them. Wow, now this I call a true fire devourer, Zhang exclaimed mentally, still within Feng's body. More zombies appeared, advancing toward him, but in the blink of an eye, a huge blue pillar descended from the heavens, exploding above Feng and sending all the zombies around him flying. What's happening? Cece asked, as she climbed onto one of the zombies she had frozen. I never thought I'd see the Great Master unleash that form again in my lifetime, Bai Dai said, still in his wolf form. Feng smiled and declared, It seems the battle is about to end. He then activated the indestructible body of the Crimson Emperor, solar fire form, body temperature 6,000 degrees, all toxins were cured. His body was engulfed in blue flames, with fiery wings extending from his shoulders and flames on his arms. It was his final form. What a dominating form! Even the fire devourer can't consume a piece of that flame. Zhang exclaimed mentally, awed from within Feng's body. Young man, this final form puts a lot of pressure on my body. I'll need you to keep healing me, Feng said. Leave it to me, Zhang replied promptly. All of you, fall back. Don't approach the fire line, Feng declared loudly. You know a character is strong when he has to order his allies to stay away. Did you hear that? Everyone, retreat to the city, the awakened shouted, guiding everyone away. How is this possible? The toxin I planted in your body has vanished, Zuo said, regenerating and not understanding what was happening. All units, follow my orders, defeat him, he shouted, commanding. The zombies began to advance, marching toward Feng, and he unleashed a consuming blue fire called Secret Technique of the Beast King, Unification of Primordial Chaos. Feng spun his body, spreading his fire in all directions, reaching every spot where there were zombies. They were consumed in blue flames, and when only small piles of ash remained on the ground, Feng declared, all 20,000 zombies have been reduced to ashes. Cece watched in shock. What terrifying power! Of all the people I know, your strength would easily rank among the top 3, she thought, until someone appeared shouting, This is bad! The masters of the other 2 martial arts schools have betrayed us! The west and east gates have fallen! Feng immediately turned and shouted, What? Ao Donghai and Wu Ruoyu betrayed us? Zhuo then responded, speaking loudly while far away atop a mammoth, followed by some remaining zombies. Since the Pearl City has already fallen, there's no reason to waste time with you anymore. This time, you win. I'll save a place for you. I hope that the next time we meet, you're still as powerful and imposing as you are today. Feng clenched his fists, filled with rage, and said, Next time, I will definitely kill you. I can handle this alone. All of you, return to the city and help the others. Then he turned to Zhang inside him, and still with the blue fire activated and his wings spread, said, Young man, the zombie toxin has been eliminated. You should return too. It was then that Zhang realized, Speaking of which, I won't melt into a puddle if I leave now, right? The inhabitants of Pearl City ran in despair, shouting, Mutant beasts! Run! Help! As the creatures invaded the area, wreaking havoc, the authorities present ordered the formation of a defense line. From the top of a building, Vice Mayor Huang watched the smoke rise into the sky. With his hands clasped behind his back and a sinister smile on his face, he murmured to himself, Scream as much as you want. This is the Pearl City of the East, and without us, the Zhu family. 2 of his subordinates approached and stood behind him as the buildings burned in the background. Huang inquired about the progress of the plan, and one of them replied, About 1,000 mutant beasts have entered Pearl City and are under our control. Huang smiled and said, Excellent. Send them to attack the City Lord's mansion as quickly as possible. One of the subordinates protested, The City Lord's mansion? Are you serious? Chen Junting is still inside, you know. The mutant beast will be affected by the goddess's blood in her body when they get close. The other agreed. Exactly. Even the celestial foxes can become her servants. How are we going to get her out of there? Huang replied. You really don't understand, do you? Chen Junting has not fully awakened yet. Her mind is like that of a newborn right now. She is unconsciously connected to all the mutant beasts around her. If many of them get close, her power will exceed its limits and go out of control. At that moment, the City Lord's mansion will descend into chaos, and we will have the chance to capture her. In the mansion of the Lord of the City, the fox Luo Shiyu held Chen Junting in her lap, licking the innocent girl, who laughed, feeling ticklish. Little friend, stop licking, it tickles. Suddenly, something made the girl rub her eyes. A strange sensation took over her, and when she opened them again, she saw several celestial foxes lined up. Where did everyone go? Why are there suddenly so many little friends? The foxes began to shine brightly and multiply. Luo Shiyu looked at the girl in her lap with eyes glowing a sinister shade of red. The girl, lifting her gaze, said, You look strange. What are you really? The little one stood up and walked around the throne, observing the foxes. You all are so cute, too. Huang and his subordinate watched everything hidden behind a pillar. Huang commented, Just as predicted, the absurd number of mutant beasts is interfering with her powers. Chen Junting went to the balcony and smiled. Why are there so many little friends out there? Spiritual bubbles began to emerge as more energies concentrated. She placed her hands on her head, her face tensing. It's too much. No more friends. The girl then fell to the ground, screaming and clutching her head. Enough! Stop coming! Her sharp scream echoed everywhere. Meanwhile, in the city, a child ran desperately, shouting for her mother. Mom, where are you? Mommy! A wild beast was chasing her. The creature leaped, opening its mouth to attack her. But before the girl could be caught, Zhang Ping arrived and grabbed the creature's jaw. Just in time! While Cece jumped and caught the girl in her arms, the girl curled up, exclaimed, Big sister? Jiang Ping made her hands blaze while keeping the creature's mouth open and said angrily, "You beasts! Can't you stay quiet for 2 seconds?" Then she incinerated the creature completely. A woman appeared screaming, "Niu, are you okay?" The girl ran towards her, crying and shouting, "Mommy!" The woman thanked her repeatedly, looking at Cece while hugging and stroking her daughter. Cece replied, "Quickly, get out of here." As they retreated, Jiang Ping declared, "The desert beasts are just a few meters away. We can't let them advance." Cece took her communicator Jade and said, "Purge team, immediately establish a defense perimeter. Everyone else, take the civilians to a safe location." On the other side, the response came clear. "Yes, ma'am." More beasts approached Cece and Jiang, both from land and air. Cece positioned herself and said, "It's hard to defend against so many mutant beasts without damaging the buildings." Jiang pulled out his dagger and replied, "We'll hold them off as best we can. We just need to buy time for the others to evacuate." Cece agreed, and then several white wolves charged forward, howling at the sky. Jiang was puzzled by their behavior. What's happening with these mutant beasts? On Cece's communicator Jade, a voice informed, "Leader, the mutant beasts on our side have also stopped moving." Confused, Cece asked, "What's going on?" Everyone was perplexed. In the mansion of the Lord of the City, Huang looked up, astonished, with the same question. "What is happening?" He saw Chen Junting floating, a bright pink light emanating from her body. The foxes watched her from the ground as Huang murmured, incredulous, "No way." The girl slowly opened her eyes, and a pulsating pink light began to emanate from her body, as if she were undergoing a transformation like in Sailor Moon. A large explosion followed, causing an impact on the mansion's gates. Inside, the henchmen screamed, "We've lost control of all the mutant beasts in the city." Huang turned urgently and said, "What? What the hell? Has the goddess's blood fully awakened?" He gritted his teeth, irritated. What miserable luck, she had only a minimal chance and hit the jackpot. Chen Junting then flew toward the city center, saying, "There are so many little friends here." Huang watched her and in desperation shouted, "Damn it! Chase her!" He ran out but was hit by an unexpected sensation, as if something much larger than him was watching him closely. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Huh? This pressure. Only a king-level mutant beast could make me feel this way. It can't be. The king really awakened?" Huang stopped running and looked up, thinking, could Chen Junting be the reason behind the early awakening of King Ye? If that's the case, his henchman approached and asked, "Why are you just standing there? What happened?" Huang replied, "Contact the others in Pearl City and capture Chen Junting. I have other matters to attend to." The henchman left, saying, "Understood." As he watched them walk away, he thought, the awakening of King Ye means that the celestial foxes now have a king-level combatant. Revealing myself now would be suicide. Better to stay at a distance and observe. Meanwhile, at another point in the city, a group of awakened individuals was organizing. The leader ordered, "Everyone, form groups and find out what's happening." The group responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The gray-haired man turned and asked, "Grandmaster, how is your body now?" Feng, who was beside him, touched his shoulder and replied, "I'm fine, Jiang Ping. My wounds, I just need a little rest." Jiang Ping punched a nearby stone wall, creating a crater, and exclaimed, "Those traitorous dogs! They're worse than animals!" Feng placed a hand on Jiang's shoulder and said, "At this point, our priority is to immediately clear the areas to the south. After that, we should return to the city and provide support." The man sighed, "Grandmaster." Smoke rose into the sky in the scene of destruction around them. Feng turned, looking at the debris, and lamented, "Given the current situation, we can only save as many people as possible." The boys, who had spread out to carry out the orders, returned, pointing and shouting, "Look! There's a group coming from the north. Could it be reinforcements?" The approaching group marched decisively, saying, "Don't let them pass. No one can enter the city." One of the boys managed to identify who they were. "It's the Martin Sun Blazing School." And another commented, "They came to cause trouble, I bet." The marching group responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Feng, irritated, gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Ruoyu, do you still have the courage to show your face here? Everyone, prepare to fight." The gray-haired man added, "The Martin Sun Blazing School abandoned the western gate without a second thought and allowed the fall of Pearl City." The boys turned, indignant. "What? That bunch of scoundrels!" The group formed up, and Feng raised his voice, asking, "Master Wu, why did you betray Pearl City?" Wu in turn responded with another question, "Master Feng, have you ever thought about living a different kind of life?" Feng inquired, "What kind of life?" Wu then explained, "Look around you. Pearl City, a city lit with 1,000 points of light, but so fragile. Every year, hundreds die in beast attacks. It's as if we are trapped, defending this small piece of land. But have you ever wondered, What if we could force humanity to produce a king? What kind of world would that be? If a king were born in the sacred village of the ancestors, not only would Pearl City be safe, even the farthest corners of the world would be free from the threat of mutant beasts. Feng clenched his fists and said, I understand. So the student who promoted the theory of human king supremacy at my school was one of you. Wu smiled and opened his arms, responding, Indeed. What a pity you expelled him. You could have been one of us. Feng took a combat stance and seriously retorted, One of you and sacrificed the entire city? The two groups positioned themselves opposite each other, ready for combat, with their guards up, while Wu continued, Relax. We are only here to take someone who is crucial for producing a king in the sacred village of the ancestors. We have no intention of destroying Pearl City. Of course, if you just stand there and don't interfere, I won't lay a hand on you. Feng's students also raised their guards, and he replied, And what if I refuse? Wu advanced with his students, saying, Then we'll have to settle this with our fists. Meanwhile, to the north of the city, in the forested area, Chen Junting floated in the sky, bathed in golden light. The mutant beasts gathered below her, hypnotized, as if admiring her. Zhang and Cece observed the scene, hidden behind a bush. Zhang asked, Isn't that Chen Junting? The mutant beasts stopped because of her? Analyze. From above, Chen Junting smiled, looking at the beasts, and commented, So many little friends, and they are so cute. Zhang's analysis completed, revealing that, unlike before, the girl's category now indicated human, fallen, level 20. Stunned, he exclaimed, She became a fallen? Cece, shocked, replied, What? How? In the distance, they spotted two figures approaching. Cece noticed the approach and pulled Zhang, saying, Someone is coming. It was Huang's two henchmen, who had arrived and were now walking, talking. One of them asked, What do we do now? Should we go back? The other replied, gesturing, What nonsense are you talking about? Our mission is to bring that girl back to the Zhu family, no matter the cost. From a distance, Cece and Zhang's attention intensified upon hearing the mention of the Zhu family. The two henchmen continued talking. But have you seen? The city is overrun with zombies, and our mutant beasts are under that girl's control. We've also lost contact with the others. There's no way we can complete this mission alone, the other interrupted, saying, Silence! We've come too far to give up. Our lives are at stake. A purple aura surrounded Cece and Zhang, and then a voice emerged from behind the two henchmen, saying, Well, look who it is. The Zhu family, always hiding in the shadows. I never thought I'd find you like this. The two quickly turned, looking around and asking, Who's there? Two figures walked toward them, and one of them said, You have more support than the others from your family that we encountered. I'm wondering if I should turn you into zombies and make you serve us. The two men were accompanied by a tiger and a giant snake. Zhang activated his analysis ability, revealing the status windows. The first was Zhao Yanlong, who controlled the blue sea serpent. Faction, Sacred Village of the Ancestors, level 25. Abilities, Holy Blood. The blood of the awakened contains powerful stimulants, capable of infinitely enhancing physical abilities, and is highly toxic. Advanced abilities, Superior Strength. When emotions rise, blood flow accelerates, stimulating muscles and granting increased strength. Advanced, Miasma of Toxins. The toxins present in the bloodstream are released through sweat, vaporizing due to body heat, creating a large-scale poisonous mist. The second was Zhao Li, who controlled the tiger. Faction, Sacred Village of the Ancestors, level 22. Abilities, Holy Blood. The blood has a strong fragrance, attracting all nearby creatures. The lower the intelligence, the stronger the attraction. Advanced abilities, Intermediate, Blood Debt. By sacrificing a small amount of their own blood, the awakened can control animals to fight for them. Advanced, Unjust Blood. The awakened sacrifices double the amount of blood, and the recipient must repay double the cost. If unable to repay, they must forfeit their life, leading to complete control by the awakened. Already exhaling the poisonous mist, Nether Mist, and wielding his dagger, Zhang took a combat stance, saying, I've analyzed them. They are from the Sacred Village of the Ancestors, and their powers are similar to Chen Junting's. Cece also raised her guard and said, This could be our lead. Let's try to capture them alive and get some information. A green aura began to emanate from the two newcomers, but the Zhu family members were not intimidated by the threats and said, Turn us into zombies? So the zombies outside the city were your doing? Which faction of aberrations are you exactly? And why are you ruining our plans? Enough talk, let's settle this. Attack! They charged towards the two, but after a few steps, a green energy began to infest their skins, taking them over completely. Yanlong placed his hand on his waist with a look of disappointment and said, Pathetic. Just talk and no power. I thought you would be stronger. The two members of the Zhu family had bulging veins, trapped in a green mist, sweating and trembling as they said, "What is this? My body is paralyzed." Yanlong pointed forward, commanding the beasts to advance, and said, "Stop wasting energy. The more you struggle, the faster you will die." The cloud of smoke slowly dissipated as the beasts approached. One of the Zhu family members shouted, "Watch out! It's poisonous gas!" The beasts advanced, leaping towards them. One managed to raise his hands and create a barrier of blue light, which was bitten through by the snake, while the other was attacked by the tiger. The snake coiled around his body, while he concentrated the blue energy in his hands, fighting against the animal. Yanlong approached, saying, "You are strong, but unfortunately you won't last long. I suggest you stop resisting and become a zombie." The other was already on the ground, being devoured by the tiger that was biting him repeatedly. It was then that the first one caused an explosion of bright blue light and shouted, "Keep dreaming!" The tiger jumped towards Yanlong while his brother shouted, "Brother, watch out!" The cyan neon explosion was intense, throwing both beasts to the ground, defeated. Yanlong and Yanhu survived thanks to the sacrifice of the mutant animals. Yanhu declared, "Wow, that was ugly. Good thing those mutants were weak." While his brother lay fallen beside him, Chen Junting approached, floating in the sky, and asked, "What happened to you two buddies?" The two knelt and smiling said, "Saint, how did you get here?" She floated towards the beasts on the ground, saying, "Don't be afraid, I will heal them." The two knelt and said, "Greetings, Lady Saint. We came to escort you back." Chen Junting smiled and raised her hands, releasing a green energy that flowed towards the beasts, saying, "There is something impure inside your bodies. Let me remove that for you." The two began to writhe as a red aura enveloped them. Yanhu touched his chest, saying, "What's happening? My powers aren't working." Yanlong's eyes widened as he said, "Didn't they say the saint hadn't awakened yet? How could she?" A crimson aura erupted from their bodies, particles of blood being expelled. The two raised their voices, crying out, "Saint, please stop! Forcing the holy blood out of the mutant animals will cause a backlash for us." Chen Junting didn't care about humans. She cared about her buddies, the beasts. A look of peace and relief spread over the snake and the tiger as Chen manipulated the blood in her hands, saying, "They are much cleaner!" The snake coiled around her, and the tiger rubbed against her body, as a form of gratitude for their liberation. Chen smiled and hugged the tiger, saying, "Don't you like it here? Then let's go. We can join the other buddies elsewhere." They set off walking, with Chen being escorted by the beasts, while Yanlong and Yanhu watched weak from the ground. Yanhu struggled to get up, saying, "That blood pressure, could it be the saint's blood?" Yanlong, leaning on one knee, scratched his head and said, "If that's really the case, we won't be able to guide her back to the ancestral sacred village through the blood connection. Her mind is too far away. Damn it! We have no choice. I need to inform our leader and come up with a new plan." He leaned on his brother, and the two began to walk. Cece, who was watching everything with Zhang, clenched her teeth, tense, and exclaimed, "Leader of the Ancestral Holy Order, don't tell me she has already left Pearl City." Zhang looked at her and asked, "Who is she? You seem particularly worried." Cece turned to him and replied, "Her name is Li Aoxue. She was once the second leader of Pearl City, and she is the most wanted criminal by the Purification Squad. Li Aoxue is dangerous, strong enough to face our captain. We need to find out if that monster is really in Pearl City. We can't control Chen Junting right now, but we can deal with these two." Zhang clenched his fists, invoking his nethermist, and said, "Chen Junting and the others are our only chance." Cece drew her ice sword and declared, "Let's capture them alive." As the two brothers walked, an explosion of ice occurred, drawing their attention. Yanlong pushed his brother aside, dodging the attack, and shouted, "Damn! There are more of them hiding!" Ice arrows flew towards them, and then Cece jumped with her sword aimed at Yanlong's neck, saying, "Don't move!" Yanhu shouted, "Brother!" Unbeknownst to him, Zhang appeared from behind and wrapped a nether mist rope around Yanhu's body, immobilizing him. With a threatening look, he said, "Try using that poisonous mist again, and I guarantee your brother will suffer for it." Yanlong was seated on the ground with Cece's sword pointed at him, while his brother was under Zhang's control, standing beside him. Cece began the interrogation. "What is your purpose in coming to Pearl City? Speak. Is Li Aoxue here too? Where is she?" Yanlong smirked mockingly and replied, "No comments." Cece didn't hesitate and made a cut on the man's chest. Zhang touched his shoulder, causing the wound to close, and smiled maliciously, saying, "You can stay silent as long as you want, but she won't stop tearing you apart. I'll take care of the healing part. I won't let you die so easily." The young man, desperate, shouted, You are monsters!" and groaned in pain again. It didn't take long for Cece to contact the HQ, saying, "Captain, I have vital information." Captain Situ inquired. "Liu Sishan?" Report. Cici replied, Zhang Ping and I captured 2 members of the sacred ancestral village. According to them, one of the village's objectives is to take Chen Junting, who has awakened the bloodline of the goddess. And there's more. Li Aoxue is in Pearl City. Situ and Manny, who was next to the captain, were visibly shaken by the news. However, Situ maintained his composure and with a serious expression said, Understood. Keep an eye on these 2. The worst has already happened. I will handle this myself. Cici responded, Yes, sir, and the communication was cut off. Situ turned to the blonde girl and said, Manny, prepare the teleportation matrix. Manny looked at him and asked, Captain, are you really going to activate the sun and moon? The pearl of the sun and moon is hidden in the city square. When activated, you will be exposed, and the king of the celestial foxes hasn't appeared yet. Revealing yourself now is extremely dangerous. The captain replied, The original plan was to lure the king of the celestial foxes and have our team hold him. That way I could activate the sun and moon without interference. But now, with Li Aoxue involved, we can't be sure of anything. I have to take the risk. I need to activate the pearl of the sun and moon before they react. It's the only way to save Pearl City now. We can't wait any longer. In the Memorial Monument Square in Pearl City, a portal was forming. From it, Captain Situ emerged, accompanied by more allies from the squad. He raised his voice and declared, Pearl City is in total turmoil. The hearts of the people have changed, and the situation is chaotic. I can stop the Jew family. I can contain these mutant monsters. But how can one fight against the oppressive forces of human hearts? Before he could continue, a figure appeared in front of the squad and said, Is that it? You're going to bet everything on the pearl of the sun and moon? Manny pointed ahead, alarmed. How did you get here? I'm sure I would have sensed your presence. Stay alert. We have company. Situ beside her commented, No plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. Li Aoxue, a woman with long gray hair, was already waiting for them. She gestured, smiling arrogantly, and said, Give up. Failure. The moment you stepped into this hall, driven by your desperation to end the zombie plague, victory was already mine. Situ stared at her and replied, Why are you so obsessed with winning and losing? Have you stopped to consider that your so-called path of the human king challenges the natural order? You are rewriting the rules of the world by force. It's only a matter of time before your interference attracts king-level mutant beasts from all over the world. And what happens if you don't reach king level? What will happen to humanity then? Li Aoxue retorted. I will not fail. Situ vehemently declared. You have already failed. The moment you raised your sword against an innocent, the moment you allied with Zhuo Xiangming, the moment you decided that the ends justify the means, it was at that moment that you truly lost. You walk a path of lies, not the path of kings. Li Aoxue turned and said, As the ancients said, for a general to achieve greatness, countless bones must be amassed. I tread the path of a king. Do you expect something that doesn't involve blood? Path of lies, path of kings? In the end, history only remembers those who win. Irritated, Situ declared, Your ambition is dangerous. More people will die because of you. You are dragging humanity to a point of no return. Li Aoxue shrugged, unfazed. I never expected to convince you otherwise. That's why I brought some friends. She gestured, revealing a group of zombies approaching. Meanwhile, she thought, once the pearl of the sun and moon is activated, it will attract the king of the celestial foxes. I can't let that happen, at least not until I have the saint. Then, we will use the king to deal with Shibai. Raising her voice again, Li Aoxue proclaimed, No one will activate the pearl of the sun and moon today. Situ turned and said, Yu Chenhao, you are the current lord of Pearl City. How could you? Yu Chenhao replied with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Brother Shibal, the celestial foxes are too powerful. Sister Shuye is right. Humanity needs a king. We must unite, not be a disorganized mess. Situ declared, Li Aoxue is not a leader. She will not succeed. Yu then raised the staff in his hands and said, Maybe, but Sister Aoxue has a point. Some things need to be done, whether the outcome is good or bad. You are conservative, and I know I cannot convince you, so I must ask you to die now, Brother Shibal. He charged quickly towards him, followed by the group of zombies and Li Aoxue. Situ advanced with his group on the ground while floating, saying, Then let it be. Let the battle decide the future of Pearl City, here and now. In the residential area to the south of the city, explosions could be seen happening in the Monument Square. The beast stirred, and Chen looked up, saying, What's happening over there? Why are you all so scared? A surge of energy hit the area, and Cici and Zhang felt the ground tremble. Cici exclaimed, That energy fluctuation? Chen began to float towards the square, followed by the beasts, saying, Let's go check it out. Zhang, observing her, said, Chen Junting and the mutant beasts have been drawn there. On the ground, the two brothers remained tied up with ropes. Cece replied, "It's the captain. He's making a move. We need to reach him now." She started running towards the square with Zhang following beside her. He asked, "What about the Zhao brothers?" Cece answered, "I've already notified the division to take them away." In the square, the confrontation continued. Awakened beings fought against zombies, taking them down as best they could. Situ unleashed various strikes with golden lightning towards Aoksue, who skillfully dodged, saying, "Failure. Is this all you can do?" Situ continued his attacks with yellow energy flowing and said, "Holding her is more than enough." A crystal formed around Aoksue, trapping her. She wondered, "What?" On the ground, a circle of fire formed around Situ, while a moon and a sun of energy appeared beside him. It was then that Aoksue understood. He's trying to temporarily trap me to buy time for the loading of the Pearl of the Sun and Moon. She turned and shouted, "Yu Chen Hao, destroy the Pearl of the Sun and Moon!" Yu replied, "Understood." But at that moment, 3 spies appeared. Manny and her 2 companions positioned themselves in front of the captain, saying, "As long as we breathe, you will not pass." Yu jumped towards them, shouting, "Then you can die trying." He buried his staff in the ground, creating a crack that extended towards them. Zhang appeared just then, shouting, "Don't celebrate yet!" Cece raised a wall of ice, blocking the advance of the crack, while Zhang ran towards Yu. Cece ran to Manny, asking, "Manny, are you okay?" Manny leaned on her and said, "I'm fine. Help me stop her from interfering with the captain." At that moment, Cece turned to the woman trapped in the floating crystal and exclaimed her name, Li Aoksue. The sound of the approaching beasts grew louder, and it was now possible to see Chen's figure floating ever closer. Cece commented, surprised, "The saint really came." As Chen floated towards Situ, who had the 2 pearls flying around him, Aoksue watched her deep in thought. Chen junting? The Zhao brothers got involved? Her energy is in an extremely unstable state. Has the goddess's blood fully manifested, entering the metamorphosis phase? Chen approached the Pearl of the Sun and said, "Is this what makes you feel threatened? But why do I feel this strange familiarity?" The girl extended her hand, touching the energy sphere, and a great oscillation occurred. Lightning erupted, knocking down the awakened beings present, who fell to the ground, struck by the energy. Aoksue looked up incredulous and said, "How is it possible for such a significant energy fluctuation to occur?" As Situ watched everything, in despair, he shouted, "No! Chen Junting is absorbing the energy of the Pearl of the Sun and Moon!" Chen was enveloped in the center of golden energy, as lightning crackled around her. The zombies walked, and the beasts roared back and forth. Zhang reached out to Cece, touching her head, and asked if she was okay. Still floating in the sky, Chen said, "I think I felt my mother calling me from far away from the city." Aoksue, now freed from the crystal, floated close to Chen, thinking, "Excellent. The energy of the Pearl of the Sun and Moon triggered the saint's metamorphosis earlier than expected." Chen flew in another direction and said, "Come on, little friends, let's go." The beasts followed her. Aoksue watched her, reflecting, "The saint must be feeling the call of the sacred ancestors' village after completing her metamorphosis phase. This is perfect. She will return to the village alone. We don't need to intervene." Aoksue then turned to Yu and ordered, "We kept the saints hidden in the city for over a decade to keep the plan secret. Now the moment has finally come. Take the saints back. Their strength will help us become kings." The young man replied, "Yes, ma'am." Aoksue slowly descended, touching the ground while thinking, "The celestial foxes. They must have escaped now that Chen Junting lost control over them. They must have noticed the commotion at the monument square. This confusion is enough to keep Situ busy. Everything is going according to plan. I need to get out of here before King Yue appears." She then declared, "Shibai, you worked so hard to carry the Pearl of the Sun and Moon, but you ended up helping me." Originally, transforming the saint into a goddess required a complex ceremony in the sacred ancestors' village, but not anymore. This is my destiny. Aoksue began to move away, but Cece pulled out her ice sword and leaped towards her, shouting, "You're not going anywhere! I will kill you and avenge my master!" Aoksue turned slightly with a mocking smile and asked, "You? Really?" Then she raised her hand towards Cece, saying, "Don't overestimate your abilities, little girl." She then threw her with a tremendous impact. Zhang ran towards Cece, shouting her name, and used his nether mist to soften the fall. He caught her in his arms while she still held her broken sword. The nether mist slowed their descent, landing gently on the ground. Aoksue floated through the sky, moving away towards the afternoon sun, and said, "Until next time, Shibai." One of the squad members asked, "Captain, aren't we going after her?" Situ replied, "We need to resolve the crisis in the city first." Manny ran towards Cece and Zhang, shouting, "Zhang Ping! Cece, are you okay?" Zhang got up, supporting Cece, and smiled. Yes, we're fine, just a few scratches. Cece squinted tightly and said, I'm still very weak. Suddenly a huge crash echoed. Manny turned, surprised, and said, the zombies and mutant beasts were clearly led by Chen Junting and Li Aoxue, so where is that sound coming from? Situ stepped forward and raised his voice. It's the king of the celestial foxes. Manny, activate the teleportation device. A group of guards approached running, and Manny observed them, thinking, the city guard? No, wait, they are celestial foxes. Captain Lin raised his hand and declared, everyone lower your weapons or face merciless death. Manny activated the teleportation portal while Cece and Zhang took their positions, ready for battle. Cece activated her ice crystals and said, good thing we got information about the celestial foxes at the base. Zhang raised his voice. Those about to attack us now are all celestial foxes. Watch out for invisible attacks. C2's eyes glowed with a yellow light, filled with lightning, and he said, no need. I will hold them. He rose, floating, surrounded by a curtain of yellow lightning, activating the brain resonance ability. Raising his hands while his golden aura burned, he ordered, all team members evacuate Pearl City. One of the girls protested, but Captain. However, C2 had no time for explanations and declared vehemently, this is an order. Gathering his nether mist, Zhang questioned, why didn't Chen Junting take the celestial fox with her? Cece replied, the king of the celestial foxes can probably activate some kind of protective barrier. Come on, Zhang Ping. Situ raised his hands, creating pressure with his energy toward the foxes, saying, good. As the rest of the squad crossed the teleportation portal, he thought to himself, there's no match for the king. Staying here will only lead to more casualties. As soon as the portal closed, C2 declared, not showing yourself yet, let me see what kind of power the king of this den of foxes possesses. It was then that an evil aura filled the square. A sinister shadow emerged as a voice spoke. You are the most powerful human my eyes have ever seen, but if you seek power, you are still not strong enough. Before him appeared a huge black fox, with a moon on its chest and black smoke emanating from its body. It was larger than all the others that had appeared before, and emanated a presence 1,000 times more imposing and threatening. C2 immediately utilized analysis, which revealed two abilities to him, cognitive distortion and principle inversion. Strangely, he thought, principle inversion? What is that? The fox began to move its claw towards C2 as he murmured, well, it seems there's only one way to find out if I'm strong enough. C2 summoned energy spheres, thinking, I will hit it with the strongest attack I have. He launched them, shouting, vacuum melting! The spheres pierced through the fox's body, leaving holes. He thought, I will superheat its insides until it melts, create a vacuum, and explode it into pieces. However, the fox replied, a powerful attack, but it's useless against me. C2, surrounded by his golden aura, looked up perplexed. Useless? Is it the cognitive distortion? He created clones and began to dodge the fox's attacks quickly while analyzing the situation. No, that's not it. I blocked my senses even before the fight began. And it's not a clone either. Clones disappear when attacked, just like mine. So how is it completely unscathed? That attack could make a hole in a mountain? The Fox King raised his voice and said, don't think you can trick me with these little clone tactics. Finally, when Situ was captured and immobilized by the fox's claws, he had a revelation. I understand. It's this strange ability of principle inversion. It's not messing with my senses like a cognitive distortion. It's altering the laws of reality itself. Temperature, gravity, physics, none of the natural principles apply to its body. With its claws wrapped around Situ's body, the fox shouted, die! And tried to crush him. However, upon seeing the human's body in front of it, the fox was stunned to hear Situ, with blood trickling from his lips, say, it's a pity your ability only manipulates the principles that affect you. It doesn't work on me. His golden aura shone brightly, expanding around him and creating a crystal barrier. The fox exclaimed, spatial barrier, no, it's a temporal barrier. Situ then laughed, quoting Dr. Strange, let me give you a piece of frozen time. The Fox King replied, do you think trapping me in this space means anything? As soon as you die, this little space will disappear along with you. He pulled Situ's head, separating it from his body. However, the result was not as expected. A condition window for the ability appeared, indicating, death rewinds time around the user, creating a loop back to the moment the ability was activated. The fox then declared, what? An interesting human. This space is linked to time and you can infinitely reset your time, which means we will be stuck in an endless loop. However, since I possess the power to invert moments like time, I will not be affected by temporal restarts. You won't remember anything that happens, but I, on the other hand, cannot escape unless you kill me again, right? Killing you repeatedly will either exhaust me or irritate me to death. But if I don't kill you, you will continue recovering every moment. humans are truly a terrifying species. They say that if we keep devouring humans, one day even mutant beasts like us could reach human potential. All troops, immediately suppress the chaos in Pearl City. Minimize human casualties as much as possible. After all, we still need them to reproduce and provide us with more sustenance to enjoy. Outside, the gathered celestial foxes responded in unison, "Yes, my king!" Back on the southern side of the city, the fight between Wu and Feng was intensifying. Wu charged at Feng, who was waiting with his fists ablaze. Just then, Captain Lin appeared, grabbing both of their fists and shouting, "Hold on!" He stopped their blows. Feng yelled, "Let go, Lin Ketty, what are you doing?" Lin turned to Wu, scratching his cheek with a bored expression, reflecting on the self-destructive tendencies of humans, thinking, fighting each other in the midst of all this? Seriously? How foolish can humans be? Feng pointed at Wu like a child and shouted, "He's a traitor! He betrayed Pearl City!" Lin then raised his voice and ordered, "Stop this immediately! All of you, stop!" Wu narrowed his eyes, thinking, the city guard has arrived. Well, since we've come this far, there's no turning back now. Let's take this to the end. He charged again, shouting, "Why don't you die too?" Lin punched Wu in the face with his human hand while simultaneously extending his fox hand, grabbing the man's head and throwing him forcefully away. Feeling the impact, Wu thought, "I feel like something invisible is holding my head." As he flew backward, blood streaming, Feng watched in astonishment, thinking, when did Lin Katie's power grow so much? Lin looked around and said, "To think that the city guard was assigned just to protect the city lord for a few days, and now look at this mess. Everyone, drop your weapons. This is an order. Disobey and face the consequences." He then turned to Feng and declared, "Grandmaster Feng, I need you to come with me. I need a complete explanation of what happened today." Feng bowed, clasping his fists, and replied, "Of course." In safe house number 8, the remnants of the purification squad that had crossed the teleportation portal were recovering. Zhang supported Cece, saying, "Cece, pull yourself together." Manny raised her hand, and petals disappeared into her palm as she said, "What's happening? My flowers are disappearing." Others began to complain. "My stamina is draining so fast I'm feeling more exhausted than ever. I feel like my body is getting heavier." Cece then turned with a worried expression and said, "Don't tell me." Zhang asked, "What is it?" Cece grabbed her jade communicator and began to call out desperately, "Captain, Captain, please respond, Captain!" Zhang observed the girl's urgency and asked, "Cece, what happened all of a sudden?" Cece remained silent, and Manny, with a sad expression, explained, "The captain used blessing on each of us from the purification team. Blessing is a rare native-level ability. It allows the granting of a specific attribute to others, lasting semi-permanently. Unless the bearer of the ability dies, that power will accompany the recipient for their entire life. Liu Han's blessing was reduction of stamina loss. Cheng Xiujie's was reduction of fatigue. Zhang Shuji's was reduction of body weight. And Liu Sisan received reduction in mental energy consumption. Now that everyone's blessings have suddenly disappeared, it means that the captain might be..." Everyone was silent, with sad expressions, but Zhang had anger in his eyes at that moment. He thought, an existence like Situ Shibai has vanished just like that. Zhang's golden bracelet began to glow. To everyone's surprise, the captain's voice emerged, saying, "Well, it's been a while since I've been in this form." Manny and Cece approached, smiling, asking, "Captain, are you okay?" A golden projection of the captain formed in front of them and replied, "No, not really. In about a year, I can completely exhaust my energy and be killed by that celestial fox." Zhang questioned, "Mr. Situ, so are you communicating with us through the bracelet?" The captain replied, "No, this is a contingency plan I prepared. Once I am physically dead but not completely gone, part of my consciousness will be transmitted as a virtual persona. So I who am here now am just a virtual persona, not the real me." Cece approached him and asked, "Captain, what can we do? How can we save you?" Meanwhile, Zhang thought, so he's saying that the entity inside this bracelet isn't the real Situ, but rather an AI with some of his memories? Situ smiled in his translucent form and said, "Don't worry, this is part of the plan. I felt death approaching while I was still in Pearl City. But even in the face of death, I found hope. At this moment, the king of the celestial foxes is trapped, stuck in a time loop. The only way for him to escape is if my energy is completely exhausted or I release him personally. He is currently trapped in the Memorial Square, killing me repeatedly, trying to drain my energy until I dry up. This means that, for now, he can't do anything. This is our chance, our only opportunity to defeat the celestial foxes. Whether we can take advantage of this opportunity or not, It all depends on Jiang Ping and his unlimited potential. Together, they all exclaimed, Jiang Ping! Liu Han approached the projection and said, Captain, I don't know what your plan is, but putting all our hopes in Jiang Ping might be a bit. Manny also spoke up, saying, Jiang Ping's potential is undeniable, but he is still just a low-level awakened. Cece, however, did not hesitate. She declared, I trust the captain's decision. What do we need to do next? Manny tried to protest again, saying, but, and Captain Situ cut her off, saying, don't stress. This is nothing compared to what we've faced so far. When we fought against the Zhu family's awakens, that was true despair. The Zhu family had abundant resources, and their attacks were limited to just a few characteristics of the same level, like the sun and the moon alone. However, we had nothing. In fact, the difference between you and the current enemy isn't that great. You just lack a weapon capable of taking down a king-level mutant beast. Liu Han was astonished and said, a weapon that can take down a king-level mutant beast? Does such a thing exist? C2 replied, of course, but only unlimited level awakens can enter the place where it is kept, and even then they only have one chance, one entry in their entire life. It's where I found the arrow that turned the tide of the war. And this time, it's Jiang Ping's turn. Xu Zhang then exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Ping? He's an unlimited awaken? Zhang then paused for a moment, feeling the weight of responsibility, and said, it seems you've already planned everything, Captain. I guess I have no choice but to move forward. Captain Situ smiled and replied, this benefits you too. That place holds the secrets of humanity. Through that ruin, you can unlock the secrets of this world, secrets made just for you. Manny ran out excitedly and pulled Liu Han along, saying, then there's no time to lose, let's leave immediately. Situ, however, raised his hand and said, hold on, there are still things we need to prepare first. Jiang Ping, come with me. The two headed to the underground prison of Safe House number 8. As they walked alongside the captain, Jiang asked, Captain, is there really no way to free you? Leading the way, Situ said, well, that is the choice I made after careful consideration. If I weren't occupying the celestial fox with the king, we would be facing one of two scenarios. And neither of those is what I want to see. Jiang asked what those scenarios were, and Situ replied, the first is that we failed to repel the attack from the ancestral Saint Village. Pearl City would fall into the hands of Li Akshui, and half of the awakens would die in the resulting chaos. The second is that we successfully defend against the attack from the ancestral Saint Village. Pearl City would fall into the hands of Li Akshui, and half of the awakens would die in the resulting chaos. The second is that we successfully defend against the attack from the ancestral Saint Village. But in my absence, the Celestial Fox King would personally eliminate any powerful awaken who revealed their strength in the city. At least 30% of our awakens would be lost. But now, with the Celestial Fox King being held by me, the strongest among them is Princess Yue. In a one-on-one fight, these powerful awakens may not be a match for her. However, facing multiple opponents at the same time, even Princess Yue might not come out victorious. So even if she wanted to eliminate every awaken that exposed their abilities, it would take at least 1 or 2 years. The two arrived at the cell of the Zhao brothers, where Yanlong awaited, bound to a chair. Zhang thought, indeed, this is the best possible outcome given our current strength. Situ then ordered, go get some blood from Zhao Yanlong. Zhang questioned, what good will Zhao Yanlong's blood do? Situ turned and said, haven't you been stuck at level 9 for a while? To which Zhang replied, I have. During the last battle, there were signs that I was about to break through to level 10 and become a mid-level awakened. But at the critical moment of the transition, I was inexplicably blocked. Not only did I not level up, but it feels like there's a knot in my throat, something holding me back. Situ turned to him smiling and said, try drinking some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. Awaken a new ability first, then I'll tell you how to break through. Zhang took some of Yanlong's blood while Situ spoke. There isn't a true bottleneck between the low and mid levels. The reason you can't break through is that you have too many abilities. Single ability awakened don't have many choices and usually decide their path early. Zhang sat on the ground after drinking the blood, and crimson flames began to emanate from his body as he meditated. Beside him, Situ continued, but those with multiple abilities like you need to choose a path among many. Otherwise, this will cause what is called level stagnation during advancement. Once you discover what you truly want and the path you wish to follow, breaking through to mid-level will be easy. As Situ's voice guided our protagonist on his awakening journey, a skill window appeared. Omnivore has been activated, awakening a new ability. Blood of the Ancient King. The body draws strength from its own suffering. The more agonizing the experience, the greater the effect. Note, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. His body shone, enveloped in translucent energy, and Situ declared, now it's your chance. Use this new ability to feel the changes in your other abilities. Carefully sense each of your abilities, hold them on the brink of activation. Then look within, understand which path you truly wish to follow, what your heart desires most, and your abilities will naturally align with that desire. Zhang found himself among all the gems representing his abilities. Nethermist, the Contract Gem, Devouring Fire, Omnivore, and others. He focused and concentrated his thoughts on Contract Gem, Omnivore. The flames gradually dissipated around him, and Situ said, "Well, have you made your decision?" Zhang smiled and replied, "There are so many options. Is there really no way to have it all?" Situ declared, "That depends on your heart. I can't give you advice on that." Zhang looked at his hands, the flames intensifying around his body again, thinking, "My greatest hesitation is between Contract Gem and Omnivore. The Contract Gem is the foundation of my powers. Most of my abilities stem from it. But Omnivore also granted me 4 powerful abilities: Nethermist Body, Pure Water Body, Pure Blood Body, and Blood of the Old King. They are all high-level abilities. You could say that while Omnivore originated from the Contract Gem, its potential is equally vast. What I need to do now is choose one of them as the core for my advancement." His aura then turned green and stabilized. Seeing the change, Situ declared, "It seems you have found your answer," and the system confirmed his suspicions, announcing, "Successful breakthrough. Zhang Ping, level 10, mid-level awakened." Zhang then wondered, "I leveled up?" Upon seeing his status window, he analyzed, "I only leveled up 1 level, but the difference between a low-level awakened and a mid-level awakened is incredibly vast. My resistance and mental energy have increased significantly. Now I can precisely control the flames of the devouring fire. My control over my abilities has also become much more refined." Situ turned to him and asked, "Did you successfully advance?" Our protagonist replied, "Yes. No wonder CC only became combat ready after reaching mid-level. The control you gain at this level is remarkable." Zhang raised his hand, creating a crystal of flames, and smiled as he thought, "Martial Pact. With this new ability, even transparent and useless gems can be useful." He then transformed the crystal into a hard stake and began scratching the ground with it, saying, "The hardness of this mid-level gem should be comparable to that of a pearl. I can carry it with me as an item, without worrying about damaging it easily." Situ touched his chin, smiling, and said, "As I expected. You didn't choose Omnivore, but instead took the Contract Gem as your main advancement." Zhang stood up, the red crystal stake floating in his hands, and said, "I really wanted to choose Omnivore, but something told me it wasn't right for me." Situ then replied, "It's a good thing you didn't choose Omnivore. Omnivore can grant abilities easily, but it comes with great risks. There are countless cases of side effects, adverse reactions, and even death when awakening new abilities with Omnivore." Zhang turned to the captain's projection and said, "Although the Contract Gem awakens abilities a bit more slowly, every new ability I've awakened with it has been essential, like a lifeline." It was then that whispers interrupted their conversation, bringing fragments of statements. "Recruit awakened in the name of the city guard. Gradually eliminate them. Remove those who pose potential threats within a year." Zhang clenched his fists, recognizing that voice, and said, "Princess Yue." The two returned to the room where the group was waiting, and Situ explained the situation. According to Zhang Ping, Princess Yue is recruiting a large number of awakened under the pretense of quickly eliminating skilled individuals in Pearl City. Liu Han questioned, "Is she targeting those who participated in the previous battle?" And Situ replied, "It's very likely." Zhang then declared, "I've decided to return to Pearl City, first to inform Master Feng and the others about the situation, and then to see if there's any way to get them out of the city." Liu Han objected, saying, "No way! That's too dangerous." But our protagonist argued, "If we don't do something, these people will end up like the original members of the city guard. They will be silently devoured and replaced." Cece touched Zhang's chest with a worried expression and said, "It's too risky to go back alone. I'll go with you." Manny also volunteered, saying, "We'll go together too. Let's split up and contact the awakened we know. It'll be faster that way." However, Situ declared, "You can't know if the awakened you know have already been replaced by some celestial foxes or not. You would easily expose yourselves." Zhang smiled with determination and excitement and said, "I'm a mid-level awakened now. If I sneak in alone, even if they see me, I'm confident I can escape safely." Liu Han vehemently protested, saying, "I oppose this. Pearl City is a death trap now. Do you realize how important you are right now?" Zhang got irritated and replied, "I want to, but sitting here watching our companions being devoured by those celestial foxes, I can't just turn a blind eye to that." While thinking, "Besides, I still haven't avenged Su Jingyao." Cece called out our protagonist's name, trying to calm him, but he just looked at her, saying, "Don't worry, I have a plan B. Even if I encounter Princess Yue, I'll be fine." Liu Han then summoned his green swords, which floated around him, and declared, "If you're really determined to go on, then you'll have to defeat me first." And Zhang replied, "All right, let it be your way then." The aura of nether mist enveloped Zhang, creating flames that extended to Liu Han's body. Quickly, the young man was hit and thrown back. He barely had time to wonder, so fast! When did he didn't even move. Zhang touched his mask, with the nether mist aura burning in a vivid purple, and said, "Looks like I won." Liu Han had the blade of nether mist aimed at his neck when he thought, "Is this the nether mist?" and said, "You're definitely stronger now than before you advanced." Situ then took a few steps forward and said, "An unlimited level awakened is not comparable to a common awakened. It took reaching mid-level for me to gain enough strength to deal with mutated beasts. But Zhang Ping could kill a mid-level awakened when he was still low-level. He is more talented than I am, and his potential is even greater. Therefore, Zhang Ping, I will not oppose your return to Pearl City. But before that, I have a treasure to give you." Zhang turned to the two, smiling, and said, "Wait a moment, please. I need to ask a favor from Zhang Shuzhong." The chubby boy smiled and said, "Me? How can I help you?" Shuzhong's main ability was adipose technology, allows the user to convert the fat from their own body into material energy and then synthesize that energy into various manufactured products within their understanding. The user can recollect the material energy and their creations back into their body at any time. Zhang guided the boy by the shoulders, saying, "You can be a great help, but it's not convenient to talk here. Come with me." The squad group waited in the room while screams came from the next room. Xu Zhang's voice shouted, "Huh? Zhang Ping, leave some for me." Zhang replied, "Don't be so stingy, it'll grow back anyway." And the boy said, "Easy for you to say when it's not your precious body." The group stood in shock, completely still. Manny questioned, "What is he asking Zhang Shuzhong to do?" It was then that Zhang Ping appeared through the door, saying, "Thanks, really." And then the previously chubby boy, Xu Zhong, emerged with a different physique. Slim, leaning against the door, trembling. Manny's eyes widened and he asked, "Zhang Shuzhong, what happened to you?" Situ and Zhang descended to the secret room of the purification team. There, a vibrant purple energy scythe awaited them in the center. Zhang looked at it and said, "Mr. Situ, this is..." And he explained, "This scythe is called the Reaper of Fear. It not only instills fear in the hearts of the living, but it also evolves by consuming blood. In my younger days, I used it to kill tens of thousands of mutated beasts, and over the years, it has absorbed a sea of blood. Now, in terms of hardness and sharpness, this scythe is incomparable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact. The Reaper of Fear is currently the most suitable weapon for you. Take it with you to Pearl City. It will increase your chances of survival when you encounter enemies." Zhang extended his hand, grabbing the handle of the scythe, and a purple spirit with a malevolent expression emerged from it. Zhang thanked him for the gift. While the boy admired his new weapon, the captain noticed a new presence and commented, "It seems someone is still worried. My energy is running low anyway. I'll return to the bracelet to recharge. You two have a good talk." Cece was standing at the door, this time without her glasses. Zhang turned to her and said, "Sis, the scar on your face." And the girl replied, "Remember what we agreed? Let's talk as friends, not as team members." Zhang Ping and Cece were sitting on a hill, watching the night. Cece said, "I have overcome my inner demons and had the purification team heal the scar on my face. This last incident made me realize how weak I still am, so I will no longer blindly pursue revenge. I will rely on everyone's strength to defeat Aksu together. You are determined to return to Pearl City alone. Is it not because you are also thinking of avenging your friend?" Zhang remained silent and then lowered his head. He closed his eyes and with a smile replied, "I would be lying if I said that hasn't crossed my mind, especially after reaching the intermediate level of awakened. I mean, I could really feel that I was getting stronger. I am no longer the weak one who could only pretend to be asleep when Princess Yue came to inspect and had no way to resist." Cece said his name as if she wanted to catch his attention or ask him not to think that way. And Zhang laughed, saying, "Don't worry, sister. I know what is important now. Saving people. That's why I'm going back to Pearl City this time. As for the revenge for Su Jingyao, if the opportunity doesn't present itself, I won't do anything reckless." Cece propped herself up with her hands on the ground and said, "But I still worry about you going back alone." And Zhang replied, looking at her, "I have that secret weapon from Zhang Shuzhong. I will be fine." Inside Pearl City, foxes roamed freely among the people. There were fewer humans than foxes. Jiang Ping walked among them wearing a long coat and a mask, thinking, the Celestial Fox Patrols have definitely stepped things up. As he approached the square, he saw 2 foxes announcing, the Pearl Square is temporarily closed. Only authorized people may enter. The captain stepped forward from Jiang and said, don't worry about me. That old fox won't be able to do anything to me for a year or 2. You, on the other hand, have you decided what you're going to do? And our protagonist replied, yes, I have a plan. Later, at the Beast King Martial Arts School in the study room, Feng was sitting at his desk when blue smoke appeared in front of the door. He raised his head attentively, and Zhang appeared saying, Grandmaster Feng, it's me, while deactivating his pure water body skill. Feng stood up, palm on the desk, smiling, and said, oh, it's you, brother Jiang Ping. Where have you been these last few days? I wanted to thank you in person since that day, but I couldn't find you anywhere. Jiang smiled and replied, well, it's a long story. Jiang sat across from him at the table and shared what he had to say, concluding with, so, that's the summary. Grandmaster Feng, will you help me? Feng listened with his arms crossed and replied, according to what you said, the City Lord has long betrayed Pearl City, and the Celestial Foxes are really responsible? Your accusations are unbelievable. A voice suddenly shouted from outside the room, Grandmaster, Captain Lin of the City Guard is here to see you. From his place, Feng responded, show him to the reception hall. I'll be there shortly. The voice replied, yes, Grandmaster, Jiang Ping exclaimed. The City Guard has been replaced by Celestial Foxes. Master Feng just needs to take a look to see that I'm telling the truth. Feng headed to the reception hall, and upon arriving, greeted those present, saying, sorry for the wait. I didn't expect Captain Lin to have time for a visit. Captain Lin and his team were present. He smiled with his arms crossed and said, I'm here to congratulate you, Grandmaster Feng. Feng looked at him with a suspicious air and asked, oh, and what have I done to deserve such honor? Behind Captain Lin, he managed to see the true forms of all present, the red foxes with crimson eyes standing. Lin declared, the City Lord has decided to appoint you as Vice Lord of Pearl City. The announcement will be made soon. Feng thought, so these are the true forms of the Celestial Foxes, huh? And maintaining his character, replied, this humble servant is eternally grateful for the City Lord's generosity. Lin and the others turned, and he said, I delivered the message. I'll be on my way then. As Lin departed, he could see the foxes walking side by side and said, thank you, Captain Lin. Please extend my gratitude to the City Lord. And thought, these monsters, how dare they? Jiang projected himself from Feng's body in a red aura, activating the pure blood, shared vision skill. He called for the Grandmaster, and Feng replied, don't worry. I won't pick a fight I can't win. I know I'm at a disadvantage here. Jiang left Feng's body, who was heading out of his office while saying, I suppose you came to me with a plan. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Jiang followed him, walking through the corridors while explaining, I was hoping you could use this opportunity, your promotion to Vice Lord of the city, to organize a banquet and invite the awakened who defended Pearl City. We will tell everyone who hasn't been replaced by the Celestial Foxes what's happening. Those who want to leave, we will take out of the city through the teleportation portal. Those who choose to stay will at least know about the plans of the Celestial Foxes, which will allow them to be on alert and avoid being controlled at least. The two stopped in front of a window watching the students train, and Feng replied, indeed, some people may have family ties and may not choose to leave. Jiang Ping looked out the window and saw that the courtyard was filled with foxes and declared, given the current situation, this is all we can do. Your school hasn't been spared either, Grandmaster. Several students have already been replaced. Feng responded, to think my little school was harboring so many of these creatures. You've already done enough. In a situation where the enemy is hard to distinguish, no one can save everyone. Let's proceed as you suggested. I'm with you until the end. He touched Jiang's shoulder. The boy bowed and said, thank you, Grandmaster Feng. Feng turned his back and smiled, saying, no, we should be the ones thanking you. You've given us at least a glimmer of hope to defeat those monsters. Suddenly, Jiang turned to the side, looking out the window, as something caught his attention. Outside, he saw the blonde girl with braids exuding a fox aura. With a sinister and threatening look in her eyes and a nether mist aura emanating from her hands, Jiang thought, it's her, the beast that killed Su Jingyao. In the fox den, a meeting was taking place with Luo Shiyu. The leader fox asked, is anything unusual happening in Pearl City recently? Captain Lin replied, reporting, Your Highness, everything is calm, except that Feng Lianxin is preparing for a grand banquet. Luo Shiyu laughed and said, he just became Vice Lord of the city and is already showing off? Feng Lianxin is nothing special. The fox in Su Jingyao's body walked over to them, saying, Your Highness, shouldn't we have someone keeping an eye on those things over there? Luo Shiyu responded, there's no need. He's just using this as an excuse to collect gifts and line his own pockets. A guy like that doesn't pose a real threat to us. It would be better for you to focus on finding those purification team rats and discovering what they're planning, especially that Jiang Ping." Seeing the fox project its true form with an evil look, the two subordinates responded loudly, "Yes, Your Highness." Meanwhile, Feng was holding a reception, where everyone congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Grandmaster Feng. No, I should say, Mayor Feng. I hope you'll show us a bit of favoritism in the future, Mayor Feng. Yes, we would appreciate any support you can give us, Mayor Feng." Feng smiled, waving and saying, "You are all very kind." Until one of his students approached, calling him and whispering something in his ear. Then Feng smiled at everyone and said, "All present, please excuse me. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Please forgive me for not being a better host." Captain Lin commented, "Let's go. This Feng Lianshin is exactly as Your Highness predicted. He's just using this banquet to line his pockets." The fox in Jing Yao's body saw a woman holding a red folder and commented, "That woman's appearance is quite exotic." Captain Lin said, "What? Are you eyeing her? You can stay behind and have fun, but remember, there are many eyes here. It's better to wait until the banquet is over before making a move." The girl replied with a mischievous smile. "Understood." Inside the meeting room, Feng was gathered with several others, including Instructor Bai, who said, "Mayor Feng, we await your instructions. May we know the reason for this summons?" Feng replied, "I gathered you here for a matter of great importance. He will inform you of the details." Zhang projected himself from Feng, floating above him and surprising everyone. He waved with a smile and said, "Hello, Instructor Bai." Everyone exclaimed, stunned, "Jiang Ping?" Moments later, Zhang had finished telling them the whole situation, and the attendees exclaimed, "This is impossible. Yes, if what you're saying is true, doesn't that mean Pearl City has already fallen?" Instructor Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering. "I interacted with Lin Keddy and other members of the city guard. I noticed strange behavior from them recently." And the girl with the red folder said, "Right, and the city lord hasn't been seen for ages." Until Feng cleared his throat, calling everyone's attention and declared, "Everyone, pay attention. Things are exactly as young Jiang Ping described. I have personally confirmed the existence of the celestial foxes. These monsters are masters of disguise. It's almost impossible to know who is who. There are already a bunch of those foxes out there at the banquet pretending to be someone they're not. Look, you've known me for years, and if you trust me, I, Feng, need your help." The woman touched her chest and said, "Whatever you need from us, Mayor Feng, just say the word." Bai joined in, saying, "Yes, Jiang Ping is one of my students, and we fought side by side. I trust both of you." Jiang Ping then declared, "To deal with the celestial foxes, we need to act wisely, keep a low profile, and conserve our strength for now. This list contains the people who have not been replaced. We need to split up and inform others about the current situation. The purification team will soon open a portal here using the teleportation matrix. If anyone wants to escape with us, tell them to exit through the main door, then return here discreetly and pass through the portal." One of them protested, saying, "Soon? And our families." But Feng quickly touched him on the shoulder and said, "It's the only way. Right now, Jiang Ping is the only one who can see through the disguises of the celestial foxes. We haven't had time to verify if everyone on the lists. Your families are safe if any of them have been replaced. If those foxes realize what we're doing, they might accelerate their plans to eliminate the awakened. So, if you decide to stay, you must be extremely cautious around anyone acting suspiciously. Or you can take your family and temporarily leave the jurisdiction of the city guard." Bai crossed his arms and closed his eyes in frustration, saying, "It's true. With so many people, keeping this a secret will be almost impossible." Zhang created a brief flame in his hands and said, "I will be watching from the shadows. If any of the celestial foxes act strangely at the banquet, I will use the fire as a signal." Feng declared, "I leave this to all of you from here." The meeting concluded with them saying, "All right, Brother Bai, I need to go now. Let's share a drink when we have the chance. Thank you very much. I will organize a banquet in your honor soon, Brother Li, and we will continue our conversation then. Mayor, I will take my leave now." The last ones left as Feng bowed alongside Bai, saying, "Please forgive my lack of hospitality." Jiang Ping watched the foxes moving stealthily while thinking, "We informed almost everyone at the banquet. It seems the celestial foxes haven't noticed anything unusual yet." Then the spirit of his friend, Jing Yao, appeared in translucent blue smoke behind him, saying, "Jiang Ping, be careful." He noticed and wondered, "Su Jing Yao, what is she trying to warn me about?" It was then that Jiang realized, looking at the malevolent aura of the approaching fox, and thought, "So that damn monster came here, and she's after Chen Weihua. I need to find a way to drive that monster away. If she realizes something is wrong, the whole plan will fail." The fox approached the girl with braided hair holding the red folder and said, smiling, "Miss Weihua, are you leaving already?" Weihua turned, surprised, and replied, Oh, Sister Sue, it's me. Do you need something?" The fox responded, "I was just heading in the same direction. Seeing you alone, I thought I'd accompany you for a walk, if that's all right," Weihua said. "No, not at all." Zhang smiled sadistically with a crazy look on his face while still hidden, thinking, "You damn fox. So you decided to go out on your own, huh? You just gave me the perfect opportunity to strike." Zhang then stored his outfit inside the golden bracelet and appeared before the fox with the nether mist aura burning in black flames, saying, "What a coincidence, Su Jingyao. Long time no see." Zhang walked up to Weihua and said, "Go find Grandmaster Feng and tell him I've run into some trouble. Ask him to meet me on the west side of the city." The fox looked at him thinking, "Zhang Ping? What's he doing in the city? I just wanted to grab a snack, but it looks like I've caught a big fish instead. Her Highness will be thrilled if I bring him to her." She smiled maliciously, until Zhang suddenly began running as if he was fleeing, and she shouted, "Zhang Ping, where are you going?" Zhang activated Nether Mist Nightwalker, boosting his agility and speed. He ran faster, darting through alleys. The fox followed him, running as she thought, "Strange, how is this kid so fast?" Until he turned a corner. When she followed, she was met with an empty street and thought, "Where did he go?" Zhang appeared out of nowhere with a nether mist scythe in his hands and struck her hard, causing blood to spill. She jumped back and Zhang declared, "Still trying to keep up appearances? Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. I won't let you—" His sinister nether mist mask covered his face. Purple flames surrounded him, and the scythe in his hand gave off a malevolent and sadistic aura. The fox looked at him and replied, "It seems Her Highness was right. I'm not sure how you did it, but you can really see through my disguise. I thought your ability was—" Before the fox could finish her sentence, Zhang summoned several nether mist daggers behind her. She turned, wondering, "Is that nether mist? Is he possessed by nether mist?" Zhang lunged, striking with the scythe toward her. He slashed her belly, leaving a deep cut. Zhang summoned several nether mist chains, which emerged as he hovered in the air, shooting toward the fox and binding her arms and legs, as he said, "You know, I didn't know her for long, but she was the reason I accepted who I am now. She was the only one who gave me peace, who stopped me from living in fear." Bound by the chains and with the nether mist daggers crackling with lightning pointed at her, the fox asked, "What do you mean?" While thinking to herself, "When did Zhang Ping become this strong?" Nether mist flames erupted from Zhang's feet and enveloped his body. He approached the trembling fox and said, "To me, she was my childhood friend, the most important person in my life." He stabbed a dagger into the fox's chest, making her scream in pain, begging him to stop as he said, "She only wanted to make her dreams come true. Why would you do this to her?" Zhang pulled out the dagger, tearing through her chest and making blood pour onto the ground. The fox began laughing amidst her wounds and said, "So, that's what this is about. It's a pity. You'll never know it," the look of despair on her face when she died. Zhang slashed her repeatedly, tearing the fox's body apart. She then began to plead, Kill me!" She took on the form of Su Jingyao, trying to beg for her life, crying. But Zhang pulled off her mask, revealing her deformed fox face behind it, who screamed his name with a wicked glare and sharp teeth. Zhang drew a nether mist sword with purple lightning and flames forming from his back and said, "The one I want to kill is you, scum!" And then he cleaved the fox in half. He took his friend's skin mask in his hands and looked at it sorrowfully, until behind him, a voice floating in the air said, "To think you took down Ye Shili on your own. You've grown much stronger, Zhang Ping. I didn't expect you to come back. Do you really want to die like this?" It was Luo Shiyu hovering in the sky, with flames coming from her feet and an air of superiority. Zhang looked up at her and said, "How do you know I don't have a trick up my sleeve?" Zhang tried to use the analyze ability, but it failed multiple times as Shiyu said, "Still fighting, even at death's door, huh? Well, I'll let you die knowing." Finally, when the fox released a bit more of her aura, allowing a wicked expression to take over her face, the analysis succeeded. His status window appeared. Mutant Beast, Celestial Fox, Princess Yi, Species Mutant Fox, Faction Yi Clan, Classification Apex Level Mutant Beast, Level 39, Abilities, Cognitive Distortion, able to manipulate the target's perceptions, making them completely unaware of any anomalies. Illusory Fox, Majestic. Upon reaching adulthood, the tail can transform freely and gain several special functions. The scale of transformation and the types of functions are related to the user's level. Naturally possesses a unique charisma of leadership and can sense the life and death of her clan. Shiyu attacked with one of her tails, and Zhang created a nether mist shield beside him. The tail broke the shield, and he had to reinforce it using more nether mist. Stretching out his hand, he declared, "Release, Scythe of Fear," and the weapon that Situ had gifted him appeared in his hands, blocking the advance of the tail. He was thrown back by the impact and hit the ground, thinking, "She destroyed my nether mist as if it were nothing? I analyzed her before. Her main weapon is in her tail." The fox unleashed more tails and pierced Zhang's body, who quickly shifted to his water form and ignored the damage, thinking, "My pure water body negates all physical damage, so her attacks are useless against me." She floated and said, "Oh? It seems you have more than one skill up your sleeve, but you really don't think this will save you, do you?" She then struck again at the puddle of water that was Zhang's arm, now with her tail in a more bluish color. He cursed while trying to break free, and she said, "No matter how many skills you have, it won't make up for the power difference." He looked at the puddle of water that was becoming solid and thought, "She's supercooling her tail, freezing my pure water body." While restraining Zhang with her cooled tails, Shiyu floated closer and said, "There's something I'm really curious about. Even if Situ Xian can't see through the king's illusions. How the hell are you doing this?" Zhang thought, "even though I can't use two skills simultaneously." She touched her feet to the ground and a red line extended to them. She wondered, a red gem? Zhang stood up enveloped in golden flames, his body ablaze, thinking, "The Martial Pact can handle this." The skill was Martial Pact, Fire Devourer, Contract Gem, Martial Pact. The user can temporarily infuse attack skills into the gem. Destroying the gem releases an amplified version of that skill. Smoke spread as Zhang freed himself from the fox's grasp, and she declared, "Cute trick, but that allowed you to break free. What's wrong? Aren't you going to run away anymore?" She turned and saw him standing behind her at a distance. He then declared, "On my own, I fear it would be impossible to escape. That's why I chose to call for reinforcements." It was then that Feng appeared, shouting, "Zhang Ping, Dr. Chen Weihua said you were having trouble. What exactly happened?" Instructor Bai came running beside him, saying, "Everyone has already evacuated. You're the only one left." The fox looked at him intently and thought, "Feng Lianxin, did the explosion call you here? So he is working with Zhang Ping. If I can't use you anymore, then just die." She then struck with her tail towards Feng. Zhang jumped, pushing him and shouting, "Watch out!" The tail grazed Zhang's back, and Feng alerted him. "Kid, you're back!" Shiyu had 3 tails unleashed, with flames and lightning pulsating around her. Zhang fell to the ground with his back injured and said, "Don't worry about me, she is a fox." Feng prepared to fight and replied, "I know, this is definitely trouble. Bai, take care of your student." The instructor then declared, "So this is a celestial fox. But she looks..." Zhang began to transform his body into water and then stretched, merging with Bai, who exclaimed, startled, "What? Kid? What are you doing?" He replied, "Don't worry, instructor, I won't hurt you. Look closely at her now." In front of him, Bai saw Shiryu's true form and exclaimed, "My God!" Zhang had activated the blood-pure body shared vision. The fox took a step towards them with her tail advancing, and Feng moved towards her. Zhang shouted, "Grandmaster, your stomach!" And Feng replied, jumping and dodging, "Got it!" The tail sliced through the space where Feng's body had been, cutting through the building and creating a hole. He looked at it, saying, "She has that much attack power?" Zhang declared, "Instructor Bai, extend your left hand palm up." And Bai replied, "Like this?" turning his palm upward. Zhang poured a slime of blood onto it and said, "Find a way to make Grandmaster Feng swallow this." And he replied, "Understood, I have a plan." Bai then threw the slime of blood towards Feng, shouting, "When the wind brings new news, receive it with grace." He understood the message and turned, thinking, "It's the signal." He opened his mouth, catching it and swallowing. Then he turned to the fox and said, "You beast, now I can see you." The fox struck with her tail, trying to hit him in the legs, but he quickly dodged. Bai unleashed a red lion in his aura and declared, "We will help too." Feng ignited his hair, the symbol on his back glowing a bright gold, and declared, "You damned monster, you will pay for what you did to my students." That was the flaming body of the Crimson Emperor, blazing flame form. Beside him was Bai, his body altered with muscles, claws, and a lion's head. That was the animal fury form of the noble rage lion. Zhang informed, "Grandmaster Feng, that was my blood you just swallowed. I will let you see your true form, but only for a short time." And Feng replied with his hair and eyes aflame, "That is enough time." Feng and Bai began to attack, advancing towards the fox, throwing flaming punches as she dodged, thinking, Why can even they see through my illusions now? Is that boy, Zhang Ping, behind this again? How absurd!" The two fell back after a series of attacks, and the fox's tails expanded as her gaze ignited with rage. She thought, "Very well, I don't care about your methods. I will simply kill them all." She turned and ordered, "Shadow Yue, time to work." An exact copy of her, in fox form, emerged from the shadows at her feet, responding, "As you command, Your Highness." Feng declared, "Be careful. I can feel that the fox emerging from her shadow is extremely powerful." Inside him, Zhang thought, this isn't an illusion. How can that celestial fox hide within her shadow? It's hard to believe we never even noticed this before. Damn, I can't use analysis while I'm in my purified blood form. What kind of power does that fox possess? Zhang projected himself out of Bai's body and said, "Grandmaster Feng, this is the last snake scale I have with me." Feng replied, "But even in my solar form, it will be difficult to defeat them both." Zhang handed the small red scale to Feng and said, "Don't worry, Grandmaster, I promise we will escape from Pearl City. Just give me a moment, that's all I ask." Feng placed the scale in his mouth and said, "Since you are so confident," the temperature, resistance, strength, and agility of Feng surged. His temperature reached 4,000 degrees, and his flames turned blue. He raised his arm and declared, "We entrust our lives to you." The fox attacked, striking with her tail towards Feng and saying, "Let's kill one first. Starting with you." She changed her course and attacked Bai, who was caught off guard. Shadow Yue attacked him with her claws, and he crossed his arms in front of his body to defend himself. Then he leaped, roaring towards the shadow, and struck her. She retaliated, raking her claws across his chest, leaving 3 open scratches. The shadow surrounded the lion man, who looked at his wounds, wagging his tail excitedly from the hunt. Zhang used his blood ability to heal Bai's chest, and from within the instructor's body spoke, "Instructor, I'll take care of the wound. Don't worry about it. It seems that this fox can attack you through your own shadow." He replied, "I understand." Meanwhile, Feng advanced towards the original body of the fox, who attacked him with her tails interspersed. He struck with his fists, thinking, "We can't stay on the defensive any longer." Then, without diverting his focus from the battle, he turned to Bai and shouted, "Lao Bai, execute the 3-1 tactic." The tactic was 1 to group the enemy, 3 to sacrifice themselves. Bai glanced sideways, confirming he understood. The shadow continued to attack Bai, and he kept defending himself, but now with taunts. "Do you think this is enough to kill me? It feels more like you're tickling me. Not bad speed, but you hit like a kitten." Until she finally got angry and charged, shouting, "Shut up, you bastard!" and pierced Bai's chest with her claw. Bai spat blood as the fox's hand sank into his chest. But contrary to her expectations, Bai reached out and grabbed her face, saying, "Got you!" He spun around, shouting, lifting the creature into the air. He then threw the creature towards Feng, yelling, "Grandmaster!" Feng turned his attention to him, seeing the shadow flying in his direction while he fought against the original form. Luo Shiyu took that moment to stab one of her tails into Feng's shoulder, who screamed as his blue flames burned. The fox's shadow landed beside her, crossing her arms imposingly. Then Feng's voice echoed, announcing, "Beast King's secret technique, primordial chaotic illumination." A massive explosion of blue light occurred, sending smoke and flames in all directions. Zhang projected himself out of Bai's body, which was already next to Feng, and said, "Now is our chance. Hold these stones and don't let them escape." The stones were from the Martial Pact, contract gems updated with adipose technology. As they continued to be surrounded by smoke, Zhang brought the communicator to his mouth and said, "Shou Zhong, everything is ready. You can retrieve the fat now." On the other side, Zhong declared, "Copied! Taking off!" Bai and Feng screamed as they were unexpectedly pulled into the air. With their hands closed around the gems, they were drawn towards Zhong. Bai exclaimed, "You little guy, if you were going to pull a stunt like this, you should have warned me beforehand. I wasn't prepared at all." Feng yelled in amusement, and Bai continued, "Well, I guess this counts as escaping." Zhang was pale, bleeding from his mouth, and with lifeless eyes as he thought, "I used too much energy healing with my pure blood body. I'm starting to feel exhausted." Then he said, "This gem, it will take you to the base." And he released the gem, falling from high in the sky while the 2 men remained on the return path, shouting for him. At night, in the lost mountains outside the Pearl City, Zhang had fallen into a forested area. The wind blew and leaves flew above him until a small leaf landed on his face, waking him up. With tired eyes, a haggard expression, and full of bruises, he slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the night above him, Zhang realized he was awake, sat up pulling the leaf and wondering, "Am I still alive?" Until a voice came from the golden bracelet on his wrist saying, "You are finally awake." Zhang recognized the captain's voice, who informed, "You were severely injured and have been unconscious since then." The scratches on Zhang's face were still red. Our protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking, "Ouch, it hurts so much." The captain continued, I did what I could to stop the bleeding, but I'm pushing my limits here. Jang replied, Sorry, I need to sleep a bit. The captain then declared, Why are you apologizing, Captain? I would probably be dead by now if it weren't for you. Rest and don't worry. Jang pulled the communicator from his pocket, saying, I need to contact headquarters quickly. He held it to his mouth and spoke. Headquarters, this is Zhang Ping. Do you copy? There was no response, just the sound of the wind in the forest. Zhang waited and then said, I guess I'm on my own for a while. Our protagonist found a cave to shelter in where he made a fire. Sitting in front of it, he took off his shirt and began to prepare bandages, saying, This pure blood body can heal others, but I can't heal myself with it. So that's what they mean by doctors can't heal themselves, right? He wrapped the bandages around his body while thinking, I'm low on energy for attacks. If a mutant beast shows up now, I'm finished. At least this cave seems safe enough. I'll try to heal here. This forest is like a maze. Even in broad daylight, finding the exit in this condition will be difficult. I can only hope my teammates find me soon. He manipulated the flames to surround him when suddenly something fell from his clothes and caught his attention. He looked at the small object and thought, This is Su Jingyao's hairpin. Su Jingyao? He gripped the hairpin tightly in his hands, trembling, and then punched the ground, venting all his frustration, saying, I finally got my revenge for you after all this time, but why am I not happy? I kept telling myself that all of this was for you. In the end, it was just my obsession. I spoke of noble ideals, but my heart sought nothing but fame and worldly glory. Zhang released the hairpin, revealing the wounds on his hand caused by the punch, kneeling as he thought, What is the use of all this revenge after all? The dead can never come back. Not even some miraculous worker could change that. It was then that an idea sprang to Zhang's mind. Wait, can't I really bring Su Jingyao back? I used the pure blood body to heal the sister's gang before, and her severed arm regenerated. According to Senior Chen Ming, the new arm works perfectly. Sister Chiang had no rejection symptoms, and her new arm looks almost identical to the old one. And then, there was that time I was connected to Grandmaster Feng's body. I discovered I could replace his organs and keep him alive. If my theory is correct, maybe I can resurrect Su Jingyao. He sat cross-legged in front of the face skin of Jingyao, which he had taken from the fox. Then with 2 fingers together in blood, he said, The pure blood body is limited to healing specific targets, but now, with only Su Jingyao's face remaining, I don't even know if this is possible. He sank his fingers into the face skin, linking the blood to the skin mask and activating the pure blood body. Zhang gasped, sweating, and said, I'm a bit tired, but it's working. His arms began to flow with blood towards the mask, forming small waves as he thought, Now I just need to channel all my energy, push the regeneration to its limit. Su Jingyao's body slowly formed, glowing as the blood surrounded her and points of light emerged. Suddenly her hand began to corrode and disintegrate. Already in his translucent blood form, Zhang exclaimed, What is happening? Is it because I'm injured that I can't fully restore her body? He then shouted, No! I won't give up. I refuse to lose you again, even if it takes the last drop of energy. And a tornado of blood formed around Su Jingyao's body, aligning the points of light. Bai and Feng continued cutting through the air with translucent wings created by the gem. Feng declared, Something's not right with this thing. Prepare for impact. Bai replied, Understood. Suddenly the wings released them from above, and they fell among leaves and trees. The two landed without difficulty, and Bai brushed off his shirt, saying, Seriously, that kid is as reliable as a screen door on a submarine. Cece, Zhang, and Ming appeared walking towards them. Ming declared, I presume you two are Lord Feng La Kan and Lord Bai Di? We've been waiting for you. Zhang activated his fat recovery ability, and the material that formed the translucent wings flew in his direction. He absorbed them and now, with his chubby body again, smiled contentedly, saying, To be honest, I grabbed the fat as soon as I received the message from Zhang Ping. I didn't account for the landing, though. Sorry for scaring you, seniors. Feng laughed and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, A little mishap like this isn't enough to scare us, but it might not be the case for others. You should work on that, young man. Zhang chuckled awkwardly and replied, Sure. With a worried tone, Cece asked, Where's Zhang Ping? He didn't come back with you. Bai looked away, saying, Actually, that's what we wanted to talk to you about. After Bai Day explained everything about Zhang Ping falling into the forest, they continued the conversation. With his arm over Zhang's shoulders, Bai declared, This place is called the Lost Grove because of its complicated terrain. Once you enter, it's hard to find your way back. We lack means to navigate. If we blindly go in looking for Zhang Ping, we'll probably get lost. Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, The Purge Team badges have a tracking function. We can always use them to find our way back once we're inside. Cece said, I can too. And Feng added, I didn't notice Zhang Ping's injuries, so I'm responsible as well. By day, you'll take care of your wounds. Bai tried to protest, but Feng cut him off, saying, Don't worry, my wounds have already started to heal on their own, just at a slower rate than during the day. Those mutant beasts in the forest are no match for me, Ming then declared. All right, then it's settled. Liu Shisan, Lord Feng, and I will go after Zhang Ping. Chubby, you take Elder Bai back to the base. Zhang, flattered by the nickname, replied, Me? Awesome. Wait, no, I mean, consider it done. He saluted, and Ming returned the gesture with a smile. In the cave, the day had already dawned, and Zhang continued his mission to resurrect his friend, manipulating her blood incessantly, saying, Come on, just a little closer, until the system showed him a message. Mastery of human anatomy and the circulatory system achieved. Pure blood body has been upgraded to real blood body. Zhang was stunned, thinking, Now that's what I call timing. This time it has to work. Su Jingyao's body formed, enveloped in a bright, luminous energy. Zhang covered his eyes to shield himself from the light and wondered, Did I succeed? When he opened his eyes, they filled with tears, and he whispered his friend's name. There she was, Su Jingyao, standing before him wearing a brown jacket, naked, smiling and waving at him, saying, Long time no see, Zhang Ping. He looked at her and said, Su Jingyao? Thank God. Zhang's body gave in to exhaustion, and he collapsed forward. Su Jingyao caught him in midair, holding him, saying, Zhang Ping, are you okay? And he replied, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Su Jingyao sat on the ground, and he lay down with his head in her lap. The girl stroked his hair and said, Wow, you and your craziness, still as reckless as ever. He looked at her with shining eyes and said, If I hadn't been reckless, we wouldn't be here today. I'm so glad I ate the yolk that day. Su Jingyao replied, I know. In fact, you've always been a hard worker. Even when school and everyone doubted you, even when you joked about becoming a farmer, even when you faced unbeatable enemies, you never stopped moving forward. Seeing you now, having grown so much and made so many amazing friends, truly makes me happy. You should value them more, you know. Zhang turned in her lap and closed his eyes, falling asleep. She continued speaking. Are you tired? You've done more than enough. Rest well. Zhang slept with a smile on his face as drops of crystal-clear water dripped onto his face. Su Jingyao was crying with joy as she said, I wish I could keep walking this path with you too, but unfortunately it's too late. The energy of my soul has been exhausted. She reached out to touch him, and she slowly transformed, igniting into a crystal light while she spoke. But I have faith. If it's you, I know you will find me again out there somewhere, right, Zhang Ping? And when that moment comes, I hope you still remember me. Su Jingyao transformed into bright white dust and disappeared, leaving behind the jacket saying, Goodbye, Zhang Ping. When Zhang woke up, he sat up startled, calling for Su Jingyao. Turning around, he saw the girl's body lying next to him and breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out to her shoulder, saying, Su, wake up, sleepyhead. You're going to catch a cold sleeping like that. However, when he pulled her, he found a face with lifeless eyes and cold skin. He recoiled, exclaiming, So cold. Zhang positioned his finger in front of Su Jingyao's nose, checking for her breath, and shouted, She's not breathing! An uncontrollable wave of anger surged through him. Pure blood and nether mist mingled as he screamed, You're kidding me! You were just talking to me, weren't you? He invaded her body with his abilities, penetrating her with blood, but there was no response. The lifeless gaze remained fixed, and the morbid silence continued to linger. When Zhang finally grew tired, he sat beside her and began to talk to himself. I've heard Su Jingyao's voice several times. There's no way this is just my imagination this time. She mentioned something about soul energy. Could the resurrection have failed because her soul is missing? Disheartened, he thought. Right. If it were that easy to bring someone back to life, it would question all logic. Even if I could force her resurrection, would she still be the same? Still, based on what she said, as long as I can find her soul, there's still a chance. Suddenly, he noticed something beside him, a small being approaching him. He turned, thinking, a mutant beast. It was an ant that had approached and fallen to the ground unconscious. The wind blew outside, and inside the cave, the campfire continued to burn. The ant woke up and Zhang extended food to it, saying, You're awake? You look weak. You must be hungry, right? You didn't attack me while I was unconscious. Whatever the reason, I can't just leave you here like this. The ant devoured the food with a smile on its face until it turned as if searching for something. It began to walk in circles around Su Jingyao's body, and Zhang declared, Are you asking where she went? She is sleeping in a peaceful place now, inside the bracelet. But you seem to have just been born. Maybe you don't understand the concept of death yet. The ant then pushed the leftover piece of food toward Zhang, and he said, Are you giving this to me? He smiled, thinking, It's the first time I've encountered such a friendly mutant beast. You're telling me to cherish the present, right? You're right. No amount of lamenting will change what has already happened. Then he turned and said, "By the way, I still don't know what kind of ant you are." Activating his analysis ability, he opened the status window that read, Mutant Beast, Mobile Fortress, Ant Queen, Species, Mutant Ant, Classification, Low-Level Mutant Beast, Level 5, Abilities, Steel, Iron, High Body Resistance. Defense increases with size and level. The abdomen has a nest-like space that also expands with the growth of the body. Majesty of the Queen Majestic. Upon maturity, the queen can reproduce asexually, producing mutant ants within the restricted space. The queen can fully control the colony of ants and has a strong intimidation over foreign species. The strength of intimidation correlates with body size. Zhang smiled in surprise, thinking, a majestic level ability? This little thing has the potential to become a king-level mutant beast? I just got out of that princess and now I found another one. I'm not sure if this is destiny or not. Suddenly, a sound from outside caught his attention. He wondered what it was and activated his analysis ability, which displayed the following status window. Mutant Beast, Black Mountain Arch Ant. Species, Mutant Ant. Classification, Low-Level Mutant Beast, Level 6. Abilities, Black Mountain Ant. Legion individual ants possess exoskeletons with sharp spikes, high defense, and highly corrosive formic acid. The ant colony can share information and march in unison. Seeing the panel of gathered ants outside, he said, Mutant ants? Hey, little one, it looks like your friends are here. However, the ant trembled, closing its eyes. Zhang picked it up in his hands and stood up, saying, What's wrong? Don't tell me. The ants invaded the cave, forming a black carpet, but Zhang easily escaped, transforming his body into pure water and flowing out as a puddle. He projected himself out of the puddle, holding the ant, and said, They don't seem very happy to see you. Did they cause those wounds? One of the ants spotted them talking, and the black carpet of creatures changed its trajectory. Zhang ran out, carrying the ant, saying, Damn, they spotted us! While thinking, the majestic ability of this queen should intimidate the colony, maintaining order and stability, but since her level is so low, are they interpreting this as a challenge? It seems her majestic ability needs a bit more work, poor thing. He jumped into one of the trees to escape, thinking, I need to find a way to hold them off. Spotting a bear below them, Zhang touched it, waking the beast from its slumber, and jumped to the opposite side. The beast ran toward the ants while thinking, This should keep us safe. But a few seconds later, the bear was transformed into a skeleton wrapped in blue smoke, causing Zhang to exclaim, Are those ants? The birds flew through the forest under the moon as Zhang continued to run swiftly, thinking, Thank goodness these ants can't fly. Being in an elevated position gives me an advantage. But they are relentless. They're knocking down trees like they're nothing. As he landed on one of the branches, a sound caught his attention, making him wonder what it was. The ground shook and he thought it was an earthquake. Zhang exclaimed, bewildered, Huh? But what is this? In front of him, a giant tree appeared with a face. The tree lifted one of its trunks and began to stomp on the ants, saying, Where do these insects come from? How dare you interrupt my sleep? The ants gathered and tried to climb the tree's trunk, but vines emerged, wrapped in green energy, coiling around the trunk and eliminating the ants. The vines quickly uncoiled, throwing the remaining ants far away. Zhang activated the Nightwalker mode of the Nethermist while thinking, Wait, does this thing understand human language? Can plants also mutate? Well, at least it scared those black mountain ants away. I should get out of here while I can. He began to move to leave the area, but the tree extended vines toward him and looked closer, saying, Wait, you human over there, don't rush off just yet. Zhang turned, thinking, It saw through my invisibility? This tree must be of a very high level to see through my shadow-walking ability. Zhang stood still in front of it, trying to use his analysis ability, which failed repeatedly. The tree laughed at Zhang's serious expression and said, Don't be nervous, kid. I saw you right after that swarm of ants woke me up. The analysis finally worked, and Zhang read, Name, Yachangchul, Species, Human Fallen, Potential Unknown, Level 35. Abilities, Ultra Decompression, Mutated. The body can transform into a plant being, gaining various plant abilities that evolve infinitely with age. The tree, Changchul, continued, It's been so long since I've seen a living person, I got a bit excited. Zhang looked at him thinking, A fallen? All the fallen I've encountered before were either psychopaths or just plain crazy. This tree guy, however, seems somewhat friendly. Nervously laughing, Zhang said, So that was it. While thinking, Well, I can't leave yet anyway. Better to chat with him a bit. Ye Changchul sat in front of him and asked, Where are you from, kid? Zhang sat down as well and replied, I'm from the City of Pearls. The tree smiled and said, Oh, what a coincidence. I'm from Pearl City too, but that's all I remember. Perhaps I really am getting old. Zhang leaned forward and said, You don't remember anything else? Mr. Ye, if I may be so bold, do you realize that you are a fallen? The tree looked to the side and said, So that's it. A fallen. What is a fallen? Wait, you know my name? It pointed at Zhang, leaning forward. Our protagonist sincerely replied, To be honest, sir, I know a bit about analysis arts. It showed me that your name is Ye Changchun. Zhang's golden bracelet began to vibrate, and he became worried, thinking, The captain woke up? Situ's voice emerged, saying, Ye Changchun? Is that you, Uncle Ye? Zhang said, Captain, you finally woke up? The captain replied, I woke up when you two started talking. Ye Changchul declared, Our friend here can really reside within this bracelet. Very remarkable. By the way you speak, it seems you know me. Could you tell me about my past? The bracelet shone brightly, and the captain said, Back then, to overthrow the tyranny of the Z family, we joined forces and formed the Resistance Army. You were one of our most valued members. You were not only incredibly strong, but also highly skilled in the art of disguise. That's how you infiltrated the Zhu family and became our spy. During one of your missions, you were discovered and met a tragic end. To think I would see you again. Ye Changchul looked at the bracelet and said, The Resistance Army? That sounds impressive, but I don't remember any of this. The captain projected himself out and said, Zhang Ping, there's something I need you to do. This fallen thing is actually a way of losing one's essence. Like Mr. Ye here, due to living in tree form for so long, his mind gradually accepted this form as his new reality, while his human memories slowly faded. This condition causes him to unconsciously forget his former self. Furthermore, the fallen are no longer ordinary humans. Their mental presence surpasses that of common people. Normal mental control methods have no effect on them. There has never been a recorded case of a fallen being cured, but you might be different. Zhang declared, You're saying that you want me to give a contract gem to Senior Ye? And Ye Changchul exclaimed excitedly, Do you think you can cure this fallen thing? Zhang created a green gem in the palm of his hand, concentrating his power, and replied, Well, in theory, the gem is a way to do this. But the fallen possess powerful mental energy to aid their recovery, so external guidance is crucial. This also means that Mr. Ye will need to completely relinquish control of his body to me. Ye Changchul grabbed the gem with one of his vines and said, I thought it was something serious. What's the big deal? And he swallowed the gem. The gem lodged in his chest and Zhang exclaimed, He ate it? The creature's eyes shone with a bright green and its aura glowed in the same hue. The system displayed to Zhang, Contract successful, beast contracted, Ye Changchun. Zhang Ping watched in astonishment, thinking, Wow, he really ate it just like that. And the contract really worked. Let's try giving a command. A green, flaming aura ignited around him, and he extended his hand toward the fallen tree, declaring, Ye Changchun, I command you to immediately stop being a fallen. The green energy flowed into the tree's trunk, glowing. Changchun began to scream as his eyes shone brightly, and Zhang Ping watched in disbelief. He was just testing, but it actually worked. The form of the tree was expelled, and in its place, the human body of Changchun appeared, with long green hair and horns. Zhang Ping couldn't believe it. He had managed to heal a fallen so easily. Changchun opened his eyes, looking around, examining his hands closely. The Pearl City, the Zhu family of beast tamers. He remembered everything. The contract gem was now at level 7, with the bonus effect activated and a new beast contracted. Zhang Ping observed these specifications in amazement, thinking, Wait, does forcing contracts consume bonus effects too? Just like awakening new abilities, this is new to me. But does that mean I can no longer use level 7 contract gems to awaken new abilities? Well, I'll just see this as a good deed and patiently wait for the gem to reach level 8. Look how happy the old man is. Changchun approached Zhang Ping and said, By the way, I never asked your name, kid. Our protagonist replied, and the old man declared, pulling something from inside his shirt. Zhang Ping. To think that the one who could break the curse of the fallen has such a modest name. This old man has lived so long in the jungle. I don't have much to thank you. But if you don't mind, please accept this. He kept this thing because he found it quite peculiar. It seems to be on the fine line between the living and the dead. Changchun opened his hand and showed a small purple sphere on fire. Zhang Ping quickly recognized it. It was Nethermist essence. He activated his analysis, and it was immediately completed. Even our protagonist was startled by the speed and ease of the analysis, but concluded it must be because he had tried one before. Zhang Ping took the item in his hands and read the description. Nethermist essence. Quality, unknown. Concentrated power stored in the gallbladder of a Nethermist bear. Consuming this may lead to unexpected results. Zhang Ping observed, thinking, A bear's gallbladder, huh? Well, at least it's not sheep testicles. Changchun apologized, saying he wished he had something better. But Jiang Ping replied, "Don't worry about it, Senior Ye. This thing will be incredibly useful. Besides, I helped you of my own free will." Jiang Ping looked closely at the item, thinking, Cece mentioned before that nethermist creatures are similar to parasites, so as long as I don't let this dominate my mind, I should be fine. With my previous experience, I'm sure I can handle it this time. Besides, the basic nethermist didn't even scratch Princess Yue. If I want to defeat that thing, I need to get stronger. He then swallowed the sphere, toasting. Energy flowed through his body, purple lightning forming. He repeated to himself that he could do it. He could definitely do it. Giving it his all, he strained, and suddenly, a beam of purple energy descended from the sky, hitting him squarely. The nethermist essence was successfully absorbed. Jiang Ping touched his chest, breathing heavily, gasping as the purple flames dissipated around him, and the status table showed basic nethermist body being updated to intermediate nethermist body. The nethermist could now be replenished by absorbing rage. Current nethermist reserves, 199 out of 300. Level increased to 13. Contract gem updated to level 9. Jiang ignited his hand with an intense burning purple flame and watched it burn, thinking, just like last time. But I didn't expect this to elevate me 3 levels at once, not to mention that the contract gem also leveled up. Chang Chun crossed his arms, impressed, and declared, Pearl City really is a talent pool. Who would have thought that thing was edible? Jiang Ping smiled shyly, thinking that he was probably the only one who could achieve that and still survive to tell the tale. Then Chang Chun asked, "Well, old Su, you've been watching for so long, aren't you going to come out?" Suddenly a voice emerged from the ground saying, "You're too trustworthy, you know that?" Jiang Ping jumped in shock at the sight of a face imprinted on a stone speaking, thinking it was another fallen. However, Chang Chun reacted calmly, saying, "He's just a tired old man. What's there to be so afraid of? Getting back to the point, old Su, are you really satisfied staying like this? A fallen?" The face of old Su, imprinted on the stone, replied, "Fallen or not, what's the difference? The life we lead now isn't free and easy?" Chang Chun sighed and responded, "It seems you've also forgotten some important things. Don't you really want to see your family again?" The words echoed in old Su's mind, and he slowly rose, revealing himself to be a large golem. Jiang Ping tried to analyze him, but it failed repeatedly. The golem kept repeating the word family, until the analysis was finally successful, revealing its information window. Name, Su Qingbo. Species, human fallen. Faction, none. Potential, NA. Classification, Peak Awakener level 35. Abilities, Ultra Mimicry, mutated. The body can merge with any inorganic matter in the natural world, gaining its properties. Cannot merge with objects smaller than the user's size. Chang Chun raised his gaze, pointing at the giant golem, and said, "Look at you can still look human?" Jiang Ping commented that the name sounded familiar. Captain Situ appeared, explaining, "I'm not surprised you've heard of him. He's one of the founders of the investigation team, a legend in Pearl City, but he also disappeared many years ago. I never thought I would find him here in the jungle." Jiang Ping remarked on the fact that 2 seniors, both fallen, were there, adrift in that desert. He wondered if it was really just a coincidence. Chang Chun stroked his green beard and replied, "I was severely injured by the Zhu family and expelled from the city, where I had to transform into a tree to heal. Over time, well, you saw what I turned into. Back then, Lil Su was still just a young man. I doubt these 2 things are connected. Still, I never expected that boy to end up having a family of his own. When I first met him, he couldn't stop talking about his lovely granddaughter." The golem Su lifted him in his hand as he spoke, and at that moment, hearing those words, something caught his attention. Granddaughter. It was then that he said, "Oh, now I understand." Chang Chun asked if something was wrong, and Jiang Ping raised his hand, projecting an image, saying, "Senior, do you recognize this person?" And right in front of the golem Su, the image of Su Jingyao appeared, floating. A man approached a door and heard a woman's voice saying, "Daddy, is that you? They're all inside." The voice of old Su echoed in his mind, wondering, was someone calling him? He saw a young woman with a baby wrapped in a pink towel saying, "She just woke up." Old Su wondered who those people were, and looking closer into the blue eyes of the girl, he heard the mother say to her, "Yao Yao, Grandpa came to see you." Old Su's mind was flooded with questions. Who was she? Who was he? The golem brought his hands to his head and began to scream, collapsing. Chang Chun was startled and said to Jiang Ping, "Su, don't tell me that girl is—" The golem fell to the ground, supporting himself on his arms, and began to repeat, "Who? Who is she?" Su's mind started to be invaded by words. Zhu family of beast tamers, family. Pearl City, someone cannot be forgotten. The investigation team, a traitor. He raised his face, his green eyes glowing, and shouted, "Who am I?" Jiang Ping turned to Chang Chun and said urgently, "This is bad." He's going to completely lose himself at this rate. Chang Chun turned to him and replied, Kid, we need to get him out of this. Think of something fast. Jiang Ping was in a dilemma. The contract gem had just leveled up, but once the contract was formed, he couldn't awaken new abilities. He forced himself to push aside any doubts and formed a bright green gem, thinking, What are you waiting for, Jiang Ping? Saving him comes first. Jiang Ping ran towards the golem, shouting, Senior Su, swallow this. I can help you break free from this curse. But Su pushed him away, hitting his face and calling him a liar. Chang Chun shouted for Jiang Ping, worried, while the golem continued to scream angrily, You're all trying to deceive me, Ma Bin. You won't get away with this. Get out of Pearl City. He had lost himself, and Chang Chun helped Jiang to get up, shouting back, Enough! Open your eyes and see. There's no Ma Bin here. This is your granddaughter, your family. Jiang stood up, saying, Get a grip, senior. It was only then that Su turned his gaze to the image of Jing Yao, which shone in gold, and said, My granddaughter. Chang Chun walked up to him, offering the green gem, saying he should eat it and remember everything. The golem finally extended his hand, touching the gem, slowly speaking, My family. He swallowed it, and the contract was successful. Su Qingbo was classified as a summoned beast, and Jiang Ping raised his voice, commanding him to stop being a fallen. A light enveloped him, and the stones dissolved, falling to the ground and revealing his human form hidden inside the golem. Su Qingbo leaned toward his granddaughter, his aura shining, and said, Yao, how is this possible? Who did this to you? He then fell to the ground on his knees, crying, and continued, crying, and Grandpa is so sorry. I couldn't be there for you. Don't tell me. Ma Bin did this to you. From within Jiang Ping's golden bracelet, Captain Situ declared, After you disappeared, Ma Bin became the leader of the investigation team. Did you two have some kind of misunderstanding? Su Qingbo became agitated and replied, Misunderstanding? It was more than that. He was one of them. One from the Zhu family. How could they let him become a leader? Damn, he really got away with it. Now, not only Pearl City, but I couldn't protect the person I loved the most. And he punched the ground, venting all his frustration. Jiang Ping turned, tapping his chin thoughtfully, and said, No wonder the investigation team remained silent amidst the chaos in the city. I had a bad feeling about this, but to think it was the Zhu family all along. They failed to capture Chen Junting last time. Could they have something else in mind? Chang Chun was lost in the conversation. He raised his hand and asked, Kid, what are you talking about? This is all confusing me. Jiang Ping turned with a serious look and said, Seniors, I know you just regained your memories, but I have bad news. The current Pearl City is on the brink of disaster. He shared all the updates and concluded, So that's what happened. I was seriously injured during a rescue mission and had to take refuge in this forest to recover. If it weren't for Senior Ye here, that little one and I would be lost. Zhang pointed to the small ant beast hiding in his chest and smiled. Chang Chun sat down and commented, To think so much has happened. Su Qingbo crossed his arms and asked, You said you've been hearing Yao Yao's voice repeatedly, even seeing illusions of her? Jiang Ping replied, Sometimes I feel like she's guiding me, but I'm sure I saw her with my own eyes. Old Su said that it might not have been an illusion. Jiang Ping reacted in surprise, asking what he meant, and Su explained, Yao Yao was incredibly talented and awakened her ability very early. Her ability was similar to astral projection, but what's truly surprising is that she could enter the dreams of others. I suspect that before she was killed, she managed to separate her soul from her body, and what you saw as illusions was likely caused by her powers. If my theory is correct, Yao Yao might still be alive, that's more likely. But since her body was destroyed, she was forced to remain in soul form. However, a soul wandering without an anchor for too long, she probably already... Jiang Ping understood without him needing to finish. Su Jingyao could have become a fallen. He paused and began to think. So at that time, what she meant with those words was that she didn't want to be a burden to me. Then he laughed at the situation, touching his forehead and saying, How foolish. She helped me from the shadows all this time, and in the end, wanted me to forget her. Zhang looked at his bracelet as the projection of Jing Yao returned to him and thought, I could never forget. Once the dust settles, I will find you. He turned again to the two in front of him and declared, Seniors, what are your plans now? Chang Chun stroked his beard and laughed, saying, We dedicated most of our lives to Pearl City. Now that it's in danger again, how can we stand by? I believe old Su feels the same. Su agreed and thought to himself, Besides, I want to see Yao Yao again. The two then projected their beast forms with powerful energy flowing around them and raised their voices saying, We will be your strength. We will fight by your side to save Pearl City. Command us as you see fit. Cece, Master Feng, and Chun Ming were running through the forest when a voice came through the girl's communicator, saying, "Zhang Ping's communicator signal has disappeared somewhere near your area. Have you found anything?" They turned, looking around, and Ming said, "This must be the place." Feng turned and asked, "Where could that kid have gone with those injuries?" Cece observed the ground and saw bloodstains. She pushed through the plants following the stains and was shocked by what she found. Her two companions approached and were equally surprised. Feng hesitated, dumbfounded, but soon questioned, "What? But what happened here?" In front of them, a path of destruction lay open, with burned and fallen trees. Ming commented, "These are the marks of the black-backed mountain ant during its march. It seems Zhang Ping got himself into some trouble." Cece ran ahead saying, "Let's go! We need to catch up to him." But Fang interrupted her, asking her to wait. Just ahead of her, while still running, a portal of purple lightning opened, and a fist emerged, heading for her face. Cece was quicker and created an ice shield, asking who was there. The fist shattered her shield, splintering it into several pieces. Cece was thrown at the feet of her two companions, and a group emerged in front of them, amidst a fog. It was Zhuo, the fallen zombie who had faced Feng. He introduced himself, saying, "Long time no see, Feng Lexian. Look at the present I prepared for you." Beside him stood a woman and a girl hiding behind her. Behind him, a crowd of zombies. Feng declared, "I was wondering where that stench was coming from." "So it's you, you cursed old zombie." Zhuo smiled wickedly and replied, "Still as defiant as ever. Today, none of you will escape." He then ordered his zombies to advance toward the three. Ming directed his swords at the approaching zombies and calmly commented, "Don't tell me the sacred ancestor village left a spy to watch us when they left the city." Cece charged at the enemies, cutting them down with her sword, and replied, "It doesn't matter, we'll kill them all." Feng began to fight the zombies, stating that he was the target. The two should try to find a way to escape. However, they both responded in unison. "In your dreams!" Feng turned, seeing a new zombie leap toward him, and activated his ability, Indestructible Body Form of the Arnikon Emperor, exploding his aura into flames. His body temperature reached 1,000 degrees, and his stats increased. Feng stopped the zombie's punch with one hand and, with his hair on fire, declared, "I told you that the next time we met I would kill you." He threw the zombie away with just one arm. As the creature neared the ground, a purple energy portal appeared, completely engulfing it and disappearing. Feng wondered if the zombie had teleported, and the answer came quickly. Behind him, a new portal opened, and the creature emerged from within, ready to attack him. Feng noticed in time. He turned, raising his arms to block the attack. However, to his surprise, the creature opened a portal in front of its fist and teleported behind Feng, hitting him. Cece turned and shouted for Feng, worried while still fighting. The creature's fists teleported through several open portals, making it impossible to predict the next attack. Feng kept his arms raised to block as much damage as possible and thought, "What an annoyance. Those fists are as hard as black iron and can even warp space. It seems like the ability isn't from the same person. Those two women haven't moved an inch the whole time. Could they be the ones responsible for the teleportation?" He activated the ability, Adamantine Body Recruits of the Beast King, and spun around, creating a tornado of flames. The women stood still, watching the tornado without understanding where it had gone, until Feng appeared beside them, calling them rookies and surprising them. The woman reacted as quickly as she could and opened a portal in front of them. Feng was right. The woman turned to Zhuo and asked, "What are you doing? He's literally right above us." Zhuo replied calmly, "Relax. Look closer. After our last fierce battle, I used a zombie to monitor him remotely. Without sunlight, its body temperature will only continue to drop. He'll never be able to enter that white form again." Indeed, while Feng delivered several punches to the creature in front of him, its temperature had already dropped to 600 degrees. Its stats were also declining. Zhuo then shouted, "That's also why I waited until nightfall to act right after he left the city. Now surrender obediently." But that wasn't in Feng's plans. He knelt and launched a tornado of flames that reached into the sky, surpassing the height of the trees and being visible throughout the forest. Zhang Ping spotted the tornado and quickly recognized. It was the Great Master. Cece and Ming were almost finishing off the zombies when suddenly one of the fallen corpses emitted a poisonous green mist. Cece covered her mouth and warned, "Zombie toxin again. Chen Ming, hold your breath." Feng continued to fight with the zombie that was teleporting between portals, hitting him from various locations. Then Zhuo appeared, attacking him and saying, "Just surrender and become one of this old man's puppets." Feng struck him, sending him flying, and replied, "In your dreams. I won't fall for the same trick twice." Feng clenched his fists, flames burning on his body. Zhuo landed on the ground with several creatures behind him and a curtain of smoke and said, "I didn't expect you to fall." but your friends may not be so lucky. Feng turned and saw a portal opening behind Cici. He shouted, trying to warn her, but one of the creatures emerged, crossing the portal and hitting the girl. The portal closed, and the creature vanished the same way it appeared. Cici stood up again, and Ming asked, worried if she was okay. Cici had blood on her mouth when she replied, I'm fine. Watch your back. Ming turned just in time to see a portal opening. He used the skill Sword Technique, Position X, to lock the portal with 2 swords. Another zombie appeared, growling as if to say, just bark and don't bite. The punch hit Ming's crossed swords, sending him flying backward. Feng rushed toward the two. He knew he needed to help them. However, Zhuo ordered his creatures to follow him and said, still have time to worry about others? Feng jumped over the creatures, cursing Zhuo and striking them with his flaming fists. Zhuo raised his hand with a crackling green sphere and declared, time to end this. However, before he could use whatever that was, Chang Chun appeared in his giant tree form behind him, lifting his foot and stomping down with all his strength. Zhuo escaped, dodging closer to his accomplices. He questioned what that was, not understanding where the creature had come from. Feng had time to reach Cici and Ming and asked if they were okay. Cici replied yes, and a voice emerged behind them shouting, Great Master Feng, Cici, I finally found you. They turned immediately, and Cici quickly recognized the voice. It was Zhang Ping, speaking from atop the giant tree's shoulders. Cici's eyes sparkled and she declared, Zhang Ping, thank heavens you're okay. Zhuo wondered if those were reinforcements. Before he realized it, Su appeared behind him and thrust his hand through his chest. Zhuo turned, asking when that man had arrived. Feng shouted, warning Su to be careful as Zhuo was immortal. A new creature emerged, jumping toward Su and landing a punch on him, but he vanished, transforming into golden mist. Su reappeared in front of Feng, saying, He's tougher than I thought. His body returned to human form as the mist dissipated. Feng replied, We can't afford to let our guard down. Our enemy is a fallen. Feng lifted his gaze and saw that the sun was shining. This was it, the perfect moment. He ignited his body with more intensity and declared, Let's see what else you've got, you spineless old man. His body temperature returned to 800, and his stats increased. Now, Chang Chun was standing behind the group with Zhang Ping in his hand. Su, Feng, Cici, and Ming remained standing on the ground ready for battle. Feng taunted, telling the enemies to give it their all. The woman with Zhuo looked worried, thinking, These reinforcements are no joke, and we lost the perfect chance to capture Feng Leixian. Then she raised her voice and said, Something's wrong. Fall back. Zhuo replied that no way was he going to leave that battle. He just needed a little more. He was almost able to catch him. However, he knew it was the end. A portal opened behind him and he slowly entered, being sucked in by the energy. The woman took the creature with her, but before entering, she pointed at Feng and declared, You were lucky this time. Feng ran toward the portal, telling them not to run, and Zhang Ping followed him, saying, Great Master Feng, don't do anything rash. We still don't have clarity on the enemy's information. Chasing after them could lead us into a trap. Let's go back to the base and regroup with everyone. The others from your martial school are also waiting for you. Feng stopped, and agreeing with Zhang, he let the portal disappear, and the enemies retreated. Cici guided Zhang Ping, Chang Chun, and Su to a tree, where she stopped and announced that they had arrived. Zhang looked around and commented that the place seemed different. Cici touched the tree in front of her, and a portal opened in the trunk as she said, Of course. We moved our base of operations after all. The old place was getting cramped. This one can accommodate many more people and is closer to the training fields, making deployments easier. The portal expanded on the ground beneath their feet, and they were transported to another location. Cici turned to them and said, Welcome to Base 08, located 1,800 meters underground. It has enough space for 2,000 people with 164 rooms. Feel free to explore. Zhang looked around and commented, It's huge. Combined with the other bases and safe houses, how many of these places have you set up in the last 2 centuries, Captain? Situ laughed and said it was always good to be extra prepared. Cici walked a little and explained, When I was with the investigation team, I knew they had several outposts beyond the city walls. One of them was very close to the training fields, but I don't know if they are still using it. Su approached Cici and said, I heard that Ma Bin is now leading the investigation team? Cici replied, your star disciple, sir. Situ leaned next to Zhang and said, When Brother Su was barely conscious earlier, he mentioned that Ma Bin seems to be part of the Zhu family. What's that about? Su sighed and began to speak. This is a story that started 10 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. The Vice Lord of the city, Huang Zeiming, suddenly summoned us to the city lord's mansion. He claimed that an informant had located the main hideout of the remnants of the Zhu. But as the captain of the investigation team, I didn't know anything about this so-called informant, so I began to suspect. When I asked about the informant's identity, the Vice Lord just deflected, saying it was a member of the purging team, someone who kept a low profile. Considering the urgency to eliminate the remnants of the Jew, I didn't press further. Then I took my team, tracking clues for a week until we located their hideout. Just when we were planning our attack, the Jew family ambushed us. I was confused about how they found us, but now it's clear it was a trap from the beginning. We were caught off guard and exhausted from the long journey, which led to heavy casualties during the attack. And just when I realized something was wrong and decided to retreat, Ma Bin attacked me out of nowhere, catching me completely off guard. He used a strange dagger. It rendered my abilities useless the moment it pierced my body. Those bastards put me through absolute hell. They tortured me. God knows for how long. I even heard them calling Ma Bin my lord. Fortunately, the effects of the dagger weren't permanent. Once I realized that, I played dead to trick them. They believed it and then tossed me into the river. I used my water flow disguise to blend with the current and escaped. However, the severity of my injuries soon made me lose consciousness. I don't know how long I was unconscious, wandering in darkness. Gradually, I began to forget those painful memories. Everyone listened attentively, and Chung Chun commented, "No wonder you were so cautious when we first met. Now I understand the hidden pain behind all of this. Every time I asked, you couldn't bring yourself to talk about it. I think that's when your heart began to fall into darkness." Situ touched his chin, thoughtful, and said, "Huang Zeming again?" So they had already taken control of the investigation team 10 years ago. It seems the Zhu family's schemes are deeper than we thought. While listening, Cece remained silent, thinking, if it weren't for the captain promoting me back then, I probably wouldn't have made it out of the investigation team alive. Suddenly, the girls from the squad appeared. Manny waved, asking what they were doing there, and approached, saying, "You must be the seniors that Jiang Ping found. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." "Huh? What's that little thing?" Jiang saw she was pointing at the ant beast inside his clothing and replied, "I found it in the jungle. It's small now, but it has the potential to become a king-level beast, and it's quite friendly, showing no hostility at all. It could even become a valuable ally someday." The girls approached, fascinated by the little creature. Manny stroked its fur, saying, "Potential to become a king? Seriously?" Then she interrupted her outburst of cuteness about the creature and put her hands on her hips, saying, "Well, that's all for now. You all settle in and focus on recovering, rest a bit." Situ took the floor and began to speak. "That said, the investigation team is our enemy now. We can no longer trust their outposts, and we must be vigilant against their schemes. Before we make a move, we need to be fully prepared for what comes next." Manny ran after them, shouting, "Since when did the investigation team become the enemy?" The girls followed her, and Jiang replied, "It's a long story. We'll cover all of this together later," and everyone went to settle in. Meanwhile, in the sacred ancestors' village in a sand-colored stone fortress, guards watched over the walls from atop, surrounded by beasts. In the courtyard, soldiers lined up listening to the instructions. Given the special circumstances, the sect master has decreed that no outsider can approach within a 10-mile radius. Stay alert during patrol. Suddenly, a portal opened, swirling in a vortex of energy, and Zuo was thrown out, landing on the ground next to the man giving the instructions. He sat up, complaining, "You despicable woman! Why did you ruin my plans? I knew I should have refined you first." The woman and the child stepped out of the portal as he spoke, and a voice emerged saying, "Who is causing all this commotion? Calm down, old friend. Temper, temper." It was Liaoxue. She descended the stairs, and everyone knelt, saying, "Long live the sect master." Zuo began to complain to her, irritated. "This is not what we agreed upon. I let you mobilize my horde of zombies, and in return, you promised to provide materials for my corpse refining. Don't tell me you're going back on your word now." Aoxue replied, "I, Liaoxue, always keep my promises. You won't be losing out, not at all. You are well aware of the current situation. Those two newcomers are as powerful as Feng Leixian. I doubt you can capture him alone without dealing with them first. Besides, the sun is already high. Feng Leixian could transform into that white form at any moment, and your zombie toxin won't affect him if that happens. But don't worry, capturing Feng Leixian is just a matter of time. Now that the saint has returned to the village with her help, I'm confident I will reach king level soon. Until then, you are free to use those high-level awakened ones for your refinements. I will be reclusive for a while. All of you, behave. Understood?" Zuo knelt as she returned to the entrance, and despite hesitating, he responded in agreement. A week later in the training room, Jiang Ping advanced alongside Jiemin, attacking Instructor Bai, who had his beast form activated. The instructor easily parried the attacks, blocking each strike and saying, "So weak! Have you eaten anything?" Jang jumped away, gaining momentum in the air with his nether mist, and spun, using Beast King Fist style, Adamantine Body, Nether Mist Edition. He launched a tornado of purple energy towards the instructor, but Bai stopped the attack with just one hand and mocked, just barking with no bite. Jimin then appeared behind him using Beast King Fist style and embraced him, holding him in place. Jang's tornado buried itself in the ground above him, lifting him into the air and enveloping him in a wave of constant damage before slamming him back down, causing an explosion. Bai sat at the edge of the crater after the attack passed, and while the nurse tended to his wounds, he commented, "You two little punks hit so hard. Trying to get back at me, huh? My old wounds just healed, and now I have new ones." Jimin apologized, worried, claiming she got carried away, but our protagonist merely grimaced and said it was the instructor who called them weak. Bai stood up angrily and began shouting, "What did you say? Feeling brave now, huh, kid?" The nurse tried to calm him down, saying, "Don't move so much or your wounds will reopen. Please don't increase my workload." Zhang pulled Jim in and said it was lunchtime. They should leave. Bai crossed his arms and smiled, thinking to himself, it's only been a few days, but their fist techniques have improved so much. Zhang Ping's strength was to be expected, but Wang Jimin's fist techniques are really catching up. Seems I really underestimated her potential before. Zhang Ping and Jimin entered the gym where they were greeted by a voice that asked, "Yo Tilda Zhang Ping, finished your training?" Zhang quickly replied, "Team leader Jin Bo, are you going out for rehab today too?" And Jin Bo, while lifting some weights, responded, "Yeah, it's really stuffy in that hospital room and I needed some fresh air." In the back of the room, Feng was guiding the team in weightlifting, which had already reached 999. Finally, upon reaching 1,000, he raised his arms in celebration and announced, "All right, quick break, then next set." All the boys in the room celebrated the well-deserved break except for Ming, who sighed, going against everyone. Meanwhile, in the Purge team's blacksmith workshop, Zhang Ping entered the room and asked, "We're going to need your help again today, Shou Zhong." The chubby guy looked at him curiously and replied, "Huh? Did you destroy the training room again?" While Chang and Uncle Lu worked at an anvil, Jimin smiled and bowed, apologizing while Zhang turned to leave. Zhang complained, "I can't do anything with you guys." Jimin left them and followed Zhang, asking, "Where are you going? Aren't you going to have lunch?" Zhang replied that she could go ahead, as he had something to do. The girl agreed, and our protagonist moved on. Zhang stopped in front of the meeting room and then entered. Inside, he found Cece, Manny, and other squad members waiting for him, along with the captain's projection. C2 commented, "Zhang Ping, you're here, right on time. I wanted to discuss some important matters regarding the test fields." Zhang walked in with his eyes glowing a neon blue and smiled, agreeing. At the Zhu family headquarters, screams spread near the torches. Sitting at a round table, several hooded figures were conversing while a similarly dressed body lay in the center. One of them declared, "Great Elder, the saint has been taken, and you still have the audacity to show your face here?" Two figures, one referred to as Great Elder, and the other as Second Elder, were seated side by side. The Second Elder tried to speak angrily, but the Great Elder leaned his arms on the table and interrupted him, saying, "Forget it. Zhu Zeming accidentally activated the awakening of the saint, which led to the confrontation between King Yue and Situ Shibai. Given this, let's spare him this time." The prostrated man thanked him, still stammering with his forehead pressed to the ground, and the meeting continued. One of the mysterious figures turned and said, "If this Zhang Ping really is an unlimited class Esper who can wield infinite abilities, then he will certainly go to the test fields. Zhu Yanbing, what is the status on your side?" With his feet on the table, arms crossed, and smoking a cigarette, Zhu Yanbing, also known as Ma Bin, replied, "Don't worry, Great Elder. Our investigation team has eyes everywhere. Even if Zhang Ping can truly wield infinite abilities, his level is still low. He is far from our level. If he dares to set foot in the test fields, I will ensure he doesn't come out alive." One of the figures countered Zhu Yanbing, saying, "You are all so young and naive. Underestimating your opponent is a fatal mistake. The true terror of unlimited class Espers lies in their potential to dominate at all levels. Situ Shibai has made us suffer for years because of this. Don't underestimate such an enemy." Another figure spoke up, saying, "Our most urgent problem right now is the Sacred Ancestors Village, which took the saint. We lost many people in Pearl City just trying to bring her back. If the Sacred Ancestors Village manages to obtain a king-level power before us..." The man in the center continued prostrated before the Great Elder when a hooded woman stood up and said, "Esteemed elders, have you really forgotten about our Zhu family's trump card? Zhu Yuanlong." However, the second elder reacted negatively, shouting and pounding the table, saying, "Don't mention that ungrateful one. Our family poured all our resources into nurturing him, and what did he do? Clung to his ridiculous sense of justice. If he had just followed the family's plans, we wouldn't be hiding in this cave." The woman calmly replied, "There's no need to be angry, second elder. I mentioned him because I have a clever plan in mind, one that will force him to serve the family and significantly increase our strength. But we will need the cooperation of our little Ju Yang and the key to the Forbidden Zone." Ju Jo Yang, a blonde boy with blue eyes, shrank back while reading a book as the woman leaned over him. The second elder listened to the words that came from her mouth and said, "The Forbidden Zone? You're not suggesting." They exchanged glances in silence for a while. The tension grew, and finally the second elder sighed, opening his hand to create a red feather surrounded by golden energy, saying, "Although I don't like it, this is our only option now. You may proceed." He threw the feather in the direction of the woman, and she caught it between her two fingers, saying, "As you command." Her clothes slowly caught fire, transforming and revealing her appearance. A woman with ample breasts and pink hair presented herself amid the burning pieces of clothing, declaring, "I, Ju Hongfang, will not disappoint you." Sometime later, somewhere deep beneath Pearl City, Ju Hongfang walked carrying a torch alongside Ju Yuanlong, who accompanied her, saying, "You can't even keep an eye on a child, and yet you talk about reviving the Ju family? What carelessness." A transparent bird flew alongside them when the pink-haired woman replied, "You still don't understand the nature of Xiao Ju Yang, do you? Besides you, your uncle, who else could try to keep him in line? Remember that time Xiao Ju Yang sneaked into the weapons depot and triggered that celestial thunder trap? He destroyed a bunch of equipment. If it weren't for you covering for him, he would have been expelled from the family a long time ago. Maybe that's why he's closer to you than anyone else." Finally, when they reached the forbidden lands of the Ju family, she announced that they had arrived. The two stopped in front of a large locked gate, and Yuan Long crossed his arms, saying, "These are the forbidden lands? They don't look like much." Hongfang held the torch, making the feather levitate, and commented, "First time here, right? If I remember correctly, you've never really gotten involved in family matters before." The feather ignited, and the gate opened, revealing a strong light. Yuan Long replied, irritated, "Don't put me in the same category as you. You treat other people's lives like trash. Do you really think things will end well like this? It's because of you that the Ju family has fallen into disgrace. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. This is an immutable truth." Yuan Long entered the room still talking, arms crossed, until something caught his attention. Astonished, he approached, seeing a large skeleton of a winged beast in the center of the room. Then, still in shock, he began to ask, "Is this the divine sunbird of the first patriarch? Those two old men hid the remains of the solar bird here? What exactly are they planning?" The two approached the giant skeleton, which resembled a dinosaur skeleton, and Hongfang explained, "We can worry about that later. Finding Ju Yang is more important now." She then raised her voice and began to call, "Ju Yang! Ju Yang! Stop hiding and show yourself. Your uncle Yuan Long is here to play with you." As she shouted, Yuan Long noticed a small sphere rolling toward him on the ground. He bent down and picked it up in his hands. Hongfang said that it belonged to Ju Yang and questioned where the little one could have run off to. However, Yuan Long clenched his fist around the sphere and with a serious look declared, "Stop pretending. I felt it as soon as I entered. Ju Yang is not here. Speak. What are you really plotting?" Hongfang clapped and with a mischievous smile said, "As expected of one of the top awakeners of the Ju family. All right, I'll stop beating around the bush. I want you to become the solar bird." Yuan Long reacted negatively, saying, "Become the solar bird? What nonsense are you talking about? It's nothing but a skeleton. Are you abandoning our beast domination traditions and turning to necromancy now?" The woman then began to explain, "We, members of the Ju family, may have different methods of beast domination, but our fundamental principles have never wavered. After years of meticulous research, I finally discovered a way to transfer the power of the solar bird to another living being. Unfortunately, no one in the Ju family can withstand its divine power, except you. You already possess the unique ability to channel the spirits of summoned beasts and have immense power of your own. Simply put, you are the perfect vessel for this power." Lightning began to crackle around Yuan Long, and he admitted that the proposal seemed quite tempting, but he wanted to know what the catch was. Would he have to sacrifice himself, or something like that? Hongfang's expression changed. He was right. That was it. Assassins appeared and surrounded him. He asked if they were hers too, but it didn't matter in the end. Let them all come, he would face them. Yuan Long activated his ability, Beast God Possession, White Lightning of the Monkey King. A cloud of lightning expanded from his body and he leaped, attacking the first assassin. With his body covered in lightning, he knocked him down and moved on to the next. The assassin attacked him with a scythe, and he blocked it, a monkey form expanding from his body. He grabbed the scythe with his hand and easily stopped the attack, then threw the assassin away. They were nothing but a bunch of amateurs. Yuanlong noticed suspicious movement and turned his face, seeing two men running around him, surrounding him with chains. He quickly recognized what they were: bone corrosion chains. The chains tightened around his body, shining brightly and suppressing his expanded form. Two assassins held him immobilized while two others advanced with daggers towards him. The daggers were about to be buried in his back, creating an explosion of blue light, when he turned his face and said, "A separating blade, two bone corrosion chains, and two demon sealing daggers. You really went all out, huh?" Yuanlong once again expanded his aura, shouting and breaking free from the chains, throwing everyone away. He turned to Hong Fang and questioned, "Is this all you have?" The woman looked at him irritated until a laugh echoed in Yuanlong's mind. A distorted face with an evil smile appeared on his chest, and energy strings extended from his body to Zhu Yang's fingers. He immediately recognized that feeling. It was Zhu Yang's puppet ability. Yuanlong fell to his knees on the ground, touching his chest and saying, "In my chest! That's where I placed that coin I found." Hong Feng ordered the guards to advance and shouted, "Now is our chance! Start the ritual! Now!" Yuanlong lay prostrate in the center of the skeleton, screaming, wondering, why? As lights and lightning exploded around him. Why? Why would he betray him like this? Yuanlong shouted for Zhu Yang, and a massive crimson explosion occurred. In the meeting room of the purification squad, a tremor could be felt. Everyone stood up in alert, and Zhang Ping asked if it was an earthquake. While in his mind, he hoped it wasn't another wave of beasts. A flock of birds flew out of a tree as the tremors spread. The purification squad's shelter began to crack. Manny opened a portal and guided the retreat. The first aid group carried the injured first, and Manny asked everyone to remain calm. She indicated the way as everyone withdrew, but thought to herself, a normal earthquake can't shake this base. But what happened? Jiang waited alongside Cici, Qingbo, and Cheng Chun when Jinbo came running, saying, "I just did a sweep. I think we managed to rescue everyone. Let's move." However, Captain Situ spoke from inside the bracelet, saying, "Wait, where are the Zhao brothers? They know a lot about the sacred ancestors' village. They are still valuable." Jinbo paused for a moment and analyzed in silence, then replied, "Captain Situ is right. So Zhang knew they were the enemy. Saving them carried risks." He interrupted Jinbo and declared that he would go himself. Leader Jinbo didn't have rescue skills, while Zhang had the pure water body, so it would be less dangerous for him. At least that was the reasoning of our protagonist. Cici tried to protest, but Zhang transformed his arm into water and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. If things get ugly, I'll use my pure water body to get out of there." Cici wasn't convinced. With a closed expression, she began to speak. "Those two are both high-level awakeners. Even if your pure water body protects you, what if they decide to take you with them? We're 1,800 meters underground. 100 meters. Have you thought about the consequences? If the portal collapses, you'll be trapped." Chang Chun spoke up, saying, "That's easy to solve. Su and I will go too. We'll make sure those two punks behave. Besides, we already formed a contract with Jiang Ping. If something goes wrong, he can pull us back to the contract storage gem pact." Cici sighed in frustration. She knew it was the only way. The three took off running, and Qingbo declared, "There's no time to waste. Let's go now." Zhang said goodbye, saying, "Cici, you guys go ahead. I'll join you later." Jinbo watched them move away, wondering if Captain Situ had any other motivation for saving the Zhao brothers, while Cici quietly wished for them to be even more cautious than usual. In an armchair, Zhu Yang was sitting, laughing as he read a book, accompanied by a man and a woman standing behind the piece of furniture. Zhu Yang looked at the pages while saying, "I was wondering why Uncle Yuanlong never came to play with me. It seems he's having so much fun out there. I'm so jealous, but it's not right to stay away from home." On the pages, he saw a firebird printed. He turned with a sadistic look and said, "Don't you agree? Mommy, Daddy." The couple sat beside him in the armchair, and he declared, "After all, our Zhu family is the best family there is." It was then revealed that the two were merely puppets with twisted smiles plastered on their faces. Zhu Yang watched the book, now showing Yuanlong on the ground, trying to get up. The boy laughed at the scene while Yuanlong was possessed by flames, screaming on his knees. In the room where the entire confrontation had taken place, Hong Feng stood with her arms crossed in front of a group of assassins, saying, "Stop struggling. The ritual has already been completed. No matter how strong you were still just a mortal. Now you can become part of the divine solar bird itself. What's so bad about that?" The firebird spread its wings in the room, with translucent flames burning intensely. One of the assassins accompanying Hong Fang asked, "If you could revive the divine solar bird this way, why did we have to unite with the celestial foxes in the first place? And why go through all the trouble of kidnapping the saint from the sacred ancestors' village?" Hong Fang laughed, and as the bird spread its wings amidst the smoke, she replied, "You fool! We allied with the celestial foxes because only King Yue could contain Situ Shibai. According to the elders, in the centuries that the Zhu family fought against Situ Shibai, he displayed over 10,000 different abilities. Even if he hasn't broken through to the king level, his strength rivals that of a true king. And because of our long-standing conflict, we discovered his few weaknesses. In the early days, our Zhu family lacked strong mental controllers. That's why he didn't realize that his resistance to mental abilities is actually quite weak. Therefore, we spared no expense, finally finding the celestial foxes, that endangered species, and formed a pact with King Yue. That's how we managed to seriously injure Situ Shibai. Now, if it weren't for the current urgency, I wouldn't have chosen this method to revive the divine solar bird. The assassin asked what she meant, and Hong Fang showed a crimson sphere floating in her hand, explaining, "This drop of blood, I spent 40 years just refining it. During all that time, I couldn't use my beast control arts and endured constant humiliation. Even so, even after all that, the blood control abilities of this lineage are still inferior to that of the saint. Now that the saint has returned to the sacred ancestors' village, and Zheng Ping from the purification team can also enter the testing fields and gain king-level power, if either of them reaches king level first, our Zhu family will be finished. Although I know that my blood pact may not fully control the divine solar bird, I am forced to risk everything." The bird's eyes changed, a provocative aura enveloping them. Yuanlong leaped, breaking the ground in his firebird form and reaching the surface. There, flying freely in the sky, he spread his wings with a golden light shining intensely and emitted a loud sound. His light shone so brightly that it outshone the sun. At the base of the 8th Purification Team, Manny covered his eyes along with his companions and asked, "Why is the sun so bright today?" Feng turned and looked at the sky suspiciously. He knew something was off. He was the first to spot and announce it was a mutant beast. He saw the firebird soaring through the sky. He wondered if that had caused the earthquake earlier. Everyone looked on in disbelief, unable to believe it. Could it really be the divine solar bird of the Zhu family? They recognized it immediately. Hong Fang appeared atop a rock, accompanied by her henchmen shouting, "I did it! I did it!" With the divine solar bird revived and Situ Shibai contained by King Yue, Ani is no longer a threat. The bird appeared before her, its flames burning intensely, and she declared, "From today on, the Zhu family will rule everything. But the truth is that everything that goes, comes back." She widened her eyes and tried to question, but there was no time. All she could see was the bird's claw approaching, burying itself on top of her and crushing everyone. The bird then took flight, leaving a crater with bloodstains that painted Yuanlong's revenge. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of base number 8 of the Purification Squad, the Zhao brothers were sprawled on the floor side by side. The place was collapsing. An earthquake was creating cracks in the walls. Yanhu asked his brother, "Well, it seems that brute force won't solve this. Are we going to die here?" Yanlong replied, "We should have foreseen this the moment we were captured. Don't be afraid, little brother. Your brother is here with you." Suddenly, a boulder fell from the ceiling, crashing down toward the two. The brothers remained quiet, together, side by side, as the stone fell. They accepted in silence as the end approached, until Jiang Ping's voice emerged, invoking the Nethermist body. Our protagonist appeared with his arms wrapped in purple Nethermist energy, holding the stone on his back. He utilized the Beast King fist style and held the stone above him. Qingbo and Changchun rescued the two brothers, while Jiang Ping kept the stone above his shoulders. Changchun shouted, "What are you waiting for? Let's move!" with one of the brothers on his back. As they crossed the door, Qingbo yelled, "We made it out! Jiang Ping, get out!" Jiang Ping responded that he understood, and with the Nethermist energy pulsing intensely around him, took off running, letting the stone fall behind him. He advanced, quickly exiting the room and leaving only a purple trail. Yanlong, still leaning on Qingbo, asked if they were safe. Jiang Ping replied no, they still needed to reach the portal room. However, before they could proceed, a tremor surprised them. Another boulder fell from the ceiling onto the 5 young men. Sometime later, Jiang Ping found himself semi-conscious, remembering his first death. It was a familiar feeling, being buried under the rubble. He wondered if he would die again. His consciousness returned completely, and he opened his eyes to the sounds of his name being shouted, demanding that he wake up. Qingbo and Changchun had transformed into their fallen forms. A stone golem and a giant tree held the stones above the three boys, preventing them from succumbing. Changchun commented that they wouldn't last long and that they needed a plan immediately. Zhangping sat up, regaining his lucidity, and saw Yanhu complaining, saying it served them right for meddling. His brother quickly silenced him, saying that was enough, and he shouldn't say more. Zhang Ping stood up and touched the materials around him, saying, "With the base in this state, the portal is out of the question." Yanlong said they should get out of there and not worry about them, but Yanhu seized the chance to provoke, raising 3 fingers and saying, "Yeah, kid, stick around and you'll be the 3rd person to die by my hand." Zhang Ping got angry at that and shouted back, "Shut up! You're hostages. You don't have the right to choose when to die. Get yourselves together, both of you." And he thought to himself, the other 2 must be those thugs from the Zhu family. It was brainstorming time. Changchun came up with an idea, saying, "I can slowly dig our way out, but it will take days. Old Su here can merge with the rocks, but he can't take you 2 with him." Zhang Ping was next to speak. With an aura full of hatred, he looked at the 2 and said, "We might have half a day of air left at most. I can escape using my pure water body, but those 2... Suddenly the captain came to everyone's rescue, talking about Zhang Ping's bracelet. "There's still a way to solve this. I took small blood samples from both brothers earlier and discovered that their holy blood compositions are completely different, and when combined, they generate a unique wave of energy. You awakened the blood of the old king using the older brother's blood. If you absorb the younger brother's blood, it might trigger a new power and create a way out of this mess." Zhang Ping looked at the bracelet and commented, "So you had a hidden motive all along, Captain Situ?" Yanlong asked if our protagonist wasn't afraid of being controlled, and Zhang Ping replied, "If I were, I wouldn't have come this far. Let's get straight to the point. Do you want to die here or do we have a deal?" Yanhu pulled out a dagger and made a cut on his arm, saying, "I understand. Despite our differences, we, the Zhao brothers, are not ungrateful. Take as much blood as you need." After a dose, Zhang Ping observed his body in doubt, saying, "Strange. Why is there no change? Maybe I need more?" Until a reaction occurred, and he coughed up blood. With yellow eyes, he fell prostrate on the ground, leaving Changchun shouting his name. Qingbo questioned, desperate, "How could this happen just from drinking a little blood? What's in that blood?" Yanhu knelt down and asked if he was okay. The brothers were clearly worried. An aura began to burn around Zhang Ping. He breathed out burning vapor with crimson eyes, and the omnivore was activated. A new ability had been awakened, the King's Gem. The ability description was, grants the user the ability to drastically increase the powers and basic stats of their contracted beast for a short period, like a royal command. Meanwhile, outside, the Firebird soared in the sky, burning intensely, with its flames spreading. Cece maintained a wall of ice, with Manny by her side, saying, "As long as that annoying bird is around, this fire won't go out. Cece, we need to get out of here." But she wasn't listening. Cece refused to interrupt the attempts or leave. Zhang Ping still hadn't come out. Manny grew tired and pulled Cece by the collar, shouting, "Enough! The portal has already been closed. Zhang Ping has the pure water ability, and I'm sure those 2 seniors have their own ways to escape. They won't be trapped so easily. You've always been the most rational one on the team. Why are you losing your composure now? That bird just killed the Zhu family, guys. It seems completely insane. If we don't leave now, we'll all be trapped in this sea of fire." Seeing no way out, with her feelings clouding her judgment, Cece agreed and ordered a retreat. But contrary to what she expected, all the squad members presented themselves with their abilities activated, stating they would handle it. They were not going to abandon Zhang Ping. The bird spread its wings in the sky, flames burning before the sun and illuminating everyone. The squad members jumped, advancing fiercely and engaging in battle. The bird launched a flame attack towards them. Fire rained down on the squad, throwing the fighters away. Master Feng had his Qian white form activated, and even then admitted he didn't know how much longer he could hold on, until, to everyone's surprise and relief, a root with a green aura sprouted from the ground and rose into a giant tree. It was Changchun who appeared alongside Qingbo, who was carrying Zhang Ping and the Zhao brothers in his hands. The 2 fallen stood up before the creature burning with intense flames and declared, "Young friend, we will help you." After the victory over the Firebird, the 2 Zhao brothers were placed in a nether mist cage and waited patiently. Zhang Ping celebrated finally having managed to escape, and Cece questioned how. Our protagonist touched his head as if feeling pain and replied, "To make a long story short, I drank Zhao Yanhu's blood, and the blood of the old king evolved into the King's Gem, an ability that works with the contractual gem. I used it to temporarily raise the seniors by 5 levels, bringing them to level 40. enough to reach king level in time. Even 10 minutes was enough to get us out of that mess. Changchun had wrapped his roots around the bird, immobilizing it, while Qingbo and Feng kept watch. Jiang Ping looked at the yellow gem in his hands and thought, but that vision I saw right after drinking Zhao Yanhu's blood, what was that? Until he turned to the nether mist cage connected to his hand, where the two brothers were, and concluded, it seems that the village of the ancestral saint has many more secrets than we thought. Suddenly, Changchun toppled backward with his trunk and leaves on fire. Jiang Ping shouted for the senior and turned his attention to the bigger problem. The bird had freed itself and was launching fireballs at Qingbo, who had also been knocked to the ground. The stone golem hit the ground and complained, saying, my butt is all torn up. Feng was also thrown back and landed near Jiang Ping, saying, this isn't good. My power may also be based on flames, but the flames this thing uses are infused with solar energy. They're much stronger than regular fire. I can't do anything against it. Old Ye's tree form is also weak against this. Only old Su can hold up against this thing. It was then that an idea crossed Manny's mind, and she shouted, weak against... That's it! Barrier team, come together. Anyone who can fight, distract the solar bird. Buy me 30 minutes. The rest, go to Zhongshujiang and get the beacon transmitters. Move! Cece, come help me. I'm going to give everyone a chance to fight. Cece turned to her, and from within the golden bracelet, Captain Situ smiled and said to himself, that girl, she has grown, really eased my worries. Jiang Ping thought it best to eat a king's gem, just to be safe, and then pulled out his nether mist scythe. From inside the bracelet, Situ told him to distract the bird. Our protagonist's level was temporarily increased by the gem by 5 levels, reaching level 29. The firebird began shooting more fireballs at everyone. More flames rained down from the sky, and Qingbo played his part, blocking the damage with his stone body. It was a battle of elements. Jiang Ping and the other members who could still fight joined the battle, running and jumping swiftly. Shou Zhong was sitting on the ground, hand on his belly next to several syringes. His weight had been reduced by 60 kilos. The blonde boy complained, I have no idea how much I'm going to have to eat to make up for this. Meanwhile, along with Cece and the others accompanying her, they listened to Manny's plan as she pointed to a map explaining, Liu Xishan's power isn't strong enough to directly combat the divine solar bird, but she can suppress its solar power for a short period. While she does that, the barrier team will help set a trap to restrain the solar bird. These beacon transmitters should increase our effective range. Once we obtain them, bury them at the designated locations shown in the unfoldings. The firebird heightened its attack, condensing a large fireball above itself between its wings. It would be a devastating strike. However, the fireball dissipated, leaving the bird surprised. Jiang Ping had transformed into a water sphere and wrapped around the bird. Our protagonist shouted to Changchun, I've temporarily sealed the air around it. It can't make fire in a vacuum. Brother Ye, attack while you have the chance. The fallen one replied that he understood and stretched his arms into long roots, commanding the bird to descend. He grabbed it with all his strength, shouting and throwing it against the ground. The bird hit the earth, and Jiang Ping's vacuum effect was deactivated. This was the moment to attack. Feng, Bai, and more fighters jumped, shouting and crashing down on the bird, striking it with all their might. The impact generated an explosion that released a curtain of smoke. Nearby, Ming performed a series of hand seals, and a blue vortex formed above him. As the energy accumulated, he declared his chant, agile as the wind, silent as the forest, standing before you in the day, behind you at night, Dragon Abyss Sword released. An energy sword of blue formed from the center of the vortex and embedded itself in the ground. Jiang Ping emerged with his nether mist mask activated and hands wrapped in dark energy as he manipulated it, thinking, the bloodline of the Zhao brothers has merged with mine, allowing me to reach level 19 in a single blow. With the King's Gem and the nether mist fog, my attack power is close to that of a peak level. The sword was enveloped by several strips of nether mist, and Jiang Ping announced he would help Chen Ming. The two joined forces, half shadows and half blue flames, and struck with the sword in an attack that sliced through the sky towards the bird that lay in a crater. The sword sank into the bird, creating a massive explosion of energy that burned the creature in neon flames. A burning feather flew between the sword with nether mist, and Feng asked if it was over. Jiang Ping observed closely, thinking, the fight has been too intense. I didn't have a chance to analyze the divine bird. I hope it's really over. A curtain of smoke formed in front of them, leaving only the question, had they truly brought down a being of king level? The answer was no. A small spark formed in the sky, swirling and pulsing with flames. Everyone lifted their eyes in fear as a sphere of flames formed in front of them. Captain Situ spoke from within the bracelet, explaining what he knew. No, It's far from over. After the first patriarch of the Jew family died, the divine solar bird disappeared. The legend says it transformed into a guardian spirit, staying beside its master's tomb, never leaving. For years, we thought it had truly died. Now it's back, proving that another long-standing legend is true. The divine solar bird is an immortal spirit. The bird resurfaced from the ashes, burning intensely. This was the current task of the Purification Squad, to kill a phoenix. The phoenix began to fire several fireballs towards them. Flaming meteors descended from the sky, heading straight for the awakened ones. Qingbo leaped, transforming into mist and propelling himself into the air, using his ability to suppress the flames with gas. Changchun stretched his trunk-like arm and penetrated the chest of the bird, which was petrified by the gas cover. However, as soon as he touched the interior of the creature's body, it transformed into flames and broke free from his body, making him scream, "The fire clearly went out, so why is it still so scalding?" It evaporated instantly. Zhang Ping appeared in his nethermist dragon form and attacked the bird, sinking his teeth into its neck. Holding it with his two paws, he pinned it by the wings and shouted for his companions to hurry and attack. They all advanced and buried their strikes into the creature's chest, creating an explosion of energy. But contrary to their expectations, their weapons shattered upon touching the flaming body. Even Commander Zhang felt the impact and shouted that the heat was more intense than his solar fire form. Another beside him commented that what they were facing was not just a simple fire burn, but actually a radiation of heat coming from within its body. Zhang Ping added that his ability was not limited to fire explosions. That bird could likely manipulate the temperature around it as well. As they talked, analyzing the situation, the phoenix emerged from its immobilized state and began to condense a fireball in its beak. After a few seconds, it shot a beam of flames that crossed the space, landing right on Feng, who screamed for everyone to be careful. Instructor Bai shouted for Feng, worried about his friend, who fell back due to the heat exceeding his solar fire form. Changchun stretched one of his trunks and caught him in midair, preventing his fall, and then placed him on the ground with his hand already starting to catch fire from Feng's activated form. Qingbo regained part of his human form on his shoulder and declared, "It seems our enhancements are over." Zhang Ping landed, bringing Instructor Bai and others. Bai ran alongside the others, shouting towards Feng, who was lying on the ground. He was spitting blood, feeling the effects of the battle and admitting he had almost lost his life. Bai supported him with his arm, and Zhang Ping lifted his gaze, realizing the severity of the situation. Even Master Feng was in that state. Notifications began to appear for him, informing that the effects of levels 9 and 10 were not activated. Seeing that, he began to think, the gem leveled up twice, but I felt no boost after absorbing it. Is there really nothing we can do? Bringing him back from his thoughts, a voice emerged calling his name. He recognized it immediately. It was Cece. The voice was calling him through the communicator, warning that the trap was set. It was time to hurry and lure the divine bird. Zhang Ping replied that he understood and began to attract it, flying in his dragon form. The phoenix released several fireballs that followed him along the way. He turned and shouted for Changchun to hurry, but before he could do anything, Changchun was hit by one of the attacks that pierced his chest. Manny ran and shouted that this was the time. Her companions activated the arcane circle alongside her, and Cece unleashed a glacial storm towards the creature. The phoenix became trapped inside a tornado of ice that enveloped it, freezing its body. The bird was covered in ice until it was completely frozen, in a paralyzed form. Manny ran towards Zhang Ping, accompanied by the girls, saying, "This trap won't hold for long. We need to go now." Zhang protested, calling out Changchun's name, but soon noticed that he was emerging from his giant tree body, being supported by Qingbo as he spoke. It's okay. Luckily, he didn't hit anything vital." Zhang Ping then turned, holding his green gem, and declared, "We need to escape now. We still have a long way to go. Elders, why don't you rest in the gem for now?" Qingbo admitted that they were indeed exhausted and accepted the proposal. Zhang Ping activated the contract gem with the storage pact, where the gem could envelop the contracted beasts and shrink them down to the size of a grain of rice for storage. The maximum storage capacity was 10 cubic meters. Chen Shuiji approached and asked, "You say escape, but with the base destroyed, where should we go? Everything around is in ruins. There's nowhere to hide. Once the sunbird breaks free, it will find us in the blink of an eye." The area around them had been reduced to ashes and flames. Captain Situ then spoke from within the bracelet, saying, "There's only one option left. Let's head to the testing grounds. There's a backup base nearby for non-combatants. Let's move everyone." The group ran, all following as fast as they could towards the location indicated by the captain. The ice around the bird began to crumble, slowly melting. Manny noticed and turned around, worried. Zhang Ping realized that the girl had stopped running and asked what was wrong. She replied, "Only half an hour has passed, and the trap is already crumbling. We need to find shelter. Now!" She began to look around desperately, and then Zhang Ping said he had an idea. He released a piece of equipment from the golden bracelet and pulled out a nether mist lantern, which released a dark mist throughout the area. He then raised it and declared, "This lantern can mask our presence within a certain radius. Stay close, everyone, don't wander off." After walking a bit more, the group arrived at a cave. Upon entering, Feng commented, "Finally, we got rid of that annoying bird." Ming said, "All right, everyone, let's take a break here and conserve our energy." Cece turned, noticing that Zhang Ping was resting on his knees, panting, and asked if he was okay. Our protagonist wiped his chin, drying his sweat, and looked at her, responding, "Yes, I'm just a bit tired from using the nether mist too much. I'll be fine after a short rest." Ming approached him and asked, "Zhang Ping, once we get to the deep ruins in the testing grounds, aren't we going to attract the sunbird there too?" Zhang Ping acquired a worried expression and replied, "That's possible. The ancient ruins are part of humanity's history. We can't let the sunbird destroy them." Seeing the state of the group, Captain Situ projected himself from the bracelet and with a smile said, "Don't worry. The testing grounds are enveloped in a mysterious energy that blocks all external detection. The sunbird won't be able to perceive us. The problem is, that place is also a base for the investigation team. And according to Su Qingbo, the investigation team has already been infiltrated by unknown forces. Besides dealing with an ambush from the investigation team, we have to prepare for a possible attack from the mountain ancestor." Upon hearing that, Instructor Bai declared, surprised, "The mountain ancestor? That king-level mutant beast? I've only heard stories from an old friend. I never thought it actually lived in the testing grounds." Captain Situ replied, "To be precise, the mountain ancestor resides outside the testing grounds. To enter, we have no choice but to cross its back. For your safety, it's better to take some morning glories, as the mountain ancestor has a strong aversion to their scent." Zhang Ping thought to himself, "A king-level mutant beast hates morning glories? Could these flowers somehow be the ones I know?" He then declared, "Master Feng, I'll leave the security of the perimeter to you for now. I'll go out to hunt and see if I can find some of those flowers." Bai responded, Zhang Ping, you've also used a lot of energy. Why not rest here? Instructor Bai and I can handle this." Feng agreed, saying they would take care of it. Zhang Ping, however, countered, leaving his seniors irritated as he said, "There's no moon or sun right now, so don't argue with me about this. My abilities are better suited for the night. I'm the best person for the task." Cece approached and grabbed Zhang Ping's wrist, saying she would go with him. Zhang Ping looked at her, smiling, and thought, "Having Cece by my side is a good idea. She knows nature better than I do." He then replied, "That's fine by me, but just to be safe." He turned to Zhang and with an eager look asked, "Zhang, give me some equipment like bear traps or something." The boy was taken aback, shrank back and fell to his knees saying, "Oh, come on, you're making me go from chubby to skinny way too fast recently." Later outside, where creatures gathered around a lake under the moonlight, a nethermist eye observed a beast caught in a bear trap. Utilizing his nethermist transformation, he changed from an eye to a black panther and leaped toward the animal. Once on top of the subdued beast, he sank his claws into its head and pinned it to the ground. After taking down the creature, his nethermist reverse increased by 50 points, making him comment, "Hunting with nethermist is so efficient. A few more of these scares and my energy will be full." He stood up, back in his human form, and pulled the nethermist from the creature's body with his dagger. Cece appeared and called him, asking him to come over. Zhang Ping asked if something was wrong, and she pointed to the top of a tree, saying, "Look, morning glories." On one of the branches, a brightly glowing flower was visible. Zhang Ping suggested they go take a look, and the two jumped toward the branch. Once on top of the branch, Cece stood observing while Zhang Ping bent down to pick the flower, thinking, "Are these the morning glories of this world? They don't look very different." As he picked the lilac-petaled flower in his hand, it surprised him by releasing a jet of brown liquid from its core onto his face. Our protagonist began to sway, his eyes watering, and complained, "Damn, no wonder the mountain beast hates them so much." Cece started laughing as she watched him struggle, thinking how the smell was just like that of a durian heated in the microwave. She commented that there was a method of torture in the Pearl City where they would lock people in a room full of those flowers for an entire day. He was shocked, imagining how people would be immersed in the stench. Several bright spots appeared in the sky, descending upon them, small glowing spheres that floated down toward the two. Zhang Ping smiled and commented on how beautiful it was. Cece raised her gaze along with her hand and declared, Those are firefly grass seeds. Each season they go with the wind so they can take root and sprout in new places. If it weren't for all this chaos and fighting, life could be so peaceful. What a shame. Happy endings are so rare. The morning glories sacrifice their fragrance just for a moment of peace. The firefly grass is beautiful but always adrift, never finding a home. Jiang Ping extended a glass vial to her and said, "Cece, endings aren't always definitive. Just like this sealed glass vial, it isolates the scent of the morning glory while providing the firefly grass with a peaceful sanctuary." The vial contained 2 of the flowers with small fireflies inside. Cece blushed as she held the item and then turned away, full of embarrassment, saying, Let's go back, they must be waiting for us." Jiang Ping smiled, seeing her reaction. However, unbeknownst to them, the firebird crossed the skies above the beasts. It spread its wings and screeched, launching a series of flaming meteors at the animals that ran away. In the cave, a bright light illuminated the entrance. Inside, the group warmed themselves around a campfire, with the beast that Jiang Ping had hunted being roasted. Zhong commented, "Who would have thought I'd be enjoying an amazing barbecue in a place like this? What a pleasant surprise. Jiang Ping, pass me more meat. If I don't stock up soon, I might really get too skinny." He was sitting next to Feng, eating a piece of meat while Jiang Ping sliced more. Feng pinched Zhong's belly fat and said, "Come on, you're so skinny you almost exude fat. Right, Jiang Ping?" Our protagonist leaned in with a plate full of meat and smiling declared, "Here, take this too. We might need to rely on your skills in the coming days." Zhong pushed Feng's face away with bright eyes and a salivating mouth, replying, Then I won't hold back." He grabbed the plate and soon complained about how hot it was, but continued eating. Feng put his arm around Zhong's shoulders and commented, "Sticking your face in the barbecue straight from the fire. What did you expect?" Watching from the back of the room were the Zhao brothers, trapped in a nether mist cage. Yanhu remarked, "If only our village had this vibe." His brother replied, "Don't be naive. We're nothing but tools to them. No one cares if we live or die, so why would anyone treat us like human beings?" Yanlong was taken aback and surprised to see a plate with pieces of meat appear in front of him, hearing a voice say, "Here's yours." Jiang Ping was kneeling in front of them, offering the plate and saying, "What are you waiting for? Eat." The faces of the two lit up with joy, and Yanlong thanked him as he took the plate. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught our protagonist's attention. He turned and walked toward Cece, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, pointing outside and saying, "Look, something is happening out there." Outside, a series of explosions were occurring, illuminating the entire distant area. They soon realized it was a wave of beasts caused by a forest fire. The creatures were running desperately, followed by the flames. Above them was the cause of the fire, the firebird. Still standing at the cave's entrance, the group looked up and commented, "So that's why the fire and the wave of beasts arrived so suddenly. It seems that monster is trying to drive us out using this method." They returned inside to take refuge from the stampede of beasts passing by, while Jiang Ping said, "Judging by the direction of the wind and how the fire is spreading, the forest fire shouldn't reach us here. Let's stay here for now and wait for the wave of beasts to pass before making plans." Meanwhile, sitting under the moonlight, an awakened one commented, "Captain, it's been almost 2 days. Who are we waiting for exactly?" The man in front of him replied, "A guy named Jiang Ping. Apparently he's also an unlimited level awakened one." It was Ma Bin, the captain of the investigation team. Real name, Zhu Yanbing, affiliated with the Zhu family. The green-haired boy sat with a look of surprise and exclaimed, "An unlimited level awakened one?" Ma Bin responded, "His recorded ability is called Contract Gem, initially dismissed as useless, but somehow he eliminated Huang San and his entire team using some kind of mist technique. The strangest thing is that his body can transform into blood and water, making him unpredictable. He also seems to possess an escape technique that makes him nearly impossible to track." The awakened one sitting in the tree with a blue shirt declared, surprised, "So if you include the contract gem, that gives him 5 abilities, right?" Ma Bin replied, "That might just be the tip of the iceberg. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve. He's an unlimited level awakened one after all. That's why if he appears outside the testing grounds, don't you dare underestimate him. Stay alert, and don't underestimate him. No matter what happens, your lives depend on it." The effect of the wind's whisper faded, and Jiang Ping, who had been listening to the previous conversation, commented, "Cece, just as we suspected, the Zhu family set a trap outside the testing grounds." Sitting around the campfire with Feng and Bai, Cece asked how many people there were. Jiang Ping replied, "The perception of the wind's whisper isn't precise enough for an exact count, but there are at least 2 peak-level awakened ones." Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully and declared, If the weather were clear, I could take down 2 peak-level awakened ones by myself. Jiang Ping said he might be able to handle one. Feng asked if he was sure he could face a peak-level awakened one, and our protagonist replied, I may only be a mid-level awakened one, but my analytical ability gives me an advantage in information. Unless it's someone as strong as Master Feng, I shouldn't have too many problems. Once this wave of beasts passes, I'll investigate how many peak-level awakened ones they have. For now, we should take turns keeping watch while the others rest well to conserve our energy. The group agreed, and the night went on with them resting. The next morning, sunlight illuminated the entrance of the cave as Cici and Jiang Ping dozed. Zhong burst in shouting, This isn't good! We're in trouble! Everyone rushed out to see what was outside and found something that made Jiang Ping freeze in surprise. The entire area in front of them was devastated. Zhong commented, That sunbird burned down the entire forest last night. Now to reach the testing grounds, we'll have to cross this burned land. Jiang Ping touched his chin and remarked that the creature was smarter than they thought. Captain Situ projected from the bracelet and declared, Ahead is the only path to the testing grounds. We can't go around it. I estimate it will take half a day to cross if we move at full speed. Jiang Ping, will that lantern hold up? Jiang Ping replied, I'm not sure. The lantern's durability is almost used up. It probably won't last much longer. As expected, with great power comes great responsibility. It seems everything falls on me in the end. He took the dark lantern and charged it with nether mist, sighing. Bai touched him on the shoulder and commented, With great power comes great responsibility, huh? I like that. Feng ignited his flames and declared, I didn't know you were so philosophical. I'll have to jot that down and engrave it on the Feng Pavilion plaque someday. Our protagonist laughed awkwardly, thinking, if only they knew that all I did was choose a quote from a movie from my past life. Outside, they shouted again, With great power comes great responsibility. Ming listened from inside the cave, and the two brothers exchanged glances, trying to understand what the repeatedly echoed phrase meant. They sat back to back, and Yanhu commented, In the village, we were never seen as anything but tools. But Jiang Ping, he risked his life to save us. Even when we were enemies, he treated us with respect. Yanlong replied, I thought he was just strange at first, but now I understand. He's not an idiot. It's just that the two visualized Jiang Ping as their savior and shouted in unison, With great power comes great responsibility. Jiang Ping turned with Feng upon hearing Ming's voice resonate from inside the cave, asking, What are you two plotting? The Zhao brothers came running out of the cave, followed by Manny, who was desperately trying to keep up, while Yanhu shouted, I have an idea! Big brother Jiang Ping, I know how to help! Yanlong knelt in front of Jiang Ping, startling Zhong, and said, Please give us a chance, we're willing to follow you. I, Zhao Yanlong, swear by my life to serve Lord Jiang Ping. May the heavens burn me if I break this vow. Yanhu knelt behind him and said the same for himself. All the devotion and pleading received a response of complete shock and doubt from the group, who stood paralyzed, wondering what was happening. The two prostrated themselves with their faces touching the ground before Jiang Ping and said, Great brother Jiang Ping, I am willing to eat your gem to prove my sincerity. I am also willing to ingest the gem and pledge my loyalty to you. Our protagonist questioned, But I'm curious, what is behind this sudden devotion? The two raised their faces, and Yanlong replied, Chief, you risked your life to save us. If we do not follow you, wouldn't that be a betrayal of your kindness? You have earned our trust and deserve our loyalty. Yanhu added, Yes! Rather than being treated as tools back in the sacred ancestor village, we prefer to follow you, great brother Jiang Ping. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not complain. Jiang Ping approached them and said, Do not be so quick to swear loyalty. Stand up first. There is something I need to know. How many people have you killed so far, and were any of them innocent? The two stood up, and Yanlong replied, All I killed were enemies from outside the sacred ancestor village who threatened the village. As for whether they were innocent or not, I cannot say for sure, but they all died by their own choices. Yanhu was next, saying, I only killed 2 people. They were from the Zhu family, guilty of numerous crimes. They deserved what they got. Jiang Ping scratched his face with an awkward smile and said, And the other villages? Ah, right. They are basically savages. It's hard to say who is innocent in the conflicts between the sacred ancestor village and the other villages. The grudges and enmities are like fog in such situations, impossible to discern clearly. He then stretched out his hand, showing 2 green contract gems and said, Think carefully about this. The contract gems have an absolute binding effect. Once you swallow them, there is no turning back. Are you absolutely sure? The two decisively replied that yes, they were sure. Jiang Ping handed the gems to them, thinking, Well, these level 9 and 10 gems didn't give me any abilities anyway. This is a good way to finally make use of them, forming a contract with these guys. The two swallowed the gems, and a notification appeared informing that the contract had been established with the beasts Zhao Yanlong and Zhao Yanhu. Green flames spread around them, enveloping Jiang Ping and then dissipating. The two joined their hands in front of their chests and said, "From today onwards, we brothers will go through fire and water for you, great brother Jiang Ping. We swear by our lives that we are at your service." Jiang Ping smiled and replied, "There's no need to go that far, just consider yourselves my comrades. We're all part of the same group, nothing more, nothing less." They smiled enthusiastically and said they understood. Our protagonist commented that they had mentioned a way to help them, and Yanlong made a gesture with Yanhu, saying, "Please wait a moment, my brother and I will be back soon." The two ran off, and Bai commented, "Are they in their right minds? They seem too simplistic. Can we really count on them?" Feng crossed his arms and said, "Some savages adore mutant beasts, acting very much like these two brothers. Don't tell me they really think Jiang Ping is some kind of god." Chen Xueji frowned and said, "But why do they—" Zhang walked up to Jiang Ping and asked, "Jiang Ping, did you use some kind of mind control ability on them? They seem to be totally adoring you." Jiang Ping looked at him with disgust and replied sincerely, "Dude, seriously? If I had mind control powers, I'd be using them on Cici or Sister Xueji, not on two damn men." Chen Xueji touched her face dramatically and said, "Oh, Jiang Ping, you little rascal. I think you've had your eye on me all along, haven't you?" Zhang then touched his chin and declared, "Don't say that. Although Zhao Yinlong and Zhao Yingku are men, at least they are twins." The team looked at him suspiciously, and he realized what he had said, panicking and shouting, "Wait, don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant." Suddenly, a mound of earth began to rise near them, and Jiang Ping wondered what it was. The two brothers emerged from the ground, riding on the back of a yellow-eyed reptile, shouting for the chief. Captain Situ projected himself out and commented, "It's a digging lizard. We can use it to dig our way through this open area." Zhang asked if that meant they could avoid the Zhu family ambush and go straight into the testing grounds. Situ replied, "Not exactly. The ancestral mountain is a king-level mutant beast. A digging lizard wouldn't dare approach." Jiang Ping stepped forward and declared, "Let's move. We can worry about the rest after we get rid of that sunbird." The group mounted the creature, which began to dig through the earth, clearing a path as they held on to its back. Sometime later, they returned to the surface. Yanlong commented, "This is as far as we can go. The digging lizard refuses to go any further." Jiang Ping ordered, "Send the lizard back a few more times to bring the others." He walked, feeling dizzy, while Zhang vomited on the ground, shaken by the ride. Situ projected himself out, and with Jiang Ping standing before a large valley between mountains, he said, "Once we cross the canyon, we will reach the training grounds. However, that canyon is also the perfect place for an ambush. We are almost at the testing grounds. Distribute the morning glory flowers to everyone." Cici agreed, stopping beside Jiang Ping and began distributing the flowers they had gathered. Jiang Ping approached and said, "Cici, give me 2 more morning glory flowers for Mr. Ye and Mr. Su." She turned to him and asked, "Are you worried that there might be stronger elites from the Zhu family waiting for us?" As the rest of the group approached, Jiang Ping replied, "Not just that. I'm also worried about the sunbird appearing. If that happens, we will probably need both of them to deal with it." Bai asked if they hadn't gotten rid of the annoying bird, and our protagonist replied, "Although the Zhu family can't fully control the sunbird yet, we can't rule out the possibility. Who knows if they will try to lure it? It's better to be safe than sorry." He touched Zhang's shoulder, and the boy commented that he had a bad feeling that Jiang Ping was talking about him. Feng approached and said that Jiang Ping was right. Bai expressed his concern, stating that even at their best, Elder Ye and Elder Su would struggle against the sunbird, especially now that they were recovering. Jiang Ping's eyes glowed a deep green, and flames of the same color erupted in his hands. Then, with a determined look, he declared, "Don't worry, I have a plan. We couldn't deal with the sunbird before, but that doesn't mean we can't handle it in the testing grounds. The path ahead is unpredictable. Sister Luowei, Sister Xu Jie, take all those who are injured or not in fighting condition to the nearest shelter." Above them, unbeknownst to them, a bird circled in the sky. The golden-eyed creature observed everything, and through it, a girl with purple hair said, "Captain, Jiang Ping and his group are resting not far from us." Ma Bin smiled with a cigarette between his lips and said, "I never thought they would be lucky enough to escape the sunbird's pursuit, but their luck is about to run out. Everyone, get ready. The massacre is about to begin." The team gathered, and they all began to walk, following him. A few moments later, on the outer perimeter of the testing grounds, the purification squad was following a path between the mountains, with Jiang Ping leading and saying, "They're probably hiding somewhere nearby. Everyone, stay alert." Small, rodent-like creatures watched from the branches of the trees, then jumped down and transformed into black beasts with red eyes, attacking them. Jiang Ping shouted for his companions to be careful as he noticed the threat. Instructor Bai turned immediately and jumped, dodging the paw of a creature that buried itself in the ground right where he had been standing. He retaliated with a punch to the beast's face, sending it flying and causing an explosion upon hitting the stone wall. Our protagonist exclaimed, "What the hell was that? A rat? A bear? That power is terrifying." Bai rubbed his wrist, which he had used to strike, and replied, "Probably some kind of mutant bear hamster. Its strength exceeds that of an ordinary awakened fighter. Unless your physical resistance is up to par, it's better not to face it head-on or you'll regret it." Zhang, who was standing behind him, raised his voice and shouted, pointing upwards, Is that the mountain ancestor? It's absurdly massive." A huge being stood before them, a creature with a reptilian face, stone-like skin, green eyes, and a purple tongue that unrolled from its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. One of them commented that he had expected a terrifying beast, but that was just a giant frog. Zhang Ping noticed someone crouched, watching from the branches of one of the trees. Without turning around, he called to Master Feng, who was beside him. Feng replied that he saw him and asked if they shouldn't give a welcome gift. Jiang Ping responded that he was thinking the same thing. Feng quickly turned and deftly threw a dagger, cutting the branch of the tree. The young man hiding jumped, dodging the attack and cursing for being seen. Jiang Ping appeared, leaping over him with his nethermist scythe in hand, saying, "Trying to warn your friends, not today." Our protagonist struck him with a slash from the scythe, gaining 30 nethermist for his reserves, and thought, "Wait, does this mean using the Fear Reaper to attack also charges my underworld mist? I need to figure out what this weapon can really do." A notification appeared for Jiang Ping describing his update. Underworld Mist Charge accumulated 10,000 points. Underworld Mist Body, Intermediate, upgraded to Underworld Mist Reaper. Underworld Mist now charges at double the rate, with its capacity increased from 300 to 1,000. Current Mist, 300 of 1,000. Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there are mountains, there are abysses. Steal the mist of the abyss of fear. Jiang Ping paused, holding his scythe and surrounded by shadows of nethermist, and said to himself, 1,000 underworld mists equate to a 10,000% power increase. More than 10,000 times my normal strength. Attack, defense, transformation. Each one just became insane. A massive upgrade. A short distance away, a woman said to Ma Bin, "Ah, Liu has fallen," the captain replied. "So, they've already noticed our ambush and are now trying to provoke us? Zhu Sanqi, show no mercy. Let's make them taste their own medicine." Zhu Sanqi clenched his fist and then jumped, his eyes burning with hatred, saying, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige." He pulled out a small lance of golden lightning and threw it toward the group, shouting, "Take this!" The lance flew, leaving a golden trail heading toward Jiang Ping, who turned, laughing and asking, "Another cannon fodder?" He raised his hand and created a nethermist shield, spending 50 points from his reserve and saying, "Perfect moment to test my underworld mist reaper." The lance of golden lightning struck the shadow shield and was completely blocked. Jiang Ping gathered the black mass that formed the shield and saw the opponent land amidst the smoke. He asked if that was all, and Zhu Sanqi gritted his teeth in irritation, thinking, "An intermediate awakened managed to block my attack with full force? He really is a bit skilled, as they say." The young man raised his voice and said to Jiang Ping, "So, this is an unlimited level awakened. A true monster of nature." Ma Bin approached with the rest of the group and said, "That's why we need to kill it before it gets stronger." Jiang Ping used his analysis skill and saw that it was Ma Bin, a level 36 awakened. Qingbo recognized him immediately and shouted from within the jewel, "Ma Bin! It's Ma Bin with the black blade. Should I come in?" Jiang Ping replied, "Mr. Su, please stay hidden for now. I have a plan." He then turned to his companions and declared, "There are 3 peak level awakened among the enemies. I will take care of one. Master Feng will face the other 2. The 6 remaining high level awakened are yours. Cece, do you think you can handle this?" Cece activated her ice sword along with Ming, who summoned his swords, and the rest of them responded, "If 7 of us can't take down 6 of them, then our purification squad has a serious problem. We'd need to go back and train again." Ma Bin held his cigarette between his lips and declared, "One Situ Shibai has already caused more than enough trouble for the Zhu family. If we let another unlimited level awakened arise, things will get even more out of control. Leave nothing behind. Immediately summon the divine sunbird." The girl beside him replied, "Yes, sir." And then Ma Bin advanced, holding his sword and shouting, "Listen up, everyone. We have one objective. Eliminate Jiang Ping at all costs." Everyone followed him. affirming that they understood, and both teams engaged in battle. The fight began. Jiang Ping dodged Ma Bin's first attack, holding his nether-mist scythe. The girl who stayed behind raised her hand, creating a point of flames, and declared, "Spirit of the furious flames, hear the call of destiny and come into our sight." She began to dance with flames surrounding her and chanted, "Tear the heavens, burn everything to dust. Let the scorching sun guide you as it should. When darkness surrounds and hope begins to fade, only light can restore what the night has betrayed. Divine sunbird, rise and fly. Reveal your brilliance, dispel the night. Long live the divine sunbird." The phoenix appeared in the sky, shining and burning intensely. Ma Bin smiled maliciously, holding Jiang Ping with his sword. Our protagonist swung his scythe, throwing it away, and Ma Bin shouted for everyone to get back. Cece approached, asking if that was the sunbird. Jiang Ping questioned, "Wasn't the sunbird in a fury? How did they manage to summon it?" But there was no time to answer those questions. The bird was already conjuring a fireball between its wings, ready to throw it at the group. Jiang Ping raised his voice and shouted for everyone to be careful. The clash against the bird was about to restart. The bird hurled several fireballs in their direction, and the squad members jumped to dodge. Jiang Ping evaded the attacks, thinking, "These lunatics really managed to summon the divine sunbird, but it's in a state of fury now. Why isn't it attacking them?" Our protagonist had an idea as he looked at the opposing team and ran toward them. Ma Bin noticed and charged forward with his sword, saying, "You're asking for it." Jiang Ping activated the pure water body just at the moment of impact and managed to evade the strike. This drew the bird's attention toward the group. Ma Bin realized this as he saw a fireball falling toward them. He shouted for the group to disperse, and the meteor fell, causing a massive explosion. Ma Bin leaped away and fell to the ground, saying, "You think you're so clever, don't you?" Jiang Ping crossed the battlefield, which was being ravaged by fireballs, still in his water body form, saying, "Back at you. Aren't you worried about being killed for summoning the divine bird so recklessly?" The creature flew through the sky with its body ablaze, while Ma Bin regrouped with his team, saying, "The divine bird is the sacred beast of the Zhu family. If anyone is going to die here, it will be you." Jiang Ping returned to his normal form and shouted, "Guys, come here. Execute Plan B. Seniors, follow the plan." He then condensed a golden gem in his hand, the king's jewel, and from within came Qingbo and Chang Chun in their stone golem and tree forms. Jiang Ping activated the king's jewel, and the abilities of the contracted beasts were significantly amplified for a short period. Chang Chun and Qingbo shone brightly, facing off against the firebird, and then jumped, shouting, "You giant chicken, now you'll deal with us." Ma Bin's eyes widened, and he yelled, Su Qingbo, you shouldn't be alive!" Qingbo, while delivering several blows to the bird, shouted back that they would settle their accounts later. Suddenly, the girl accompanying Ma Bin caught his attention, saying that Jiang Ping and the others had disappeared. The two looked ahead and saw only a field full of smoke. He turned around, seeing the beasts fighting the bird in a fierce battle, and shouted, "What? It's the draw the tiger out of the mountain tactic. Behind them. They can't have gone far." Meanwhile, Jiang Ping ran with the group, carrying the nether-mist lantern that concealed their presence, saying, "This way, about 6 miles ahead." Cece followed him along with Ming and Jin Bo when she asked, "Even with all of you together, you couldn't scratch the divine bird. How long do you think those 2 old men can hold that thing?" Jiang Ping turned with a smile and replied, "Don't worry, I've already anticipated all of this. The mountain ancestor is a territorial mutant beast. As soon as it senses a powerful presence like the divine sunbird, it will definitely react. We've already equipped the 2 elders with morning glory flowers. All they have to do is delay until the mountain ancestor appears. Then the morning glories will do their job. If we can provoke a confrontation between the mountain ancestor and the sunbird, we can escape safely." Cece, still worried, asked, "And the investigation team? If they interfere, will our plan still work?" Still running without slowing down, Jiang Ping replied, "I deliberately led them toward the divine sunbird minutes ago, but it didn't stop attacking, and the investigation team was too busy dodging. This means they have no control over the bird. They must have used some method to block its perception. That's why the sunbird isn't targeting them. They're staying out of it because they know that direct intervention would only make things worse. Regardless, they'll be behind us soon. We need to hurry." Back with Ma Bin's team, one of the members approached and announced, "Captain, we can't sense their presence." The captain then replied, "The only way to completely hide from peak-level awakened ones is with our nightingale lantern from the Zhu family. But Huang Wu's group is only losing a lantern. How is Jiang Ping masking the presence of so many people? It doesn't matter. I know how to deal with them." He took out a small box that made everyone alert, as if they feared the object. The girl accompanying him questioned, "Captain, that thing will put a lot of pressure on your body. Are you sure you want to use it?" Another member agreed, saying, "Yes, Captain. Jiang Ping only has one peak level awakened with him now. Feng Laxian, there's no need to go that far." But Ma Bin ignored their pleas and opened the small box, revealing an eye emanating dark energy, saying, "Since when do I need you to worry about me? Can you bear the consequences if Jiang Ping manages to escape to the testing grounds?" He took the black eye in his hands, and the others watched fearfully. Ma Bin swallowed the eye, which was engulfed in black flames, and clutched his chest. Feeling the effects surge through his body, he leaned back, screaming as the eye pulsed in his belly, releasing a massive amount of black flames and possessing him. He raised his voice and commanded, "Release all the stored souls!" His eyes shone with a deep purple, and several black souls flowed out, escaping from his body. That was the sinister embryo. 3,000 vengeful souls had been unleashed. He turned, now with the souls flying swiftly ahead, and ordered, "They may be able to hide their presence, but their souls leave an undeniable trace. Go, follow the vengeful souls." It didn't take long for the vengeful souls to reach the purification team. Jiang Ping turned and said, "What is that? It's very similar to my underworld mist." The souls intertwined with their bodies, and he realized what they were, shadow beings filled with resentment that followed them no matter where they went. The souls took on human forms, with elongated claws, and prepared to attack. Jiang Ping sensed the intent, and dodged the strike from one of the souls, crouching down. Feng threw a punch, trying to hit it, but the soul dissipated just at the moment of impact as he said, "First it was zombies, now vengeful spirits. How dirty are these guys?" The souls opened up, and they turned to hear someone shout, "Let's see you escape from this." Ma Bin's squad had caught up with them. They began to attack. Ju Sanqi threw a spear of golden lightning, while the girl summoned a fireball. Feng and Jiang Ping deflected the spear with their fists and the nethermist spear. Feng felt the impact on his hand, and thought about how the guy shouldn't be underestimated. Before he could speak to Jiang Ping, the girl threw the fireball she was charging at them, shouting for their death. The two took the hit, creating a massive explosion of flames. However, the girl was left in shock, watching Feng's voice echo even after the explosion, saying, "Not bad, young one, your fire really has some intensity." As the flames dissipated, Feng emerged with his immortal body of the Minsan Emperor form, which transformed his body into a blazing point of fire. Next to him, Jiang Ping also activated the devouring fire with flames surrounding him. Feng raised his voice and declared, "Perfect! Exactly what I need to activate my Scarlet Emperor immortal body." The girl became anxious and thought, "Are my flames useless? How many abilities does Jiang Ping have up his sleeve?" The two stood before them, engulfed in flames, when someone approached and said, "You two, take care of the other distractions. Jiang Ping will die by my hand." Ma Bin had appeared completely transformed. Leaning his sword on his shoulder, he had long platinum hair flowing over his shoulders, and his body had grown. A bloody aura surrounded him as he presented himself for battle. Feng activated the Beast King's fist technique, Adamantine, and a tornado of flames rose, dissipating the vengeful souls. The girl turned to Ju Sanqi and commented, "He's somehow suppressing my powers. I'll leave this fight to you." He agreed and shot another spear of golden lightning towards the fire tornado. The spear pierced through the fire, penetrating the tornado, and he shot several more afterward. Feng jumped away, shielding himself with his arms and feeling the spears approaching, while wondering, "Can these fragments really pierce my skin?" Ju Sanqi advanced, appearing in front of him, breaking through the wall of flames and heading toward him. He grabbed Feng by the shoulders and buried 2 spears, one on each side of his body. Feng looked at him with his hair on fire and said, "Not bad, kid. You have real strength. I think I'll play with you for a while." Meanwhile, the purification team was trying to deal with the vengeful souls accumulating around them. Ming, Cece, and Jinbo were striking, trying to push them back, while one of the girls from the enemy team watched with a malicious look. She threw her fireballs at them, and the sphere of flames exploded, hitting the ground. Jiang Ping turned and shouted for Cece, worried about what had happened. Ma Bin struck him with his sword, saying, "Do you think you're in a position to worry about others?" Our protagonist jumped, dodging the attack, but was caught by one of the vengeful souls in the air. Ma Bin charged, wishing for his death, and buried a strike with his sword, jumping over him. Jiang Ping used the pure water body to dissipate and escape the attack. Jiang Ping moved away from Ma Bin, who was covered in a bloody crimson aura, and while in his water form, he thought, "Why is this guy suddenly going berserk? This rage, is there some hidden power in that armor taking control?" He watched Ma Bin covered in shadows and blood, and saw the eye in his chest move on its own. He dodged another attack from a vengeful soul, thinking, Does he have a consciousness of its own? What is that thing? Escaping seems practically impossible now. Jiang Ping delivered a nethermist strike that created a dark tunnel around Ma Bin, spending 200 of his reserve. From within the nethermist tunnel, several red jewels emerged on the tips of spikes aimed at Ma Bin's body, who soon realized what they were. Jiang Ping entered the tunnel and traversed the nethermist, saying, "Martial Pact, release the water element from Sisi." The jewels pierced through Ma Bin's body, and ice explosion points formed on him. Jiang Ping cut him with a nethermist scythe attack, and Ma Bin fell to his knees. Jiang Ping turned. A notification appeared saying, "Reaper of Fear returned 160 points of Underworld Mist. Underworld Mist reserves, 760 out of 1,000. Our protagonist was impressed, thinking about how surprisingly easy it had been to bring him down, but soon he realized something was wrong. Ma Bin hadn't even tried to defend himself. The face of his opponent was now transmuted. Tentacles were emerging from his mouth, growing larger, his muscles inflating, and the eye in his chest rolling and glowing. Jiang Ping realized and thought, his body, is it under some kind of curse and now turning against him? A voice urged Jiang Ping to run, and he recognized it. It was Su Jingyao's voice. Ma Bin's body exploded into several vengeful souls. A being of pure darkness had emerged before him. Jiang Ping's nethermist reserves jumped from 760 to 870. Our protagonist watched the creature in front of him emanating an intense black aura and immediately recognized that the voice he had heard moments ago belonged to his friend Su Jingyao. He wondered if she could be trapped in that concentration of condemned souls and what the eyeball connected to the creature that radiated pure fear could be. Jiang Ping used 50 points from his nethermist reserve and created a shield in front of him. Then he looked more closely at the chest of the tentacled creature and used his analysis skill on the eyeball. The analysis was successful, and the replay of the memories involving the eyeball was initiated. Jiang Ping saw a group of people gathered around a hole in the ground at the center of a circular mandala. Among these people, a small girl clung desperately to her mother, screaming, "Mommy, I'm scared!" The mother hugged her back with all her strength, replying, "Don't be afraid, my love. Mommy will protect you. Everything will be all right." One of those present, standing at the edge of the hole, turned to a hooded figure and shouted furiously, "You Jew family are nothing but scum! The three main factions of Pearl City won't let you get away with this." The hooded figure shouted back, "Enough of this nonsense!" and kicked him straight into the hole. The man fell freely, screaming, and another hooded figure told the leader that everything was ready. The leader replied that it was time to begin, and the hooded figures agreed. The remaining prisoners were thrown into the hole. One of them raised his gaze to the top and saw the leader of the hooded figures, now with his face exposed, and immediately recognized him, exclaiming, Captain Ma Bin? You are from the investigation team?" Ma Bin gave them no more time. All the hooded figures took their positions and touched the ground at different points, igniting the lines of the mandala with a bright crimson energy. The prisoners panicked and screamed, trying to understand what was happening. Hands rose from the ground inside the hole as a scarlet light burned. Their eyes were filled with horror as they realized the hands were pulling them down. The prisoners began to be swallowed by the ground while screaming for help, pleading for their lives in deep despair. The little girl screamed in fear, her face pressed against her mother's, both about to disappear into the ground. The man beside them, about to be completely engulfed, shouted, "What exactly are you trying to do? Why are you doing this to us? Stop this right now and let us go." Above them, a series of black souls emerged, burning and floating with sadistic smiles. The prisoners screamed in despair again, not understanding what that was, and this would be the last time their screams would be heard by the world. The evil creatures pulled them completely. They sank into a sea of hands and malevolent spirits with sadistic smiles, disappearing while above them, it was possible to see that the sun no longer shone the same way. The sky had turned a terrifying red, a scene reminiscent of the Berserk eclipse. The sun had now become a closed eye, studded with demonic smiles. The despair of the sacrificed fed the macabre ritual. Screams and pain were the fuel flowing into the eye, finally causing it to open, revealing in the center of its iris a yellow atom, wrapped in the agony of the prisoners who were now merely enslaved souls. Ma Bin let out a scream, and a purple eye grew in his chest just above his heart. Evil hands emerged from his body, dancing around him as he felt the cruel and cursed energy coursing through his being. Jiang Ping could read the description of what had been created there. It was called Eye of Malignant Resentment, Level 34, and had the following description. Born from the demonic scorpion and sealed with countless evil spirits, this eye of terror overflows with resentment and malignant energy. The malevolent and terrifying aura that emanates from it devours the souls of the living, attracting spirits that wander in an endless cycle. The souls trapped within it were once innocent, but their obsessive quest for revenge solidified them in this form. The depth of the world's sin is reflected in the empty eye of darkness. Zhang Ping read that and thought, it has a level? And it is a parasite just like the nethermist essence? The demonic creature that had once been Ma Bin stood before Zhang Ping, holding a large sword resting on its shoulders, with a series of tentacles dancing around it. Zhang Ping activated the king's jewel and said, "Sorry, Captain, but I have to deviate from the original plan." Captain Situ asked from within the bracelet, "What are you planning to do? Everyone is fighting to buy time for you. There's no need to waste it on him." Zhang Ping placed the jewel to his lips and replied, "I know, but this man's sins are too great to be forgiven." Zhang Ping swallowed the golden jewel, and it activated. The chosen contracted beast was enhanced, its connection with the nethermist intensified, and a black aura enveloped Zhang Ping, who with a fiery gaze declared, "I will execute him here right now." Our protagonist began to walk towards the creature, and then jumped over it. He held the scythe of terror, and wore a black cloak engulfed in dark flames. Zhang Ping made the first attack, swinging his scythe at Ma Bin, who ducked, immediately dodging, and then countered with a strike, making a cut in front of him. Zhang Ping was forced to throw himself back to evade. Ma Bin aimed his eye at the opponent and shot a laser beam in his direction. Zhang Ping bent backward and dodged the attack, but before he could return to his original position, Ma Bin appeared behind him, swinging his sword for another attack. The grotesque creature buried its sword into the ground, sinking Zhang Ping's body, who quickly used his water body skill, and liquefied. Zhang Ping projected himself again from the waves of water, transforming into the black energy of the nethermist and observing his opponent while thinking, did he gain some total power increase by transforming this way? Zhang Ping's scythe blazed with black flames, and the system informed him that by spending 500 nethermist, his attack power had increased by 500,000. Our protagonist observed that while still floating among the black flames and thought, an increase of 500,000, that's more than enough to deal with what's coming. Zhang Ping spun in the air and reappeared behind Ma Bin, piercing one of his tentacles with the blade of the scythe. The stinger on the tentacle was torn off, and Zhang Ping landed on the ground, walking while thinking, thanks to the enhancement of the king's jewel, I can now control 2 abilities at the same time, and some of them can even be combined. Ma Bin held his sword in front, exploding his black aura around him. However, he felt the effects of exhaustion in his body compounded by Zhang Ping's strike, and fell to his knees on the ground, holding his face. Zhang Ping watched him from a distance, thinking, this is the result of the fusion of the nethermist body and the devouring fire. I'll call it Nether Flame. Zhang Ping used 100 points of nethermist and 100 points of devouring fire. His aura burned in wide black flames made of nethermist that consumed the severed stinger in front of him. He extended his hand, believing that the eye in his chest must be his weak point, and sent a hand of black flames to rip it out. The nethermist fire hand pulled the evil eye from the creature's chest, leaving a bloody hole behind. And then, in a precise move, Zhang Ping clenched his fist around the eyeball, crushing it. The system showed him a notification confirming that he had defeated the so-called Eye of Malignant Resentment, and by exceeding the level limit, his own level increased to 20. Furthermore, Zhang Ping was now classified as a High Awakened. Zhang Ping observed everything, thinking, taking that eye really pushed me straight to the High Awakening level. Additionally, another notification appeared informing him that the King's Jewel had unlocked its additional effect limit. However, the user could no longer absorb new abilities through it. Zhang Ping looked at his arms after reading that and thought, the enhanced ability is automatically assigned to the jewel. It seems my choice during the level up was really important. No wonder I haven't been able to obtain new abilities from the jewel lately. This might be the path to an even greater evolution. Obtaining new abilities through the omnivore still works, so it's not a big problem for me. Before him, Ma Bin had returned to his human form and was still kneeling. The hole in his chest bled. He extended his hands and leaned on his sword to rise. He coughed a few times and then spoke. I never imagined that this thing would grow so much and become so powerful. But because of that, you won't get out of this either. Ma Bin gave a malicious smile looking at Zhang Ping and continued. Now, the Eye of Malignant Resentment is completely out of my control. The sky above him turned into a vortex of malevolent energy. Zhang Ping watched everything in silence, wondering exactly where Su Jingyao's soul was. Then something happened. Condemned souls began to descend from the vortex, fallen spirits drawn directly to the reappeared evil eye, pulsating in a demonic crimson and expanding. Ma Bin raised his voice again and shouted, "You can't even comprehend the hell that's about to happen, kid. Just wait and suffer the consequences of your own actions." And before Jiang Ping, the spirit of Su Jingyao projected itself, shining amidst the malignant darkness that had materialized. The condemned souls advanced towards the team. Shou Zhong appeared next to Jiang Ping, shouting, "Oh man, come on! We just dealt with the last wave and now there's even more?" The rest of the purification squad joined in. Cece appeared and shouted alongside Manny, "Something feels strange about the aura of these souls. They're different from the previous ones." One of the souls passed through Jiang Ping's chest and went right through him. Our protagonist crossed his arms in front of himself to resist, but soon realized that nothing had happened. It was just as if a gust of wind had blown through him. However, that sensation didn't last. Jiang Ping's eyes widened as he noticed a change in the environment around him. He began to look around and realized he was alone in an empty black space. He wondered where he was, but before he could think further, he turned to hear a voice approaching, screaming, "Help! Someone help me!" A boy appeared, being chased by a pack of raging wolves while desperately shouting, "Is anyone there? Please, someone help me! Help me!" The boy passed through Jiang Ping and went right through him. Our protagonist felt the wolves pass by him and found himself unable to react. He wondered if what he was seeing were souls, and right before him, the worst happened. The wolves caught up to the boy and he fell to the ground, succumbing to their bites, screaming in pain as the animals tore at him. Jiang Ping felt his chest scream in agony, as if his own skin and muscles were being shredded. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest tightly, breathing heavily and thinking, "What happened? Am I experiencing the feelings of this soul?" The boy hit the ground hard, being thrown by the wolves, and Jiang Ping felt the impact on his back, screamed in pain, and then fell to the ground again, thinking, "I was pulled into this place by the power of the soul. Could it be that these are its memories, its last moments before death, which condemned it with unresolved pain?" The boy continued to scream in agony, his body writhing as he was attacked, and Jiang Ping clutched his chest again, sweating and trying to endure the pain of death while attempting to understand how to escape this situation. It was then he understood. That was the true power of the eye of malignant resentment. Outside, the team fought while their bodies were consumed, disappearing into the air as if something were devouring them. Back in the black dimension, Jiang Ping lay on the ground, surrounded by blood while breathing heavily. More souls appeared around him, all reliving the moment of their death over and over, in an endless hell that extended to Jiang Ping. Our protagonist lifted his gaze upon noticing a change, a presence that differed from the others. He wondered what it could be, and upon realizing the shape before him, began to scream desperately, "No! No! No!" He now saw Luo Shiyu in her natural fox form, standing in front of his friend, Su Jingyao, who was sleeping silently. The fox touched her face with its giant claw, and Jiang Ping screamed, pleading for her to stop. However, it was useless. He would see her die again. The fox bit into Su Jingyao's neck and sank its teeth into her skin. Jiang Ping felt the pain in his own flesh and screamed, engulfed in agony, feeling his muscles tear and understanding in his own flesh the pain of his friend. He screamed in fury, cursing the fox, and began to crawl towards the projection of the fox, saying, "A celestial fox like you? I could easily—" Jiang Ping stretched out his hand, and it passed through the fox. After all, it was nothing more than a projection of a memory. Jiang Ping's face sank into desolation upon realizing that he was once again powerless in the face of his friend's death. Our protagonist stretched out his hand again, desperation consuming him as he thought, making me relive her pain. Is this my punishment? My karma? He lifted his gaze again and saw the spirit of the fox covering Su Jingyao's body. But just ahead, it was possible to see a projection of the girl, like a ghost watching the scene of her own death. Jiang Ping stood up, still with difficulty, and said, "Old Su was right. You really used your ability to separate your soul from your body before you died. You watched helplessly as your own body was devoured. What a moment of despair it must have been." Jiang Ping continued walking towards the girl and extended his hand to touch her face, saying, "I found your soul, but I can't save you. I'm sorry. I couldn't fulfill my promise." Jiang Ping was surprised to realize that his hand did not pass through the girl. He could actually touch her. His eyes opened with a desperate hope upon realizing this, and he quickly grabbed her by the shoulders, repeating that he could touch her. Then he stopped and began to analyze the situation. Her soul hasn't disappeared. On the contrary, it has become a fallen soul for overusing her power. If this is the world of souls, then she, just like me, should be a living soul. Jiang Ping looked up and saw a wine-red eye forming in the sky at the center of a vortex of malevolent energy. The eye of malignant resentment turned its gaze towards him as black flames surrounded it, and he thought, "This formation, It looks exactly like the last one. Don't tell me Ma Bin is trying to use the power of these wandering souls and us, the living, to feed the eye of malignant resentment again? To make it even stronger? Once you're sucked in, there's no chance to fight back. Jiang Ping opened his hand. It shone brightly, holding the golden jewel. He sent it towards the projected image of Su Jingyao that floated before him, now surrounded by small golden flames, while thinking, "This time, I have to give everything I have. I can't fail, no matter what happens. I have to make a contract with Su Jingyao and free her from her decaying state." The souls began to fall from the heavens. Jiang Ping collapsed with them, all descending like raindrops from a blue arcane circle that had formed. Streams of nethermist energy emerged from Jiang Ping's waist and anchored themselves to the ground. He turned and grabbed Su Jingyao by the wrist, starting to speak. "You're not one of the lost souls. You're not dead yet. So come on, wake up. Have you forgotten your dream? You once wanted to join the city guard and protect our home. How can you forget that?" Upon hearing Jiang Ping's shouts, Su Jingyao opened her eyes and, as if recalling a distant memory, asked, "My dream?" The fall continued. Jiang Ping was being pulled forcefully downward, and the black chains began to break. Giving everything he had to pull her from that passive state, he shouted, "You wanted a future where we would fight for the same cause. Every time I faced impossible odds, weren't you always there to protect me?" Jiang Ping's body was increasingly being dragged to the ground, but he did not let go of her. Su Jingyao began to regain her color. Her soul slowly started to resemble a living body again. He pulled her closer with all his strength and offered her a golden jewel. With a gentle smile on his face, amidst all that chaos, he said, "Take this, Su Jingyao. Don't lose yourself anymore." This made her remember an old memory kept inside her heart. Jiang Ping offering her a green jewel and asking if she wanted a sweet. The girl shrank back, making a disapproving face, and replied, "Get lost, as if anyone would want to be controlled by you." The girl stared intently at the shining jewel in her friend's palm. Her eyes reflected its form as she considered silently. Finally, she reached out and took it. The golden glow transformed into green. She brought the jewel to her lips, and at that moment, the nethermist chains broke apart. Right there, the system confirmed. Su Jingyao had become a summoned beast, and the contract had been made. Jiang Ping then looked at her and, with all the hope and feeling he had, declared the key words for the situation. "I command you, free yourself." A few moments later, Su Jingyao opened her eyes, slowly regaining consciousness to realize she was in Jiang Ping's arms. She recognized him and asked if it was really him. However, when she turned, the scene that greeted her terrified her. She screamed, questioning what was happening upon seeing Jiang Ping trapped with half of his body sunk into the arcane circle. Only part of his torso and one arm were free. He gave a bright smile and replied, "Thank God, you finally woke up." The people around them were sinking, screaming as they were consumed by the circle, and Jiang Ping calmly explained, "This formation seems capable of refining souls, and once devoured by it, there's no escape. I'm glad I woke you up. At least now we can say goodbye without regrets." Jiang Ping lowered his gaze as his body sank further into the energy, but the dramatic farewell he expected didn't last. Su Jingyao pinched his cheek, floating in front of him, and shouted, "Don't give up so easily, idiot!" Jiang Ping smiled and thought, "You're still optimistic in this situation. You really are unique." He asked how, and then realized something. Su Jingyao was standing on the formation. He shouted, asking how she could do that, and without even a warning, the girl yanked him by the arm with all her strength, throwing him out. Jiang Ping fell freely, flailing his arms in the air desperately as Su Jingyao descended right behind him. Our protagonist hit the ground face first, while Su Jingyao landed gracefully beside him. Jiang Ping got up once more, massaging his head with a pained expression. He sighed and mumbled, "Wow, I'm already sore all over. Couldn't you have found a gentler way to do this?" However, before he could continue his complaint, something unexpected caught his attention. His injuries, which had been evident before, had completely disappeared. Surprised, he looked at himself and questioned, "Wait, how is this possible? Why am I already healed?" The girl beside him chuckled softly, crossing her arms confidently, as if she had anticipated that question. Then, in a calm yet proud tone, she explained, "No matter how strong and awakened one may be, without soul-related abilities, the growth of their soul and spirit will always be limited. Physical strength has its limits, and even the most powerful eventually reach a point where they can no longer evolve." She paused briefly before continuing, her smile becoming even more confident. "But I am different. Since childhood, I have been training my soul and developing my connection with the spirit. Now my capacity has expanded so much that I can even influence the souls of others." Zhang Ping's eyes sparkled with a mix of fascination and apprehension as he heard those words. The girl moved a little closer and concluded with a firm and confident tone. Or, in other words, as long as your consciousness hasn't completely disappeared, no matter how damaged your soul is, I can bring it back. Zhang Ping felt his soul burning with healing power around him. Su Jingyao looked up, saw the arcane circle spinning in the sky, and said, "This formation clings to souls. It may be too much even for an ordinary awakened one, but for me, it's nothing. This formation has trapped countless souls, feeding on their resentment to remain active. As long as we free these souls, the entire formation should collapse, but taking them all out one by one will take an eternity. When I healed your soul, I strongly connected ours. Now you can borrow the power of my soul to reach other souls. Try using nether mist and see if you can extract them." Zhang Ping smiled and activated a purple flame in his hand, saying, "All right, it's time to free them from their prison." And around him, a series of nether mist chains emerged, rising from the ground and reaching up to the sky. The chains anchored themselves, piercing through the arcane circle to reach the souls. Sometime later, Zhang Ping appeared in a cloud of nether mist and announced that they were back. However, he looked around and saw no one from his team. He wondered where they could be, and suddenly a familiar voice reached his ears. Zhang Ping turned and saw Su Jingyao sitting on the ground, wearing a cloud outfit, her translucent appearance as she spoke. "Seriously, you don't know how to hold back, do you? You drained so much energy from my soul all at once. How strong are you now?" Zhang Ping scratched his head and laughed, saying, "Well, it was you who told me to take them all at once. But speaking of which, you finally returned, Su Jingyao. You kept me waiting long enough." Zhang Ping gave a bright smile and faced her. Su Jingyao laughed back and replied, "I always knew you could do it." Suddenly, Zhang Ping's attention turned to his golden bracelet. He activated it, and the bracelet began to emanate energy as it said, "Ah, right. This is the body I reconstructed for you before. Now it's finally time to use it." Su Jingyao's body materialized outside from the bracelet. The girl recoiled in disbelief and said, "You carried this body with you all this time? I mean, I'm glad you never forgot, but it's a bit strange, don't you think?" She approached and floated above the body, saying, "Actually, I've been with you the whole time. You just couldn't feel me in my soul form. When you reconstructed this body for me, I tried to merge with it, but..." Su Jingyao attempted to touch the body, and sparks flew at the moment of contact, repelling her hand away as she spoke. Well, that was the result. Although my ability allows me to separate my soul and reach someone's soul and spirit directly, I cannot take on another body. If I try to force it, I'll be consumed by their power, and my soul will end up trapped forever, with no way out. Maybe, unconsciously, I still saw this body as belonging to someone else. That's probably why my soul rejected it. The girl seemed disheartened by the whole situation, but Zhang Ping was clearly excited, with a smile on his face, saying, "If that's the case, the solution is simple. I command you, recognize this body as yours and return to it." As soon as the command reached Su Jingyao's ears, the girl was pulled into the body as if there were some kind of magnet. She screamed for a moment and then disappeared in a beam of light that entered the body's chest. After a few seconds, the body opened its eyes, and Su Jingyao smiled, looking at her hand and saying, "Huh? Is it that easy?" And here I was, overthinking everything. The girl then stood up and hugged herself, covering her breasts and saying anxiously, "You're not going to make me do strange things later, are you?" Zhang Ping looked away, embarrassed, and replied, Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am?" Finally, a cloud of purple smoke appeared in the sky, and the members of the purification squad began to fall from it, being launched back to the ground. Shou Zhong fell on his butt, while everyone from the squad landed perfectly. As soon as their feet touched the ground, Master Feng shouted, "Damn! Being stuck there, unable to do anything. What a frustrating situation." Zhang Ping crossed his arms and smiled, saying, "Thanks to the energy of your soul that broke this formation, everyone is safe and sound." And Su Jingyao, with her hands on her hips and a smile on her face, replied, "That's a gift. Something like this is no match for me." Suddenly, a look of concern crossed Zhang Ping's face, and he commented, "Now that everyone has returned from the realm of the soul, does that mean Ma Bin and the others are..." Su Jingyao turned to him with a wide smile and replied, "Don't worry about that. This type of formation usually works in conjunction for performance. He used himself as a sacrifice to force the opening just to trap all of you. Too bad he didn't expect me to break it, and he definitely didn't expect you to pull me out of my falling state." The two turned and saw Ma Bin's body sprawled on the ground, while the evil eye floated above him, sucking his dark energy. Zhang Ping approached him and said to Su Jingyao, "That guy had a rivalry with your grandfather. You could say he was destined to die by your hands today." Feng kicked one of the bodies of the squad that had attacked them and said, "We've already taken care of the others. Now there shouldn't be anyone left to stand in our way." Cici approached Jiang Ping and with a serious look asked, "This girl must be Su Jingyao, right? How did she suddenly wake up from her slumber?" Jiang Ping turned to her and began to respond. "Ah, that happened because..." But before he could finish speaking, a tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Feng shouted, wondering if it was an earthquake, and Cici replied, "These tremors, something isn't right. It seems there's something underground." Jiang Ping turned with an intrigued look and asked if it could be the ancestral spirit of the mountain, and right in front of him, the answer appeared. The Firebird appeared, struggling with a giant tree in the sky as it flew higher and higher. From the ground, a massive black creature emerged. Its gigantic circular body occupied the entire area around it. The impact of its movements caused waves of tremors. Even the Firebird flew up to gain distance. Then it spread its wings and began shooting a sequence of fireballs at the creature that had just appeared. The fire spheres hit the being, but its body didn't seem to be scratched at all. It opened its eyes, revealing yellowish irises, and stared at the bird. The creature, which had the shape of a fat frog, puffed out its cheeks, inhaling all the air, and then released a burp that sent everything nearby flying away. Chang Chun and Qing Bo flew away as if they were just leaves in the wind. The bird continued to shine intensely, concentrating its power until it created a series of fire spheres around it, burning with flames more intense than the sun itself. The ancestral frog stood still, watching as its brightness intensified. Chang Chun and Qing Bo landed nearby and watched everything as Chang Chun commented, "These morning glory flowers are really very useful." The two then turned and began to run in the opposite direction while he said, "Jiang Ping and the others must be waiting for us. No more delays, let's go." Jiang Ping and his team approached a large crater in the ground. Captain Situ stepped forward again and spoke. "This is the entrance to the trial field." Inside the crater, a mist could be seen evaporating. Shou Zhong looked anxiously from side to side and asked, "Entrance? Where's the entrance?" Captain Situ replied, saying, "What you see is just an illusion. Only Jiang Ping can open the entrance, but we need a little more time to prepare." Cici and Su Jingyao observed the inside of the crater next to Jiang Ping, who after a few moments turned to them and said, "Okay, good. Let's all breathe here for now. With the mountain moving, Senior Ye Chang Chun and Senior Su Qing Bo should join us soon." Su Jingyao stuttered upon hearing her grandfather's name and repeated it to make sure she heard correctly. Jiang Ping gave a wide smile and revealed, "That's right, your grandfather. He was the one who told me about your ability." Cici looked at her with a gentle smile on her face upon seeing the girl's shock of joy, and Jiang Ping continued speaking. "And that's also why I was able to quickly assess the situation and help you break free." While they were talking at the edge of the cliff, a group of hooded figures holding a lantern watched them from the top of a nearby mountain, saying, "Stay alert, we cannot let the captain's death be in vain." After sunset, the group set up camp. Jiang Ping pulled out some monster meat he had stored and made a fire where he roasted the meat on a stone. The smoke with the delicious smell of barbecue rose through the forest, along with the heat of the flames, while not far away, Master Feng, Jin Bo, and Instructor Bai were doing push-ups. Feng commented, "Even if we're not fighting, we can't stop training," and Jin Bo agreed, using Chen Ming as a weight. The swordsman, for his part, remained still, arms crossed with a serious expression, thinking, "Why am I always dragged into these things?" A skinny being, with bones practically showing, approached Jiang Ping. Shou Zhong extended his hand with a thin skeletal face and pleaded, "Dude, I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat?" Jiang Ping was startled and turned around, shouting, "Whoa! Where did this zombie come from? Is the sacred ancestral village attacking us now?" The Zhao brothers appeared behind him and said, "This zombie hardly has any energy. It's pathetically weak. I wouldn't even accept it as a gift. Who has such terrible taste to actually try to refine a corpse like this?" Shou Zhong fell to the ground, sprawled out and nearly losing consciousness, and said, "At least a zombie can, walk. I'm literally just dead weight." Jiang Ping felt sorry for the kid and stretched out a giant thigh with plenty of meat towards him, smiling. All right, you worked hard. Here, eat. My pure blood can't replace all the fat you're burning after all." The kid's eyes widened in surprise, and he lifted his head towards the food. Meanwhile, inside the tent, a light emanated out, revealing the presence of someone. Cici and Manny were sitting side by side in front of Su Jingyao, who was seated in the center of the tent, while Chen Shuiji adjusted the entrance. Manny crossed her legs and commented, "By the way, I heard that Yao Yao and Jiang Ping are old classmates. Does that mean you also know Cici?" Su Jingyao smiled at Cici and replied, "Jiang Ping always talked about Cici when we were in school. I'm really happy to finally meet you." Cici smiled back and commented, "Yes, I left the orphanage before Zhangping started school, so we lost contact after that. Manny leaned towards Cece and with a voice full of insinuation said, "Oh? So you could say that Cece knew him even before that?" Cece's face turned red from her friend's tone and insinuation, but she was saved by Su Jingyao, who with a bright smile on her face declared, "Anyway, from now on we'll all fight together. Please take care of me, older sisters." Manny was in complete shock at being called older sister. Everyone always treated her as just a girl, and today she was truly being recognized. Manny snapped out of her shock and jumped onto Jingyao, hugging her tightly and saying, "Aw, dear, join our purification squad. Your older sister will make sure you're well taken care of." A voice echoed from outside, saying, "We finally found you." Su Jingyao immediately recognized it. It was her grandfather's voice. Zhang Ping approached Changchun and Qingbo and said, "Thank you for your hard work, seniors. You're not hurt, are you?" Changchun replied, "We're fine. That divine bird lost control and just started attacking everything in sight. It's probably still fighting with the ancestral spirit of the mountain. That won't bother us for a while." Zhang Ping responded that this was good for the bird, but before he could finish his sentence, a feminine voice echoed through the area calling for her grandfather. Su Jingyao appeared with a bright expression, running towards Qingbo with a wide smile. She was finally back with her family. Qingbo looked at her in disbelief and had just enough time to catch her in his arms as the girl leaped towards him. Qingbo remained in shock and asked, "Yao Yao, are you awake? Is it really you?" Zhang Ping silently watched the reunion for a few moments and then began to explain. "Ma Bin, or should I say Zhu Yan Bing?" The formation he refined was attracting wandering souls from the area, and Su Jingyao's soul simply got trapped in it. Once you told me that Su Jingyao wasn't dead but in a fallen soul state, so I took the opportunity and freed her from that state. And thanks to the body I reconstructed for her, the real Su Jingyao is now before you. Reality sank in for Qingbo. He finally accepted and understood what was happening. The man hugged his granddaughter with tears streaming down his face and said, "Oh, thank God, Yao Yao." Su Jingyao raised her gaze, equally wet with tears, and replied, "Grandpa, we thought you were gone. Mommy and Daddy are—" Qingbo pulled her close again before she could finish her sentence and said, "It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. I'm so sorry. If it weren't for that scoundrel, I wouldn't have left you, and you wouldn't have had to go through this ordeal." Qingbo grew angry again at the mention of his rival and released his granddaughter, shouting, "Where is Ma Bin? Where is that bastard?" Su Jingyao wiped her tears and with a smile on her face said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Zhangping told me everything. He's dead. I avenged you, Grandpa." Su Jingyao delivered the news with a proud smile on her face, and Qingbo turned to her, returning a smile filled with pride and saying, "Good girl, Yao Yao, you've grown so much." Qingbo's body suddenly fell backward after speaking. The senior hit the ground hard, and everyone rushed towards him, shouting in concern. Zhangping knelt beside him and transformed his blood body to connect his arm to the inside of Qingbo's abdomen. He supported Qingbo with his other arm and said, "There are some internal injuries, but none are life-threatening. He probably fainted from exhaustion, nothing to worry about. I can only offer basic treatment for these injuries. He needs rest to fully recover. Senior, yeah, I'll examine you too. Then you both can rest inside the contracted storage pact." Changchun agreed and thanked the protagonist for his help. Sometime later, the team had settled down, and Changchun was supporting his friend Qingbo when Zhang Ping declared, "For tonight, you all rest a bit. I'll keep the night watch." At a certain distance away, the group of hooded figures gathered, watching from among the trees. The one with glasses said, "Hey, Bai, they're all sleeping. Shouldn't we take this opportunity?" The other replied, "No! Don't you see that Zhang Ping is the one on watch? His abilities are no joke. Don't forget how the captain died. We don't have a single Apex-level awakened one on our side. If we alert the others, we're all dead." Another hooded figure approached and said, "Bai, the headquarters sent some reinforcements, but these guys seem strange. They haven't said a single word since they arrived." Next to him, there was a group of hooded figures with a different aura, all lined up with empty and dark gazes and a mark in the middle of their foreheads. Bai, the hooded figure who seemed to be the leader, commented, "If they are from the main family, they must be powerful. But the best option now is to let the octuple judgment weaken them and then we advance. Remember, no one moves without my orders." The next day, the purification squad was once again gathered at the edge of the cliff. Captain Situ projected himself from the bracelet and began to speak. "The judgment field has 8 trials, each with its own challenge. They are the tropical forest of serpent worms, the poisonous swamp, the desert of flaming scorpions, the snowfield of the pack, the island of monsters, the lost plains, the plateau of corpses, and the sky-piercing peak. Only by completing the first 7 in this order will the 8th trial be unlocked. This is a pattern I discovered long ago. Since Jiang Ping is only at level 20, the trials won't be too difficult. Time flows 30 times slower in the testing fields than in the outside world, so we can go at our own pace. Jiang Ping stretched out his hand, and using his blood body ability, let a stream of red liquid spill over the judgment core floating in the cliff. His blood bathed the energy sphere, and it opened before everyone, revealing a different plane inside, as if it were a window. As soon as this happened, Captain C2 spoke again. One more thing. If there are multiple people, they may see different landscapes. To enter a specific scene, take the person who sees it and let them enter first, then everyone else can follow. Cece commented that she saw the tropical forest, and Shou Zhong, apprehensive beside her, said, I also see a forest, but I'm not sure if it's the tropical forest. The boy saw Cece and Jiang Ping holding hands in front of him and shouted, Hey! You two lovebirds, you're already holding hands? You totally ignored what I just said, didn't you? What the boy hadn't noticed was that everyone else was also holding hands, creating a connected line. Chen Ming turned to him and said, Looks like someone doesn't want to go. Well, you can stay here and wait. The captain said it won't take long anyway. Realizing his mistake, the chubby boy jumped over to Chen Ming shouting, Wait for me! Seriously, you don't think I'm scared, do you? I'll show all of you how it's done when we get in there. He grabbed the desperate swordsman's hand, and Cece crossed through the sphere's passage. The others followed, and they were all transported, disappearing into the air. The portal remained open behind them, and the hooded figures followed, shouting, Follow them! Don't let Jiang Ping escape! The Purification Squad team walked among the trees, with tropical leaves rustling in the wind, in an environment with typical fauna and flora of a tropical rainforest. Among them, the members commented, It really is a tropical rainforest. This place is completely different from the world outside. The air is so humid, it's as if you can feel a real connection with nature or something like that. Cece paused for a moment and pointed up, signaling for everyone to look. A notification appeared in the sky saying, Judgment Objective, Tropical Rainforest. Mission Objective, Hunt the Boss Harpy of Lamentations. Jiang Ping looked intrigued at the notification above them, thinking, to think that the test fields actually use system messages for mission updates. He then raised the golden bracelet close to his mouth and said, Captain, what is a Harpy of Lamentations? I've never heard of such a monster. Is it some rare species, like celestial foxes? Captain Situ leaned forward and replied, I'm not sure. Although the layout of the test field is always the same, the missions are different every time. The last time I was here, my target was the flaming blue vipers. Even though these creatures are everywhere, they are excellent at hiding their presence. If you don't concentrate, it's almost impossible to track them, just like those right behind you. Shou Zhong was startled and immediately turned around with the rest of the group. They all pressed their backs together, realizing they were surrounded by vipers on all sides. The group panicked and began to scream in a cacophony of collective despair. Yanlong stepped forward, saying, No need to panic, everyone. I attracted these snakes here. My blood has a high affinity with mutated serpent-type beasts. They sensed my presence and are responding. It's better to see if they have any information for us. Yanlong walked up to one of the snakes and knelt before it. The snake, with a red aura different from the others, allowed him to pet its head while he spoke. That's it, good boy. You must be the leader. Tell me, what is a Harpy of Lamentation? The snake hissed a bit and he replied, Really? What a shame. Yanlong then released the creature and touched his own chin, saying, They don't know anything. It seems we are alone. Yanhu crossed his arms and with a disdainful smile commented, The heads of these snakes aren't even the size of small peanuts. What information could they have? The snake with the red aura grew, becoming gigantic before everyone there, and spoke in an irritated voice, Who are you calling small? Yanhu shrank back and shouted, No, Chief, please spare me. Yanlong remained silent, observing the situation that was even comical. Su Jingyao touched her head and complained that she was feeling dizzy. Manny approached her and asked if she was feeling okay. Suddenly, everyone noticed the reason for the girl's reaction. Jiang Ping shouted, warning everyone that there was poisonous gas spreading around them. Cece yelled for Shou Zhong to provide gas masks as quickly as possible. The boy complied, reached into his belly, smiled broadly, and began tossing several gas masks made with his adipose technology skill. The group immediately donned the masks, and Jiang Ping walked over to Su Jingyao, held her, and cursed that his skill couldn't neutralize poison. Jinbo approached him, holding a small vial containing a golden liquid, and told Jiang Ping to use it on Su Jingyao. His golden blood was capable of detoxifying. Jiang Ping thanked him, and while giving the golden blood to Su Jingyao, turned to the beast tamer and said, Yanlong, make those snakes show the way. Let's find a safe place before we decide anything. The animals present in the forest continued their lives normally. The lead viper slithered along the ground in its giant form, carrying the Zhao brothers, while being accompanied by the rest of the team. Chunming looked around and commented that the mist was definitely dissipating. Master Feng, on the other hand, asked if it really was, since he felt no difference. Chunming replied that it was because his body was different, and Feng took that as a compliment, flexing his biceps and celebrating, laughing. "See? I told you working out would pay off." Chunming ignored him, hoping he would stop with the self-adulation. Jiang Ping stopped in his tracks and bent down, picking up a pink feather that was lying on the ground. The item was in front of something that caught his attention, a hollow tree cut in half. Cece crouched near the trunk of the tree and declared, "It was probably carved out by insects. It makes sense why such a large tree would fall. The rest has rotted away. This must have happened a long time ago. It's completely decomposed." Jiang Ping extended the feather he had picked up to Yanlong and asked him which type of bird it belonged to. Yanlong raised a finger and replied that the bird was called Kuiyi. Jiang Ping stared at the feather, intrigued, while repeating the name mentioned by Yanlong. Cece noticed and asked if he thought it could be related to the Harpy of Lament. Jiang Ping activated his golden bracelet and stored the feather inside it while responding, "It's too early to say. With such a vast area, it's certain that there are more than one species of bird. Let's just take a look. Maybe we'll find some clues." The group moved away from the hollow tree, unaware that as they walked away, a black eye had appeared in the center of the trunk. The orange of sunset emerged in the sky. Jiang Ping activated his nether mist to create wings and flew above the trees to catch a bird. Chen Ming assisted in the search, chasing other birds while surfing on his sword. Cece approached a lake where some species were refreshing themselves and used glacial storm. Her skill froze the lake and all the animals in it. Some managed to escape, leaping and taking flight, fleeing desperately from the imminent threat that had befallen their companions. Elsewhere, powerful blows were being struck. Master Feng, Instructor Bai, and Jin Bo, our muscle trio, jumped, capturing birds through sheer brute force. Sometime later, the fate of the birds was revealed. Spiked on branches, they spun over the campfire, roasting while the team sat around eating and chatting. Shou Zhong, between bites, commented, "Wasn't this mission supposed to be easy? We still haven't seen any sign of this Harpy of Lament. So many innocent birds have been killed for no reason. I really feel bad for them." Cece shot him a sideways glance with a judging look and replied, "You didn't even do anything, and how can you eat all this meat being so sentimental?" Jiang Ping was still observing the feather in his hand, focused, while Shou Zhong retorted, "Who said that? If it weren't for my wonderful gas masks, you'd all be poisoned by now." Behind a nearby tree, a person was spying on the team gathered around the fire. Jiang Ping adopted a serious expression and spoke loudly, "Hey, you hiding there? Come out. We've noticed you for quite some time." Jin Bo asked if it was an enemy, and Cece replied that it didn't seem to be. Shou Zhong turned around, mouth full, still silent, thinking, "Don't tell me I'm the only one who didn't sense anything." Manny stood up and walked toward the tree, saying, "Don't be afraid. We don't want to harm you. Where are you from? What are you doing out here so late?" The presence behind the tree revealed itself. It was just a small child who looked at Manny with innocence and asked, hesitating, Are you the warriors who came here to kill the Harpies of Lament?" Manny covered her mouth, astonished, and everyone else turned to see the little companion. The little girl sat on a rock between Jiang Ping and Cece. Our protagonist asked her name and where she was from. The girl took a bite of the meat they had offered, wiped her mouth, and with a smile replied, My name is Juju. I'm from Juyuan village." As soon as the name of her village left her lips, the little one tried to hold back her tears, but soon broke down, wiping her tears as she spoke between sobs. "Those Harpies of Lament. They attack our village. Everyone in the village. They're all..." Jiang Ping touched the girl's shoulder and with a gentle smile on his face declared, "Don't be afraid. We're here to take care of them. Calm down. Take your time and tell us everything you know so we can be prepared." Juju swallowed her sobs and then said, "To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a Harpy of Lament. No, it's more like it's the first time I've seen their true form. A few months ago, one of the older brothers in the village brought home a beautiful woman from who knows where. Since then, every morning that woman sang. Her voice had this kind of irresistible charm, almost magical. Slowly the villagers stopped working. They stopped hunting and spent their days waiting for her song. At first I didn't notice anything strange. Then yesterday I was knocked out by a piece of fruit that fell. When I woke up I saw her true face, and she looked exactly like the Harpies of Lament from the old stories of the village. The stories say they appear as beautiful women and use their songs to control people's minds. They feed on people's minds, on their mental energy, draining them completely. I tried to wake the others, but no one responded. They were completely entranced by her music, and they totally ignored me. She noticed me very quickly. I got scared, so I ran from the village. But the strange thing is that she didn't come after me, so I ran straight to you. The legends say that whenever a harpy of lament appears, brave warriors from far away will come to kill her. I saw you carrying a harpy of lament feather, so I thought you were those warriors. Zhang Ping showed the feather to the little girl and said, "They feed on mental energy and can transform into humans. If what you're saying is true, then the harpies of lament have a foundation of mental powers." Su Jingyao, who was behind the little girl, responded, "Well, I think I can help everyone see through the disguise of the harpy of lament, but I'm not sure if her song has any other hidden tricks." Zhang Ping stood up and declared, "Time is of the essence, Juju, you lead the way. We'll take care of the harpy of lament in your village first. If we can obtain one as a sample, we can learn some valuable information through my analysis ability." Sometime later, in Juyuan village, the team arrived. As they walked through the village center, Juju shouted at the top of her lungs, "Daddy, Mommy, I brought the warriors back." Cece looked around and commented on how strange it was that there was no one around. Juju lowered her eyes sadly and remarked, "The harpy of lament should be singing by now. Where did everyone go?" Suddenly, the girl ran off, shouting for her father. Manny and Chengming followed her, while the blonde girl yelled, "It's dangerous! Don't stray away!" Juju, lost in her desire to find her parents, being just an innocent child, ran until she reached the fortress door. The little girl pushed the two doors but soon froze with a terrified expression at what she saw inside. A series of harpies were flying around, humanoid with wings and evil faces. One of the harpies opened her mouth and roared with all her might, while her red eyes glowed. The evil birds advanced, screeching a shrill sound. Juju stood frozen while Chengming and Manny waited behind her. Manny lamented. They had fallen straight into the opponent's trap. One by one, the squad members began to faint. Manny, Chengming, and Jin Bo fell unconscious for being closer to the creatures. Outside, Feng, Bai, Shoujo, and Zhang Ping were still awake, covering their ears, desperate from the shrill sound and wondering what it was. The birds appeared, carrying Manny, Chengming, and Jin Bo away. The members quickly recognized that those creatures were what they were looking for. Feng jumped to pursue the creatures, leaving a trail of dust on the ground and shouting, "You won't escape!" Zhang Ping advanced with nether mist flames burning in his hand and then condensed them into blades. His strike released a series of black blades that pierced through the creatures, penetrating their bodies and wings. They dropped the three squad members, and Zhang Ping ensured they reached the ground safely, using clouds of nether mist to cushion their fall. Feng advanced, jumping on each harpy and delivering kicks while moving on to the next, leaving a trail of fire behind, until one of them roared intensely in front of him. The thunderous sound hit his ears hard, and he fell straight back to the ground, while Zhang Ping helped his friends. Our protagonist became furious and shouted, "Get over here," with his nether mist. But before he could finish the blow, Cece ran up to him, asking him to wait and launching ice structures forward. Zhang Ping stopped and turned to see what she wanted, and Cece explained, "These harpies are cunning. We walked straight into their ambush, and now everyone is injured. If we run again, I'm afraid that..." Yanlong appeared riding his giant snake and said, "Don't worry, Zhang Ping. I've sent some snakes to track the harpies of lament. The snakes say these birds are the kui that were mentioned to us before." Zhang Ping thought that made sense. After all, we as humans don't go around introducing ourselves as humans. It was natural for the creatures to have a mix-up in nomenclature. Our protagonist approached the body of a harpy that had been brought by Yanlong's viper and used his analysis ability. After being successful, he could read the creature's profile, which said, "Harpy of Lament, mutated male beast, level 29, rank, high. Abilities, funeral song of the mirage of fear. Releases a deadly sound that gradually dominates the minds of listeners. The time required to fully control a target varies depending on their strength. At high intensity, the song can cause direct mental damage to enemies. Just as our protagonist expected, they were creatures that utilized mental capabilities." He turned to the team and declared, "They definitely have mental powers. The contracted jewel protects me with powerful mental energy, which is why that attack just now had no effect on me. Some hatchlings can't move on their own. The parents have to bring food back to the nest to feed them. The villagers might still be alive, just taken back to the nest. But if we wait any longer..." Captain C2 projected himself from the bracelet again and said, "Zhang Ping, listen to me. The people here in the Judgment Field were created by ancient ruins to serve as part of the Judgment environment. Even their memories exist only for the judgment of the awakened. The safest and most logical option now is to wait until everyone is recovered and then move as a group." With a sad look on his face, Zhang Ping replied, "But they are real to me. They are innocent and helpless lives that deserve to be protected. If there's the slightest chance of saving them, I won't close my eyes no matter how uncertain the path ahead is. He looked ahead, seeing Manny helping Juju, who was still unconscious. Then with a determined and threatening look, he declared, "Don't worry, I'm confident that I can handle the Harpies of Lament, and if I encounter danger beyond my capabilities, I can summon Senior Ye and Senior Su to help me. We won't be stuck, I promise." Cici and Su Jingyao declared in unison, "Then I'll go too." Cici showed a sharp look and said, "I'm also an expert in mental energy. If I'm prepared, I shouldn't be affected." Su Jingyao raised his voice decisively and declared, "I can provide mental defense. Leave the support function to me." Riding on the lead Viper and accompanied by the two girls, Zhang Ping thanked the Great Snake for carrying them and showing the way. Sitting behind Cici, Su Jingyao asked, "Zhang Ping, do you think the team we left behind can really hold off those harpies if they come back?" Zhang Ping smiled and replied, "I cut the wings off half of those male harpies. They won't dare return to the village of Juyuan anytime soon. Besides them, the only other threats around here are snakes. But with Zhao Yanlong on watch, we have nothing to worry about." "Zhao Yanlong, I won't forget this favor, man. Thanks for dealing with those snakes." Our protagonist leaned down and gently touched the head of the Viper. Suddenly, Captain Situ projected from the bracelet, startling Su Jingyao, and said, "Something isn't right. This nest is arranged exactly as it was 100 years ago, but we're passing through it too easily." Zhang Ping asked if he thought the ruins were going easy on them, and the captain replied that no, they were actually trying to let their guard down. The Viper stopped and raised its head, hissing. Zhang Ping asked what was wrong and then followed the creature's gaze. That's when he spotted something ahead, a bloody tree, standing out in height from the others. The harpies perched on the branches looked around. Zhang Ping observed them while carrying his lantern to conceal their presence and used his analysis skill. The creature's profile was the same as the one he had read earlier. The only difference was that these were female at level 33. Zhang Ping realized he couldn't see any others besides those two and thought they might just be the guards of the nest. He turned to the two accompanying him and said, "Level 33 females. Same abilities as the males. Their weak point is the throat." Cici conjured a blue flame in her hand and said, "2 quick cuts should be enough." The harpies remained on the branch, looking around attentively. The lead Viper approached the tree from the ground and hissed. The creature's attention was caught, considering it a threat. But before they could attack the Viper, Cici and Zhang Ping leaped with their ice sword in hand and a nether mist flame, going straight for the two. They pierced the chests of both with a single strike each. A hole was opened in the trunk of the harpies, and they began to scream. Zhang Ping bound them with 2 chains of nether mist and dragged them along. Cici led the way with her ice sword in hand until the two landed with the 2 creatures under their control. On the ground, Su Jingyao approached, saying, "I checked the area, and these were the only 2 around. This must be the entrance." The 3 stopped in front of a hole the size of a person at the base of the tree trunk. Zhang Ping turned to the Viper and said, "You're a bit too big for this, wait for us outside." The Viper hissed as if in agreement, and the 3 entered the passage. Inside, there were small trees and moss, as if there were a new forest inside. Su Jingyao looked around in awe and commented on the massive space beneath that tree. Zhang Ping continued walking and replied, "We don't have time to waste. We need to split up. You 2 stay together, take care of each other. If you run into trouble, don't be reckless. Contact me immediately." Cici nodded, and thus they broke the classic horror movie survival rule, never split up. Zhang Ping walked, using his hand with a lit flame as a torch. The wind whispered around him, bringing news and making the atmosphere mysterious. He wondered if it was his whispers of the wind skill activating, but soon realized it wasn't. It wasn't even wind, it was a breath. Zhang Ping crawled through a passage where he could feel the breath coming from and move toward a light. The brightness illuminated his face intensely, forcing him to shield his eyes as he stood up. As soon as his eyes adjusted, he widened them in astonishment, seeing what lay before him, a series of cracked eggs with small winged humanoid beings. He quickly understood. Those were the offspring of the creatures. His attention turned to a particular egg when he realized that the breath he felt was coming from there. He approached and saw the little creature curled up in its small wings, sleeping peacefully. For a moment, he thought about how those faces resembled humans so much and hesitated. His gaze became distant, observing those little beings that he would have to kill and that reminded him so much of people. Suddenly, the voice of one of the girls came from his communication jade saying, "We found the villagers. They seem to be sleeping. Let's start getting them out of here." Zhang Ping looked around again, observing each cracked egg and thinking, "The villagers. They probably must be sacrifices for these hatchlings. No matter how human they seem, it's still just predator and prey." Our protagonist drew his nightmare scythe and then, in an explosion of nethermist flames, struck in front of him, shattering the eggs and slaying the creatures while thinking, "Every second you hatchlings live is another second innocent lives are lost." He then turned and responded to the jade, saying he was on his way, and he continued walking, leaving behind the remnants of cracked eggs, a small massacre of innocents. Suddenly, a terrifying sound came from inside the jade. A scream of horror echoed, catching his attention. On the other side, Cece was carrying a villager on her back, holding her sword and saying, "No wonder we found the villagers so easily. They were trying to lure us into a new trap all along." Above them, right in front of them, a group of harpies flew alongside a giant male harpy. Su Jingyao dropped the villager she was carrying and used her mental shield power on Cece, shouting, "Cece, hold on! We can't let them win!" And meanwhile, inside the bracelet, Captain Situ thought, "The field of judgment is much more sinister than it seems." Su Jingyao expanded her mental shield into a large sphere that enveloped the two of them and the villagers. The harpies began to scream, emitting a deafening and hypnotic sound, but it had no effect inside the shield. Inside, Su Jingyao thought, "This place is airtight. The sound waves keep ricocheting. My mental defense shield won't last much longer." Suddenly, the girl was surprised to notice that the sound had stopped. Her shield dropped and the creatures advanced. Su Jingyao shook Cece, pleading for her to wake up. The girl was in a deep hypnosis with empty glazed eyes staring into nothing. But all of a sudden, Su Jingyao's pleas were answered. Cece stood up and created a wall of ice in front of them, protecting them from the creatures. The giant harpy landed behind the wall and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Why did the damn song effect stop?" A voice emerged behind her, catching her attention and saying, "Hey, chickenhead, what are you looking at?" It was Zhang Ping, who jumped in, decapitating one of the females. The giant harpy, who seemed to be the male leader, shouted, "When did you get here?" Zhang Ping swung his scythe and finished off the creature. The bird's head flew through the air, gushing blood as he said, "Didn't your injured scout in the village tell you that? I never warn when I'm about to kill birds?" The leader harpy watched Zhang Ping walk toward her, leaving behind a trail of her dead females. She asked who Zhang Ping was, but there was no time for conversation. Our protagonist advanced with his scythe in hand toward her. The leader harpy dodged, and the nightmare scythe passed right by her. The creature knew this was her chance and couldn't let it slip away. The leader harpy opened her mouth and concentrated her power, forming an energy sphere in her throat, and shouted, "Become my puppet, human!" The creature unleashed a series of sonic waves. The noise was shrill and powerful, amplified several times compared to before. The rocks in the environment began to crack. Su Jingyao and Cece covered their ears, thinking, "Damn, this sonic attack is so intense." The evil creature paused and thought, "No one, not even a king-level being, can resist my sonic attack at this range." However, the next thing she felt was a gash opening in her chest. Her blood gushed out before she understood what was happening. Zhang Ping swung his scythe and shouted, "You call that weak noise a psychic attack?" The creature flapped her wings away, distancing herself from Zhang Ping, who was already attacking again, and screamed, "Impossible! My fear mirage should be working perfectly!" The creature's eyes widened as she realized what was approaching. Right in front of her, a giant hand of nethermist was coming toward her, as Zhang Ping said, "Time to close the curtain." The giant fist closed around the harpy, making her scream. Zhang Ping jumped with his scythe ready to attack and ordered, "Shut up!" The creature could only watch as the nightmare blade came toward her and sliced her in half. Zhang Ping landed on the ground, next to a pillar of nethermist flames, and saw that a notification appeared saying, "Successfully defeated the Harpy of Lament. Harpy boss test completed. Distributing test rewards. You leveled up to level 25. Zhang Ping watched his aura dissipate and commented, "So that's why I didn't level up after killing all those mutated beasts. I guess it only grants experience after completing the test." A small blue vortex appeared in front of Zhang Ping, expanding until it became gigantic and formed a portal. A few more stones from the environment fell, and finally, Cece and Su Jingyao felt safe enough to step out from behind the ice wall. Cece walked toward Zhang Ping, saying, "Wait a second, there are still villagers trapped in the nest. Manny and the others are back in the village of Juyuan too." The boy turned, confused, noticing that Captain Situ had projected himself outside, and the captain said, "Don't worry. This portal has no time limit. Besides, this kid, to completely block the sonic attack, literally commanded himself to go deaf. We need to make him undo that order first." Zhang Ping looked on, confused, not understanding or hearing anything that was happening. Su Jingyao simply said she understood, and they moved on. Back in Juyuan village, the villagers reunited with their families. An elder walked alongside Juju toward the team and said, "We are very grateful to all of you. Are you leaving already?" Jiang Ping scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "Yes, we have something more urgent to attend to." The elder then responded, "In that case, we won't delay you any longer." All the villagers bowed their heads, closed their eyes, and touched their chests while the elder in the same position spoke. "Before you depart, as the village chief, I humbly convey this oracle to you, brave warriors, with a heart full of reverence. Our meetings were not accidents, but rather silent turns of the wheel of destiny, and the enemies you seek to defeat with the power you gain are merely pieces on a larger board. Continue your journey, Jiang Ping." The team saw a new notification appear saying, "Hidden mission completed. Save the village of Juyuan, receiving bonus rewards." Jiang Ping's face darkened, and he questioned the village chief about how he knew his name, but before more explanations could be provided, Shou Zhong shouted, "Wow! This bonus reward made me level up twice." Chen Ming, on the other hand, complained, "I worked harder than you. Why did I only manage to level up twice as well?" Manny tried to calm things down, telling Chen Ming that they had hardly helped. Captain Situ projected himself again and said, "Usually, the experience from the trial is distributed based on the number of animals killed, but this time, to my surprise, everyone leveled up. This hidden mission reward is a pleasant surprise." Jiang Ping brought the bracelet closer to his lips and asked, "Captain, what do you think about what the village chief said?" Confused, Captain Situ replied, "Said? Wasn't he just saying goodbye? Wait." His expression turned to one of astonishment as he declared, "Did you hear a secret granted only to you? Legend has it that awakened beings of unlimited level possess the power to reshape the world, and the trials they endure allow them to glimpse the hidden truths of the world. I founded the Purification Squad to overthrow the tyranny of the Zhu family. But in truth, I was guided by a hidden truth that definitively changed the fate of Pearl City. As for the specifics of these hidden truths, remember not to share them lightly, as they shape the very destiny of the world. Let your choices be guided solely by your will. Let's move on to the next trial." Jiang Ping listened attentively and replied, "All right." On a sunny day, the waters of a swamp lake remained still, until above it, a portal opened and spat out the members of the Purification Squad, who fell freely toward the water, screaming. The group hit the lake, sending waves of water upward upon impact. Manny started to flail and shouted, "This water is drowning me! Chubby, throw me a life buoy!" Shou Zhong swam over to him, holding a buoy, and complained, "Who are you calling chubby? It's called strategic buoyancy reserves." Jiang Ping stabilized himself in the water and asked if everyone was okay. Cece replied that she was, and Su Jingyao, now with one of Shou Zhong's buoys, agreed, saying that so far everything was fine. However, not everyone felt the same. Chen Shuiji screamed that there was something beneath them, at the bottom of the water. Then, looking down, she encountered a series of small, cylindrical, sticky creatures. She immediately recognized them and yelled to everyone, "Leeches! You little idiots think you can suck my blood and get away with it?" The team was surrounded by the small creatures swimming toward them. Jinbo shouted, "These things are relentless. We need to get out of the water." Cece got angry at the approaching parasites and launched a wave of ice, shouting, "Trash like this should be frozen in an ice cave." The lake around them froze, trapping the leeches. Jiang Ping threw a green sphere where he had stored the boss viper and shouted, "Looks like this one's for you, big guy." The giant viper appeared over the lake, and Jiang Ping yelled for everyone to climb onto it. The viper began to navigate the waters of the lake as the group chatted. Su Jingyao commented, "This swamp is surprisingly huge." Shou Zhong, leaning over the viper and observing the water, replied, "We're not going to be stuck here until nightfall, are we?" Chen Ming, who was sitting at the back, reprimanded him, saying, "Can you at least try to be optimistic?" Cece, who was sitting behind Jiang Ping, asked, "Isn't this the snake from the last test area? How did you bring it here?" Jiang Ping replied, "Blood contracts are like Wi-Fi. You can transfer data packets between dimensions anytime, anywhere." Cece, who had never encountered such technology, asked him to please speak in English. Jiang Ping then explained again, "Well, when this big guy and Zhao Yanlong formed a blood contract, I wanted to see what would happen if, under the contract, Zhao Yanlong ordered the serpent to accept my jewel. And to my surprise, it worked. So I stored it in the contracted jewel storage pack and carried it through the portal. It doesn't seem to have any adverse effects so far." Yanlong was further ahead, hugging the viper's head with a wide smile on his face, saying, "Ah, I'm so happy. I thought I would never see you again." Yanhu, on the other hand, was hiding his face and taking deep breaths, saying that his brother was embarrassing him. As they continued navigating through the swamp waters, Captain Situ caught everyone's attention saying, "Something isn't right. Did anyone see the mission notification for this test?" Cece touched her chin thoughtfully and replied, "Now that you mention it, no, we didn't see it." Su Jingyao looked around and commented, "Maybe we were too distracted by the leeches to notice." Suddenly, the girl shouted that she felt a soul in the direction of 3 o'clock. Everyone turned their attention to the point she indicated and saw the shadow of a boat with someone emerging from the fog of the lake. They wondered if it was a person, and the answer came quickly. An elder was rowing in the boat while speaking. "Finally, brave warriors, you have finally arrived. Please follow me." Shojong saw the perfect opportunity to put his fantasies into practice and jumped onto his boat, shouting, "Is the princess in a castle or on an altar? This hero is ready to rescue her." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping warned the others that this could be a trap, so everyone should remain alert. Shojong shouted back, "Oh, whatever, let's just follow them." Chun Ming laughed and commented, "I think this chubby guy is our real test." The Viper followed the elder's boat across the lake until they reached their destination. The group arrived at a place called the Swamp Junko Village. The boat and the Viper stopped near a small staircase leading to the village, and the group climbed up. Zhang Ping commented, "Even the village is built on water. Maybe there really isn't any dry land in this test." The sky was already showing signs of dusk. The group walked side by side while Shojong proudly said, "Look, my brilliant judgment, double rations for me tonight, that's it." Chen Ming, walking beside him, replied, "Yes, you're brilliant. Too bad you talk so much." The group arrived at a house. Upon entering, they were greeted by an old man sitting on the floor with a smile on his face, saying, "Welcome, brave warriors. Please come in. Our Junko village has finally been graced with the light of hope." The group sat around the old man, who continued introducing himself. "I am Wei Zongbo, the elder of the village. Our humble village doesn't have much to offer in terms of hospitality. We apologize for the inconvenience. We hope you understand." Captain Situ leaned forward and asked, "Elder Wei, what is your relationship with Wei Sihong?" The elder replied, He was my great-grandfather." A talking bracelet. The mysteries of warriors are truly extraordinary. According to the teachings of our ancient villages, whenever we face difficulties, heroes emerge, bringing us hope. Brave warriors, I'm sure you are already familiar with this. So I'll get straight to the point. In the waters south of the village lives a giant black turtle known as the Moon Hunter Black Turtle. It has always been gentle and friendly, a creature revered as a guardian deity by all the villagers. However, recently it has inexplicably become aggressive, attacking many villagers. We are perplexed by its sudden aggression. That's why we implore you, brave warriors, to investigate the cause. Please, unravel this mystery and restore peace to the black turtle. But if it is beyond salvation, then at least we ask that you end its fury, so that more innocents are not harmed." Zhang Ping stood up and smiled, saying to the elder, "Don't worry, elder, we will do our best." Elder Wei took our protagonist's hand and began to thank him repeatedly. Then he stood up and declared, "Brave warriors, if you don't mind, please take some of this soup to fill your bellies. It's nothing special, but it will stave off hunger." The elder led them to a large pot in the middle of the room. They could see various sea creatures floating in the boiling soup. The elder withdrew, walking toward the door, and said, "It's getting late, so please rest well." Zhang Ping used his analysis skill on the soup and obtained the following result. Questionable dish. Emits a suspicious aroma. Edible, but you'd prefer not to be seen eating it. Chen Ming mocked, saying, "Enjoy your double rations, chubby." But Shojong shrank back and shouted, "I'd rather die of hunger than touch that abomination." Zhang Ping, on the other hand, calmed him down, saying, "Don't worry, the soup is safe. The villagers don't seem hostile." Su Jingyao approached Zhang Ping and asked Cece if she was sure it was safe. Cece replied that she hadn't sensed any hostility since they arrived, so it should be fine. Captain Situ leaned forward again and said, "A century ago I made my judgment here. At that time, the elder of the village was Wei Shang. I helped them find a rare egg to raise the turtle, which was no bigger than a sink back then." Su Jingyao adopted a serious look and commented, "That's strange. A person's soul fluctuates according to their emotions. It was the same with Juju in the Last Judgment. But the souls of the Junko villagers are like a frozen lake, alive, but..." Zhang Ping interrupted her and asked if she meant their souls were like the zombies from the ancestral holy village. Even Shojong leaned in and said to him, "Dude, listen to what you're saying." Su Jingyao hesitated a bit, embarrassed, and then replied, "Sorry, I don't know how to explain it well." Zhang Ping then raised his voice again and said, "Since no one has seen the mission detail window, it's a waste of time just looking around. Based on our previous experience, the villager's request is probably linked to the mission. Let's rest a bit. We'll leave tomorrow." Everyone agreed, and thus proceeded. Meanwhile, outside, amidst a dark fog, several villagers were watching the house where the group was. Elder Wei turned to the old woman from the boat and, with a sad look, said, "I hope these sacrifices are fresh enough." The group returned to the swamp and continued crossing the water aboard Yanlong's aquatic serpent. After some time traveling, Zhang complained, "It feels like we've been searching for ages. My butt is going numb. This swamp looks almost the same everywhere we go." Cece quickly corrected him, saying there was indeed a difference. She could feel that the water in this area was much deeper than at any previous point. She looked down at the water below them for a while, then shouted, alerting everyone that there was something there. Suddenly, a monstrous shape emerged, splashing water everywhere, overturning the serpent and knocking everyone off. Ming quickly climbed onto one of his swords and remarked, "Good thing I came prepared this time." Jiang Ping, in turn, activated his nether mist wings to stay above the water while asking how the others were doing. The group replied they were all fine. Cece had created an ice block for everyone to stand on and was already preparing to make more so they could move around. A new disturbance appeared in the water, and Jiang Ping shouted, calling for the serpent as he realized it was being attacked by the monstrous creature that had appeared. He wondered what it was, if it was another snake, and activated his analysis. But before he could complete it, the creature disappeared into the water, taking the aquatic serpent he had tamed with it. He then observed the area below him, saying, "Disappeared. No, I can still feel it. Our big guy is still nearby. At this distance, I should be able to give him commands. Big guy, I order you to return to the contract stone storage immediately." He extended his green jewel, waiting for a response from the aquatic serpent, but the water remained still, only with slight ripples from mosquitoes. Jiang Ping looked worriedly at the water, thinking, no response? Normally, when a contract beast returns to the contract stone storage, it transforms into a beam of light. Unmistakable. Could it be? The power of the jewel flowed beneath the water, surprising Jiang Ping, and a wave rose from an underwater explosion. Ming commented that this was the creature's true form, and Jiang Ping replied that it seemed they had found what they were looking for, the moon hunting turtle, a huge creature shaped like a turtle, with a shell full of spikes and a tail with a snake's head. The group advanced toward the creature's tail. Jiang Ping trapped the turtle's head with his nethermist chains, and the group continued striking. Jiang Ping held the chains, restraining its legs, and taunted it, saying, "Let's see where you run to now." Then he activated his analysis, obtaining the following data. Mutant beast, moon hunting turtle. Species, two-headed mutant turtle. Potential 12 stars, level 35. Class apex level. Abilities moon pursuit, snake half. The snake half can absorb moonlight and convert it into moon energy, storing it in its shell. This greatly increases its defense, strength, and speed, and grants ice properties to its attacks. Turtle octagon, king level. The turtle half can consume the stored moon energy to manipulate space itself. Jiang Ping held it with all his strength, thinking, a king level ability? And on top of that, a spatial ability, until he noticed something dangerous and shouted for Jin Bo to move away. But before he or his companions could react, the creature coiled around them and sank into the water. It headed downward faster and faster, creating a whirlpool on the surface, and Jiang Ping cursed as he realized they were being pulled under. Su Qingbo spoke up, saying that the environment worked in his favor, and asked Jiang Ping to let him handle the situation. Jiang Ping pulled the blue gem that protected him, and replied that he would leave it to him. The three who had been submerged with the creature continued being pulled down until a mass of water appeared, enveloping the creature and freeing them. Then, Su Qingbo released the reverse flow and pushed the creature back up, along with the three who surfaced, flying, while the creature was pushed by a water tornado. The mass of water formed by Su Qingbo's transformation kept spinning until he appeared shouting to Cece, "Miss Liu, keep creating those ice platforms. I'll handle things down here." Su Jingyao shouted upon seeing his grandfather, and quickly responding to the command, Cece created a block of water beneath the three. The creature's tail turned toward the group and shouted, "Greedy invaders. Not only did you torment the villagers and take the village, now you come to take my life as well?" Jiang Ping replied, "Invaders? So there are others here?" While wondering what the village elder was hiding. He then took flight with his nethermist wings and slowly approached the creature, saying, "Don't misunderstand us. We don't intend to be your enemy." The creature shouted back, "I won't let you get what you want." Yanlong saw the creature moving toward Jiang Ping and shouted, "Wait, I swear on my life, we can just talk about this?" Blood began dripping from his arm as he tried to use his beast connection ability. His brother was shocked, and the huge creature watched silently, until a shadow cast over everyone, and the turtle responded, "Keep your life. That thing in the sky is the real problem. If you can defeat it, I'll consider talking." Then it dove, disappearing into the water. Jiang Ping raised his gaze and used his analysis ability, saying, "You must be kidding me. What's wrong with the mutant beasts in this place?" Above them, there was a huge black bird soaring through the sky while Jiang Ping read its details. Mutant beast, frost frigate, species, mutant frigate, potential, 1 star, classification, apex level, level 39, abilities, icy hurricane. Using this ability, the mutant beast can store cold air in its throat pouch and summon icy hurricanes with its wings. After finishing reading, still flying over the waters, our protagonist shouted, "Are all the levels around here this insane?" The creature in the sky inflated its throat, creating cold air around it, then lowered itself and unleashed an icy breath toward our heroes. Jiang Ping created a nether mist shield to protect himself and shouted for everyone to maintain formation and not be intimidated. Ming and Zhong also created shields and protected themselves from the blizzard that struck them. Su Qingbo was hit, still in his water form, and froze. Cece created a shield with her ice abilities to protect the girls with her, and Chen Shuiji shouted, "Is this bird's breath worse than a northern blizzard?" Cece held the ice wall in front of them and replied, "It froze the whole damn swamp at once. This creature's control over ice is way beyond mine." Master Feng stood upright, arms crossed, and taunted, "Playing with ice in broad daylight? Let me show you what sunlight can do." He activated his Crimson Emperor ability. His body burst into flames, and he shouted at the creature, "Ready to be roasted?" Then he passed through the icy breath, clearing a path with a tunnel of fire, and shouted, "Big mouth, so what? Shut up!" finishing by burying a fiery punch in the creature's throat. The bird was thrown far away, and tree trunks extended toward it. The trunks wrapped around the bird, strangling it, and Chang Chun shouted, "Don't hog all the glory, young one, come here!" He then used the trunks to slam the creature against the frozen water with full force, and Su Qingbo approached in water form, shouting, "The frozen water is perfect, now stay still. An icy punching bag? Not bad." He landed a series of blows on the creature, aiming especially at its swollen throat. Chang Chun was impressed and commented that he thought Su Qingbo was still frozen. Su Qingbo kept delivering punches and replied, "My ability allows me to merge with any inorganic matter. Whether water or ice, I can move without problems." Suddenly, the winged creature broke free and took flight. Feng, Bai, and Jin Bo, the trio of muscle-bound fighters from the Purification Squad, appeared walking toward the creature, while Jin Bo, with his activated fiery aura, said, "Divine Sunbird, Morning Owls. Looks like I'm going to have a full bird feast today. Hey, veterans, want to bet on who rips off this grown chicken's wings first?" Bai replied, "Loser does 100,000 push-ups." And the three advanced toward the creature. Feng activated his adamantium body, covering himself with a mist that struck and trapped the creature. The other two rushed it and struck toward its wings, throwing it to the ground. Jinbo prepared another Kamehameha-style attack and launched a golden energy ball at the bird, which exploded in the water. Su Jingyao turned to Jiang Ping and asked, "Are they always this intense?" Our protagonist scratched his head shyly and replied, "They've probably been holding back. After all, they've only been facing king-level enemies and psychic attacks lately." The creature lay defeated on the ground, and Feng commented, "This won't do. I haven't even warmed up yet." Jinbo responded, hands on his hips, "I think there really is a huge difference between common mutant beasts and those at king level." Bai stood beside them with crossed arms. The creature remained motionless on the ground until tremors spread across the frozen lake and the turtle emerged beside it, shouting, "Don't you smell the scent spreading across the area?" Shoujong fell to the ground, terrified, and shouted, "Damn, when did you get up here?" Cece was intrigued by the mention of the scent and quickly ran to the creature. She then cut it with her sword, releasing several purple spheres that had been accumulating inside the bird, and shouted, "Spirit control pills again, just as I suspected." Zhang Ping approached the giant turtle and held out one of the pills, saying, "The smell comes from this thing. Turtle, those intruders you mentioned, were they from the Jew family?" The turtle looked on and replied, "I know nothing about a Jew family, but you clearly are not with them. We, moon summoners, must transform into these beings during our elemental stage to adapt to the cold energy of the moonlight. For the sake of future generations, the village sends a team to help collect the eggs from time to time. But a few days ago, a group came to the village. They used those strange pills to control the cold hawk and managed to steal the eggs. I thought that was the end. But then they started massacring the villagers indiscriminately with the help of the hawks. As the village guardian, I immediately joined the fight. However, I was powerless against them. They inflicted serious wounds on me. They even tried to control me with those pills. So I had no choice but to escape, taking advantage of the moonlight energy." Jiang Ping looked more closely at one of the pills, thinking, "I can't believe all this happened. Why didn't those villagers tell us anything then?" He then turned to Cece and extended the small sphere, shouting, "Cece, freeze this pill. I'm going back to the village to get some answers." The turtle lowered its sad gaze and said, "I failed to protect the village as its guardian and broke my promise to that lord." Situ heard the creature's words and recognized it, saying, It wasn't your fault, old friend. Now we have a common enemy. You are no longer alone in this fight. The creature's eyes widened, impressed, and it bowed toward Jiang Ping, saying, "That voice? Lord Situ, is that really you?" Situ responded from inside the bracelet, "It is me, although I can't appear in human form at the moment." The turtle then spoke, "I never thought I'd see you again, Lord Situ. In that case, everyone climb up. I'll take you back to the village." And it turned, making space for the group to climb onto its shell. The turtle kept its promise and took them straight back to the village. There, everyone got off and looked around, but found nothing. Jiang Ping asked where everyone was, and Shoujiang commented, "They can't all be taking a nap at noon at this hour, can they?" Cece replied, "No, since there was no sign of life anywhere nearby." Manny looked around and asked, "Where could an entire village have disappeared to? Don't tell me those people we saw earlier were ghosts?" Shoujiang trembled at the suggestion of ghosts, and Su Jingyao walked close to them, saying, "They were giving us directions this morning. Even if everyone had left and gone away, there would be some trace, right?" The turtle asked if they were sure they had seen the villagers, and Jinbo replied, "Yes, they were super friendly. Except for the soup we couldn't force ourselves to try." The turtle then said, "But I clearly saw those invaders massacring the villagers that day. How could there be survivors after that?" Suddenly, Su Jingyao noticed movement nearby, something like floating energy near one of the houses. She ran off without explanation, and Jiang Ping soon shouted after her, asking where she was going. Su Jingyao stopped in shock when she saw what was inside. 3 straw dolls gathered around a blue energy fire burning and flowing from them. Jiang Ping ran up to her, smiling, saying, "The fire is still burning. The villagers must have left recently." Su Jingyao picked up one of the dolls in her arms and touched it, saying, "No, they didn't leave. They were never here. The turtle is right. These villagers have been dead for a long time. Soul-binding puppet art. They infused these straw dolls with energy, making them appear like living people. No wonder the villagers' souls seemed so strangely calm. They knew a simple illusion wouldn't fool me. It seems our enemies know us very well." She then turned, looking seriously at Jiang Ping. The group split up, each saying they would check a different place to cover more ground. Shoujiang, carrying a pot of soup, asked, "If the Zhu family planned this for the whole village, then why didn't they just poison the soup?" Manny answered, "Do you think they're all as simple-minded as you? The Zhu family must be well aware of what Jiang Ping is capable of. If they had used poison, he would have noticed immediately." Situ spoke from inside the bracelet, saying, "They sent us to the Black Turtle's territory for a reason. They probably wanted to weaken us as much as possible, but once their plan failed, they hid." Jiang Ping was intrigued and replied, "But how do they know so much about Su Jingyao's abilities? Ma Bin, the only one who knew about her, is already dead. Could this just be a coincidence?" Suddenly, Jinbo appeared shouting, "Found something, come here!" The group followed him and found a small lake with a vortex flame burning in the center. Jiang Ping asked if that was the portal to the next challenge, and Ming replied, "So we didn't get a mission completed notification because it was already completed. But where are our enemies now?" The turtle called for Situ for explanations, and he replied, "If you clear the test fields in the wrong order, everyone is forcibly teleported out. Since we're all still here, it means they followed the correct order and moved to the next area. This suggests they are probably lurking in the Flaming Scorpion Desert." Jiang Ping then announced they would leave and asked the turtle what its plans were. The turtle looked at the small shells floating in the water and replied, "I have nothing left to protect. I don't even know what comes next for me, but I'm sure that one day new life will bloom here again, and these baby turtles will become the next generation of guardians." The baby turtle smiled at him, playing in the water, while Jiang Ping said, "The past cannot be changed, and that is a truth we all recognize. So how do we face the future together against a common enemy? Black Turtle, we need your strength." The turtle turned to him and replied, "Heir of Situ, you're more interesting than that library rat. Maybe forging a new oath with you is what fate has planned all along." "Very well." Our protagonist threw a contract gem to the creature, which swallowed it gladly, forming a successful contract and saying, "Black Moon Hunter Turtle at your command." The group crossed the portal that formed above the arid desert. Jiang Ping landed on the ground without falling and smiled, thinking, "I think I'm starting to get used to falling from the sky." He looked around and realized no one else was there, despite the portal being open, and asked, "Where is everyone else? Didn't we all enter together? Captain, what's going on?" He waited for a response from Situ in the bracelet, but nothing happened. He called again and again for the captain, and silence remained, until footsteps were heard on the sand, and a group in black cloaks approached, saying, "As expected from an unlimited-level awakener, we never imagined you would take down 2 apex-level mutant beasts so quickly, but it doesn't matter. Our barrier is already in place. Welcome to the nullification barrier. Today is your last day alive." The group leader smiled and then shouted, "Shall we start with some apex-level awakeners?" 2 fighters advanced with glowing red eyes. Zhang Ping stretched out his hand to use nether mist but couldn't. The two landed 2 punches on our protagonist, who was hit and thrown far by the sand. Zhang Ping sat up, observing the failure to summon nether mist, and said, "A curse caster, apex-level awakeners, and a barrier formation. The Zhu family really used all their resources, huh?" The hooded men approached with intimidating looks and said, "Zhang Ping, the supposedly unmatched skills you pride yourself on aren't working anymore, are they? Don't worry, we'll end your suffering soon." The two began striking while Zhang Ping dodged effortlessly, taunting, "Is that all you've got? Even Wang Zemin hits harder than that?" He noticed the second opponent appearing, advancing ready to punch. Zhang Ping turned and grabbed the opponent, jumping while holding his fist tightly, preventing him from breaking free. He spun the opponent through the air, pulled out his dagger, and then plunged it into the sand, driving the blade deep into his chest. The explosion caused by the impact created a wave of sand, but to his surprise, the man smiled at him, making him realize something was wrong. He then jumped back to keep his distance and watched the man get up, thinking, "I'm sure I pierced his heart, but he's acting like nothing happened. There's not even a trace of blood on my blade. Could they be the same as those puppets from the village?" The two took their fighting stances, a woman in a gray uniform holding a spear, and the man wielding a giant sword with which he had just struck. While our protagonist fought the two, the hooded group conversed. "Hey, Fubo, want to bet how long he'll last?" "A bet? Then I want that pretty scorpion you've been raising." Zhang Ping dodged a strike from the woman and decided to change tactics. He advanced toward the group with one thought in mind. Eliminating the leader would eliminate the threat. 3 fighters advanced to protect the leader, and Zhang Ping used his physical combat skill to evade. Beast King Fist technique, rabbit escape. He leapt, passing skillfully through them all, and reached the leader with his dagger pointed at him. He stabbed the blade into him, but the hooded man quickly dodged to the side, receiving only a scratch. Nether mist energy pulsed around the blade as the swordsman jumped toward him, and Zhang Ping dodged the next attack, thinking, "The moment I attacked, the nether mist returned. It seems the core of the nullification barrier is in those two." The leader called Zhang Ping a smart brat, and the man beside him shouted, "Quick, finish him off!" The group charged at our protagonist as he fled, knowing he needed to find a gap. The woman raised her spear and prepared to throw it. Then she hurled the weapon straight at Zhang Ping, who felt the blade approaching his body and jumped over it. The spear defied the laws of physics, curving in the air, bending and returning toward Zhang Ping, who noticed the curved trajectory while it was still midair. Unable to react, he felt the spear pierce the side of his belly and fell to the ground, wounded, while the hooded men quickly closed in on him. They pointed their swords, pinning him to the ground as the leader approached, saying, "They say you're a prodigy with unlimited abilities? Ha! You're nothing but dirt on my shoes." Zhang Ping raised his eyes slightly and shouted, How did you isolate me in this space? Where are my companions?" The leader took the sword from one of his subordinates and replied, "It doesn't matter. You're about to die anyway. Take your questions to hell." Zhang Ping smiled through the blood and responded, "Hell? How about I pave the way for you right now?" A tremor began running through the desert floor. The leader asked what he had done, and Zhang Ping sank into the sand using the order. "Storage pact. Release spirit control pills." He then transformed into a sand tornado and declared, "You didn't bet on how long I'd last with a scorpion?" The group was shocked and began shouting, "What's happening? I can't see him!" Suddenly, a flaming scorpion appeared before them, and Zhang Ping taunted, "That bet. I'll pay you double." The group found themselves surrounded by a wave of brown scorpions, and the leader soon shouted, "Damn! He entered one of those scorpions." The woman stuck her spear into one, but the leader looked around, seeing the scorpion population increasing, and shouted, "Damn! There are too many! Where exactly is he hiding? All level 30 puppets, I order you, find Zhang Ping, even if you have to dig 3 feet underground," and charged forward with his sword against the small creatures. At some distance, in an isolated spot of the desert, a scorpion emerged from the sands carrying Zhang Ping's body in the form of blood, while he thought, "Safe, for now." There it is again. Why am I seeing this? He saw the group fighting the scorpions in his mind and thought, could my pure blood body be giving me access to the collective consciousness of the species? If so, I should be able to use this to locate my squad. Where? Where are they? The scorpion's consciousness expanded to all similar creatures, searching for its friends until it found them. They were to the northwest. He continued moving as fast as he could, still inside the scorpion's body, and half an hour later exited the barrier area. C2 quickly projected himself out and asked who had done that. Chang Chun also appeared, asking, "Little buddy, we've been stuck in the storage pact for 30 minutes. What happened?" He projected himself out of the animal and replied, "I was ambushed. They sealed my powers." As Zhang Ping's projection finished forming, the pure blood body was deactivated. The wound on his body began worsening and he coughed up blood, saying, "Now, we need to gather everyone," and collapsed on the ground while Situ shouted for him to hold on. Our protagonist was surrounded by clouds of nether mist, while the captain kept shouting his name hoping he would respond. The spirit control pills took effect on the scorpions, and the creatures began guiding the enemy group through the desert toward Zhengping. Finally, they stopped advancing, and the leader commented, "He was last seen here, so his presence disappeared completely. Unlimited class, huh? More like a runaway rabbit." The man beside him approached and said, "Hey, Bai, maybe we should go back to that old man." Leader Bai turned irritably and shouted, "Go back! Why? We don't even know where to find him. This is our only chance. Stay here and keep watch. I'll send the flaming scorpions to search the area again. Alive or dead, we'll bring him back." Meanwhile, in Manny's secret chamber, Zhang Ping lay unconscious on the ground while Cece conducted an analysis. His lung was pierced by the ribs, causing 3 fatal wounds. Good thing he came back to us. According to the captain, the enemy completely shut down Zhang Ping's powers. Since when does the Zhu family have this kind of ability? Situ was projecting outside when he said, "We'll have the full story when he wakes up." Manny noticed movement and commented that it seemed someone was outside. Feng replied that since they had come knocking on their door, they should answer. And Jinbo asked Manny to let them out to teach whoever it was a lesson. Ming quickly spoke up, saying, "Hold on, we don't know how strong they are." Suddenly, Zhang Ping began to groan as if regaining consciousness, and Su Jingyao announced he was waking up. Our protagonist opened his eyes, saying, Where am I? Weren't we in the test field?" Manny replied, "After arriving at the flaming scorpion desert, we realized you were missing. We tried to contact you several times but got no response. We assumed you might be in danger. The desert is brutal. To conserve energy, I activated the secret chamber." Zhang Ping suddenly stood up, remembering the enemies, and Su Jingyao scolded him, ordering him to stay calm. She then helped him up as he said, "They were remnants of the investigation team and some Jew assassins. They must have tracked us and infiltrated the test field. 2 of them are particularly dangerous, strong, insensitive to pain, and don't bleed. The secret behind sealing my powers lies with their 2 leaders. When I attacked them, I briefly regained my abilities. To test more, I used spirit control pills to attract the scorpions and create chaos. When the sandstorm blocked their vision, my powers returned. That's how I escaped, by clinging to a flaming scorpion. So my guess is that as long as they can't see the target, their ability doesn't work." After receiving this information, Situ said, "If the Jew family had this kind of power before, they would have used it against me. That means they must have acquired it recently. Sacred Ancestor Village? Celestial Foxes? None of that seems right." Zhang Ping touched his chin thoughtfully and said, "And they managed to isolate me completely. Logically, the Jew family can't alter the structure of the test field." Then he started thinking, the village chief might have been right about a mentor pulling the strings. The enemies you seek to defeat with the power gained here are just pieces on a bigger board, but now we don't have enough clues. Our most urgent problem is dealing with the Jew family. Then he turned to the group and said, "Even if we don't know where this new trick of theirs came from, at least we have an idea of who they are and what they're capable of. The fact that the Jew family is there means their ability can't disable the secret chamber. Exactly as I thought. They can't see Manny, so they can't close his secret chamber. That means we can retreat to the secret chamber and recover whenever we need. We can use this to our advantage and defeat them one by one." The next day, the Jew family assassin group was gathered outside when Jinbo came out, accompanied by Feng, who said, "I heard you have some commander-level awakeners among you. Now come and prove it. Show this old man what you're made of." The 2 activated their abilities, ready for combat, and Leader Bai questioned, "Where did you come from? You're asking for it," and ordered the 2 apex-level awakeners to advance. Suddenly a voice caught the attention of the 2, shouting, "Hey, were you looking for me?" It was Zhang Ping approaching, his nether mist flames burning brightly. He clenched his fist and felt the flames extinguish, thinking, "They're tampering with my powers," just as expected. But at least Jinbo and Master Feng are in their blind spot, so their powers aren't affected. He saw the 2 fighting ahead, and soon Leader Bai shouted, asking what his subordinates were waiting for and ordering them to attack. Zhang Ping smiled at them and said, "Looks like you're pretty interested in my powers, huh? But you shouldn't judge a book by its cover." Instructor Bai appeared behind 2 of the fighters and threw them to the ground, shouting, "Manny, activate the secret chamber!" Manny quickly obeyed, and Bai deactivated the Lion King form, falling in free fall with the 2 toward the chamber. As soon as they hit the ground, they shouted, "You bastard! You really think you can hold us off alone?" However, more people soon appeared behind them, saying, "Don't underestimate us. You're getting way too confident, aren't you, pests?" The speaker was Su Qingbo, accompanied by Ming, Su Jingyao, and Yan Hu. The duo recognized Captain Su Qingbo and hesitated. They thought he was dead and tried to explain that Ma Bin had forced them into this. Su Qingbo looked at them angrily and declared, "Spare me. I couldn't finish him myself, so today I'll take it out on you." Su Jingyao hid behind Sisi, saying, "I've never seen Grandpa this angry," while Su Qingbo and Yanhu landed a series of punches, making the two scream in pain and complain about their hands being broken. Sisi turned to Su Jingyao and smiled, saying, "Senior Su and the others are handling this. I'll go out to support Zhang Ping." Su Jingyao replied, "Me too. I'm tired of watching those two." Outside, Zhang Ping celebrated being able to use his powers and brought out his golden contract gem. He fused the gem with the Reaper's scythe and enhanced it. It was the perfect time to test it. He bathed it with the Fire Devourer and activated his nether mist body. His weapon now allowed repeated enchantments and long-range enchanted attacks. He swung his scythe forward, and a cut was launched toward the two nearby. The cut extended, throwing the rest of the group further away and pushing them back. One of those still standing noticed Sisi and Ming approaching and shouted a warning about reinforcements arriving. Sisi was quicker and buried her ice sword in his belly. Zhang Ping noticed Su Jingyao's presence and asked what she was doing out there, to which the girl replied, "Manny trapped those suppression ability guys in the secret chamber. Let's focus on clearing these henchmen outside." Zhang Ping then declared, "All right, only these two stronger ones remain. Mr. Ye, this XP boost is all yours." And he summoned Chang Chun using the contract gem. Chang Chun laughed and came out. Meanwhile, Jin Bo was jumping, dodging his opponent's sword attack, and landing on his back with his fist burning. There, he found an opening and, with his eyes blazing fire, advanced, striking with golden blood. The opponent flew through the air but quickly recovered. He was puzzled and wondered why the attack hadn't worked. The opponent then landed, burying his sword in the ground and forcing Jin Bo to dodge, leaping to the side. Jin Bo went to Feng and said those two were immortal, to which Feng replied, "Even zombies have weak points, but these two are even harder to defeat." Suddenly, vines sprouted from the ground, trapping the two, while Chang Chun shouted, asking Jin Bo and Feng to hold them. They advanced, forcing the two to the ground, and Chang Chun wrapped his vines around their bodies, saying, "Alive or dead, everything works with energy, and all energy has its limits." The two began screaming, trembling as their bodies grew weaker and drained. Jin Bo realized the plan. Chang Chun was completely exhausting them by draining their energy, until the two stopped struggling and two red coins appeared on their foreheads. The coins cracked and fell to the ground, exhaling energy, while Jin Bo said, "Joker coins. Are those things the source of their power?" Inside the secret chamber, the two leaders of the assassin group had swollen faces, tied up, begging them to stop beating them because they would tell everything they wanted. Su Qingbo looked at two yin and yang-shaped amulets in his hand and asked, "So you use this to suppress other people's powers?" While thinking, the dagger Ma Bin used to kill Ma had the same effect. It seems these devices come from the same source. The two replied, Yes, but we need both concentrated to activate it. We also can't use other abilities while it's active." Su Jingyao said she had probed their souls and that they were telling the truth. Su Qingbo leaned close to them with an intimidating look and asked, "In other words, this was specifically designed to face Zhang Ping?" They confirmed, fear exuding from their voices, and Su Qingbo stood up again, his shadow looming over them, their faces terrified as Su Qingbo spoke in an intimidating tone. "It's time to settle the score then. Tell me, who put you and the Zhu family into this? With Yao Yao monitoring, if anyone lies, I'll break all 10 of their fingers. So whose fingers will be first?" They then began to tell their story. About 15 years ago, Zhu Yanbing had them transport loads to the testing grounds non-stop. Beasts were loaded inside wooden crates, and the leader Bai guided everyone, complaining, "Can you stop already? 3 sleepless nights just to serve you beasts?" Fu Bo, his friend with the scar on his face, asked, "Qingbai, are you sure we're going to ally with the Zhu family?" Qingbai replied, "Fu Bo, you're always so indecisive. In this world, you're either a player or a pawn on the board, and people like us can't even reach the board, much less play the game." Fu Bo tried to protest, but Qingbai interrupted him, asking, "Huh, isn't that our contact?" The masked man approached the two, and Qingbai said the code phrase, "Hey, when does the caravan leave?" He simply answered, "Leave the goods and get lost." Qingbai got angry and started shouting, "What? Our team risked their necks transporting this cargo, and you act like we're delivering pizza. You think one sentence will send us away? I'm talking to you." He reached out to grab the masked man by the shoulder, but an explosion threw him far away while the man said, "Do ants deserve to touch a god?" Qingbai fell to the ground beside his friend, who helped him up with difficulty as the masked man said, "I'll say it one last time, get lost." And the two could see a terrifying aura projected from the man's body. In the present, Zhang Ping returned to meet the group, and Su Qingbo greeted him, saying, "You're back. Did you take care of those pests outside?" Our protagonist confirmed and asked if they had learned anything useful. Su Qingbo explained the whole situation to the team, and Jiang Ping stopped in front of the two prisoners, saying, "I see, but why would the Zhu family want heart-devouring ghost foxes?" While thinking, and who is that mysterious man they mentioned? He uses dark magic too. Jiang Ping stood beside them with a terrifying nethermist face, and the two started sweating in fear, saying, We were just following orders. We swear, we don't know anything." Captain C2 stepped forward, surprising the two, and said, "These two seem to be telling the truth. Low-level pawns like them probably don't know anything substantial. Still, the cognitive distortion ability of the heart-devouring ghost foxes is almost identical to that of celestial foxes." Qingbai recognized him and shouted, Is that the holographic specter of Situ Shibai?" The captain questioned them about where the one who took the beasts they carried, the heart-devouring ghost foxes, was. Qingbai answered, "We don't know. He made us follow you during the first two tests, then simply disappeared. But his power and equipment were far beyond anything we've ever seen. It didn't seem to belong to any known faction. A monster who can enter and leave the test areas like that guy is probably from another unlimited class. That's all we know. After all we've done to you, you have no reason to keep us alive, so do what you have to do." Fu Bo, meanwhile, averted his gaze, fearful and sad, then prostrated himself, shouting, Please give us a chance to live." Qingbai tried to protest against his friend, but he quickly replied, "Qingbai, you taught me this. Know which way the wind blows. Small people like us can't change the world. Better to live on our knees than die standing." Somehow, that was enough to unite them. The two said their names and leaned on each other, crying like children. Jiang Ping watched them, thinking, "This makes me feel a little bad. These two may have low status, but they are veteran members of the investigation team. They should know everything about the team and the situation outside the city. Besides, we might need them to identify that mysterious man later. They're still useful." Our protagonist then activated his contract gems. His crimson eyes shone intensely, with green lightning crackling around him, and he began to speak. "I can give you a chance, but from now on, you must follow my orders. This contract is only valid if you swallow the stone voluntarily. If you want to live, you better prove your worth." He leaned forward, intimidatingly offering the gem to the two, and Fu Bo commented, "This is even worse than the poisonous oath of the Zhu family." Qingbai quickly asked, "You're saying if we swallow this, we'll be your slaves forever?" He then clenched his teeth, hesitated, and said, "If it means we'll live, so be it," and opened his mouth, receiving the gem and swallowing it. Heading to the fourth testing field, the Snow Wolf Pack field, snow covered the place as the group walked through the blizzard. Shojong was trembling, almost freezing, saying, "So cold, this damn weather. Did your investigation team pull some trick here or something?" Inside the contract gem storage, Qingbai heard and shouted, "Are you picking a fight, you fatso? Besides the first two test zones, we haven't been anywhere else." Shojong got annoyed at the comment about his weight, but soon everyone's attention turned to a notification that read, "Test mission. A large group of mutant beasts will attack White Iron City in 18 hours. Defend the city and protect the citizens." Jiang Ping kept walking, leading the group, saying, "Another test mission just appeared. Looks like that mysterious man gave up messing with us." Until they stopped and saw an iron fortress in the middle of the blizzard and asked, "Is that White Iron City up ahead?" Approaching, they found White Iron City, guarded by a man who guided them on the path. They crossed deserted streets, covered in snow from the blizzard. Su Jingyao commented, "Wow, I haven't seen buildings like this in centuries." And Shojong replied, "Now this is a decent construction. Why couldn't the previous villages take some notes?" The guide stopped in front of a building and said, "One night's stay costs 10,000 pearl coins. Heating is extra." Shojong immediately complained, "How are the prices here worse than the Pearl City black market? We're the heroes who came here to save you from the beasts. Cut us a deal, man." The guide turned, rolling his eyes, and said, Great. More self-proclaimed saviors. Take it or leave it." Shojong shrank and complained, "I guess people here aren't very welcoming," and the group remained amid the snow. The expedition group ended up accepting the charged price and soon entered the White Iron Tavern, where they could enjoy a warm meal. Shojong delighted in some buns. He no longer cared about the high price they had paid. "It's great to spend money. If I'm gonna live, I want to live with a full belly." Manny was quite happy since the Pearl City currency was valid there. Now nothing could hold them back. The old man shared a memory from the past. "There was a small clan here on my last visit during my trial. I never expected this place to prosper so much." While the group ate, a drunken man approached with a bottle in his mouth. "Hey, are you guys from outside the city?" The protagonist politely answered, stating they were there because of the appearance of the beasts. Thinking about the young man's words, the man imagined he was talking about the wolves of destruction. Legends say that whenever the wolves attack, some heroes from outside the city show up to save the day. Leaning on Jiang Ping's shoulder, the man smiled, recalling that these legends were extremely old. Since the group came from outside, the man believed they had already seen the great beasts that had been prepared. Those beauties could shoot 5 giant arrows at once. No matter how many wolves show up, there's nothing they can do against them, so just sit back and enjoy the city's good drink. Jiang Ping, hearing the man's words, wondered if it would be that simple. Amid his doubt, he noticed Su Jingyao looking at something through the window. He approached his friend who was observing the blizzard and asked what was troubling her. Noticing Jiang Ping's approach, Jingyao revealed her thoughts. It's nothing much. It's just been a while since I was last in Pearl City. I keep wondering how things are there nowadays. Pearl City, which in many areas was still destroyed, was undergoing intense renovation. Everywhere, construction workers were cutting wood, hammering stakes, and maintaining houses. Among them, the vice mayor shouted to hurry them up. If this isn't fixed in 3 days, I'll nail you to the walls. The builders couldn't meet the demand since the materials weren't high quality, but the vice mayor didn't want excuses. While people watched the vice mayor giving orders, many commented on his corruption and how he had suspiciously come to power. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, a dark place with a bloody atmosphere, several foxes knelt before His Highness, reporting, "Your Highness, the repairs inside the city are almost complete. People believe the damage was caused by a natural disaster, one the guards managed to contain." Crossing her legs with an air of superiority, Princess Yue asked how the pigs living in the city were doing. The fox immediately replied, without daring to stand, "They are praising you, Your Highness. They say you rule with wisdom and grace." Changing the subject, the fox tried to probe what His Highness thought about the Zhu family. Upon hearing the family name, Yue stood up. "I know what worries you. With the king occupied by Situ Shibai, you fear the Zhu family will start moving. Don't you trust me?" The fox leader quickly bowed even lower, apologizing upon realizing how his words were interpreted. Ignoring the fox's reaction, she continued walking. "It's only a matter of time before the king eliminates Situ Shibai, and as for that Zhu family, dogs will keep barking like miserable dogs. As long as I hold their leash, there's no need to worry." The fox tried to warn her, recalling how Zhu Zeming had deceived them. But Yue already remembered this, and that was precisely why the Zhu family had taken Zeming away, so he could redeem himself. What mattered most to her now was maintaining control of the city's vice-lord position, something that had become easy after placing her own subordinates there, beings who would never lie to her. While watching the city's reconstruction through a window, a hooded figure appeared in the hall. "Looks like things are going well for you." As soon as the stranger appeared, the fox leader attacked him. Princess Yue tried to stop him, but it was too late. The fox warrior leader was hit by a swift counterattack with no time to react. The blow served as a warning. Those foxes were nothing but pawns in that being's hands. Trembling, Yue asked what he was doing there. The hooded being extended his hand, using pure blood magic against the fox warrior. "You surely know your kind cannot reproduce. Even if you replace humanity, the fact remains that your numbers will continue to decline. That's why I decided to share the secret so you can maintain your lineage. Now that you control the city and have access to enough resources, such a method won't be difficult to use." Princess Yue, receiving such an opportunity, felt that man was as powerful as a blood dragon. Terrifyingly, he gave her 2 options: accept his offer or return to the frozen desert. The next day, at the Snow Wolf Pack field, people prepared for the wolf attack. Jiang Ping and his team also climbed the walls to inspect the beasts that had been prepared for defense. 5 minutes before the beasts appeared, he ordered everyone to get ready. A bald man, a city resident operating one of the siege weapons, asked Jiang Ping not to be so tense and instead help him. With a monocle in hand, Shoujong could see the army approaching in the distance. Running without care for what was ahead, the wolf pack quickly approached the city gates. At that moment, the order was given, and several giant arrows were launched from the walls. The rain of attacks fell on the beast army, reducing those hit to complete nothingness. Seeing how the beasts were defeated, Feng Laxian crossed his arms behind his back, realizing his help really wouldn't be necessary. Despite the comment, a fox scent was mixed with the odor of the wolves of destruction. Jiang Ping ran to the edge of the wall to look more closely at the defeated monsters, and couldn't believe what he saw. He gritted his teeth. What they had destroyed were not wolves of destruction, but celestial foxes. The attacks continued to fall on the celestial foxes, which had no way to defend themselves. The bald man on the wall snorted arrogantly. "These small fry aren't even good for proper warming up. Looks like I'll get to have a hot soup sooner than I thought." After using the siege weapons, the bald man grabbed a handheld crossbow, but just as he was about to use it, he frowned. The weapon had jammed at the worst moment. Suddenly, all the soldiers on the wall began reporting the same problems. The bald man tried to check what was going on, but when he looked back at the snowy field, he was shocked. The number of monsters had increased to an uncountable amount, turning the white snowfield into a sea of dark foxes. Then, a burst of flames engulfed a large group of them. Coordinated by Jiang Ping, the group descended from the walls to confront the enemies. The bald man didn't stand still, ordering subordinates to run and call the engineers. While the situation on the walls worsened, Jiang Ping's group sprang into action. Jimbo's fists knocked out the foxes, opening a path on one side of the front line. On the other side, Master Feng, allied with Jiang Ping himself and supported by Sisi, advanced. The culinary enthusiast, Shou Zhong, was swinging pans everywhere, defeating the foxes with his cooking tools. Even with a sea of enemies lying on the ground, Zhong kept hitting each one with his pan. Chunming tried to calm him down so he wouldn't turn them into mush, but Shou Zhong wanted to take advantage. It wasn't often weaker opponents showed up. Confused, Jiang Ping wondered why a mission completion notification hadn't appeared yet. Beside him, Chunming began investigating the sea of foxes, believing some might still be alive. What puzzled them most was not knowing where so many celestial foxes had come from. With the battlefield now silent, Jiang Ping heard an excited voice from atop the wall. "Engineer Huang! Engineer Wang! You finally arrived!" The bald man was trying to explain to the two construction workers that the beasts were failing, asking for their help. The two workers didn't believe they had been called to deal with such small problems, especially since they had barely been sleeping lately. As soon as Jiang Ping saw the two engineers, he jumped from the snowy field straight to the top of the wall. Within seconds, he drew his crimson scythe and attacked one of the engineers without giving him time to react. The two managed to retreat in time and tried to feign surprise. Who is this psychopath? But they were terrible actors in Jiang Ping's eyes. He could clearly see that behind those two hid cunning animals. What happened next surprised even those watching from the snowy field. When Jiang Ping tried to advance again against the fake engineers, he was stopped by soldiers. Unable to get past them, he hurriedly tried to warn everyone, "Be careful, they are celestial foxes. Just like the wolves of destruction, they eat humans." Furious, the bald man placed himself between Jiang Ping and the engineers. "Enough! Engineer Huang and Engineer Wang were the masterminds behind the beasts. Everyone here has seen the contributions they made to the city, and you just appeared out of nowhere and started attacking people without even knowing what was going on." The bald man seemed blind. He didn't realize that while the beasts were failing, Jiang Ping and his group had defeated all the enemies. In the bald man's cold mind, all he could imagine was that Jiang Ping and the others wanted to steal credit for saving the city. Maybe they were even responsible for sabotaging the beasts. To him, the outsiders were nothing but troublemakers. Immediately, the bald man began giving orders. "Take the chief engineers to the medical center and throw the outsiders in prison." Shortly after, Jiang Ping and his entire group were locked up in the dungeon of White Iron City. Sitting on the floor, Shou Zhong asked the protagonist why he hadn't allowed them to fight, since they could easily escape that fragile cell. The protagonist sighed the cold air of the cell. "Defeating the foxes is easy. The hard part is finding their lair. I provoked them on purpose so they would bring us here. In this dungeon where no one pays attention, our next move will be perfectly covered." Shou Zhong nodded at Jiang Ping's reasoning, which made a lot of sense. The foxes disguised as humans seemed to have high status in the city, so if they attacked them, they would probably be expelled. Since the mission hadn't been completed yet, Shou Zhong wanted to stay in the city, enjoy a good night's sleep, and savor the excellent food served. Confused, Chunming asked, "Why don't we secretly eliminate those two foxes and show their bodies to the city's residents?" At that moment, the Wind Whisper skill was activated, and Jiang Ping overheard the conversation of the two foxes. "Why the rush? We haven't even had dinner yet." The first fox could only think about eating, which irritated the other. The two fake engineers were scouting the city. Facing someone at least level 30, the fake engineer Wang knew that if they didn't act quickly, they would just be waiting to be eliminated. The other fox frowned. Where did those pests come from? They not only ruined our plan, but also saw through our disguise. While considering warning the others that they had been discovered, someone approached the foxes. Fox Wang felt someone behind her and quickly turned around. However, seeing no one, Engineer Huang mocked his partner. "Are you hallucinating again because of smells? If you're so hungry, go back to the lair and get some frozen meat." As they resumed their path, the two didn't notice a shadow following them. Hidden behind a building, Jiang Ping analyzed the two beings, discovering something impressive. They really were celestial foxes. Being level 27, both were high-level mutant foxes from the Snow faction. In the dungeon, a masked guard counted the prisoners in the cell once again. 1, 2, 3. After counting again, he became furious. "Why is there always one missing every time I count?" Trying to distract the guard, who was counting how many people were in the cell for the third time since breakfast, Su Jingyao attempted to advise him to use his fingers. Shou Zhong also tried to convince him. Yes, that's right. Here we are all law-abiding citizens, unlike that brat Jiang Ping. It was then that Shou Zhong realized his mistake, mentioning Jiang Ping. He tried to shut his mouth, but it was too late. Immediately after hearing Jiang Ping's name, the guard realized that the rebel leader had disappeared. "Guards, one of them has escaped!" At the moment the guard checking the prisoners shouted, an explosion of flames hit the wall of the cell. Looking at the flames, Cece realized that it had been caused by the giant turtle. Seeing the strong light emerging from the cell, the guard raised his spear. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" In the cramped space of the cell, Cece quickly ordered everyone to spread out. As soon as the others moved away, the wall of the cell collapsed, allowing sunlight to illuminate the interior of the dungeon. Outside, a huge turtle with a dragon tail roared, demonstrating its power. It had been responsible for knocking down the wall. Next to the fainted guard, Shou Zhong felt dizzy. He wished that Jiang Ping would at least warn him before doing something like this next time. It was then that he realized what they had done to the guard. "Oh no, there's no explaining this now. I don't want to sleep in the snow." The turtle approached the group, commanding everyone to climb onto it. "Come on, Jiang Ping sent me to fetch you. He just discovered new information about the mission. Once we complete it, you won't have to stay here anymore." As the group fled the dungeon, the disguised foxes arrived at the den. Upon entering a hall, they found several other foxes already gathered around a table. An orange-haired fox couldn't believe that these two were the only survivors of the 300 brothers sent for the invasion. Furious, she shouted, "Why didn't you perish with them?" The engineers quickly began to make excuses. "It wasn't our fault. Some outsiders intervened. We were even injured by them." The fake engineer tried to reassure the other foxes. "There's no need to panic. As long as we can obtain the device, rebuilding the clan will just be a matter of time." The hopeful foxes were startled by a sudden explosion in the walls of the den. Breaking down a wall over a meter thick, Jin Bo, Master Feng, and the others who had escaped the dungeon invaded the fox's den. The orange-haired fox was furious to see that the duo had been followed. Engineer Wang couldn't believe her eyes. "Impossible. With how obvious these guys are, there's no way this could have happened." It was then that a hooded figure holding a deadly scythe appeared behind them. "Surprised? Your ancestors sent me a message in a dream. They said it was time to take out the trash." The orange-haired fox looked back. The figure that was supposed to be her leader exuded a completely different aura from what she knew. Shadow explosions surged toward the group of foxes, who were not expecting to be attacked by their own leader. On the other side, an explosion of flames erupted. With a dark look, Feng Laixian cut off the escape route of the foxes. "Don't forget about us. Now eat this." Feng Laixian shoved his attack down the throat of the first fox, throwing her against the stone floor. With movements that resembled a dance, Chen Shuijie struck several foxes with her spinning kicks. "This move is called Broken Jade Chain. Remember this in the afterlife." Several swords were conjured, and moving them in the air, Chen Ming commanded them to finish off the foxes that Chen Shuiji had attacked, without even moving from his spot. Seeing how her squad mate had combined the attack with hers, Chen Shuiji knocked him down with a celebratory slap. After defeating nearly all the foxes, Zhang Ping and his group cornered the engineering foxes in a corner after they resumed their human forms. Shaking with fear, they curled up, begging the group to back off. However, with a stern look, Zhang Ping confronted them. "Spit it out! Where are you? Wasn't it Princess Yue who ordered you to come here?" Fox Wang crouched down, shielding her head in fear. "I don't know what you're talking about. We were born here!" The engineer Fox Huang became furious upon seeing his partner telling the truth. However, Cece conjured an ice sword, forcing him to retreat. "Do you still want to resist?" Wang had a strong sense of loyalty to his kind. He swore that the Celestial Fox clan would never serve humans. Knowing they wouldn't leave there alive, the foxes exchanged glances and immediately canceled their human transformation, leaping at Cece to attack her. Faced with the disobedience of the foxes, a cold light appeared in Jiang Ping's eyes. Before they could advance, he had already drawn his scythe, blocking the path of the two with a powerful crimson attack. In an instant, 20 points of nether mist were absorbed. The last two foxes were eliminated with the strike, which created a huge hole in the wall. With the elimination of the two, the group finally completed the trial of the crisis in the Iron White City. Having finally completed the mission, Cece stretched, celebrating. Next to her, Shou Zhong wasn't as excited. Still, after everything that happened, we completely overlooked the secret achievements. As they were about to leave, the group heard a noise and saw a light escaping through the opening in the wall created by Jiang Ping. Curious, the protagonist approached the large crack. It was then that his eyes caught sight of the unexpected. In a room filled with equipment, there were several capsules where unconscious foxes hibernated in a liquid. The room where such capsules had only been seen in movies and books. Zhang Ping couldn't believe that Pearl City had the technology to create something like that. touching the chamber. The protagonist felt a sense of familiarity. While the team explored the place, they didn't sense any soul present, which made them question if such things had also been created by the trials. Upon finding a book detailing the experiments, Manny commented that she thought it was all the work of humans. Looking at a muscular fox in the tank, she read aloud, "Experiment number 217, project creation of new species." Cece couldn't believe her friend was saying that the celestial foxes were an artificial species. However, to Manny, this was believable, as there were no records of such beings in the past. Zhang Ping's spiritual companions emerged around him, cursing the wasted time fighting a false species. But analyzing that, it made sense to create such beings for the cultivation of a celestial fox king. Reading the records, Manny drew attention to mentions of other experiments. Title: Development Potential of the Saintess. Experiment location: the Lost Forests. Despite having some information, Manny couldn't find the rest as the records had been burned. Jingyao hugged her friend, asking if the Lost Forests was the name of the next challenge. For Zhang Ping, the only thing they could do was keep moving forward. However, he wanted to ensure that no new foxes were created. "Let's completely destroy this place before we leave." In the sacred ancestral village, a meeting was taking place in a house where a young woman rested on a magic circle. Zuo Xiangming affirmed to Li Aoxue that he was there to check on her progress, as she had made him a promise. While releasing her energy, Li Aoxue stated that to reach the king level, she would need to absorb the Saintess's powers, something that, after research, she was 70% sure she could achieve. Immediately, she made Chen Junting's body float with her powers, confidently stating, "Today I will become a king-level entity." Divine power surged in the house they were in, reaching the heavens like a pillar of light. Zuo Xiangming tried to avoid being thrown away, glimpsing the power of a king. From Chen Junting's body, golden energy overflowed. Just as lightning sparks enveloped her, Li Aoxue felt that something was strange. Unexpectedly, the energy in Chen Junting exploded, throwing her away. Li Aoxue felt the strong impact and spat heavily. At that moment, someone appeared from behind her, reprimanding her. "What a grand scene you made. If I hadn't appeared, your entire village could have been destroyed." Aoxue was surprised to see the masked man emerge behind her, hiding his identity as usual. He warned, "Chen Junting's powers are continuously evolving. She is a unique case, even on a global scale." With a look of irritation, he stated that Chen Junting could become the strongest person in the world. But meanwhile, Li Aoxue was trying to absorb her powers before maturation, causing a colossal loss of talent. Li Aoxue didn't care what he said, and questioned him about how he had entered the completely sealed village. Showing the several fallen guards, he claimed that vermin wouldn't stop him. Arrogantly, he declared, "These meticulous trials I created for Chen Junting won't be necessary now. But I have new research in hand, so this time I will ignore what you did." Confused, Li Aoxue questioned what he meant by trial, and since she had made Chen Junting attack her own father, just to unlock her true potential. Coldly, he reprimanded her. "I came here to help you reach the king level. I can help you strengthen the formation. All I will need are 100 awakened hearts as a catalyst." Even irritated, Li Aoxue agreed, telling Zuo Xiangming to prepare a pot of tea for her. As he watched her leave, the masked man thought about a few situations. He had seen King Yue, the celestial fox king, as well as the divine sunbird. Now he faced Li Aoxue from the sacred ancestral village. Now, all the major factions were about to have the power of a king in hand. This made him smile maliciously as he saw all the pieces falling into place, eager to find out if Zhang Ping would dare to make his games boring. In a dark forest, a cold mist made the air even more terrifying. As they walked, Chen Sueji looked at a tree, commenting that she had seen it 3 times, questioning the group if they weren't walking in circles. The team began to blame the mist, as they couldn't even see a hand's width in front of their faces. However, Shojong's compass was completely useless. Remembering that the mission mentioned eliminating outsiders, he wondered if that meant they would need to fight each other. Hearing the question, Zhang Ping stated that technically, they could enter in groups, so the trials wouldn't designate impossible missions. For Shojong, however, the captain's words about the trial setting its difficulty based on who entered it were still clear as day. It was at that moment, while discussing the rules, that a translucent being approached them. "Judging by your appearances, are you all outsiders?" The group quickly turned around, startling the ghost who had surprised them. The ghost woman apologized, raising her hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I live in Black Cloak City. You seem lost, so I came to help you." As soon as the ghost offered help, Zhang Ping looked at Su Jingyao, questioning her. But the young woman affirmed that she had already scanned the ghost, and that she had no ill intentions. The group followed the ghost to the gates of a wall, Black Cloak City. Seeing how the mist was thinner in that place, Zhang Ping asked if there was a barrier there. The old specter appeared behind him, commenting that Black Cloak Village used to be just a small village in the past, unable to believe it had grown so much. He also questioned the girl. "Since you are a wandering spirit, you must have gone through something, right?" The young ghost woman frowned, revealing that her story was long but changing the subject. Upon opening the city gates, she revealed several other ghosts who, with smiles, greeted them. "Welcome to Black Cloak City." Upon entering the city, the group headed to an inn and, as usual, sat down at a table for a large meal, served by the ghosts. Shojong asked if anyone could really live in that place, inhabited by ghosts. Beside him, Su Jingyao affirmed that not every spirit was dangerous. One of the ghosts smiled, unable to blame the young glutton. "When we were alive, if we saw wandering spirits, our legs would tremble too." Zhang Ping, curious, asked how the ghosts had ended up in that state. With a grim look, the ghost replied with another question. "Have you ever seen a titan 10 stories high?" Despite being surprised, Zhang Ping associated the titans with a certain people. Looking at his own hands, the ghost stated that after they became spirits, their sense of time became vaguer, so they didn't even know how long they had been in that form. Recalling the past, he revealed, "One day the forest mist disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then 4 enormous monsters, which looked more like mountains of flesh, crashed down from the sky. They advanced crazily through the forest, destroying everything. Against monsters like that, we couldn't do anything. Black Cloak Village was completely destroyed and reduced to ruins." Grimly, the ghost revealed that none of the villagers survived the incident, which became a catastrophe. However, miraculously, sometime later, everyone came back to life, becoming wandering spirits upon reawakening. When the mist returned, however, the villagers saw the titans lose interest in them and stop attacking. It was also around this time that an outsider arrived in the village. Under the guidance of this outsider, they not only managed to rebuild the village, but also used the knowledge he shared to make it what it is today. Surprised to hear that an outsider could interfere with the trials, Zhang Ping hastily stood up, wondering if this outsider was connected to the figure who had created the celestial foxes. Hastily, he asked the ghost where this great sage was. That same night, the group headed to the sage's residence. The ghost guided Zhang Ping to an area where a person was sitting behind a curtain and announced, "Great sage, some outsiders are here to see you." A man who was receiving a serum into his veins opened the curtain, commenting to the ghost, "Why were you so late this time? That's not like you." "Oh, did I mistake the person? My old mind is playing tricks on me." Sitting in a wooden chair, the old man corrected himself. Surprised, Manny recognized the man. "Are you Chen Haowen?" Zhang Ping knew who Chen Haowen was, Chen Junting's father, the man who disappeared decades ago. Upon hearing the young woman's name, something awakened in Chen Haowen's mind. He hastily tried to stand up. "You know Junting? How is she?" The ghost quickly tried to restrain him. Calming down, Haowen pushed the ghost away, stating that he wanted to talk to the young people. After Manny explained Chen Junting's current situation, the man in the wheelchair sighed heavily. In the end, she couldn't escape, could she? Furious, he pounded the chair, roaring, "We had an agreement! My life in exchange for Junting. That man. He really dared to go back on his word." However, as soon as he finished roaring, old Chen Haowen began to cough heavily. While activating his pure-blood body to treat him, Zhang Ping stated, "The man you speak of must be the same enemy we share." What exactly did he do? Chen Haowen revealed that a long time ago, when he left Pearl City to travel, he met an incredible woman. She was not only brilliant and cultured, but also sweet and gentle. We quickly fell in love and got married. Haowen, however, only later discovered that this woman was the fugitive saintess from the sacred ancestral village. At that time, Li Aoxui had taken control of the village, but the saintess's powers freed her from Li Aoxu's brainwashing, allowing her to see the village leader's tyranny and escape. This led the ruthless man to join the sacred ancestral village. Junting, who had just been born, was under constant pressure due to the escapes. Since Li Aoxui was the mayor in Pearl City, and his wife was the fugitive saintess, they couldn't ask Pearl City for help. In desperation, Chen Haowen secretly contacted his own father, Chen Shueli, and discovered a way to take Junting to the city, ensuring she would be raised safely. But as they were about to leave Junting with Chen Shueli, they were found. Chen Haowen's wife gave her own life to protect Junting, but they were still outnumbered. It was at this critical moment that that man appeared. He eliminated all the pursuers in the blink of an eye and promised that Junting would remain safe. But the price was that Chen Haowen had to stay in this forest and live with the wandering spirits for the rest of his life. Chen Haowen revealed that initially it was nothing, as it was worth it in exchange for Junting's safety. However, he eventually discovered that this place was just the playground of the man who had sent him there. Whether it was the mist or the titans, everything was controlled by him. Chen Haowen realized that he was being used as an incubator, using the miserable spirits to strengthen the Titans, waiting for Junting to appear to be attacked, all for that man's entertainment. Chen Haowen didn't know how many years he had been trapped in that place, but to keep him alive, the man always sent new medicine. However, as he hadn't received anything for some time, he thought he would finally be freed. It was at this moment of sadness that everyone felt the ground shake. Immediately, Chen Haowen revealed, "It seems I don't have much time. That man said that when I perish, the mist will dissipate and the Titans will return." Surprised by Haowen's surrender, Zhang Ping roared, "Are you kidding me? I won't let you leave." The man didn't care about living, as he didn't believe things would change. Remembering that Haowen had said the Titans would return if he died, Zhang Ping used his crimson powers and stated, "We will eliminate the Titans before that happens." With a downcast look, Chen Haowen didn't care about the Titans. Even if they were eliminated, nothing would change. The desire to reunite with his daughter was what kept him alive. Now, knowing that both his wife and daughter were gone, he didn't feel that even revenge would reward him. No matter how hard I try, this world always takes everything I have. They won't come back to me. In the face of the old man's melancholy, Zhang Ping felt a chill in his body. Chen Haowen surrendered more and more. He no longer wanted to be in that situation, tired of living. He asked the young man in front of him to end his suffering. It was at this moment that, irritably, Zhang Ping shouted, "Chen Haowen! Is the world unfair to you? Did the world take everything you had? Be realistic." Of course it did. That's how this world works. Zhang Ping ignored the man's age and grabbed him by the shirt. The zombies of the sacred ancestral village, the beast subjugators of the Zhu family. Pearl City is now ruled by the celestial foxes, who treat the people there like livestock, and the spirits of your city. This whole place is full of misfortune. Nothing ever goes the way anyone wants. This world is abandoned. You don't think we know that? In Zhang Ping's eyes was determination, conveyed in his words, "So what? Are we to simply give up the fight and gracefully exit the stage? Just lie down and quit life?" "No, I will keep fighting! I will resist and claw my way with tooth and nail until my last breath. I will not allow those bastards to have what they want." Drawing a sword, the protagonist stated one last time, "That monster played with you your entire life. If you really think it doesn't matter here, take it and end it yourself." Turning his back on the man and fully opening the curtain to reveal his team, Zhang Ping ordered, "Choose. Be a lost cause and give up, or be a vengeful guardian forged with courage." Thus, as the Titans approached the city, Zhang Ping handed Chen Haowen the duty to decide what he would do with his own life. Outside the city, the ghosts ran in despair as they saw the Titans approach. Many of them, who possessed a physical body even as ghosts, couldn't even imagine where to flee and sought to hide. Manny quickly tried to calm everyone down, stating that they were already trying to figure out how to deal with the Titans. Suddenly, a ghost was startled, shouting, "A monster!" The giant tortoise, seeing him scream, asked confused, "Are you talking about me?" In the sage's house, Zhang Ping was stabilizing Chen Haowen's condition, leaving the rest to his companions. Several teams had been formed. Team A consisted of Jinbo, Liu Xishan, and Chen Ming. Team B had Feng Lexian, Baide, Zhou Qingbai, and Long Fubo. Team C only had 2 people, Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo. Lastly, Team D included Cheng Shuijie, Zhao Yanlong, Zhao Yanhu, and the Great Serpent. Zhang Ping had deliberately divided his troops into 4 groups to attack the 4 Titans simultaneously, as they had not fully recovered, hoping that no surprises would arise. In the Lost Forest, the mist seemed to dissipate. Team A, seeing this, wondered if the mysterious person truly had the power to cause such a change. At least now they could see the Great Titan, dozens of meters high, that they would face. Chen Ming immediately sprang into action, climbing onto his sword. He advanced to the head of the Titan, which had the appearance of a fat zombie, full of nodules where the jaw should be. Pointing at the Titan, he shouted, "Go!" launching his energy. The attack landed on the Titan's shoulder, causing an explosion. The Titan looked at its shoulder, where a small hole had been made. However, Chen Ming saw the wound heal quickly, just like the puppets they had previously faced. Suddenly, the Titan thrust its cube-shaped hand with a huge mouth toward Chen Ming. Jinbo leaped into action, blocking the attack while reminding Chen Ming to stay focused. With what they had discovered so far, Jinbo figured there were cores that controlled the Titan. Chen Ming confirmed this. Frowning, Chen Ming declared, "Leader, I need to borrow the power of the golden blood." Jinbo was surprised, as Chen Ming could only handle that power for 30 seconds. But Chen Ming believed he could last longer, as he had trained hard with Grandmaster Feng and the others. With a confident smile, Jinbo believed in his companion, passing the power to Chen Ming. The team leader only asked him not to overdo it. Chen Ming drank the golden liquid that would enhance his abilities but cause strain on his body. As soon as his abilities were strengthened, the flying swords transformed into chi swords. With such power, Chen Ming's attacks reached the speed of light. Before he could even realize it, the zombie was hit by a strike that left a trail of chi behind, the dimensional attack of the chi sword. Chen Ming boasted, "The Titan's healing may be fast, but it won't keep up with my attacks. As soon as I find the core, deliver the final blow, Captain." Enveloped in chi and with his hair turning golden, Jin Bo shouted in agreement. Despite the speed of his attacks, Chen Ming realized it wasn't enough. He needed to expand the range of his strikes. He hastily asked Liu Sishan to use her mirror-creating ability to place them around the Titan. Liu Sishan complied with his request, releasing her energy. Immediately, several giant phantom mirrors appeared around the Titan. Smiling, Chen Ming thanked her. In the next instant, Chen Ming attacked a mirror with his light beams, causing the strikes to reflect, surrounding the Titan and hitting it from all angles. One of the attacks landed on the Titan's shoulder, revealing a red pearl, the monster's core. The team leader immediately charged toward the Titan's weak point with a flying kick. Jin Bo's powerful kick pierced through the Titan with immense golden energy. Thus the crystal was destroyed, and the Titan collapsed like a fallen tree. Jin Bo immediately praised Chen Ming for the plan they created, while Liu Sishan contacted the base, stating that they had defeated a Titan and also instructing, "These Titans are like the puppets we faced. Their weak point is a core in their chests." It was the moment Zhang Ping received the news and informed the others that Chen Haowen began to cough heavily again. Zhang Ping confusingly wondered why so many internal wounds suddenly appeared in the man. It was also at this moment that he heard Liu Sishan's shout on the communicator. They were once again facing the Titan. Sishan screamed into the communicator, "Information update! The core is in the Titan's chest, but they come back to life." In a crimson translucent form, Zhang Ping wondered if there was a connection between Chen Haowen's sudden injuries and the Titan's resurrection. Seeking an evaluation of Chen Haowen, a notification was revealed to Zhang Ping. Soul Suppression Curse. The host has formed a vital connection with other targets. The power of the targets will be permanently suppressed until the host perishes. A second notification appeared, just as conjured chains wrapped around Chen Haowen's chest. Talisman of Coexistence. If an object connected by the host's vital link suffers a fatal attack, the host will sacrifice their own life to heal the fatal injuries of the connected object until the host perishes. Discovering there was more than one curse, the protagonist cursed at being fooled. He immediately contacted those fighting the Titans. "I figured out why they revive." The mysterious person placed two curses on Haowen. One suppresses the power in the giant's body, while the other heals it when the core is destroyed. Destroying the core will cause damage to Chen Haowen. Chen Ming cursed, having used so much stamina on the light swords. Now even having difficulty controlling the flying sword. Becoming even more powerful, the Titan raised its hammer-shaped hand to attack them. With difficulty controlling the flying sword, Chen Ming suddenly fell. Everyone else met the same fate as the floor trembled and the gravity in the area increased, revealing the Titan's true power. Team D was also suffering. They hadn't even found the Titan they would face, but they fell to the large-scale attack. The most affected group, Team B, was no different. Transformed into a beast, the master shouted, "Don't you have items that prohibit the use of abilities? Use them quickly!" Cho Qingbai wanted to use them, but he couldn't even see anything, as his face was buried in the ground. A giant Titan attacked Team C, transformed into a tree. Ye Changchun tried to protect himself from the attacks, while Su Qingbo calmly commented, "The attack doesn't work on me as I can transform my body into oxygen. But since the giant doesn't need to breathe, I have no way to attack it." Zhang Ping saw no optimism in the team's situation. Fighting didn't seem like an option. However, not fighting wasn't viable either. Worried, he wondered what they could do. It was at that moment that Chen Haowen bravely stated he possessed a trump card. Confidently, he implored, "Please create an opportunity to destroy the giant's cores simultaneously. At the same time, heed my request. I will ensure that the giant's cores do not recover again." Chen Haowen was questioned if he could remove the curse. Smiling, the old man affirmed he had lived a long time, gathering some tricks up his sleeve. However, there was only one chance. On the battlefield, Jinbo used the progressive release of golden power. Behind him, Liu Sishan gritted her teeth, leaning on her sword and affirming, "We need to destroy the cores simultaneously. I don't want everyone to be dragged into this." In another team, the symbols of yin and yang were used together. Zhou Qingbai and Long Fubo managed to block the gravitational field, nullifying it. However, they quickly warned that they would need to maintain that effect, thus requiring protection. With the blue flame overflowing from his chest, Feng Lexian apologized for the delay. He and Baide prepared themselves. "Don't worry, this won't last much longer." At the same time, a giant stone golem pushed one of the titans to the ground. "It's your turn to kneel!" Several vines tried to tie up the titan, absorbing its nutrients while restraining it. In Team D, they gathered, talking in a quite unexpected place. Chen Xuejie was somewhat skeptical about the plan they decided to follow. She didn't expect to be swallowed by the titan, and now they were descending through the monster's esophagus, something she never wanted to experience again. Hao Yanju lit a torch and, looking around, realized that the Titan's body was not affected by the gravitational field. Being safe inside the monster, they only needed to discover the core's location, without letting the Titan notice. At the same time, the mysterious man was acting. Under a weakened monster, he had created a sealing box around the sunbird. Sitting on the stone monster, he caressed it. You worked hard guarding the training grounds for so long. Mountain ancestor, remember to listen to the Ju family from now on. Thus, the stone monster disappeared. While other men who hid their identities used magic, he approached. You merely reshaped the divine bird's body. You didn't give it a soul. Stating that the only consciousness in the bird was Hu Yuanlong's hatred, the mysterious man declared that he had filled it with the soul of a level 39 mountain ancestor. The sunbird squawked at the heavens, and its body underwent a modification. As dark armor appeared on its wings and a helmet on its head, the man affirmed, "Now it is even stronger than the divine bird at its peak." The hooded men thanked the mysterious being. "Your Excellency saved the Ju family from a calamity. We will definitely repay the favor." The secret man asked them not to worry, asking if they could now negotiate with the foxes for having a king-level power, revealing no hope for them, as the history of the beast tamers ended long ago. The mysterious man touched the head of the young man in the middle of the men and affirmed, "I am still interested in the young man's wicked game. He will definitely surpass all of you in the future, perhaps by recreating the family." Ordering them to go to Mingju City, the mysterious being also revealed that Liao Xue had reached king rank. "I recommend you cooperate with the Tianchang foxes. Don't have any foolish ideas while King Moon is not looking." With a sinister look, he concluded, "Otherwise, given the size of the ancestral village, you won't even be able to face them." Having helped the three groups reach the king level, he now planned to meet with Zhang Ping. Another Titan walked amidst the water that was surging in the air. This water was transformed into ice spikes, which attacked it like a storm. It was Liu Xishan who raised her hand, attacking the monster from behind. Although the attack's lethality was weakened, it still wasn't enough for Liu Xishan to destroy the giant's core. Liu Xishan managed to attract the Titan's attention, which moved to attack her from above the trees. However, other attacks fell onto the Titan. Chen Ming had launched new sword strikes, showing he was still in the fight. At that moment, Jinbo sent a voice message to the two. "You worked hard! I have reached the outside of the gravitational field. With only one option to destroy the core from a distance, Jinbo extended his fingers that shone golden, using a skill, loyalty to the Golden Radiance Journey Palace. Conjuring the attack dozens of meters away, Jinbo announced that Team A was ready. At the same time, Zhao Yanlong and Zhao Yanhu reached the core internally and heard through Chen Shuijie's communicator that groups B and C were also ready. She promptly confirmed with the duo if they were prepared. Confident, Yanlong revealed, "We used the holy blood to weaken the core's power. Now, using your power, we will be able to break it with a single attack." Surprised, Chen Shuijie saw the mission to destroy the core in her hands. Chen Shuijie sighed, preparing herself with the help of the Great Serpent, announcing that they were ready. Chen Haowen announced upon hearing the confirmations, "I will count down from 5. Everyone then attack the core simultaneously." Thus, with the 4 groups prepared, Chen Haowen began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jinbo launched a powerful golden piercing attack, which hit the Titan in its belly, piercing through it. In Team B, the 5 Profound Truths Wine Punch launched by Feng Laixian also hit the Titan. In Team C, Ye Changchun had absorbed all the Titan's nutrients, breaking the core with his roots. In Team D, the Great Serpent pressed the core by wrapping around it, and Shuijie destroyed it with her fists. At the same time, Chen Haowen, enveloped in a red liquid energy, began to use his technique, something that could only be activated by him, which was why Zhang Ping should leave him, waiting for the perfect moment. Leaving Chen Haowen in his crimson liquid form, Zhang Ping asked if he would be okay. At that moment, Chen Haowen thanked him. "You are the one who reignited my hope." The old man unexpectedly struck himself, piercing his chest with his hand. Zhang Ping was shocked, but he prevented him from coming closer. Pointing to the heart with the curse, Haowen stated that he had lived too long, thanking him for protecting the village and for allowing him to live. As Chen Haowen's vital energy faded, he told his long-unseen daughter that this time he had succeeded. Under Zhang Ping's grim look, all the groups announced that they had succeeded, asking how he was. Having heard that the operation was a success, Jingyao entered the sage's house to celebrate with Zhang Ping. However, she couldn't understand what was happening when she saw Haowen on the floor. It was then that Zhang Ping thought of something. "Su Jingyao, your ability can direct the souls you touch, right?" Can you hold Chen Haowen's soul? Trembling, the young woman knelt down, touching Chen Haowen's head to try. However, Jingyao felt that even if she brought Haowen's soul back, it would quickly dissipate. Stating that time in the treasure warehouse was static, but that living beings couldn't enter it, Zhang Ping wished one last thing for Chen Haowen, to allow him to see his daughter Jun Ting at least one last time. When the day dawned, the atmosphere of the forest seemed tranquil. In a room, however, the ghosts gathered around a coffin, confused. Feng Lixian asked if Chen Haowen's soul wouldn't remain in the city because he wasn't a native resident. Zhang Ping blamed himself for not noticing what would happen sooner, but Liu Xishan reminded him that Chen Haowen wanted to fight to the end, as a warrior's fate never ended in a bed. Suddenly, Zhang Ping felt the air near him change shape. Space itself became deformed. Looking at the distortion, he asked if the teleport gate to the last level was forming. However, before him, someone who made the air somber emerged, stating excitedly, "The experimental data of the 4 giants has been completely recovered. Not bad, not bad. To think they could defeat my proud work." Before the group, the mysterious man appeared. Immediately, everyone charged toward him, but he analyzed them. 2 seconds. Your reaction speed is good. However, stopping time with his power, he concluded, but it is not wise to move against a master in his domain. Zhang Ping did not understand what was happening, as he couldn't move, stating that he couldn't use a certain thing in that place. The mysterious man wanted to take them to another location. He snapped his fingers, and everyone reappeared in the forest. While Zhang Ping failed to use the investigation ability, the mysterious man looked at his companions, praising the method of destroying the Titan's cores as interesting. Looking at Chen Shuijie's group, he commented with regret, "What a shame I still didn't like them." Immediately, a somber energy hit them, burning them. Zhang Ping managed to bite his lips hard. Unexpectedly, he broke the time freeze and advanced, carrying his scythe. He attacked the mysterious man from behind, but the man disappeared. While Zhang Ping ran toward Chen Suijie and the others, the man observed him, wondering if the training grounds had recognized him, even without having reached the divine peak yet. This made him smile, seeing how things were becoming interesting. As Chen Shuijie seemed to vanish, Zhang Ping hastily tried to grab her hand. However, maintaining a smile on her face, she said goodbye. "Remember to feed the ants for me. This time, I'll be leaving first." After Chen Shuijie disappeared, the others, as well as the Great Serpent, met the same fate. The mysterious man mocked him. "Look, the inferior flame is cutting the contract. How does it feel to be abandoned by the world? Blame yourself for being weak." In Zhang Ping's eyes, hatred and tears welled up. While all his buffs were activated and his somber energy exploded, he shouted, "I'm going to chop you into little pieces." The hooded man was somewhat surprised. Zhang Ping charged toward him, brandishing his scythe and launching several hungry attacks. However, the man easily dodged the somber energy strikes. In the meantime, Zhang Ping managed to shorten the distance between them. His powerful attack landed on the target, causing an explosion of somber energy. However, the mysterious man grabbed the tip of the blade, mocking, "You are not yet a worthy opponent to face me." Upon squeezing the blade with his fingers, he destroyed it. Zhang Ping didn't stop, launching a somber claw attack. However, the strike passed through the mysterious man's body, which transformed into water, recomposing itself immediately afterward. With a crimson energy emerging like a portal before him, the man stated, "Your despair is the best source of experimental data. As a common enemy of the 3 factions, I am very curious to know who will finish you off first." Disappearing, he challenged the young man by citing the 3 faction forces. "Strive to stay alive. I will return in the future to collect more materials." The lost forest fell silent as the wind knocked leaves off the trees. Zhang Ping picked up one of the leaves and, with his eyes closed, pressed it against his chest. Furious, Shojong punched. A tree, roaring, "I was clearly the most useless." Remembering everything he had experienced with Chen Shuijie since they met, he couldn't help but shed rivers of tears. "Why did you leave me first?" Manny fell to her knees, wiping away the tears. "That wouldn't stop flowing. You said you'd teach me how to braid hair." "Liar. Big liar." Chen Ming trembled uncontrollably, gritting his teeth, wishing he had been just a little bit stronger. At that moment, one of Zhang Ping's spiritual beings presented itself, warning everyone, "My body is now like a candle in the wind. I fear I can only accompany you in this form." Seeking a solution, Jinbo questioned what they would do now. Understanding how everyone felt, the spirit asked, "No matter what kind of enemies you face, never give up hope. After months of struggle, I discovered the weakness of the Moon King's illusion. But breaking the illusion requires the Saintess's power. Before you return to Mingzhu City, rescue her from Aoxu's hands. And if I perish, tell the Moon King that his throne is embedded in my back." Thus, the young people were left alone once more. Manny was about to ask what they would do, when Zhang Ping stated, "We must save Leader Situ." With a crimson glare, he concluded, "And we need to eliminate that damn mysterious man." Before the portal to the next challenge, he summoned everyone. Before the group was the divine peak that reached the sky, a seemingly endless staircase. Manny, looking at the steps, stated that she had heard from the leader that only infinite-level awakeners could ascend the divine staircase, having to stay. Behind, Su Jingyao and Liu Sishan, worried, asked Zhang Ping to be careful. With a smile, he nodded, saying goodbye. Taking the first step and climbing the first few steps, he swore he would carry everyone's will to the end. As Zhang Ping ascended, various evil beings emerged to discourage him. However, with conviction, he ordered them to shut up. When less than 500 steps remained, Zhang Ping encountered an image of those who had just been eliminated by the mysterious man. However, knowing that if they were real, they wouldn't stop him, Zhang Ping passed through them. When less than 250 steps remained, Zhang Ping unexpectedly encountered the leaders of the three factions. Making it rain, he used the somber mist and the fire-devouring nether flame, drawing a sword and extending his hand. "Let's go together!" The Fox King didn't seem to want to hear him, attacking him with its tails. Zhang Ping was enveloped, but he quickly used the pure water body, the Nether Sea, to destroy the attack. He attacked with the somber sword, delivering the end to the fox for leader Situ. The fire created by the sunbird soon attacked him as he advanced. Using the somber dragon transformation, Zhang Ping charged against the firebird. The dragon bit the bird as an attack in honor of Mingzhu City. Lastly, the image of Li Aoxue stretched out her arms, creating giant bony hands to attack Zhang Ping. The skeletal hands grabbed the dragon, preventing its movements. However, with the power of the water body and the blood body, the cloning ability was activated, creating several crimson copies of Zhang Ping to attack Li Aoxu in unison. Several crimson axes charged as the young man screamed, "This is for Chen Haowen and Chen Junting!" Destroying the image of the three leaders, Zhang Ping began to advance again. After a few minutes, he reached the top, where he found a crown. Upon taking the golden crown, he unexpectedly broke it into countless pieces, ordering, "Tell your master that this time I destroyed his crown, but next time it will be him." A gleam surged in Zhang Ping's eyes. He was promoted to king rank, and his level increased to 40. While all his abilities were strengthened, the golden glow intensified amidst the somber energy. Previously, the mysterious man allied with Li Aoxue had moved against Situ Shibai, and they hoped he wouldn't last long. Faced with all the losses, they saw this moment as the best time to get rid of obstacles. Zhu Xiangming frowned, wanting to know how the mysterious man knew everything, having been in the ancestral village the whole time. However, leaving the question unanswered, the mysterious man merely wished them good luck and vanished, transforming into water. At the entrance to the training grounds, Zhuo Xiangming, mounted on a stone golem and leading thousands of subordinates, still held his hatred for the mysterious man, but swore that upon reaching a high-level awakening, everything he endured would not be in vain. Seeing an energy portal, Zhuo Xiangming ordered his subordinates to form teams. It was at that moment that Feng Lixian, overflowing with energy, emerged, charging toward Zhuo Xiangming while roaring, "I've been looking for you, but you came to me, so you will pay for everything you've done." With the arrival of Feng Lixian's blow, an energy explosion occurred. Stopping Feng Lixian's punch with his forehead, he mocked, "Just you to face me?" Feng Lixian couldn't believe that his strongest attack, in the form of celestial flames, hadn't broken the enemy's defense. To make matters worse, Zhuo Xiangming threw him away by extending his staff, releasing an extremely vicious energy. While Feng Lixian was still trying to understand how the enemy had become so strong, a symbol appeared on his chest. As Zhuo Xiangming roared, "Just obediently become one of my puppets." Before anything worse could happen, a hand with golden power touched Feng Lixian's chest. He was surprised to see the young man heal the poison that not even his celestial flames could. Feng Lixian stated that they should retreat, as the enemy's strength was greater than before. However, the young man reassured him. With a golden glow deep in his black eyes, Zhang Ping declared, "Leave this to me." Passing through the portal with Liu Sishan, Su Jingyao couldn't believe she was standing before Zhang Ping, as she felt that the energy in his body had no limit. Pointing to the sky, Zhang Ping muttered, "Rule the world." In the next instant, a fire cannon swept all the enemies in a straight line, creating a shield around everyone. Liu Sishan analyzed Zhang Ping. He really merged all the abilities together. Jaw dropped. She was faced with the scale of Zhang Ping's power. A golden astral being with a halo behind its head and multiple arms had been created, a being of extreme power. The enemy's power did not instill fear in Xiangming's heart, who believed he could only defeat defective products. Raising his staff, he summoned all his creations, which ran toward him and merged with him. Zhuo Xiangming became a giant dark being, Countless were the eyes and horns on his body, and immense was his aura. While Zhuo Xiangming was still merging, Zhang Ping's astral being attacked. The golden hands struck the dark being, tearing it to pieces. In an instant, the shells of what was Zhuo Xiangming were ripped off. However, Xiangming had not been defeated. Even without arms or a head, the inhuman body attacked Zhang Ping's golden body, throwing him backward. Feng Lixian understood exactly Xiangming's plan: to inject the venom into Zhang Ping's body, as he had done against him. Zhu Xiangming's human body emerged where the head of the giant body he created would be, laughing, "It's too late for you." Just like the main body, the fake head that Zhang Ping tore off also laughed. Throwing the part aside, two of the golden body's hands were raised, creating a gigantic sphere of light. The attack was launched against Jiang Ming, who screamed, being decimated while still trying to understand why he hadn't managed to win. Zhang Ping then purged and expelled all the venom that Xiang Ming had injected into his body, scoffing, "You really wanted to use such a thing to defeat a king?" Enveloped in fire and light, Xiang Ming heard the notification that Zhang Ping had become a king and roared his last words of hatred for being fooled. Approaching the giant golden body, Feng Lixian saw his vengeance for his senior brother fulfilled. At that moment, Su Jingyao unexpectedly felt a tremendous cold. Liu Xishan saw the ice energy she created being sucked away. All the energy was gathering in the distant sky as a woman's voice pierced everyone's ears. Truly useless. It seems I will personally have to take action. Liu Xishan frowned upon seeing the woman who appeared on a throne of ice. Crossing her legs while looking down on everyone with contempt, Li Aoxue swore, "Damn lackeys of Situ Shibai, I will take all your lives." Immediately, Li Aoxue exhaled an icy cold air to deal with all those she treated like ants. Around her, ice dragons surged forth from her power. The two ice dragons charged toward Liu Xishan and the others in the group. However, with four more, arms emerging from the golden body, Zhang Ping, who had managed to evolve to king rank, used the king's gem ability with the manifestation of heaven and earth to create the infernal flame of the 8 extremities. The 8 arms stretched forward and, with a golden power, blocked the ice attack. With a frown, the golden body roared, "Does your ice fear fire?" The clash of energies almost sent Zhang Ping's companions flying away. A headache suddenly struck Liu Xishan. Opening her eyes, a glimpse caused her to recollect everything she had forgotten. Looking at Li Aoxu, she understood the entire truth her father tried to tell her. 20 years ago, Li Aoxu used her sword to eliminate several men who stood in her way. Before her, Liu Xishan's father pointed at the woman, roaring, "Li Aoxue! My Liu family holds no grudge against you. Why are you hurting our people?" Li Aoxu walked across the floor that froze with every step and arrogantly approached the man, stating, "There are no grudges, but there is something I want." Liu Xishan's father yielded to what she wanted and conjured the Ice Dragon Soul ability, creating an ice dragon. Seeing the small dragon, Li Aoxue didn't think such power was bad, but she destroyed it as she wanted more. She grabbed Liu Xishan's father and lifting him, stated, "I want the extreme cold ice soul." Gritting his teeth, the man asked his wife, "Protect my daughter." Li Aoxue's sword pierced the man with a somber crimson power, delivering his end. Liu Xishan cried upon seeing what was happening to her father, but she was quickly taken to a safe place. At that moment, a large-scale ability was also used. The 1,000-year ice seal, freezing everything in a crimson energy. Liu Xishan remembered that her father had frozen Li Aoxue just to help her survive. Seeing Li Aoxue now face her friend, Liu Xishan swore, "Li Aoxue, your sins will be punished with ice." Several ice stone attacks were launched, but ice birds surged forth, destroying them. Before the combat, Zhang Ping observed in silence until, using true and real sight, changing the shape of his eyes, he could understand that Li Aoxue's abilities went far beyond those she had shown. Zhang Ping, who had used the evaluation, declared that with a stolen throne, she wouldn't be able to go very far. The energy in the golden body overflowed, destroying the ground beneath its own feet. Immediately, Li Aoxue stretched out her hand, using an icy mist once more. At the same time the ground froze and cracked, Li Aoxue released a somber crimson energy. From the ground, skeletal hands emerged. Such hands belonged to a complete skeleton, the shadow of Luo Jun. The protagonist recognized the skeletal arms. Now complete, the skeleton Luo Jun stated, upon releasing its darkness energy, "It's your turn to become the cornerstone of the new king." Li Aoxue climbed onto the shoulder of the beast Luo Jun, the true nightmare that roared fiercely, striking fear into the world. Facing the attacks of the giant skeleton, Zhang Ping felt it was like the fallen mist. Extending the 8 arms, he blocked the advance of the incredible power, which was even stronger than Grandmaster Feng's powerful technique. Suddenly, from the mist, 2 new hands emerged. They came to grab Zhang Ping and his golden body. He immediately used an ability activating the absolute flames. However, Li Aoxu tried to lower the young man's morale. "It's useless. Give up the fight." A giant block of ice, many times larger than the already colossal golden body, appeared. Zhang Ping already seemed unable to break free from Luo Hai, the master of shadow arts tempered by purgatory. Faced with such a grip, the giant ice block fell upon Zhang Ping. However, that was what Liao Xiu had thought, because when Luo Hai opened his hands, the golden body had vanished. Having used the water and new king bodies, Zhang Ping had transformed the golden body into a formless royalty. He was also not alone, as he had companions to support him. A divine golden power exploded, the king's blessing, which fell upon Zhang Ping's allies, strengthening their powers. Chen Ming, Feng Lixian, and Jin Bo immediately prepared to help. Chen Ming was the first to take action, conjuring something Zhang Ping could use. He created the Celestial Titan Sword, using the Contract Gem, the Absolute Flame, and obtaining the Yu Titan Sword. Zhang Ping fused them, creating the Absolute Divine Fire Sword. However, Liao Xu scorned such a sword, judging it as nothing more than scrap metal. The skeleton conjured a glacial axe, roaring as it attacked. "Even now, you are an insignificant ant, just like before." Zhang Ping raised the Divine Fire Sword, blocking the glacial axe's attack. The wave of impact was so immense that a circle around both of them was separated from the ground. The Divine Sword was broken, while the skeleton boasted. It was then that the skeleton realized it had been tricked, as the fragments were burning hotter than ever. Liao Xu had to jump away, leaving behind the skeleton that was burning because of a cheap trick. Feng Lixian's group couldn't help but see Liao Xu try to move away. Immediately, she turned around, using another attack, the Glacial Lotus. Several ice petals appeared, freezing around Zhang Ping's friends. Liao Xu scoffed upon seeing her attack succeed, mocking the king's blessing. However, Su Jingyao had managed to protect everyone using a sacred barrier. Jin Bo didn't stand idle. Overflowing with the energy he had received, with a star-shattering fist he hit the ice petals. Quickly, the frozen flower began to fragment. From the ice, Bai Dai and Feng Lixian quickly advanced, using the fragments launched into the sky as a springboard. The duo quickly managed to get close to Liao Xu. With a malicious smile, she mused, "Interesting. Let me see how many seconds these glorious ants can last." At that instant, she once again conjured the skeleton Luo Hai, interrupting the duo's charge. From the ground, Liu Sishan furiously shouted Liao Xu's name. However, the skeleton, now possessing somber wings, leaped toward her. Raising the glacial axe, it swung its skeletal body, launching an annihilating attack. The purgatory attack hit the dry ground, destroying it like a fiercely spreading bomb. With the wave of impact, all the surroundings were devastatingly swept away. However, when the shockwave disappeared, Zhang Ping surged forth before the skeleton and its glacial axe. Frowning, Liao Xu wondered what was happening. It was then that another golden being emerged, Sugenbo. "No matter how strong that is, it's just a pile of bones. First I'll become air and wear down its joints." At the same time, vines created by Ye Changchun appeared, tying up the skeleton. He shouted to Zhang Ping, "We will help contain the skeleton. You fight Liao Xue." While nodding with his real body, Zhang Ping controlled the golden body to advance. Liao Xu cursed the young man and created an ice energy sphere. Soon, the air became icy, snowflakes appeared, and the Arctic ice spirit storm was created. However, surprisingly, Liao Xu saw her ice flakes being destroyed. Looking at the ground, she saw a girl with ice magic and wondered if she was the one causing all of it. While figuring out the identity of the young woman from the Liu family, Zhang Ping was sneaking up behind her. The young man charged an attack with the will of all his fallen companions who were unable to reach tomorrow. As the golden attacks fell upon Liao Xue, she quickly tried to summon her skeleton back. The skeleton broke the restraints holding it and rushed toward Liao Xu to protect her. However, the arrogant slash seemed to sweep away everything in its path. The attack also struck the skeleton on the ground. With a large amount of energy, the skeleton of Luo Hai, faced with such power, dissipated, and across the world, even the clouds were torn apart. Seeing that Liao Xu was still alive, Zhang Ping asked if Luo Hai had blocked the fatal attack, but affirmed that she wouldn't be lucky next time. Showing the power of her cold energy, Liao Xu did not surrender. "A group of ants! How dare you act like this in front of me?" A gale of ice was created, attacking Zhang Ping like a hurricane. From the ground, Sishan glimpsed the attack. The higher level ability of the 1,000 Blades of the Ice Seal, the legendary soul-devouring ice prison. The young woman remembered that such an ability was said to be capable of freezing even time, but had never been used because it was only possible at the king level. Immediately she shouted, "Everyone! Be careful." However, before she could realize it, Chen Ming and the others had already been frozen. Liao Xue had used the ability that brought the temperature to absolute zero. With a frigid expression, she declared grimly, "No one can escape a king's domain." "Sleep forever here." The entire domain seemed to have been frozen. Everywhere only glaciers could be seen. However, in the middle of them, a great flame ignited. That power of light struck the heavens like a pillar of energy, breaking the ice. Jiang Ping freed himself, seeing the young man escape the ice purgatory. Li Oxu gave him some credit, but displaying an hourglass, declared, "The lives of your insignificant companions are completely in my hands. In 5 minutes, their power will be completely absorbed. Enjoy the farewell." It was at that moment that a girl's voice entered Li Oxui's ears. "I won't let you get away with this." Amidst the ice, Liu Sishan forced herself to walk. Jiang Ping immediately asked Sisi to retreat, leaving Li Aoxu to him. Feeling challenged, Li Aoxu declared, "A mangy stray dares to bark at me? Remnants of the Liu clan, see who is joining us." At that moment, Liu Sishan saw the world around her change, as if she were in the past. She saw her father and mother as well as uncles and aunts. To Liu Sishan's surprise, her father attacked her with an ice dragon. It was at that instant that Jiang Ping emerged between her and the attack, destroying the dragon and declaring, "You can't change the past, but you can fight for your future." Jiang Ping tore through those memories while instructing her, "The past is behind you, but the future can be saved. Sisi, don't let those ghosts trap you in it." As soon as he freed his friend and brought her back to reality, Jiang Ping asked the young woman to fall back. However, Liu Sishan refused. "No, I won't run away this time." Jiang Ping looked at Liu Sishan and saw the determination in her eyes. Determined, she affirmed, "You are right. Instead of crying in regret, I need to protect all those who are with me now." Thus, she asked, "Jiang Ping, buy me some time." An extremely dense ice aura overflowed from the young woman's body. Her eyes shone with arctic cold as she declared, "I can destroy this domain of hers." Returning to the dream world, wearing magical goggles, Liu Sishan found her master, who in his last breaths declared, "My disciple, I know there are many things you don't remember, but you must not forget Li Aoxu's wickedness." He raised his hand, showing an ice star. "Sealed inside here is the heart-immolating ice melt. It's a technique that burns your life force. Unless you have absolutely no other choice, do not use it." Liu Sishan crushed the ice star. By her own blood, she knew she needed to destroy that domain. Liu's heart seemed to freeze as the cold rushed through her veins. Li Aoxu immediately created ice spikes, launching them at her. However, Jiang Ping's golden body blocked the attacks, and he declared, "Your opponent is me." Using the Shadow Clone's ability, Jiang Ping created several copies that carried a broadsword. The various sword strikes, enveloped in light, hit Li Aoxue, but they were useless. Li Aoxue, unexpectedly, seemed to melt to evade the blows. In liquid form, she walked among the clones, confidently stating that she could not be defeated within her domain. At that moment, releasing a crimson energy, Liu Sishan roared, provoking, "Li Aoxue! This is for the 73 souls of the Liu clan!" The young woman created a red ice sphere with her hands, and at her feet, a giant magic circle appeared. Liu Sishan closed her hands, exploding the created energy, causing a shockwave to be transferred to the magic circle on the ground, activating the forbidden art, heart-burning melt. Immediately, everything seemed to shatter. Whether it was the soul-devouring ice prison or the very evil that Li Aoxue carried with her, it began to break apart. Faced with Li Aoxu's rage, Liu Sishan's determination, and the supportive eyes of Jiang Ping, everything changed in that finished ice domain. When Jinbo and the others were unfrozen, they looked confused. With a smile, happy to have managed to free them in time, Liu Sishan found herself out of strength and collapsed. Jiang Ping caught her, preventing her from falling to the ground. However, Oaxu's voice was still present and even more furious. "Useless ants! Do you think you can defeat me just with that?" The voice drew the attention of Feng Lexian and the others, who were enraged by the villainous. Li Aoxui showed that Luo Hai was not the only shadow walker she could create. An army of undead surged forth amidst the darkness. With a furious glare, Aoxu proclaimed, "O my most loyal servants, annihilate the enemies before you, leave no one alive." The skeletal beings advanced under their mistress's orders. The shadows took to the skies. As the beings of darkness advanced, while still holding Sishan, the protagonist swung his arm, releasing devouring flames. The tide of fire engulfed the monsters, and one by one they began to fall like rain. As Jiang Ping laid Liu Sishan down, Su Jingyao rushed over to him, pointing to a spot. "Jiang Ping, look!" Immediately, Jiang Ping activated his true sight. He could see, behind Li Aoxu, Chen Junting's soul imprisoned by chains. Su Jingyao was the first to understand what was happening. It seems Li Aoxue no longer has the strength to seal Chen Junting's soul in her body. If we sever the connection between them, Li Aoxu will suffer a backlash from the king's power. Understanding what he needed to do, Jiang Ping advanced immediately, carrying flames in his hands. Li Aoxu wouldn't let him advance smoothly. Raising her hand, she created new zombies and skeletons, launching them against the young man. However, Zhang Ping's flames purified the dark beings, delivering them an eternal end. While attacking these monsters, he activated a seal, releasing a soul. I'm counting on you, Chen Haowen. Chen Haowen's soul traveled toward his daughter. Worried, the old man checked on his daughter's situation. With teary eyes, he tried to wake her. It's me, Daddy. Junting, don't you recognize me? However, remembering how young his daughter was when they said goodbye, Haowen doubted she could recognize him. Recalling the past, he apologized for not being able to watch her grow up. But in the girl's mind came memories of the moments she had with her father, when she received her first teddy bear, or when he tried his hardest to fight the enemies and reach Mingju City. Regaining consciousness, Junting murmured, "Father?" In tears, Chen Junting smiled happily as she looked at Chen Haowen. "Are you my father?" The souls of father and daughter embraced. Haowen reassured his daughter, swearing he would never allow her to be manipulated again. "You are not some saintess or some high-rank awakener. You are first and foremost my daughter." With their emotions overflowing, the connection between Chen Junting and Li Aoxu began to sever. Zhang Ping seized the moment to advance immediately. He dodged Li Aoxu's attacks while wielding a flame attack. However, before he reached her, Li Aoxu exploded a sphere of energy around herself, launching him away. Taken by madness, Li Aoxu screamed furiously, as her remaining energy was completely spent in her desperate final battle. With the amount of energy consumed, an ice crown appeared above her. Li Aoxu had aged tremendously due to the loss of powers. She reached out toward the crown while murmuring one last time, "I am the true king, carried by the wind." Li Aoxu turned into ashes and smoke, dissipating into eternity. Upon obtaining the fallen chains from the connection between Li Aoxu and Chen Junting, Zhang Ping wondered if that was the mentioned item that could deal with the Moon King. Zhang Ping looked up when the father and daughter pair approached. They thanked him, as they could finally live in peace now. Chen Junting handed Zhang Ping the power of Luo Hai, a somber skull. "The Shadow Walkers are also grateful for you freeing their souls. I hope this power helps you in the future. Goodbye, Zhang Ping." With the two souls dissipating into the wind and the Shadow Walker's power delivered to Zhang Ping, everyone approached him, believing that everything was finally over. However, with a serious look, Zhang Ping contradicted them. "It's not over yet." Confidently, he commanded loudly, "It's time to go back to Mingju City." On top of a building, a duo observed the powerful and extremely cold aura disappear. A man hastily asked Luo Shiyu if Li Aoxui had been defeated. An old man stated nervously, "If Li Aoxui has been defeated, the village will fall. We need to quickly gather forces to attack Zhang Ping." Furious, Xu reminded him that he didn't give orders there. The two men argued among themselves, and the old man spoke conceitedly, "I think you should understand that fighting here makes no sense. Before we sweep away other factions, I suggest coexisting peacefully." At that moment, the sunbird surged above the building, radiating its extreme heat. Frowning, Xu questioned upon looking at the bird if that was the kind of coexistence he was talking about. The firebird suddenly shrank in size, and a childlike voice called out, "Xiao Wu, come here." Luo Xiu was surprised to see such a young child possibly be at king rank. The voice of a fox then shattered the peace of the world. The Zhu family were the ones who broke the promise. "How dare you speak of cooperation?" The old man from the Zhu family was shocked to recognize the owner of the voice. The Moon Fox King emerged before them with his overwhelming size, roaring, "I said long ago, eliminating Situ Shibai was only a matter of time." Immediately, Luo Xiu bowed, respectfully welcoming the Moon King's return. The sect men rushed to state that the previous plans were Zhu Zeming's fault, and that they had only ordered the capture of the Saintess. Not expecting such a commotion, huffing, the Moon King roared, "A bunch of lies! If you hadn't obtained the power of a king, you would have been devoured long ago." Faced with the Moon King's threats, the young man raised his arm, letting the sunbird fly. The bird launched several fire attacks against the great fox, who extended his hand, blocking them while mocking. Did the Zhu family's sunbird really recognize a little baby as its master? It would be more appropriate to call it a chick. Hastily, the old man from the Zhu family stepped in front of the sunbird, preventing it from being disrespectful. Bowing, he declared, "Moon King, you must have heard about the power of Li Aoxu and the ancestral village. They had an army and even obtained king rank power. Still, they couldn't defeat Zhang Ping. Only by joining forces can we defeat him. We will fight for our own clans, I hope you understand." The Moon King heard the old man's request and stated with fury, "When the ancestral village besieged Mingju City, Li Aoxu's strength was not that different from Situ's. If Situ Shibai had king power, I truly might have lost to him. Now that Zhang Ping can defeat a king rank, he has become an even greater nuisance." The king tore a somber hole in space, denying the help of his soldiers. "Don't think you will use them. I myself will lead all the Tianchang foxes." The old man from the Zhu family nodded, stating that he would help completely. The Moon King asked Luo Shiyu how many warriors they had in the clan, and she revealed that they had over 100,000 foxes, thanks to the new birth techniques. Satisfied, the Moon King swore, "Zhang Ping, this time no matter what tricks you possess, Mingzhu City will be your grave. With the Moon Fox King uniting with the Sunbird, an army of over 100,000 foxes emerged, marching under the shadow of the day. At Secret Base Number 10, Jiang Ping and the others were received after returning, but were quickly questioned about the whereabouts of Chen Shuijie. With looks of regret, Jiang Ping, who was carrying Liu Xishan, revealed, "She and the Zhao brothers, they sacrificed themselves." Immediately, gritting his teeth, Jiang Ping declared, "I am planning to take back Pearl City. Who is with me?" Fury was ignited in Feng Lixian, Chen Ming, and Jin Bo, who didn't even need to be asked. Jin Bo roared, "The Celestial Foxes and the Zhu family attacked many of our companions. I will not let them get away with it." The Great Tortoise, Ye Changchun, and the others also showed up for the fight. "Don't forget about us. We've been waiting for the day to fight for Pearl City again for so long." Revealing that Liu Xishan had pushed herself too hard by using a technique that burned her life force when fighting Liao Xue, he handed the young woman to the team so they could let her rest. Jiang Ping also asked Shouzhong and Manny to stay behind, but they wanted to fight. However, Jiang Ping convinced them, "Manny, you know the base very well, and your team barrier works best as a unit. Shouzhong, your ability is crucial for the reconstruction. The odds are stacked against us in the fights, so if we don't do this properly, you'll have to protect our companions and civilians at the base." Accepting the mission given to them, Manny asked that they at least be given the possibility to provide long-range support. Soon, the structure of the City Lord's mansion was shown on a screen. Formulating a plan, Jiang Ping commented, "I sense the power of the Sunbird in Pearl City. The Zhu family may have allied with the Foxes again. They have greater numbers and 2 king-level beings, so a direct confrontation is a bad idea." Jiang Ping planned to use traps and devices to delay and divide the enemies into groups, and he entrusted this mission to Chen Ming, Zhou Qingbai, and Long Fubo. He also gave the senior Su Qingbo the task of checking the perimeter to find weak points and infiltration routes. Jiang Ping left the front line to himself. Ye Changchun, leader Jinbo, and director Feng. Lastly, the protagonist summoned Jingyao. "Your ability is critical. I'll need you to focus your mind and pinpoint the location of the Moon King, Luo Xiu, and the Sunbird, and most importantly, the location of Captain Situ's pocket dimension." Hearing the request, the young woman excitedly asked them to leave the mission to her. However, curious, she asked how they would see the true strength of the Celestial Foxes if they used the pure blood body. Jiang Ping revealed what he had done, modifying the king's blessing to deal with them. "Now I can grant my blessing to others, allowing them to see through the fox's illusions." Extending his hand to show the power of the blessing, the protagonist also displayed a determined look. At the stroke of midnight, the operation will begin. On the city walls, celestial foxes patrolled, searching for invaders. Breaking the peace of the night, a sword flew toward them, eliminating one of the foxes. Upon seeing Chen Ming on the walls, the foxes quickly announced, "Enemy attack!" Chen Ming quickly fled into the forest, drawing several foxes to chase him. The moment the foxes entered the forest, several hooded people ambushed them. However, being greater in number, the foxes were not intimidated. With a fierce look, they charged against the human enemies. One of the hooded people was struck, but the attack only caused it to inflate, revealing itself not to be a person, but an explosive puppet. It exploded in a fireball that engulfed the foxes. Long Fubo was impressed by the customized explosives made by Hang Ping and Zhang Shouzhong. From the Lord's castle, Luo Xiu could see the explosions. "Is Jiang Ping here?" Just as she was about to call all the guards, the Moon King stopped her. "Don't be hasty." The king-level celestial fox figured that all that noise was precisely being made to lure him out. He looked in the opposite direction, declaring, "The real Jiang Ping must be over there." In another area of the city, the divine Sunbird was using all its firepower to confront a golden body created by Jiang Ping. The bird launched a fiery blast from its beak, which fell on Jiang Ping like a cannon. However, using the power of Luo Hai's fallen shadow, Jiang Ping protected the golden body, enveloping it in somber energy. Luo Hai himself scoffed. "Is this the so-called sun? Is that all you can show?" At that moment, a second entity emerged, the Moon King roaring, "You arrogant little thing!" With even greater confidence, he didn't even bother to attack, just presenting himself head-on. However, Feng Lixian and Jin Bo presented themselves to face him. United, they launched the star-shattering fist, exploding a fiery energy upon the Moon King. However, the Fox King had easily dodged. Resurfacing in the sky, he praised the duo for their impressive power. But allied with the Sunbird, he questioned them. "Even with such power, do you think you can defeat 2 king-rank beings?" The Moon King raised his hand, turning the moon red, just like the one behind his head that resembled a false halo. The crimson moon released a mysterious energy that fell upon the world. Immediately, a magic circle appeared around Jiang Ping and the others, destroying the ground beneath their feet. Frowning, Zhang Ping used his analysis ability. The scenery completely changed. A full moon had appeared, somber yet with a golden glow around it like an eclipse. In the sky, the clouds had turned red, and beneath their feet was an infinite crimson sea. They had entered the Moon King's domain, the land of the end, a place where its conjurer could ignore all spatial restrictions, teleporting, launching attacks from anywhere, and being immune to physical attacks. In this domain, the temperature would continuously rise 100 degrees Celsius per minute, until all beings within it, with the exception of the conjurer, were eliminated. Roaring that the humans couldn't win even with a numerical advantage, the Moon King teleported behind Feng Lixian and Jin Bo, attacking them from behind, he mocked. In the end, ants will continue to crawl. Quickly, Ye Changchun used his vines to restrain the Moon King. Jin Bo, who had recovered, announced, "Now is the time." Teaming up with Feng Lixian, they launched a powerful attack against the Fox King. The Beast King's star-shattering fist charged against the Moon King, utilizing magical power and a piercing characteristic to run him through. Seeing the hole through the Fox King's body, they wondered in surprise if they had one. However, the Fox King arrogantly resisted and scoffed. "Look around you." Several foxes had appeared, using moon mirror threads to surround them. With the thread art being used, the Moon King attacked the three who dared to move against him. Seeing the team fall into the water, Zhang Ping was worried, but the sunbird emerged as his enemy. It plunged toward Zhang Ping, using its beak as the point of an arrow. The golden body placed its hands in front of its body, trying to block the attack. The sunbird retreated, only to release a large amount of flames with the ability Burning World, golden feathers, while roaring, "In the city I couldn't show my true power, but in a fiery scenario you dare to be arrogant against me?" Opening its wings to spread its flames, the sunbird created a rain of fire meteors that fell upon Zhang Ping agile. He raised a golden shield in front of his body, but the power was so great that his spiritual incarnation seemed about to collapse. Soon, all the flames enveloped Zhang Ping and his shield, like an avalanche of fire covering a solitary rock. Outside the domain, Jing Yao was using her spiritual body to investigate. Some foxes, without noticing her presence, commented to themselves, "So cold. I'm going to eat a human to warm up." Despite the weak aura, she believed she had found the right place. When questioned by Su Qingbo about what she would do, she revealed that she needed to find the entrance to the space. At that moment, a woman emerged behind the duo. "The king said a mouse would definitely appear tonight, and here we are to catch them." Luo Xiu mocked the invader's appearance. "Well, you dare to come here alone. What do you think Zhang Ping is planning?" Su Wingbo was not intimidated. Since they hadn't discovered Yao Yao, he needed to create a distraction. Becoming illusory, he roared, "I will face you myself." However, in the next second, a red tail pierced through Su Qingbo, coughing heavily. He didn't even understand what was happening. Revealing her numerous tails with eyes, Luo Xiu mocked, "Su Qingbo, I know your ability allows you to transform your body into an inorganic substance. If you turn into air, it will be much harder, so I never planned to face you head-on." Luo Xiu revealed the truth. From the moment he spotted her, he had already fallen into an illusionary trap. To end Su Qingbo, Luo Xiu attacked with all her red tails at the same time. However, before they could touch the old warrior, several energy slashes were launched, decapitating the fox's tails. Irritated, Luo Xiu gritted her teeth, looking back to find out who the new invader was. A sea of ice formed, freezing the foxes accompanying her, while a deep voice echoed, "We haven't met for a long time, little fox." Freezing everything at his feet, he stated lightly, "The outcome of our battle has not yet been decided." The celestial foxes united, facing the captain. With an energy that transformed intent into swords, he used the golden blood copy, increasing the power of his blades to the speed of light. The swords streaked across space, attacking the foxes who couldn't even see them in time. The blades of light pierced the monsters, eliminating them one after another. The captain, finally, clenched his fist tightly, causing a stone hand to emerge from the ground, grabbing a fox and then pulling it underground, burying it. Checking on Su Jingyao, the captain told her to take her grandfather to treat his wounds. Worried, Su Jingbo asked what they would do about the great fox. Since they couldn't fight it to the end, the captain thought it best to let it escape, as treating the wounded was more important. Thus, he disappeared in smoke, leaving the city to them, while he went in search of Zhang Ping. With a serious look, Su Jingyao pleaded for Zhang Ping to be okay. Earlier, Zhang Ping had given her a chain, instructing her to bind herself to Captain Situ's soul. Curious, she asked if the chain could really break the Moon King's illusion, questioning why not use it directly against him. However, having already checked the chain's functions, Zhang Ping revealed that it was a product of the pulverization capability of Li Aoxu's ability when it reached its peak. The captain had conducted an experiment with Zhang Ping before, and the infinite level of the copy ability was unable to replicate his infinite ability. Thus, it was originally impossible for Li Aoxu to pulverize Chen Junting's abilities, but she was able to use the chains to break the rules. The protagonist figured that the chain didn't belong to Li Aoxue, Otherwise, she would have already used it against Captain Situ. In short, it was only necessary to connect it to the captain to temporarily share his powers and awaken his soul, restoring his body. Worried, Su Jingyao asked what would happen if the captain no longer even possessed a soul. Facing her distress, Zhang Ping revealed that the chain did not have the effect of directly breaking the illusion. But the captain still wanted to use it to defeat Li Aoxue. The confusion arose because, in the training grounds, he had said something different, perhaps to deceive the mysterious person. Zhang Ping knew that the captain imagined he would be able to identify the chain's true purpose and create a plan to save him. Since the enemy possessed the power of two kings, the captain's power was indispensable. Above all, Zhang Ping wanted to free him because he believed in him. At the end of the world, the Moon King and the Firebird had joined hands. The red sky dominated, as did the lava waves that boiled the planet's surface. With a barrier around them to ward off the lava, Zhang Ping and the others could step onto firm ground safely. Feng Lixian felt that the temperature was so intense that not even the Red Emperor's body could endure it for long. Worried, Jinbo asked Zhang Ping if he was feeling well. Before Zhang Ping could answer, the Moon King attacked the dome, a coward trying to hide. The dome began to crack, and the Fox King's copies emerged with the leader roaring, "How long will you hide?" At that moment, the voice of a sage echoed, "Don't mind that." Pushing the foxes away with an explosion, the captain appeared, exciting Jinbo and surprising the others. Upon seeing Situ Shibai, the foxes were shocked as they believed he had already departed from this world. Situ Shibai materialized, mocking. "Of course, an arrogant being like you wouldn't understand. Don't underestimate human potential." Situ Shibai passed a chain for Zhang Ping to hold with him, in order to shatter that world of nightmares with hope. The end of the world vanished, and the blue sky emerged once more. Sharing the chain's power, Zhang Ping commented that the captain was now king level, just like him. Captain Situ agreed, feeling that the purification ability would be effective against the Moon King. As the red from the end of the world dissipated, Situ Shibai mocked, "Once this domain disappears, he will no longer be invincible." Waiting for the red sky above the red moon and the Firebird to vanish, the duo roared, "In the name of the two kings, the counterattack will begin." Inside the divine bird was a little boy. He raised one hand, creating a fireball, and mocked, "Hope? How disgusting." Immediately, the flames of the burning world surged like rain to destroy the place where they stood. Situ Shibai extended his hand, gathering golden energy. A reverse prism with countless dimensions appeared in the sky above them. Such defensive magic was used to block any attack below level 40. With the prism serving as a shield, the rain of flames that should have fallen upon them was deflected. The Moon King, who was forcing his domain to remain, roared, "Don't be so arrogant!" With the swing of the fox's paw, several tears in space appeared. From those tears, somber hands emerged. Immediately, the protagonist opened his arms, using an invocation magic that created a giant skeleton. The hands coming out of the spatial cracks turned into spikes, which precisely attacked the skeleton. Lightning coursed through the body of the bone monster. Meanwhile, as a precaution, Captain Sidu opened a portal and addressed Jinbo and the others. "The battle will be dangerous. Go back to the city and help Chen Ming and the rest." The little boy inside the phoenix wouldn't allow them to move freely. With the rage of one who loses a pacifier, he intensified the flames once more to use a new ability. Before the skeleton, a tornado of fire surged around the divine bird, with the Firebird at the center. With the power of the temperature, everything below it began to melt. Even the Moon King recognized his partner's strength, fearing that space itself would be destroyed. Captain Situ gritted his teeth, while Zhang Ping gave his maximum effort to withstand the gusts of wind. Golden power began to surge in the skeleton, and soon a large crystal, Situ's reverse prism, enveloped it, increasing its physical and magical defenses. As soon as the skeleton completed its preparations, a meteor traveled toward the trio. Placing its hands in front of its body, the skeleton shielded itself, blocking the attack. Zhang Ping and the captain were pushed backward due to the strong impact. With their hands raised to brace themselves, they tried to fix their feet to the ground so as not to be thrown far away. Similarly, the skeleton held firm with the aid of the reverse prism. However, the young boy still had an ace up his sleeve to send them to the afterlife. Laughing maniacally, he prepared himself. At the same time, Situ created a somber sphere enveloped in energy, muttering, "After all, he's just a little child." As the flames tried to engulf them, the sphere created by Captain Situ was raised along with the prism, forming the reverse cause and effect ability, a copied king-level ability capable of absorbing the opponent's techniques, copying them, and then releasing them immediately. In an instant, all the flames surrounding them were swallowed by that black hole. It began to grow more and more, until it became frighteningly the size of the great divine bird. The young boy inside the phoenix screamed as he faced the counterattack, "Little crow, fly!" However, Captain Situ wouldn't let them escape. He controlled the sphere in the sky with a small sphere in his hands. Immediately, the sphere above the divine bird began to shake. When all the energy inside the black hole was activated, a powerful fire cannon fell upon the divine bird. The young boy inside it felt the overwhelming pressure of that power, and even the Moon King hastily tried to help him. However, the cannon created by Situ gave them no opening to counterattack, forcefully pushing the divine bird away.